The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 5, Side 2. Raphael agreed with Leo in both temperament and taste. Both were amiable Epicureans who made Christianity a pleasure and took their heaven here. But both worked as hard as they played. Leo plied the happy artist with tasks, the completion of the stanze, the designing of cartoons for the Sistine Chapel tapestries, the decoration of the Vatican loggie, the building of St. Peter's, the preservation of classic art. Raphael accepted these commissions with good cheer and appetite, and found time, besides, to paint a score of religious pictures, several series of pagan frescoes, and 100 Madonnas and portraits, any one of which would have assured him wealth and fame. Leo abused his complacence by asking him to arrange fetes, to paint the scenery for a play, to make a portrait of a beloved elephant. Perhaps overwork as well as love brought Raphael to an early death. But he was now in the fullness of his powers and the bloom of his prosperity. In a letter of July 1st, 1514, to his dear Uncle Simone, who art dear to me as a father, and who had reproached him for persistent bachelorhood, he writes in a mood of happy self-confidence. As for a wife, I must tell you that I am daily thankful that I did not take the one you destined for me, or indeed any other. In this instance I have been wiser than you, and I am sure that you must now see that I am better as I am. I have capital in Rome worth 3,000 ducats, and an assured income of 50 more. His Holiness allows me a salary of 300 ducats for superintending the rebuilding of St. Peter's, which will not fail me as long as I live. Besides this, they give me whatever I ask for my works. I have commenced the decoration of a large hall for His Holiness, for which I am to get 1,200 golden crowns. Thus you must see, my dear uncle, that I do honor to my family as well as to my country. At 31 he was entering into conscious manhood. He had grown a dark beard, perhaps to disguise his youth. He lived in comfort, even splendor, in a palace built by Bramante and bought by Raphael for 3,000 ducats. He dressed in the style of a young aristocrat. On his visits to the Vatican he was accompanied by a princely retinue of pupils and clients. Michelangelo reproved him, saying, "You go about with a suite like a general." To which Raphael replied, "And you go about alone like a hangman." He was still a good-natured youth, free from envy but eager with emulation, not quite as modest as before, how could he be, but always helpful to others, presenting masterpieces to his friends, and even serving as Maecenas and patron to artists less fortunate or gifted than himself. But on occasion his wit could be sharp enough. When two cardinals visiting his studio amused themselves by picking flaws in his pictures, saying, for example, that the faces of the apostles were too red, he replied, "Do not be surprised at that, your eminences. I painted them so deliberately. May we not think that they can blush in heaven when they see the church governed by such men as you?" However, he could take correction without resentment, as in the plans for St. Peter's. He could flatter a succession of artists by imitating their excellences, without ever losing his own independence and originality. He did not need solitude in order to be himself. His morals were not quite up to his manners. He could not have painted women so attractively had he not been powerfully attracted by their charms. He wrote love sonnets on the back of his drawings for the Disputa. He had a concatenation of mistresses, but everybody, including the Pope, seemed to think that so great an artist had a right to such amusements. Vasari, after describing Raphael's sexual promiscuity, apparently saw no contradiction in remarking, 2 pages later, that those who copy his virtuous life will be rewarded in heaven. When Castiglione asked Raphael where he found the models for the beautiful women whom he painted, he replied that he created them in his imagination, out of the diverse elements of beauty present in different women. Hence he needed a large variety of samples. Nevertheless, there is a healthy, life-enhancing tone in his character and his works, a unity, peace, and serenity in his career, amid the conflicts, divisions, envies, and recriminations of the age. He ignored the politics that were consuming Leo and Italy, perhaps feeling that the repetitious contentions of parties and states for power and privilege are the monotonous froth of history, and that nothing matters but devotion to goodness, beauty, and truth. Raphael left the pursuit of truth to more reckless spirits, and contented himself with the service of beauty. In the first years of Leo's reign he continued the decoration of the Stanza dell'Eodoro. By some whim of circumstance, and to symbolize the expulsion of the Barbari from Italy, Julius had chosen, for the second main mural of the room, the historic meeting of Attila and Leo I in 452. Raphael's drawing had already given the first Leo the features of the second Julius when the 10th Leo came to the papal throne. The drawing was revised, and Leo became Leo. More successful than this vast assemblage is the smaller picture that Raphael painted in an arch over a window of the same room. Here, the new pope, perhaps to commemorate his escape from the French at Milan, suggested as topic the deliverance of Peter from prison by an angel. Raphael used all his compositional artistry to give unity and life to a story broken by the casement into 3 scenes. On the left, the sleeping guards. At the top, an angel waking Peter. At the right, the angel leading the drowsy and bewildered apostle to freedom. The radiance of the angel illuminating the cell, shining upon the soldiers' armor and blinding their eyes, and the crescent moon whitening the clouds, make this a model pictorial study of light. The young artist was avid of every new technique. Bramante, without Michelangelo's permission, had secretly taken his friend to see the frescoes of the Sistine vault before they were finished. Raphael was deeply impressed. Perhaps, with the modesty that still accompanied his pride, he felt himself in the presence of a genius more powerful, if less gracious than his own. He let the new influence move him in the themes and forms of the ceiling frescoes in the room of Heliodorus. God appearing to Noah, Abraham's sacrifice, Jacob's dream, and the burning bush. It shows again in the prophet Isaiah that he painted for the church of St. Augustine. In 1514 he began work on the room known from its main picture as the Stanza dell'Incendio del Borgo. A medieval legend told how Pope Leo III, from 795 to 816, merely by making the sign of the cross, had put out a fire that threatened to consume the Borgo, that is, the borough of Rome around the Vatican. Probably Raphael made only the cartoon for this mural and assigned the painting of it to his pupil Gianfrancesco Peni. Even so, it is a powerful composition in Raphael's best episodic narrative style. Mingling classical and Christian story, Raphael showed on the left a handsome and muscular Aeneas carrying to safety his old but muscular father, Anchises. Another nude male, perfectly drawn, hangs from the top of the wall of the burning building, ready to drop. The influence of Michelangelo is evident in these 3 nudes. More Raphaelesque is an excited mother leaning over the wall to hand her infant to a man stretching up on tiptoe from below. Between magnificent columns, groups of women beseech the aid of the Pope, who from a balcony calmly bids the fire cease. Raphael here is still at the top of his line. For the remaining pictures in the room, Raphael drew the cartoons, perhaps helped even in this by his pupils. From these cartoons, Perino del Vaga painted over the window the oath of Leo III, exculpating himself before Charlemagne in 800. On the exit wall, another and greater pupil, Giulio Romano, the only native Roman prominent in Renaissance art, pictured the Battle of Ostia, in which Leo IV, looking remarkably like Leo X, turned back the invading Saracens in 849. And in other spaces the able pupils painted idealized portraits of sovereigns who had served well of the Church. In a final picture, the coronation of Charlemagne, Leo X becomes Leo III, and Francis I, here painted as Charlemagne, achieves by proxy his ambition to be emperor. The picture echoed Leo's meeting with Francis at Bologna the year before, in 1516. Raphael made some preliminary sketches for the 4th stanza, the Sala di Costantino. The paintings were executed after his death under the patronage of Clement VII. Meanwhile, Leo X urged him to begin the decoration of the loggie, that is, the open galleries built by Bramante to surround the court of St. Damasus in the Vatican. Raphael himself had completed the construction of these galleries. Now, from 1517 to 1519, he designed for the ceiling of one gallery 52 frescoes retelling the Bible story from the creation to the Last Judgment. The actual painting was delegated to Giulio Romano, Gianfrancesco Peni, Perino del Vaga, Polidoro Caldara da Caravaggio, and others, while Giovanni da Udine decorated pilasters and arch soffits with delightful pictures and arabesques in stucco and paint. These loggie frescoes sometimes used themes already treated on the Sistine ceiling, but with a lighter hand and in a homelier and more cheerful spirit, seeking not grandeur or sublimity, but pleasant episodes like Adam and Eve and their children enjoying the fruits of Eden, Abraham visited by 3 angels, Isaac embracing Rebekah, Jacob and Rachel at the well, Joseph and Potiphar's wife, the finding of Moses, David and Bathsheba, the adoration of the shepherds. These little paintings, of course, cannot compare with Michelangelo's. They are in a different world and genre, a world of feminine grace, not of masculine strength. They are the sign of the light-hearted Raphael in his last 5 years, while the Sistine ceiling is Michelangelo in the culmination of his powers. Perhaps Leo was a bit jealous of the ceiling and the glory that it had shed upon the reign of Julius. Soon after his accession, he conceived the idea of commemorating his own pontificate by adorning the walls of the Sistine Chapel with tapestries. There were no weavers in Italy who could match those of Flanders, and Leo thought there were no painters in Flanders who could equal Raphael. He commissioned the artist in 1515 to draw 10 cartoons describing scenes from the Acts of the Apostles. 7 of these cartoons were bought at Brussels by Rubens in 1630 for Charles I of England, and are now in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. They are among the most remarkable drawings ever made. Raphael lavished here all his knowledge of composition, anatomy, and dramatic effect. In the whole range of drawing, few pieces surpass the miraculous draught of fishes, Christ's charge to Peter, the death of Ananias, Peter healing the lame man, or Paul preaching at Athens, though in this last the fine figure of Paul is stolen from Masaccio's frescoes in Florence. The 10 cartoons were sent to Brussels, and there Bernard van Orly, who had been a pupil of Raphael in Rome, superintended the transference of the designs to silk and wool. In the short space of 3 years, 7 of the tapestries were completed, and all 10 were finished by 1520. On December 26, 1519, 7 were hung on the Sistine walls, and the elite of Rome were invited to see them. They created a furor. Paris de Gracie noted in his diary, "The whole chapel was struck dumb by the sight of these hangings. By universal consent there is nothing more beautiful in the world." Each tapestry had cost a total of 2,000 ducats, or $25,000. The expenditure for the 10 helped to deplete Leo's finances and to induce the further sale of indulgences and offices. Leo must have felt that now he and Raphael had met Julius and Michelangelo in a battle of art in the same chapel, and had carried off the prize. The amazing fertility of Raphael, greater in his 37 years than Michelangelo's in 89, makes it difficult to summarize him justly, for nearly every product was a masterpiece deserving commemoration. He designed mosaics, woodwork, jewelry, medals, pottery, bronze vessels and reliefs, perfume boxes, statues, palaces. Michelangelo was disturbed when he heard that Raphael had made a model, and that from this the Florentine sculptor Lorenzetto Lotti had carved in marble a statue of Jonah riding the whale. But the result reassured him. Raphael had strayed unwisely out of his pictorial element. He did better in architecture, for there his friend Bramante guided him. About 1514, when he was put in charge of St. Peter's, he had his friend Fabio Calvo translate Vitruvius for him into Italian, and from that time he was an ardent lover of classical architectural styles and forms. His continuation of Bramante's Loggie so pleased Leo that the Pope made him director of all the architectural and artistic departments of the Vatican. Raphael built some undistinguished palaces in Rome, and shared in designing the elegant Villa Madama for Cardinal Giulio de' Medici. This, however, was chiefly the work of Giulio Romano as architect and painter, and of Giovanni da Udine as decorator. Raphael's one surviving architectural masterpiece is the Palazzo Pandolfini, built from his plans after his death. It is still among the finest palaces in Florence. With sublime indifference he turned his talents to the service of his friend the banker Chigi, and built for him a chapel in the church of Santa Maria del Popolo, and for his horses such stables, Stalle Chigiane, in 1514, as might have served for a palace. To understand Raphael and Leo's Rome, we must pause for a moment and look at the egregious Chigi. 8. Agostino Chigi. He typified a new group in Rome, rich merchants or bankers, usually of non-Roman origin, whose wealth put the old Roman nobility in the shade, and whose generosity to artists and writers was exceeded only by that of popes and cardinals. Born in Siena, he had imbibed financial subtlety with his daily food. By the age of 43, he was chief Italian moneylender to republics and kingdoms, Christian or infidel. He financed trade with a dozen countries, including Turkey, and by lease from Julius II acquired a monopoly in alum and salt. In 1511, he gave Julius an additional reason for war on Ferrara. Duke Alfonso had dared to sell salt at a lower price than Agostino could afford to take. His firm had branch houses in every major Italian town, and in Constantinople, Alexandria, Cairo, Lyon, London, Amsterdam. 100 vessels sailed under his flag. 20,000 men were in his pay. A half-dozen sovereigns sent him gifts. His best horse was from the Sultan. When he visited Venice, to which he had lent 125,000 ducats, he was seated next to the Doge. Asked by Leo X to estimate his wealth, he answered, perhaps for reasons of tax, that it was impossible. However, his annual income was reckoned to be 70,000 ducats, or $875,000. His silver plate and jewelry equaled in quantity that of all the Roman nobility combined. His bedstead was carved in ivory and encrusted with gold and precious stones. The fixtures of his bathroom were of solid silver. He had a dozen palaces and villas, of which the most ornate was the Villa Chigi, on the west bank of the Tiber. Designed by Baldassare Peruzzi, adorned with paintings by Peruzzi, Raphael, Sodoma, Giulio Romano, and Sebastiano del Piombo, it was hailed by the Romans, on its completion in 1512, as the lordliest palace in Rome. The Chigi banquets had almost the reputation that those of Lucullus had gained in Caesar's time. In the stables that Raphael had just completed, and before they were occupied by handsomer beasts than men, Agostino entertained Pope Leo and 14 cardinals in 1518 with a repast that proudly cost him 2,000 ducats, or $25,000. At that distinguished function, 11 massive silver plates were stolen, presumably by servants in the retinue of the guests. Chigi forbade any search and expressed courteous astonishment that so little had been stolen. When the feast was over, the silk carpet, the tapestries, and the fine furniture were removed, and 100 horses filled the stalls. A few months later, the banker gave another dinner, this time in the loggia of the villa, projecting out over the river. After each course, all the silver used in serving it was thrown into the Tiber before the eyes of the guests, to assure them that no plate would be used twice. After the banquet, Chigi's servants drew up the silver from the net that had secretly been lowered into the stream beneath the windows of the loggia. At a dinner given in the main hall of the villa, on August 28, 1519, each guest, including Pope Leo and 12 cardinals, was served on silver or gold plate faultlessly engraved with his own motto, crest, and coat of arms, and was fed with special fish, game, vegetables, fruits, delicacies, and wines, freshly imported for the occasion from his own country or locality. Chigi tried to atone for this plebeian display of wealth by an open-handed support of literature and art. He financed the editing of Pindar by the scholar Cornelio Benigno of Viterbo, and set up in his own home a press for its printing. And the Greek type cut for that press excelled in beauty that which Aldus Manutius had used in publishing the Odes 2 years before. This was the first Greek text printed in Rome, in 1515. A year later, the same press issued a correct edition of Theocritus. Though himself a man of modest education, Agostino prided himself on his friendship with Bembo, Jovio, even Aretino. In this last case, the Roman adage, pecunia non olet, money does not smell, included a transitive verb. Next to money and his mistress, Chigi loved all the forms of beauty that art had fashioned. He rivaled Leo in commissions to artists, and led him a merry pace in the pagan interpretation of the Renaissance. He collected into his palaces and villas such quantities of art as would have furnished a museum. He seems to have thought of his villa as not merely his home, but as a public gallery of art, to which the public might occasionally be admitted. In that villa, at the aforementioned dinner on August 28, 1519, Leo himself officiating, Chigi at last married the faithful mistress with whom he had lived for the preceding 8 years. 8 months later he died, within a few days of the death of Raphael. His estate, valued at 800,000 ducats, or about $10 million, was divided chiefly among his children. Lorenzo, the oldest son, led a life of dissipation and was adjudged insane in 1553. The Villa Chigi was sold to the second Cardinal Alessandro Farnese for a small sum about 1580, and from that time bore the name of Farnesina. 9. Raphael, the last phase. Raphael had accepted minor commissions from the jolly banker as early as 1510. In 1514 he painted a fresco for him in the church of Santa Maria della Pace. The space provided was narrow and irregular. Raphael made it seem adequate by distributing in it 4 sibyls, Cumean, Persian, Phrygian, Tibertan, pagan oracles here sterilized with attendant angels. They are graceful figures, since Raphael could hardly draw anything without grace. Vasari thought they were the young master's finest work. They are a weak imitation of Angelo's sibyls, except for the Tibertan. Here the priestess, haggard with age and frightened by the evil fortune she is foretelling, is a figure of original and dramatic power. According to a story not traceable beyond the 17th century, some misunderstanding arose between Raphael and Chigi's treasurer about the fee for these sibyls. Raphael had received 500 ducats, but, when finished, claimed an additional payment. The treasurer thought the 500 already paid were all that were due. Raphael suggested that the treasurer should appoint a competent artist to evaluate the frescoes. The official chose Michelangelo. Raphael agreed. Michelangelo, despite his supposed jealousy of Raphael, judged that each head in the picture was worth 100 ducats. When the astonished treasurer brought this judgment to Chigi, the banker ordered him to pay Raphael at once 400 additional ducats. "Be tender with him," he cautioned, "so that he may be satisfied. If he makes me pay for the draperies, I shall be ruined." Chigi had to be careful, for in that same year Raphael was painting for him a delectable fresco in the Villa Chigi, The Triumph of Galatea. The story was taken from Politian's Giostra. Polyphemus, the one-eyed Cyclops, tries to seduce the nymph Galatea by his songs and flute. She turns from him in disdain, as if to say who would marry an artist, and gives the reins to 2 dolphins who pull her shell-like vessel out to sea. At her left, a robust nymph is gaily seized by a powerful Triton, while from the clouds Cupids shoot superfluous arrows to encourage love. Here the pagan Renaissance is in full swing, and Raphael enjoys himself picturing women as his bright imagination thought they should be formed. In 1516 he adorned the bathroom of Cardinal Bibbiena with frescoes glorifying Venus and the triumphs of love. In 1517 he disported himself still more voluptuously in designs for the ceiling and pendentives of the Villa Chigi's central hall. Here he adapted his genial fancy to a tale from Apuleius's Metamorphoses. Psyche, daughter of a king, arouses by her beauty the envy of Venus. The spiteful goddess bids her son Cupid inspire Psyche with a passion for the most contemptible man to be found. Cupid descends to the earth to fulfill his mission, but falls in love with Psyche at first touch. He visits her in the dark and bids her repress her curiosity as to who he is. Inevitably, she rises from her bed one night, lights a lamp, and is delighted to see that she has been sleeping with the most handsome of the gods. In her excitement, she lets a drop of hot oil fall upon his divine shoulder. He awakes, berates her for her curiosity, and leaves her in anger, not realizing that lack of curiosity by a woman in such cases would demoralize society. Psyche wanders over the earth disconsolate. Venus imprisons Cupid for disobeying his mother, and complains to Jupiter that celestial discipline is deteriorating. Jupiter sends Mercury to fetch Psyche, who then becomes the abused slave of Venus. Cupid escapes from his confinement and begs Jove to grant him Psyche. The puzzled god, torn as usual between opposing prayers, summons the Olympian deities to debate the matter. He himself, susceptible to youthful male charms, sides with Cupid. The complacent gods vote to free Psyche, to make her a goddess, and to give her to Cupid. And in the final scene they celebrate with an ambrosial banquet the nuptials of Cupid and Psyche. We are assured that the story is a pious allegory in which Psyche represents the human soul, which, when purified by suffering, is admitted to paradise. But Raphael and Chigi saw in the myth no religious symbolism, but a chance to contemplate perfect male and female forms. Yet there is in Raphael's sensualism a refinement and grace that disarms Puritan criticism. Apparently the genial Leo found in them nothing to reprove. Only the figures and composition here are Raphael's. Giulio Romano and Francesco Peni painted the scenes from his designs, and Giovanni da Udine added enticing enclosing wreaths burgeoning with fruits and flowers. The school of Raphael had become a transmission belt whose end product was almost certain to be some form of loveliness. Never were pagan and Christian so agreeably merged as in Raphael. This same worldly youth who lived like a prince and loved many women transiently, and, if one may venture such an anomaly, frolicked on ceilings with male and female nudes, painted in these same years, from 1513 to 1520, some of the most appealing pictures in the gamut of history. With all his guileless sensualism, he always returned to the Madonna as his favorite theme. 50 times he pictured her. Sometimes a pupil helped him, as in the Madonna dell'Impanata, but for the most part he worked on this type of painting with his own hand, and with a touch of the old Umbrian piety. Now, in 1515, he painted the Sistine Madonna for the convent of San Sisto at Piacenza. A perfect pyramidal composition, the convincing realism of the old martyr St. Sixtus, the demure St. Barbara, a bit too beautiful and too splendidly gowned, the Virgin's green robe, over a touch of red, blown by heaven's winds, the child quite human in his disheveled innocence, the simple rosy face of the Madonna, a little sad and wondering, as if La Fornarina, who may have posed for this picture, realized her disqualifications. The curtains drawn aside by angels behind the Virgin, admitting her to paradise. This is the favorite picture of all Christendom, the most widely loved product of Raphael's hand. Almost as fine, and perhaps more moving despite its traditional form, is the Holy Family under the oak tree, now in the Prado, also called La Perla, the Pearl Madonna. In the Madonna della Sedia, or Seggiola, now in the Pitti, the mood is less evangelical, more human. The Madonna is a young Italian mother, buxom and quietly passionate, clasping her fat babe with possessive and protective love, while he nestles timidly against her, as if he had heard some myth of massacred innocence. One such Madonna could atone for many Fornarinas. Raphael painted relatively few pictures of Christ. His buoyant spirit shrank from the contemplation or portrayal of suffering, or perhaps, like Leonardo, he realized the impossibility of representing the divine. In 1517, probably with the collaboration of Peni, he painted Christ bearing the cross for the convent of Santa Maria dello Spasimo in Palermo, whence the picture came to be called Lo Spasimo di Sicilia. According to Vasari, it had an adventurous career. The ship that carried it to Sicily was lost in a storm. The crated painting floated safely over the waters and landed at Genoa. Even the fury of winds and waves, said Vasari, respected such painting. It was shipped again, and was set up in Palermo, where it became more famous than the mountain of Vulcan. In the 17th century, Philip IV of Spain had it secretly transferred to Madrid. Christ in this picture is merely an exhausted and defeated man, conveying no sense of a mission accepted and fulfilled. Raphael succeeded better in suggesting divinity in The Vision of Ezekiel, though here again he borrows his majestic God from Michelangelo's creation of Adam. To this crowded period belongs the St. Cecilia, almost as popular as the Sistine Madonna. A Bolognese lady, in the fall of 1513, announced that she had heard heavenly voices bidding her dedicate a chapel to St. Cecilia in the church of San Giovanni del Monte. A relative undertook to build the chapel, and asked his uncle Cardinal Lorenzo Pucci to order from Raphael, for 1,000 gold scudi, an appropriate picture for the altar. Delegating to Giovanni da Udine the representation of the musical instruments, Raphael finished the painting in 1516 and sent it to Bologna, as we have seen, with a kindly letter to Francia. We do not need to believe that Francia was mortally stricken by its beauty to feel the splendor of the work, its sense of music as something almost celestial, its St. Paul in a brown study, its St. John in almost girlish ecstasy, its lovely Cecilia, its still lovelier Magdalene, here transformed into charming innocence, and the living lights and shadows on the drapery and on Magdalene's feet. Now, too, came some masterly portraits. The Baldassare Castiglione, now in the Louvre, is one of Raphael's most conscientious efforts, endlessly enticing, among his portraits second only to Julius II. One sees first the strange fluffy headdress, then the furry robe and profuse beard, and imagines the man to be some Moslem poet or philosopher, or a rabbi seen by Rembrandt. Then the soft eyes and mouth and clasped hands reveal the tender-minded, sentimental, bereaved minister of Isabella at Leo's court. One should linger over this portrait before reading the courtier. The Bibbiena shows the cardinal in his later years, tired of his Venuses and reconciled to Christianity. La Donna Velata is not incontestably Raphael's, yet it is almost certainly the picture that Vasari describes as a portrait of Raphael's mistress. Her features are those that he used for the Magdalene, even the Cecilia of St. Cecilia, perhaps for the Sistine Madonna. Here, dark and demure, a long veil falling from her head, a circlet of gems around her neck, and luscious robes wrapped loosely about her form. Probably by Raphael, but not so clearly representing his mistress as older views claimed, is La Fornarina in the Borghese Gallery. The word means a woman baker, or a baker's wife or daughter. But such names, like smith or carpenter, prove nothing of the bearer's occupation. This lady is not especially attractive. One misses in her the modest look that makes more charming such immodest revelations. It seems incredible that the modest veiled lady should be the same person as this bold dispenser of hurried joys. But after all, Raphael had more mistresses than one. Yet he was more faithful to his mistress than artists, who are more sensitive to beauty than to reason, can be expected to be. When Cardinal Bibbiena urged him to marry Maria Bibbiena, the cardinal's niece, Raphael, indebted to him for rich commissions, gave unwilling consent in 1514. But he delayed from month to month and from year to year the keeping of his troth, and tradition relates that Maria, so repeatedly put off, died of a broken heart. Vasari suggests that Raphael delayed in hope of being made a cardinal. To such an elevation, marriage was a major, a mistress a negligible, impediment. Meanwhile, the artist seems to have kept his mistress within close reach of wherever he was working. When the distance between the Villa Chigi, where Raphael was designing the history of Psyche, and his mistress's dwelling led to much loss of time, the banker had the lady installed in an apartment of the villa. That, says Vasari, is why the work was finished. We do not know if it was with this mistress that Raphael indulged in the unusually wild debauch to which Vasari ascribes his death. His last picture was one of his supreme interpretations of the Gospel story. In 1517, Cardinal Giulio de' Medici commissioned both Raphael and Sebastiano del Piombo to paint altarpieces for the Cathedral of Narbonne, of which Francis I had made him bishop. Sebastiano had long felt that his talent was at least equal to Raphael's, though so much less recognized. Here was his chance to prove himself. He chose as subject the raising of Lazarus and secured the help of Michelangelo in making his design. Spurred by the competition, Raphael rose to his final triumph. He took for his theme Matthew's account of the episode on Mount Tabor. And after 6 days Jesus took Peter, James, and John his brother, and brought them up into a high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them. And his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with him. And when they returned to the multitude, there came to him a certain man, kneeling down to him and saying, Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is a lunatic, and sore vexed. For oft times he falleth into the fire, and oft into the water. And I brought him to thy disciples, and they could not cure him. Raphael took both of these scenes and united them, with excessive strain on the unities of time and place. Above the mountain-top the figure of Christ appears, soaring in the air, his face transfigured with ecstasy, his garments made shining white by light from heaven. On one side of him Moses, on the other Elias, and beneath him, lying on a plateau, the 3 favored apostles. At the foot of the mountain a desperate father pushes forward his insane boy. The mother and another woman, both of them classic in their beauty, kneel beside the boy and beg a cure from the 9 apostles who are gathered at the left. One of these is startled out of his concentration on a book. Another points to the transfigured Christ and suggests that only he can cure the boy. It is usual to praise the splendor of the upper part of the picture, presumably finished by Raphael, and to deprecate a certain coarseness and violence in the lower group, which was painted by Giulio Romano. But 2 of the finest figures are in the lower foreground, the disturbed reader and a kneeling woman with bare shoulder and gleaming drapery. Raphael began work on the Transfiguration in 1517, but had not finished it when he died. We cannot say how much truth there is in Vasari's account, written some 30 years after the event. Raphael continued his secret pleasures beyond all measure. After an unusually wild debauch, he returned home with a severe fever, and the doctors believed him to have caught a chill. As he did not confess the cause of his disorder, the doctors imprudently let blood, thus enfeebling him when he needed restoratives. Accordingly, he made his will, first sending his mistress out of the house like a Christian, leaving her the means to live honestly. He then divided his things among his pupils, Giulio Romano, of whom he was always very fond, Giovanni Francesco Peni of Florence, and some priest of Urbino, a relation. Having confessed and shown penitence, he finished the course of his life on the day of his birth, Good Friday, at the age of 37, April 6, 1520. The priest who had come to shrive him refused to enter the sick room until Raphael's mistress had left the house. Perhaps the priest felt that her continued presence would suggest on Raphael's part a lack of the contrition required before absolution. Driven away even from the funeral cortege, she fell into a melancholy that threatened insanity, and Cardinal Bibbiena persuaded her to become a nun. All the artists of Rome followed the dead youth to his grave. Leo mourned the loss of his beloved painter, and the papal secretary and poet, the bembo who could be so eloquent in both Latin and Italian, put aside all rhetoric in writing an epitaph for Raphael's tomb in the Pantheon. Ille hic est Raphael. He who is here is Raphael. It was enough. In the opinion of his contemporaries, he was the greatest painter of his age. He produced nothing equal in sublimity to the Sistine ceiling, but Michelangelo produced nothing equal in total beauty to the 50 Madonnas of Raphael. Michelangelo is the greater artist because great in 3 fields and deeper in thought and art. When he said of Raphael, "He is an example of what profound study can bring forth," he probably meant that Raphael had acquired by imitation the excellences of many other painters, and had combined them with assiduous talent into a perfected style. He did not feel in Raphael the creative fury that soon throws off guidance and cuts a path almost violently for its own way. Raphael appeared too happy to be a genius in the traditional frenzied sense. He had so solved his inner conflicts that he showed few signs of the demonic spirit or force that moves the greatest souls to creation and tragedy. Raphael's work was the product of finished skill, not of profound feeling or conviction. He adjusted himself to the needs and moods of Julius, then of Leo, then of Chigi, but remained always the guileless youth, cheerfully oscillating between Madonnas and mistresses. This was his blithe way of reconciling paganism and Christianity. As artist in the sense of technician, no one surpassed him. In the arrangement of elements in a picture, the rhythm of masses, the smooth flow of line, no one has equaled him. His life was a devotion to form. Consequently, he tended to remain on the surface of things. Except in his portrait of Julius II, he did not probe into the mysteries or contradictions of life or creed. Leonardo's subtlety and Michelangelo's sense of tragedy were alike meaningless to him. The lust and joy of life, the creation and possession of beauty, the loyalty of friend and lover were enough. Ruskin was right. There was now and then in Gothic sculpture and the pre-Raphaelite painting of Italy and Flanders a simplicity, sincerity, and sublimity of faith and hope that sink deeper into the soul than the pretty Madonnas and voluptuous Venuses of Raphael. And yet the Julius II and the Pearl Madonna are anything but superficial. They reach to the heart of male ambition and female tenderness. The Julius is greater and profounder than the Mona Lisa. Leonardo puzzles us, Michelangelo frightens us, Raphael gives us peace. He asks no questions, raises no doubts, evokes no terrors, but offers us the loveliness of life like an ambrosial drink. He admits no conflict between intellect and feeling, between body and soul. Everything in him is a harmony of opposites, making a Pythagorean music. His art idealizes all that it touches: religion, woman, music, philosophy, history, even war. Himself fortunate and happy, he radiated serenity and grace. In the arbitrary analogies of genius, he finds his place just below the greatest, but with them. Dante, Goethe, Keats, Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael. 10. Leo Politicus. It was a pity that amid all this art and literature Leo had to play politics. But he was head of a state, and lived at a time when the powers beyond the Alps had ambitious leaders, large armies, and lusty generals. At any moment, Louis XII of France and Ferdinand the Catholic might agree to divide Italy as they had agreed to divide the Kingdom of Naples. To meet these threats, and incidentally to strengthen the Papal States and aggrandize his family, Leo planned to combine Florence, which he already ruled through his brother Giuliano and his nephew Lorenzo, with Milan, Piacenza, Parma, Modena, Ferrara, and Urbino, into a new and powerful federation to be ruled by loyal Medici. To unite these with the existing states of the Church as a barrier to aggression from the north, if possible to secure by marriage for some member of his house the succession to the throne of Naples, and, with an Italy so welded into strength, to lead Europe in one more crusade against the ever-threatening Turks. Machiavelli, who had no prejudice in favor of Christianity or the popes, warmly approved of this plan, at least so far as concerned the unification and protection of Italy. This was the leading idea of the prince. Pursuing these aims with very limited military means at his disposal, Leo used all the methods of statecraft and diplomacy employed by the princes of his day. It was inconvenient that the head of a Christian church should have to lie, break faith, steal, and kill, but by the common consent of kings these procedures were indispensable to the preservation of a state. Leo, a Medici first and a pope afterward, played the game as well as his corpulence, his fistula, his hunts, his liberalities, and his finances would allow. All the kings denounced him, disappointed that he would not behave like a saint. Leo, said Guicciardini, deceived the expectations conceived of him at his accession, since he appeared to be endowed with greater prudence, but with much less goodness than all had imagined. For a long time his enemies thought that his Machiavellian subtlety was due to the influence of his cousin Giulio, the future Clement VII, or to Cardinal Bibbiena. But as events matured it became clear that they had to deal with Leo himself, not a lion but a fox, suave and slippery, cunning and incalculable, grasping and devious, sometimes frightened and often hesitant, but in the last resort capable of decision, resolution, and persistent policy. Let us leave his relations with the Transalpine states to a later chapter, confine ourselves here to Italian affairs, and deal with these summarily, for the art of Leo's time is much more a living thing than its politics. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 1. Let us leave his relations with the Transalpine states to a later chapter, confine ourselves here to Italian affairs, and deal with these summarily, for the art of Leo's time is a much more living thing than its politics. He had a great advantage over his predecessors, for Florence, which had opposed Alexander and Julius, was now happy to be part of his realm, since he gave its citizens many papal plums. And when he visited the city of his ancestors, it raised a dozen artistic arches to welcome him. From that point d'appui, and from Rome, he deployed his diplomats and patronage and troops to swell his state. In 1514 he secured Modena. In 1515 Francis I prepared to invade Italy and take Milan. Leo organized an army and an Italian alliance to resist him, and ordered the Duke of Urbino, as a vassal of the Holy See and a general in the service of the Church, to join him at Bologna with all the forces he could muster. The Duke, Francesco Maria della Rovere, flatly refused to come, though Leo had recently advanced him money to pay his troops. The Pope with some reason suspected him of having a secret understanding with France. As soon as his hands were freed from foreign entanglements, Leo summoned Francesco to Rome. The Duke instead fled to Mantua. Leo excommunicated him, and listened unmoved to the entreaties and messages of Elisabetta Gonzaga and Isabella d'Este, aunt and mother-in-law of the reckless prince. Papal troops took Urbino unresisted, Francesco was declared deposed, and Leo's nephew Lorenzo became Duke of Urbino in 1516. A year later, the people of the city rose and expelled Lorenzo. Francesco organized an army and recaptured his duchy. Leo was hard put to it to raise funds and forces to recapture it in turn. He succeeded after 8 months of war, but the cost exhausted the papal treasury and turned the goodwill of Italy against the Pope and his grasping family. Francis I took the opportunity to win the friendship of the Pope and proposed a marriage between Lorenzo, the restored Duke of Urbino, and Madeleine de la Tour d'Auvergne, who had a charming income of 10,000 crowns, or $125,000 a year. Leo agreed. Lorenzo went to France in 1518. like an echo of Borgia, and brought back Madeleine and her dowry. A year later she died in giving birth to a daughter, Caterina, the future Queen Catherine de Médicis of France. And shortly thereafter Lorenzo himself died, allegedly of a sexual disease contracted in France. Leo now declared Urbino a papal state and sent a legate to govern it. During these complications he had had to bear with two bitter signs of his political weakness and growing unpopularity. One of his generals, Gianpaolo Baglioni, ruler of Perugia by papal grace, had gone over to Francesco Maria, taking Perugia with him. Leo later lured Gianpaolo to Rome with a safe conduct and had him put to death in 1520. Baglioni had shared also in a conspiracy, led by Alfonso Petrucci and other cardinals, to assassinate the Pope in 1517. These cardinals had made such demands upon Leo as even his generosity could not meet. Petrucci, moreover, raged because his brother, with Leo's connivance, had been ousted from the government of Siena. He planned at first to kill Leo with his own hand, but was persuaded instead to bribe Leo's physician to poison the Pope while treating his fistula. The plot was discovered. The physician and Petrucci were executed, and several accomplice cardinals were imprisoned and deposed. Some were released on paying enormous fines. Leo's need for money was now souring his once happy reign. His gifts to relatives, friends, artists, writers, and musicians, his lavish maintenance of an unprecedented court, the insatiable demands of the new St. Peter's, the expense of the Urbino War, and the preparation for a crusade were leading him to bankruptcy. His regular revenue of 420,000 ducats, or $5.25 million a year from fees, annats, and tithes, was completely inadequate, and yet was always more difficult to secure from a Europe resentful of ecclesiastical collections flowing to Rome. To replenish his treasury, Leo created 1,353 new and saleable offices, for which the appointees paid a total of 889,000 ducats, or $11,112,500. We must not be too virtuous about this. Most of the offices were sinecures, whose modest toil could be delegated to subordinates. The sums paid for these appointments were in effect loans to the papacy. The salaries, averaging 10% per year on the initial payment, were interest on the loans. Leo was selling what we would now designate as government bonds, and he would doubtless have urged that he paid a much handsomer return than governments pay today. However, he sold not only these sinecures, but even the highest offices, like that of papal chamberlain. In July 1517 he named 31 new cardinals, many of them men of ability, but most of them chosen frankly for their capacity to pay for the honor and power. So Cardinal Ponzetti, physician, scholar, author, paid 30,000 ducats. Altogether, Leo's pen on this occasion brought 500,000 ducats into the treasury. Even blasé Italy was shocked, and in Germany the story of the transaction shared in the anger of Luther's revolt in October of 1517. When in this momentous year Sultan Selim conquered Egypt for the Ottoman Turks, Leo appealed in vain for a crusade. In his blind eagerness, he sent agents throughout Christendom to offer extraordinary indulgences in return for contrition, confession, and contribution to the expenses of the proposed crusade. Sometimes he borrowed money at 40% from the bankers of Rome, who charged him such rates because they feared that his careless administration of papal finances would ensure bankruptcy. As security for some of these loans, he pledged his silver plate, his tapestries, his jewels. He rarely thought of economizing, and when he did it was by defaulting on the salaries of his Greek Academy and the University of Rome. As early as 1517, the former was closed for lack of funds. He continued his intemperate benevolence, sending rich subsidies to monasteries, hospitals, and charitable institutions throughout Christendom, heaping dignities and funds upon the Medici, and feeding his guests lucullenly, while himself eating and drinking in moderation. All in all, he spent during his pontificate 4,500,000 ducats, or about $56.25 million, and died owing 400,000 more. A Pasquinade expressed the opinion of Rome. Leo has eaten up 3 pontificates, the treasury of Julius II, the revenues of Leo, and those of his successor. When he died, Rome experienced one of the worst financial crashes in its history. His final year was rife with war. Having regained Urbino and Perugia, it seemed to him that control of Ferrara and the Po was indispensable to the security of the Papal States and their capacity to check France at Milan. Duke Alfonso had given the requisite casus belli by sending troops and artillery to Francesco Maria for use against the Pope. Alfonso, though ill and well-nigh exhausted after a generation of papal hostility, fought on with his usual courage and was saved by Leo's death. The Pope, too, was ill in August 1521, partly from the pain of his fistula, partly from the worries and excitement of war. He recovered, but fell sick again in October. In November, he was well enough to be taken out to his country villa at Maliana. There the news reached him that the papal imperial army had captured Milan from the French. On the 25th, he returned to Rome and was given the wild reception accorded only to victors in war. He walked too much that day, perspiring till his clothes were drenched. The next morning he was put to bed with fever. Now he rapidly grew worse and realized that his end was near. On December 1st he was cheered by intelligence that Piacenza and Parma had in their turn been taken by the papal forces. Once he had declared that he would gladly give his life for the addition of those cities to the States of the Church. At midnight, December 1st to 2nd, 1521, he died, 10 days before completing his 45th year. Many of the attendants and some members of the Medici family carried off from the Vatican everything they could lay their hands on. Guicciardini, Giovio, and Castiglione thought that he had been poisoned, perhaps at the instigation of Alfonso or Francesco Maria. But apparently he died of malarial fever, like Alexander VI. Alfonso rejoiced at the news and struck a new medal, Ex Ore Leonis, from the jaws of the lion. Francesco Maria returned to Urbino and was once more restored to his throne. In Rome, the bankers despoiled themselves. The Bini firm had lent Leo 200,000 ducats, the Gaddi 32,000, the Ricazzoli 10,000. Moreover, Cardinal Pucci had lent him 150,000, and Cardinal Salviati 80,000. The cardinals would have first claim on anything salvaged, and Leo had died worse than bankrupt. Some others joined in condemning the dead pope as a maladministrator of great wealth, but nearly all Rome mourned him as the most generous benefactor in its history. Artists, poets, and scholars knew that the heyday of their good fortune had passed, though they had no suspicion yet of the extent of their disaster. Said Paolo Giovio, "Knowledge, art, the common well-being, the joy of living, in a word, all good things, have gone down into the grave with Leo." He was a good man ruined by his virtues. Erasmus had rightly praised his kindness and humanity, his magnanimity and learning, his love and support of the arts, and had called Leo's pontificate an age of gold. But Leo was too habituated to gold. Raised in a palace, he learned luxury as well as art. He never labored for his income, though he faced perils bravely. And when the revenues of the papacy were placed in his trust, they slipped through his careless fingers while he basked in the happiness of recipients or planned expensive wars. Proceeding on the lines laid down by Alexander and Julius and inheriting their achievements, he made the papal states stronger than ever, but he lost Germany by his extravagance and his exactions. He could see the beauty of a vase, but not the Protestant Reformation taking shape beyond the Alps. He paid no attention to 100 warnings sent him, but asked for more gold from a nation already in revolt. He was a glory and a disaster to the Church. He was the most generous but not the most enlightened of patrons. With all his patronage, no great literature arose in his reign. Ariosto and Machiavelli were beyond him, though he could appreciate Bembo and Politian. His taste in art was not as sure and lordly as that of Julius. It was not to him that we owe St. Peter's or the School of Athens. He loved beautiful form too much, too little the revealing significance that great art clothes in beautiful form. He overworked Raphael, underestimated Leonardo, and could not, like Julius, find a way through Michelangelo's temper to his genius. He liked comfort too much to be great. It is a pity to judge him so harshly, for he was lovable. The age received his name, and perhaps rightly, for though he rather took than gave its stamp, it was he who brought from Florence to Rome the Medici heritage of wealth and taste, the princely patronage that he had seen in his father's house. And with that wealth and papal sanction, he provided an exciting stimulus to such literature and art as excelled in style and form. His example stirred 100 other men to seek out talent, support it, and set Northern Europe a precedent and standard of appreciation and worth. He, more than any other pope, protected the remains of classic Rome and encouraged men to rival them. He accepted the pagan enjoyment of life, and yet in his own conduct remained remarkably continent in an uninhibited age. His support of the Roman humanists helped to spread into France their cultivation of classic literature and form. Under his aegis, Rome became the throbbing heart of European culture. Thither the artists flocked to paint or carve or build, the scholars came to study, the poets to sing, the men of wit to sparkle. "Before I forget thee, Rome," wrote Erasmus, "I must plunge into the river of Lethe. What precious freedom, what treasures in the way of books, what depths of knowledge among the learned, what beneficial social intercourse. Where else could one find such literary society or such versatility of talent in one and the same place?" The gentle Castiglione, the polished Bembo, the learned Lascaris, Fra Giocondo, Raphael, and Sansovini and Sangalli, Sebastiano and Michelangelo. Where shall we find again, in one city and decade, such a company? Book 5, Debacle. Chapter 19, The Intellectual Revolt, 1300 to 1534. 1. The Occult. In every age and nation, civilization is the product, privilege, and responsibility of a minority. The historian acquainted with the pervasive pertinacity of nonsense reconciles himself to a glorious future for superstition. He does not expect perfect states to arise out of imperfect men. He perceives that only a small portion of any generation can be so freed from economic harassments as to have leisure and energy to think their own thoughts instead of those of their forebears or their environment. And he learns to rejoice if he can find in each period a few men and women who have lifted themselves by the bootstraps of their brains, or by some boon of birth or circumstance, out of superstition, occultism, and credulity, to an informed and friendly intelligence conscious of its infinite ignorance. So in Renaissance Italy, civilization was of the few, by the few, and for them. The simple common man, named Legion, tilled and mined the earth, pulled the carts or bore the burdens, toiled from dawn to dusk, and at evening had no muscle left for thought. He took his opinions, his religion, his answers to the riddles of life from the air about him, or inherited them with the ancestral cottage. He let others think for him, because others made him work for them. He accepted not only the fascinating, comforting, inspiring, terrifying marvels of the traditional theology, which were daily re-impressed upon him by contagion, inculcation, and art, but he added to them in his mental furniture the demonology, sorcery, portents, magic, divination, astrology, relic worship, and miracle-mongering that composed, so to speak, a popular metaphysics unauthorized by the Church, which deprecated them as a problem sometimes more troublesome than unbelief. While the uncommon man in Italy was half a century or more ahead of his class beyond the Alps in wealth and culture, the common man south of the Alps shared equally with his transalpine peers the superstitions of the time. Often the humanists themselves surrendered to the genius or stultus loci and sprinkled their Ciceronian pages with the spirit or foolishness of their surroundings. Poggio revels in portents and prodigies like headless horsemen migrating from Como to Germany, or bearded tritons rising from the sea to snatch fair women from the shore. Machiavelli, so skeptical of religion, suggested the possibility that the air is peopled with spirits, and declared his belief that great events are heralded by prodigies, prophecies, revelations, and signs in the sky. The Florentines, who liked to think that the air they breathed made them clever beyond compare, held that all important events happened on Saturday, and that it was a sure misfortune to march out to war by certain streets. Politian was so upset by the Pazzi conspiracy that he attributed to it a disastrous rainfall that followed it, and condoned the youths who, to end the rain, exhumed the corpse of the chief conspirator, paraded it through the city, and then flung it into the Arno. Marsilio Ficino wrote in defense of divination, astrology, and demonology, and excused himself from visiting Pico della Mirandola on the ground that the stars were in an unfavorable conjunction. Or was it a whimsy? If humanists could believe so, how could the people, with no advantage of leisure or education, be blamed for thinking of the natural world as the shell and instrument of numberless supernatural powers? The people of Italy reckoned so many objects as true relics of Christ or the Apostles that one might have furnished from Renaissance Roman churches alone all the scenes of the Gospels. One church claimed to have a swaddling cloth of the infant Jesus, another hay from the Bethlehem stall, another fragments of the multiplied loaves and fishes, another the table used at the Last Supper, another the picture of the Virgin painted by angels for St. Luke. Venetian churches displayed the body of St. Mark, an arm of St. George, an ear of St. Paul, some roasted flesh of St. Lawrence, some of the very stones that had killed St. Stephen. Nearly every object, every number and letter was believed to have some magic power. According to Aretino, some Roman harlots fed to their lovers as an aphrodisiac the rotting flesh of human corpses stolen from the cemeteries. Incantations were used for 1,000 purposes. By the proper one, said Apulian peasants, you could protect yourself from mad dogs. Spirits, beneficent or malevolent, peopled the air. Satan often appeared, in person or by deputy, to tempt or terrify, to seduce, empower, or instruct. Demons had a fund of mystic knowledge that could be tapped if one should properly propitiate them. Some Carmelite monks at Bologna, till Sixtus IV condemned them in 1474, taught that there was no harm in seeking knowledge from devils, and professional sorcerers offered their expert charms in invoking the aid of demons for paying customers. Witches, sorcerers, usually female, were believed to have special access to such helpful devils, whom they treated as lovers and gods. By delegated demonic power, these women, in the belief of the people, could foresee the future, fly in a moment over long distances, pass through closed gates and doors, and wreak dire evils upon persons who offended them. They could induce love or hate, produce abortion, manufacture poisons, and cause death by a spell or a glance. In 1484, a bull of Innocent VIII, Summis Desiderantes, forbade resort to witches, took for granted the reality of some of their claimed powers, ascribed to them some storms and plagues, and complained that many Christians, falling away from orthodox worship, had contracted carnal union with devils, and by spells and magic rhymes, curses, and other diabolical arts, had done grievous harm to men, women, children, and beasts. The Pope advised the officers of the Inquisition to be on the alert against such practices. The bull did not impose belief in witchcraft as the official doctrine of the Church, nor did it inaugurate the prosecution of witches. Popular belief in witches and occasional punishment of them long antedated the bull. The Pope was here faithful to the Old Testament, which had commanded, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." The Church had for centuries maintained the possibility of demonic influences upon human beings, but the Pope's assumption of the reality of witchcraft encouraged belief in it, and his admonition to the inquisitors played some part in the witchcraft persecution. In the year following the promulgation of the bull, 41 women were burned for witchcraft in Como alone. In 1486, the inquisitors at Brescia condemned several alleged witches to the secular arm, that is, to death, but the government refused to execute the sentence, whereat Innocent was much peeved. Matters went more harmoniously in 1510, when we hear of 140 persons burned at Brescia for witchcraft, and in 1514, in the pontificate of the gentle Leo, 300 more were burned at Como. Whether through perverse stimulation by persecution, or from other causes, the number of persons who believed themselves, or were believed, to have practiced witchcraft rapidly increased, especially in subalpine Italy. It took on the nature and proportions of an epidemic. Popular report claimed that 25,000 persons had attended a witches' Sabbath on a plain near Brescia. In 1518, the inquisitors burned 70 alleged witches from that region and had thousands of suspects in their prisons. The Signory of Brescia protested against this wholesale detention and interfered with further executions, whereupon Leo X, in a bull Honestis, February 15, 1521, ordered the excommunication of any officials and the suspension of religious services in any community that refused to execute, without examination or revision, the sentences of the inquisitors. The Signory, ignoring the bull, appointed 2 bishops, 2 Brescian physicians, and 1 inquisitor to supervise all further witchcraft trials, and to inquire into the justice of previous condemnations. Only these men were to have the power to condemn the accused. The Signory admonished the papal legate to put an end to the condemnation of persons for the sake of confiscating their property. It was a brave procedure, but ignorance and sadism got the upper hand, and in the next 2 centuries, in Protestant as well as Catholic lands, in the New World as well as the Old, burnings for witchcraft were to form the darkest spots in the history of mankind. The mania to know the future supported the usual variety of fortune-tellers, palmists, dream interpreters, astrologers. These last were more numerous and powerful in Italy than in the rest of Europe. Almost every Italian government had an official astrologer who determined the celestially propitious times when important enterprises should commence. Julius II would not leave Bologna till his astrologer marked the time as auspicious. Sixtus IV and Paul III let their stargazers fix the hours of their major conferences. So general was the belief that the stars governed human character and affairs that many university professors in Italy annually issued judicia, predictions based on astrology. It was one of Aretino's humorous devices to parody these learned almanacs. When Lorenzo de' Medici re-established the University of Pisa, he made no arrangements for a course in astrology, but the students clamored for it, and he had to yield. In Lorenzo's erudite circle, Pico della Mirandola wrote a powerful attack upon astrology, but Marsilio Ficino, still more learned, defended it. "How happy are the astrologers," exclaimed Guicciardini, "who are believed if they tell one truth to 100 lies, while other people lose all credit if they tell one lie to 100 truths." Yet astrology had in it a certain groping toward a scientific view of the universe. It escaped in some measure from belief in a universe ruled by divine or demonic whim, and aimed to find a coordinating and universal natural law. 2. Science. The superstitions of the people, rather than the opposition of the Church, retarded the development of science. Censorship of publications did not become a substantial hindrance to science until the Counter-Reformation that followed the Council of Trent in 1545. Sixtus IV brought to Rome in 1463 the most famous astronomer of the 15th century, Johann Müller Regiomontanus. During Alexander's pontificate, Copernicus taught mathematics and astronomy in the University of Rome. Copernicus had not yet come to his world-shaking theory of the Earth's orbital revolution, but Nicholas of Cusa had already suggested it, and both men were churchmen. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the Inquisition was relatively weak in Italy, partly through the absence of the popes in Avignon, their quarrels in the Schism, and their infection with the Enlightenment of the Renaissance. In 1440, the materialist Amadeo de' Landi was tried by the Inquisition at Milan and was acquitted. In 1497, Gabriele da Salo, a free-thinking physician, was protected from the Inquisition by his patron, though he was in the habit of maintaining that Christ was not God but the son of Joseph. Despite the Inquisition, thought was freer in Italy and education more advanced than in any other country in the 15th and early 16th centuries. Her schools of astronomy, law, medicine, and literature were the goals of students from a dozen lands. Thomas Linacre, English physician and scholar, after completing his university courses in Italy, set up an altar in the Italian Alps as he was returning to England, and taking a last view of Italy, dedicated the altar to her as Alma Mater Studiorum, the fostering mother of studies, the postgraduate university of the Christian world. If in this atmosphere of superstition beneath and liberalism above, science made only modest advances in the 2 centuries before Vesalius, 1514 to 1564, it was largely because patronage and honor went to art, scholarship, and poetry, and there was as yet no clear call in the economic or intellectual life of Italy for scientific methods and ideas. A man like Leonardo could take a sweeping cosmic view and touch a dozen sciences with eager curiosity, but there were no great laboratories, dissection was only beginning, no microscope could help biology or medicine, no telescope could yet enlarge the stars and bring the moon to the edge of the earth. The medieval love of beauty had matured into magnificent art, but there had been little medieval love of truth to grow into science. And the recovery of ancient literature stimulated a skeptical Epicureanism, idealizing antiquity rather than a stoic devotion to scientific research aiming to mold the future. The Renaissance gave its soul to art, leaving a little for literature, less for philosophy, least for science. In this sense, it lacked the multiform mental activity of the Greek heyday from Pericles and Aeschylus to Zeno the Stoic and Aristarchus the astronomer. Science could not advance until philosophy had cleared the way. Therefore, it is natural that the same reader who knows by name a dozen Renaissance artists will find it hard to recall one Renaissance Italian scientist, barring Leonardo. Even of Amerigo Vespucci he will have to be reminded, and Galileo, from 1564 to 1642, belongs to the 17th century. In truth, there were no memorable names except in geography and medicine. Oderic of Pordenone went to India and China as a missionary, circa 1321, and returned via Tibet and Persia, and wrote an account of what he had seen, adding much of value to what Marco Polo had reported a generation before. Paolo Toscanelli, astronomer, physician, and geographer, noted Halley's comet in 1456, and is reputed to have given Columbus knowledge and encouragement for his Atlantic venture. Amerigo Vespucci of Florence made 4 voyages to the New World from 1497 onward, claimed to have been the first to discover the mainland, and prepared maps of it. Martin Waldseemüller, publishing them, suggested that the continent be called America. The Italians liked the idea and popularized it in their writings. The biological sciences were the last to develop, for the theory of the special creation of man, almost universally accepted, made it unnecessary and dangerous to inquire into his natural origin. For the most part, these sciences limited themselves to practical pursuits and studies in medical botany, horticulture, floriculture, and agriculture. Pietro de Crescenzi, at the age of 76 in 1306, published Ruralia Commoda, an admirable manual of agriculture, except that it ignored the still better writings of Spanish Moslems in this field. Lorenzo de' Medici had kept a semi-public garden of rare plants at Careggi. The first public botanical garden was founded by Luca Ghini at Pisa in 1544. Almost all rulers of style had zoological gardens, and Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici kept a human menagerie, a collection of barbarians of 20 different nationalities, all of splendid physique. 3. Medicine. The most prosperous science was medicine, for men will sacrifice anything but appetite for health. Physicians received a stimulating share of Italy's new wealth. Padua paid one of them 2,000 ducats a year to serve as consultant, while leaving him free to charge for his private practice. Petrarch, standing on his benefices, indignantly denounced the high fees of physicians, their robes of scarlet and their minever hoods, their sparkling rings and golden spurs. He earnestly warned the sick Pope Clement VI against trusting physicians. "I know that your bedside is beleaguered by doctors, and naturally this fills me with fear. Their opinions are always conflicting, and he who has nothing new to say suffers the shame of limping behind the others. As Pliny said, in order to make a name for themselves through some novelty, they traffic with our lives. With them, not as with other trades, it is sufficient to be called a physician to be believed to the last word, and yet a physician's lie harbors more danger than any other. Only sweet hope causes us not to think of the situation. They learn their art at our expense, and even our death brings them experience. The physician alone has the right to kill with impunity. O most gentle Father, look upon their band as an army of enemies. Remember the warning epitaph which an unfortunate man had inscribed on his tombstone. I died of too many physicians." In all civilized lands and times, physicians have rivaled women for the distinction of being the most desirable and satirized of mankind. The basis of progress in medicine was the renaissance of anatomy. Ecclesiastics, cooperating with physicians as well as with artists, sometimes provided corpses for dissection from the hospitals that they controlled. Mondino de Luzzi dissected cadavers at Bologna and wrote an Anatomia in 1316, which remained a classic text for 3 centuries. Nevertheless, corpses were hard to get. In 1316, some medical students at Bologna stole a corpse from a cemetery and brought it to a teacher at the university, who dissected it for their instruction. The students were prosecuted but acquitted, and from that time the civil authorities winked an eye at the use of executed and unclaimed criminals in anatomies. Berengario da Carpi, 1470 to 1550, professor of anatomy at Bologna, was credited with having dissected over 100 corpses. Dissection was practiced at the University of Pisa at least as early as 1341. Soon it was permitted in all the medical schools of Italy, including the Papal School of Medicine in Rome. Sixtus IV, from 1471 to 1484, officially authorized such dissections. Slowly, Renaissance anatomy regained its forgotten classic heritage. Men like Antonio Benivieni, Alessandro Aquilini, Alessandro Benedetti, and Marcantonio della Torre liberated anatomy from Arabic tutelage, went back to Galen and Hippocrates, questioned even these sacred authorities, and added, nerve by nerve, muscle by muscle, and bone by bone, to the scientific knowledge of the body. Benivieni directed his anatomies to finding the internal causes of disease. His treatise, On Several Hidden and Wonderful Causes of Disease and Cures, from 1507, founded pathological anatomy, and made post-mortem examinations a main factor in the development of modern medicine. Meanwhile, the new art of printing accelerated medical progress by facilitating the diffusion and international exchange of medical texts. We may loosely estimate the medieval relapse of medical science in Latin Christendom by noting that the most advanced anatomists and physicians of this age had barely reached, by 1500, the knowledge possessed by Hippocrates, Galen, and Soranus in the period from 450 BC to AD 200. Treatment was still based on the Hippocratic theory of humors, and bloodletting was a panacea. The first known transfusion of human blood was attempted by a Jewish physician in the case of Pope Innocent VIII in 1492. As we have seen, it failed. Exorcists were still called in to treat impotence and amnesia by religious incantations or the kissing of relics, perhaps because such suggestive therapy was found occasionally helpful. Strange pills and drugs were sold by apothecaries, who added to their incomes by including stationery, varnish, confectionery, spices, and jewelry among their wares. Michele Savonarola, father of the fiery friar, wrote a Practica Medicinae, circa 1440, and some shorter treatises. One of these discussed the frequency of mental pathology, or bizarria, in great artists. Another told of noted men who had lived long by the daily use of alcoholic drinks. Medical quacks were still numerous, but medical practice was now more carefully regulated by law. Penalties were prescribed for persons who practiced medicine without a medical degree, and this presumed a 4-year medical course, as of 1500. No physician was allowed to prognose a grave disease except by consultation with a colleague. Venetian legislation required physicians and surgeons to meet once a month to exchange clinical notes and to keep their knowledge up to date by attending a course on anatomy at least once a year. The graduating medical student had to swear that he would never protract the sickness of a patient, that he would supervise the preparation of his prescriptions, and that he would take no part of the price charged by the apothecary for filling them. The same law, in Venice in 1368, limited the apothecary's charge for filling a prescription to 10 soldi, coins now impossible to evaluate. We hear of several cases in which the medical fee by a specific contract was made conditional on cure. Surgery was rising rapidly in repute as its repertoire of operations and instruments approached the variety and competence of ancient Egyptian practice. Bernardo da Rapallo devised the perineal operation for stone in 1451, and Mariano Santo became famous for his many successful lithotomies by lateral incision, circa 1530. Giovanni da Vigo, surgeon to Julius II, developed better methods of ligature for arteries and veins. Plastic surgery, known to the ancients, reappeared in Sicily about 1450. Mutilated noses, lips, and ears were repaired by grafts of skin from other parts of the body, and so well that the lines of adhesion could scarcely be detected. Public sanitation was improving. As Doge of Venice from 1343 to 1354, Andrea Dandolo established the first known municipal commission of public health. Other Italian cities followed the example. These Magistrati della Sanità tested all foods and drugs offered for public sale, and isolated the victims of some contagious diseases. As a result of the Black Death, Venice in 1374 excluded from her port all ships carrying persons or goods suspected of infection. At Ragusa, in 1377, such arrivals were detained for 30 days in special quarters before being admitted into the city. Marseille in 1383 lengthened the detention period to 40 days, la quarantine, and Venice followed suit in 1403. Hospitals were multiplying under the zeal of both laity and clergy. Siena built in 1305 a hospital famous for its size and services, and Francesco Sforza founded the Ospedale Maggiore in Milan in 1456. In 1423, Venice converted the island of Santa Maria di Nazareth into a lazaretto to hospitalize infected persons. This is the first institution of its kind known in Europe. Florence in the 15th century had 35 hospitals. These establishments were generously supported by public and private donations. Some hospitals were notable examples of architecture, like the Ospedale Maggiore. Some adorned their halls with inspiring works of art. The Ospedale del Cepo at Pistoia engaged Giovanni della Robbia to mold for its walls terracotta reliefs vividly describing typical hospital scenes. And the facade of the Ospedale degli Innocenti at Florence, designed by Brunellesco, was signalized by the charming terracotta medallions placed in the spandrels of its portico arches by Andrea della Robbia. Luther, who was so shocked by the immorality that he found in Italy in 1511, was also impressed by its charitable and medical institutions. He described the hospitals in his Table Talk. In Italy, the hospitals are handsomely built and admirably provided with excellent food and drink, careful attendants, and learned physicians. The beds and bedding are clean, and the walls are covered with paintings. When a patient is brought in, his clothes are removed in the presence of a notary who makes a faithful inventory of them, and they are kept safely. A white smock is put on him, and he is laid on a comfortable bed with clean linen. Presently 2 doctors come to him, and servants bring him food and drink in clean vessels. Many ladies take turns to visit the hospitals and tend the sick, keeping their faces veiled so that no one knows who they are. Each remains a few days and then returns home, another taking her place. Equally excellent are the foundling asylums of Florence, where the children are well fed and taught, suitably clothed in a uniform, and altogether admirably cared for. It is often the fatality of medicine that its heroic advances in therapy are balanced, almost pursued, by new diseases. Smallpox and measles, hardly known in Europe before the 16th century, now came to the fore. Europe experienced its first recorded influenza epidemic in 1510. And epidemics of typhus, a disease not mentioned before 1477, swept Italy in 1505 and 1528. But it was the sudden appearance and rapid dissemination of syphilis in Italy and France toward the end of the 15th century that constituted the most startling phenomenon and test of Renaissance medicine. Whether syphilis existed in Europe before 1493, or was brought from America by the return of Columbus in that year, is a matter still debated by the well-informed and not to be settled here. Certain facts support the theory of an indigenous European origin. On July 25, 1463, a prostitute testified in a court at Dijon that she had dissuaded an unwelcome suitor by telling him that she had le gros mal, not further described in the record. On March 25, 1494, the town crier of Paris was directed to order from the city all persons afflicted with la grosse verole. We do not know what this great pox was. It may have been syphilis. Late in 1494, a French army invaded Italy. On February 21, 1495, it occupied Naples. Soon afterward, a malady became rampant there, which the Italians called il morbo gallico, the French disease, alleging that the French had brought it into Italy. Many of the French soldiers were infected with it. When they returned to France in October 1495, they scattered the disease among the people. In France, therefore, it was called le mal de Naples, on the assumption that the French army had contracted it there. On August 7, 1495, 2 months before the return of the French army from Italy, the Emperor Maximilian issued an edict in which mention was made of malum Francicum. Obviously, this French disease could not be ascribed to the French army not yet returned from Italy. From 1500 on, the term morbus gallicus was used throughout Europe to mean syphilis. We may conclude that there are suggestions, but no convincing evidence that syphilis existed in Europe before 1493. The case for an American origin is based upon a report written between 1504 and 1506, but not published till 1539, by a Spanish physician, Ruy Diaz de Lisla. He relates that on the return voyage of Columbus, the pilot of the admiral's vessel was attacked by a severe fever, accompanied with frightful skin eruptions, and adds that he himself, at Barcelona, had treated sailors infected with this new disease, which he says had never been known there before. He identified it with what Europe was calling morbus gallicus, and contended that the infection had been brought from America. Columbus, on his first return from the West Indies, reached Palos, Spain on March 15, 1493. In that same year, Pinter, physician to Alexander VI, noted the first appearance of the morbus gallicus in Rome. Almost 2 years elapsed between the return of Columbus and the French occupation of Naples, sufficient time for the disease to spread from Spain to Italy. On the other hand, it is not certain that the plague that ravaged Naples in 1495 was syphilis. Very few bones whose lesions may be interpreted as syphilitic have been found in pre-Columbian European remains. Many such bones have been found among the relics of pre-Columbian America. In any case, the new disease spread with terrifying speed. Caesar Borgia apparently contracted it in France. Many cardinals and Julius II himself were infected, but we must allow the possibility in such instances of infection by innocent contact with persons or objects bearing the active germ. Skin pustules had long since been treated in Europe with mercurial ointment. Now mercury became as popular as penicillin is in our day. Surgeons and quacks were called alchemists because they turned mercury into gold. Prophylactic measures were taken. A law of 1496 in Rome forbade barbers to admit syphilitics or to use instruments that had been employed by or on them. More frequent examination of prostitutes was established, and some cities tried to evade the problem by expelling courtesans. So Ferrara and Bologna banished such women in 1496 on the ground that they had a secret kind of pox, which others call the leprosy of St. Job. The Church preached chastity as the one prophylaxis needed, and many churchmen practiced it. The name syphilis was first applied to the disease by Girolamo Fracastoro, one of the most varied and yet best integrated characters of the Renaissance. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 6, Side 2. The name syphilis was first applied to the disease by Girolamo Fracastoro, one of the most varied and yet best integrated characters of the Renaissance. He had a good start. He was born at Verona in 1483 of a patrician family that had already produced outstanding physicians. At Padua he studied almost everything. He had Copernicus as a fellow student, and Pomponazzi and Aquilini to teach him philosophy and anatomy. At 24 he was himself professor of logic. Soon he retired to devote himself to scientific, above all medical research, tempered with a fond study of classic literature. This association of science and letters produced a rounded personality and a remarkable poem written in Latin on the model of Virgil's Georgics, and entitled Syphilis, Sive de Morbo Gallico, 1521. Italians since Lucretius have excelled in writing poetical didactic poetry, but who would have supposed that the undulant spirochete would lend itself to fluent verse? Syphilis in ancient mythology was a shepherd who decided to worship not the gods, whom he could not see, but the king, the only visible lord of his flock. Whereupon angry Apollo infected the air with noxious vapors, from which syphilis contracted a disease fouled with ulcerous eruptions over his body. This is essentially the story of Job. Fracastoro proposed to trace the first appearance, epidemic spread, causes, and therapy of a fierce and rare sickness never before seen for centuries past, which ravished all of Europe and the flourishing cities of Asia and Libya, and invaded Italy in that unfortunate war whence from the Gauls it has its name. He doubted that the ailment had come from America, for it appeared almost simultaneously in many European countries far apart. The infection did not manifest itself at once, but remained latent for a certain time, sometimes for a month, even for 4 months. In the majority of cases, small ulcers began to appear on the sexual organs. Next, the skin broke out with encrusted pustules. Then these ulcerated pustules ate away the skin and infected even the bones. In some cases, the lips or nose or eyes were eaten away, or in others, the whole of the sexual organs. The poem goes on to discuss treatment by mercury or by guaiac, a holy wood used by the American Indians. In a later work, De Contagione, Fracastoro dealt in prose with various contagious diseases, syphilis, typhus, tuberculosis, and the modes of contagion by which they could be spread. In 1545 he was called by Paul III to be head physician for the Council of Trent. Verona raised a noble monument to his memory, and Giovanni del Cavino graved his likeness on a medallion, which is one of the finest works of its kind. Before 1500 it was usual to class all contagious diseases together under the indiscriminate name of the plague. It was one measure of the progress of medicine that it now clearly distinguished and diagnosed the specific character of an epidemic, and was prepared to deal with so sudden and virulent an eruption as syphilis. Mere reliance on Hippocrates and Galen could never have sufficed in such a crisis. It was because the medical profession had learned the necessity of ever-fresh and detailed study of symptoms, causes, and cures, in an ever-widening and intercommunicated experience, that it could meet this unexpected test. And it was because of such high qualifications, devotion, and practical success that the better class of physicians was now recognized as belonging to the untitled aristocracy of Italy. Having completely secularized their profession, they made it more respected than the clergy. Several of them were not only the medical, but as well the political advisers, and the frequent and favored companions of princes, prelates, and kings. Many of them were humanists, familiar with classical literature, collecting manuscripts and works of art. Often they were the close friends of great artists. Finally, many of them realized the Hippocratic ideal of adding philosophy to medicine. They passed with ease from one subject to another in their studies and their teaching, and they gave the professional philosophical fraternity a stimulus to subject Plato, Aristotle, and Aquinas, as they subjected Hippocrates, Galen, and Avicenna, to a fresh and fearless examination of reality. 4. Philosophy. At first glance, the Italian Renaissance does not seem to offer a reasonable harvest of philosophy. Its product cannot compare with the heyday of French scholasticism, from Abélard to Aquinas, not to speak of the school of Athens. Its most famous name in philosophy, if we extend the time limit of the Renaissance, is Giordano Bruno, who lived possibly from 1548 to 1600, whose work lies beyond the period of our study in this volume. Pomponazzi remains, but who now does reverence to his poor heroic skeptical squeak? The humanists incubated a philosophical revolution by discovering and cautiously revealing the world of Greek philosophy. But, for the most part, and excepting Valla, they were too clever to lay their beliefs on the table. The university professors of philosophy were hobbled by the scholastic tradition. After spending 7 or 8 years struggling through that wilderness, they either abandoned it for other fields of study or drove another generation into it, glorifying the hurdles that had broken their wills and brought their intellects to a safe dead end. And who knows, but many of them felt a certain mental and economic security in confining themselves to recondite problems carefully and fruitlessly phrased in unintelligible terminology. In most philosophical faculties, scholasticism was still de rigueur, and already stiffening with the approach of death. The old medieval questions were laboriously reviewed in the old medieval forms of disputation and in the proud publications of the staff. 2 elements of life entered to revive philosophy: the conflict between Platonists and Aristotelians, and the division of Aristotelians into orthodox and Averroists. At Bologna and Padua, these conflicts became veritable duels, literally matters of life and death. The humanists were mostly Platonists, under the influence of Gemistus Pletho, Bessarion,
Theodorus Gaza and other Greeks, they drank deeply of the wine of the dialogues, and could hardly understand how anyone could bear the arid logic, impotent organon, and leaden golden mean of the cautious Aristotle. But these Platonists were resolved to remain Christians, and it was, so to speak, as their representative and delegate that Marsilio Ficino devoted half his life to reconciling the two systems of thought. For this purpose he studied widely, going so far afield as to Zoroaster and Confucius. When he reached Plotinus and himself translated the Enneads, he felt that he had found in mystic Neoplatonism the silken cord that would bind Plato to Christ. He tried to formulate this synthesis in his Theologia Platonica, a confused medley of orthodoxy, occultism, and Hellenism, and arrived hesitantly at a pantheistic conclusion. God is the soul of the world. This became the philosophy of Lorenzo and his circle, of the Platonic academies in Rome, Naples, and elsewhere. From Naples it reached Giordano Bruno. From Bruno it passed to Spinoza and thence to Hegel. It is still alive. But there was something to be said for Aristotle, especially if he could be misinterpreted. Was Aquinas right in understanding him to teach personal immortality, or was Averroes right in reading De Anima as affirming the deathlessness of only the collective soul of mankind? The terrible Averroes, that ogre of an Arab, whom Italian art had long since pictured as prostrate under the feet of St. Thomas, was so active a competitor for the domination of the Aristotelians that both Bologna and Padua were hot with his heresy. It was at Padua that the Marsilius who took its name had lost his reverence for the Church, at Padua that Filippo Algeri da Nola, the precursor of Nola-born Bruno, had imbibed those frightful errors for which he was sorrowfully cast into a barrel of boiling pitch. Nicoletto Vernius, as professor of philosophy at Padua from 1471 to 1499, appears to have taught there the doctrine that only the world soul, not the individual soul, is immortal. And his pupil Agostino Nifo propounded the same notion in a treatise De Intellectu et Daemonibus in 1492. Usually the skeptics sought to soothe the Inquisition by distinguishing, as Averroes had done, between two kinds of truth, religious and philosophical. A proposition, they urged, might be rejected in philosophy from the standpoint of reason, while still accepted on faith in the word of Scripture or the Church. Nifo professed the principle with reckless simplification. Loquendum est ut plures, sentiendum ut pauci. We must speak as the many do, we must think as the few. Nifo changed his mind or his speech as his hair changed, and reconciled himself to orthodoxy. As professor of philosophy at Bologna, he drew lords, ladies, and multitudes to lectures dramatized with grimaces and antics, and salted with anecdotes and wit. He became socially the most successful opponent of Pomponazzi. Pietro Pomponazzi, the microscopic bombshell of Renaissance philosophy, was so diminutive that his familiars called him Peretto, Little Peter. But he had a large head, a vast brow, a hooked nose, small, black, penetrating eyes. Here was a man doomed to take life and thought with painful seriousness. Born at Mantua in 1462 of patrician stock, he studied philosophy and medicine at Padua, took both degrees at 25, and was soon himself a professor there. All the skeptical tradition of Padua descended to him and culminated in him. As his admirer Vanini was to put it, Pythagoras would have judged that the soul of Averroes had transmigrated into the body of Pomponazzi. Wisdom seems always a reincarnation or echo, since it remains the same through 1,000 varieties and generations of error. Pomponazzi continued to teach at Padua from 1495 to 1509. Then the winds of war swept through the city and closed its historic university halls. In 1512 we find him established at the University of Bologna. There he remained to the end of his days, marrying thrice, always lecturing on Aristotle, and modestly likening his relation to his master to that of an insect exploring an elephant. He thought it safer to offer his ideas not as his own, but as implied or explicit in Aristotle, interpreted by Alexander of Aphrodisias. His procedure seems at times too humble, apparently subservient to a dead authority. But since the Church, following Aquinas, claimed her doctrine to be that of Aristotle, Pomponazzi may have felt that any demonstration of a heresy as truly Aristotelian would be one way, short of the stake, of teasing the orthodox tale. The Fifth Council of the Lateran, under the presidency of Leo X in 1513, condemned all who should assert that the soul is one and indivisible in all men, and that the individual soul is mortal. 3 years later, Pomponazzi published his major work, De Immortalitate Animae, in which he sought to show that the condemned view was precisely that of Aristotle. Mind, said Pietro's Aristotle, is at every step dependent upon matter. The most abstract knowledge is ultimately derived from sensation. Only through the body can mind act upon the world. Consequently, a disembodied soul, surviving the mortal frame, would be a functionless and helpless wraith. As Christians and faithful sons of the Church, Pomponazzi concluded, we are warranted in believing in the immortality of the individual soul. As philosophers, we are not. It seems never to have occurred to Pomponazzi that his argument had no validity against Catholicism, which taught the resurrection of the body as well as of the soul. Perhaps he did not take this doctrine seriously, and had no thought that his readers would. No one, so far as we know, urged it against him. The book ran into a storm. The Franciscan friars persuaded the Doge of Venice to order all procurable copies to be publicly burned, which was done. Protests were made to the papal court, but Bembo and Bibbiena were then high in Leo's councils, and advised him that the conclusions of the book were perfectly orthodox. The conclusions were. Leo was not fooled. He knew quite well this little trick of the two truths, but he contented himself with ordering Pomponazzi to write a decent word of submission. Pietro complied in Apologiae Libri Tres in 1518, reasserting that as a Christian he accepted all the teaching of the Church. About the same time, Leo commissioned Agostino Nifo to compose an answer to Pomponazzi's book. As Agostino loved controversy, he executed this assignment with pleasure and skill. It is remarkable, and perhaps illustrates a continuing antipathy between the universities and the clergy, that while Pomponazzi's head hung, so to speak, in this inquisitorial balance, 3 universities competed for his services. Hearing that Pisa was seeking to lure him to her halls, the magistrates of Bologna, formerly subject to the Pope but deaf to the Franciscan furor, confirmed Pomponazzi's professorial tenure for 8 years further, and raised his annual salary to 1,600 ducats, or about $20,000. In 2 minor books which he did not publish in his lifetime, Pomponazzi continued his skeptical campaign. In De Incantatione, he reduced to natural causes many supposedly supernatural phenomena. A physician had written to him about cures allegedly due to incantations or charms. Pietro bade him doubt. It would be ridiculous and absurd, he wrote, to despise what is visible and natural in order to have recourse to an invisible cause, the reality of which is not guaranteed to us by any solid probability. As a Christian, he accepts angels and spirits. As a philosopher, he rejects them. All causes under God are natural. Reflecting his medical training, he laughs at the widespread belief in occult sources of cure. If spirits could cure the ills of the flesh, they would have to be material, or use material means, to affect a material body. And he ironically pictures the healing spirits as rushing about with their paraphernalia of plasters, ointments, and pills. However, he admits certain curative powers in some plants and stones. He will accept the miracles of the Bible, but suspects that they were natural operations. The universe is governed by uniform and invariable laws. Miracles are unusual manifestations of natural forces whose powers and methods are only partly known to us. And what the people cannot understand they ascribe to spirits or to God. Without contradicting this view of natural causation, Pomponazzi accepts much of astrology. Not only are the lives of men subject to the action of the heavenly bodies, but all human institutions, he thinks, even including religions, rise and flourish and decay according to celestial influences. This is true also of Christianity. At the present moment, says Pomponazzi, there are signs that Christianity is dying. He adds that as a Christian, he rejects all this as nonsense. His final book, De Fato, seems more orthodox, for it is a defense of free will. He admits its incompatibility with divine foreknowledge and omniscience, but stands on his consciousness of free activity and on the necessity of assuming some freedom of choice if there is to be any moral responsibility in man. In his treatise on immortality, he had faced the question whether a moral code could succeed without supernatural punishments and rewards. He held, with stoic pride, that the sufficient reward of virtue is virtue itself, not any post-mortem paradise. But he confessed that most men can be induced to decency only by supernatural hopes and fears. Hence, he explained, great legislators have taught the belief in a future state as an economical substitute for ubiquitous police. And like Plato, he justifies the inculcation of fables and myths if these can help to control the natural wickedness of men. Therefore they have posited for the virtuous eternal reward in another life, but for the sinful eternal punishments, which frighten them very greatly. And the greater part of men, if they do good, do it more from fear of eternal punishment than hope of eternal good, since the punishments are more known to us than those eternal goods. And since this last device can benefit all men, of whatever class they are, the legislator, seeing the proneness of men to evil and intending the common good, has decreed that the soul is immortal, not caring for truth, but only for righteousness, so that he may bring men to virtue. Most men, he thinks, are so simple mentally and so brutish morally that they must be treated as children or invalids. It is not wise to teach them the doctrines of philosophy. These things, he says of his own speculations, are not to be communicated to common people, for they are incapable of receiving these secrets. We must beware even of holding discourse concerning them with ignorant priests. He divides mankind into philosophers and religious persons, and innocently believes that philosophers alone are the gods of the earth, and differ as much from all other men, of whatever rank and condition, as genuine men differ from those painted on canvas. In humbler moments he realized the narrow limits of human reason and the honorable futility of metaphysics. He pictured himself in his later years as worn and haggard with the thought about it, and likened the philosopher to Prometheus, who, because he wished to steal fire from heaven, that is, snatch at divine knowledge, was condemned to be bound to a rock and to have his heart gnawed at by a vulture endlessly. The thinker who inquires into the divine mysteries is like Proteus. The Inquisition persecutes him as a heretic, the multitude mocks him as a fool. The controversies in which he engaged wore him down and helped to ruin his health. He suffered from one illness after another until finally he determined to die. He chose a hard form of suicide. He starved himself to death. Resisting every argument and every threat, and triumphing even over force, he refused either to eat or to speak. After 7 days of this regimen, he felt that he had won his battle for the right to die, and might now safely speak. "I depart gladly," he said. Someone asked him, "Where are you going?" "Where all mortals go," he answered. His friends made a final effort to persuade him to eat, but he preferred to die in 1525. Cardinal Gonzaga, who had been his pupil, had the remains transported to Mantua and buried there, and with typical Renaissance tolerance, raised a statue to his memory. Pomponazzi had put into philosophic form a skepticism that had for 2 centuries been attacking the foundations of Christian belief. The failure of the Crusades, the influx of Moslem ideas through Crusades, trade, and Arab philosophy, the removal of the papacy to Avignon and its ridiculous division in the schism, the revelation of a pagan Greco-Roman world full of wise men and great art, and yet without the Bible or the Church, the spread of education and its increasing escape from ecclesiastical control, the immorality and worldliness of the clergy, even of popes, suggesting their private disbelief in the publicly professed creed, their use of the idea of purgatory to raise funds for their purposes, the reaction of the rising mercantile and moneyed classes against ecclesiastical domination, the transformation of the Church from a religious organization into a secular political power. All these factors, and many more, combined to make the Italian middle and upper classes in the late 15th and early 16th century the most skeptical of European peoples. It is clear from the poetry of Politian and Pulci, and the philosophy of Ficino, that the circle of Lorenzo had no actual belief in another life. And the sentiment of Ferrara appears in the fun that Ariosto makes of the inferno that to Dante had seemed so frightfully real. Almost half the literature of the Renaissance is anti-clerical. Many of the condottieri were open atheists. The cortigiani, or courtiers, were far less religious than the cortigianae, or courtesans, and a polite skepticism was the mark and requisite of a gentleman. Petrarch lamented the fact that in the minds of many scholars it was a sign of ignorance to prefer the Christian religion to pagan philosophy. In Venice in 1530 it was found that most of the upper ranks neglected their Easter duty, that is, they did not go to confession and communion even once a year. Luther claimed to have found a saying current among the educated classes in Italy on going to Mass: "Come, let us conform to the popular error." As to the universities, A curious incident reveals the temper of professors and students. Shortly after Pomponazzi's death, his pupil, Simone Porzio, invited to lecture at Pisa, chose as his text Aristotle's Meteorology. The audience did not like the subject. Several cried out impatiently, "Quid de anima? What about the soul?" Porzio had to set the meteorology aside and take up Aristotle's De Anima. At once the audience was all attention. We do not know whether in that lecture Porzio expressed his belief that the human soul differs in no essential point from the soul of a lion or a plant. We do know that he so taught in his book De Mente Humana, on the human mind, and he seems to have escaped unharmed. Eugenio Taralba, indicted by the Spanish Inquisition in 1528, related that as a youth he had studied in Rome under 3 teachers, all of whom taught that the soul was mortal. Erasmus was astonished to find that at Rome the fundamentals of the Christian faith were topics of skeptical discussion among the cardinals. One ecclesiastic undertook to explain to him the absurdity of belief in a future life. Others smiled at Christ and the apostles. Many, he assures us, claimed to have heard papal functionaries blaspheming the Mass. The lower classes kept their faith, as we shall see. The thousands who heard Savonarola must have believed. The example of Vittoria Colonna shows that piety could survive education. But the soul of the great creed had been pierced with the arrows of doubt, and the splendor of the medieval myth had been tarnished by its accumulated gold. 5. Guicciardini. The mind of Guicciardini summarizes the skeptical disillusionment of the times. It was one of the sharpest minds of the age, too cynical for our taste, too pessimistic for our hopes, but penetrating as a roving searchlight in the skies, and candid with the frankness of a writer who has wisely resolved on solely posthumous publication. Francesco Guicciardini had the initial advantage of aristocratic birth. From his childhood he heard educated conversation in good Italian, and learned to accept life with the realism and grace of a man confident of his footing. His great-uncle was several times Gonfalonier of the Republic. His grandfather held in turn most of the principal offices in the government. His father knew Latin and Greek, and filled several diplomatic posts. "My godfather," wrote Francesco, "was Messer Marsilio Ficino, the greatest Platonic philosopher then in the world," which did not prevent the historian from becoming an Aristotelian. He studied civil law, and at the age of 23 was appointed professor of law at Florence. He traveled widely, even to noting the fantastic and bizarre inventions of Hieronymus Bosch in Flanders. At 26, he married Maria Salviati because the Salviati, in addition to their wealth, surpassed other families in influence and power, and I had a great liking for these things. Nevertheless, he had a passion for excellence and the self-discipline to create works of literary art. His Storia Fiorentina, written at 27, is one of the most surprising products of an age when genius, swollen with its recovered heritage but loosened from tradition, flowed full and free in a dozen streams. The book limited itself to a short segment of Florentine history, from 1378 to 1509, but it treated that period with an accuracy of detail, a critical examination of sources, a penetrating analysis of causes, a maturity and impartiality of judgment, a command of vivid narrative in fine Italian that were not matched by the Storie Fiorentine that Machiavelli wrote 11 years later in the 6th decade of his life. In 1512, still a youth of 30, Guicciardini was sent as ambassador to Ferdinand the Catholic. In quick succession, Leo X and Clement VII made him governor of Reggio Emilia, Modena, and Parma, then governor-general of all the Romagna, then lieutenant-general of all papal troops. In 1534 he returned to Florence and supported Alessandro de' Medici throughout that scoundrel's quinquennium of tyranny. In 1537 he was the chief agent in promoting the accession of Cosimo the Younger to be Duke of Florence. When his hopes of dominating Cosimo faded, Guicciardini retired to a rural villa to write in 1 year the 10 volumes of his masterpiece, the Storia d'Italia. It is inferior to his earlier work in freshness and vigor of style. Guicciardini had meanwhile studied the humanists and slipped into formality and rhetoric. Even so, it is a stately style, presaging Gibbon's monumental prose. The subtitle, History of the Wars, limits the subject to matters military and political. At the same time, the field is widened to all Italy and to all Europe as related to Italy. This is the first history to view the European political system as a connected whole. Guicciardini writes of what for the most part he knew at first hand, and toward the end of events in which he had played a part. He collected documents sedulously and is far more accurate and reliable than Machiavelli. If, like his more famous contemporary, he returns to the ancient custom of inventing speeches for the persons of his tale, he frankly states that they are true only in substance. Some he specifies as authentic, and all are used effectively to state both sides of a debate, or to reveal the policies and diplomacy of the European states. Taken together, this massive history, and the brilliant Storia Fiorentina, constitute Guicciardini as the greatest historian of the 16th century. As Napoleon was anxious to see Goethe, so Charles V at Bologna kept lords and generals waiting in an anteroom while he conversed at length with Guicciardini. "I can create 100 nobles in an hour," he said, "but I cannot produce such an historian in 20 years. As a man of the world, he did not take too seriously the efforts of philosophers to diagnose the universe. He must have smiled at the excitement aroused by Pomponazzi, if he noticed it. Since the supernatural is beyond our ken, he considered it useless to war over rival philosophies. Doubtless all religions are based upon assumptions and myths, but these are forgivable if they help to maintain social order and moral discipline. For man, in Guicciardini's view, is by nature self-seeking, immoral, lawless. He has to be checked at every turn by custom, morals, law, or force, and religion is usually the least disagreeable means to these ends. But when a religion becomes so corrupt that it has a demoralizing rather than a moralizing influence, a society is in a bad way, for the religious supports of its moral code have been sapped. Guicciardini writes in his secret record, "To no man it is more displeasing than to me to see the ambition, covetousness, and excesses of priests, not only because all wickedness is hateful in itself, but because such wickedness should find no place in men whose state of life implies a special relationship to God. My relations with several popes have made me desire their greatness at the expense of my own interest. Had it not been for this consideration, I would have loved Martin Luther as myself, not that I might set myself free from the laws imposed upon us by Christianity, but that I might see this swarm of scoundrels confined within due limits, so that they might be forced to choose between a life without crime or a life without power." Nevertheless, his own morality was hardly superior to that of the priests. His personal code was to adjust himself to whatever powers were at the moment supreme. His general principles he kept for his books. There, too, he could be as cynical as Machiavelli. Sincerity pleases and wins praise. Dissimulation is censured and hated. The former, however, is more useful to others than to oneself. Therefore, I should praise him whose usual mode of life was open and sincere, and who only used dissimulation in certain things of great importance. It then succeeds all the better, the more one has contrived to establish a reputation for sincerity. He saw through the shibboleths of the various political parties in Florence. Each group, though it shouted for liberty, wanted power. It seems clear to me that the desire of dominating one's fellows and asserting superiority is natural to man, so that there are few so in love with liberty that they would not seize a favorable opportunity of ruling and lording it. Look closely at the behavior of the indwellers of the selfsame city. Mark and examine their dissensions, and you shall find that the object is preponderance rather than freedom. Those, then, who are the foremost citizens do not strive after liberty, though that be in their mouths, but the increase of their own sway and preeminence is really in their hearts. Liberty is a cant term with them, and disguises their lust of superiority and power and honor. He despised the Soderini merchant republic, accustomed to defend its liberties with gold instead of arms, and he had no faith in the people or democracy. To speak of the people is to speak of madmen, for the people is a monster full of confusion and error, and its vain beliefs are as far from truth as is Spain from India. Experience shows that things very rarely come to pass according to the expectations of the multitude. The reason is that the effects commonly depend on the will of a few, and intentions and purposes are nearly always different from those of the many. Guicciardini was one of thousands in Renaissance Italy who had no faith whatever, who had lost the Christian idol, had learned the emptiness of politics, expected no utopia, dreamed no dreams, and who sat back helpless while a world of war and barbarism swept over Italy. Somber old men, emancipated in mind and broken in hope, who had discovered, too late, that when the myth dies, only force is free. 6. Machiavelli. 1. The Diplomat. One man remains, hard to classify. Diplomat, historian, dramatist, philosopher, the most cynical thinker of his time, and yet a patriot fired with a noble ideal, a man who failed in everything that he undertook but left upon history a deeper mark than almost any other figure of the age. Niccolò Machiavelli was the son of a Florentine lawyer, a man of moderate means who held a minor post in the government and owned a small rural villa at San Casciano, 10 miles out of the city. The boy received the ordinary literary education, learned to read Latin readily but no Greek. He took a fancy to Roman history, became enamored of Livy, and found for almost every political institution and event of his day an illuminating analogue in the history of Rome. He began but seems never to have completed the study of law. He cared little for the art of the Renaissance and expressed no interest in the discovery of America. Perhaps he felt that merely the theater of politics was now enlarged, while the plot and characters would remain unchanged. His one absorbing interest was politics, the technique of influence, the chess of power. In 1498, aged 29, he was appointed secretary to the Dieci della Guerra, a council of 10 for war, and held that post for 14 years. It was at first a modest function, compiling minutes and records, summarizing reports, writing letters. But he was in government. He could watch the politics of Europe from an inside observation point. He could try to forecast developments by applying his knowledge of history. His eager, nervous, ambitious spirit felt that only time was needed before he would be at the top, playing the heady game of state against the Duke of Milan, the Senate of Venice, the King of France, the King of Naples, the Pope, the Emperor. Soon he was sent on a mission to Caterina Sforza, Countess of Imola and Forli, in 1498. She proved too subtle for him, and he came back empty-handed, chastened. 2 years later he was tried again, accompanied Francesco della Casa as associate envoy to Louis XII of France. Della Casa fell ill, and Machiavelli had to head the mission. He learned French, followed the court from chateau to chateau, and transmitted to the signory such alert intelligence, such keen analyses, that on his return to Florence his friends acclaimed him now as a graduate diplomat. The turning point in his intellectual development was his mission, as aide to Bishop Soderini, to Caesar Borgia at Urbino in 1502. Called back to Florence for a personal report, he celebrated his rise in the world by taking a wife. In October he was again dispatched to Caesar. He joined him at Imola, and arrived at Senigallia just in time to note Borgia's happiness at having successfully ensnared and strangled or caged the men who had conspired against him. These were events that stirred all Italy. To Machiavelli, meeting the brilliant ogre in the flesh, they were lessons in philosophy. The man of ideas found himself face to face with the man of action, and did him homage. Envy burned in the young diplomat's soul as he realized the distance he had still to travel from analytical and theoretical thought to a magnificent crushing deed. Here was a man 6 years younger than himself, who in 2 years had overthrown a dozen tyrants, given order to a dozen cities, and made himself the very meteor of his time. How weak words seemed before this youth who used them with such scornful scarcity. From that moment Caesar Borgia became the hero of Machiavelli's philosophy, as Bismarck would be of Nietzsche's. Here, in this embodied will to power, was a morality beyond good and evil, a model for supermen. Back in Florence in 1503, Machiavelli perceived that some members of the government suspected him of having been swept off his mental feet by the dashing Borgia. But his industrious scheming to advance the interests of his city regained for him the esteem of the Gonfalonier Soderini and the Council of 10 for war. In 1507 he saw the triumph of one of his basic ideas. No self-respecting state, he had long argued, could entrust its defense to mercenary troops. They could not be relied upon in a crisis, and they or their leader could almost always be bought by an enemy armed with sufficient gold. A national militia should be formed, said Machiavelli, composed of citizens, preferably of vigorous peasants used to hardship and the open air. It should be kept always in good equipment and training, and it should serve as the last firm line of the Republic's defense. After long hesitation, the government accepted the plan and empowered Machiavelli to realize it in action. In 1508 he led his new militia to the siege of Pisa, where it acquitted itself well. Pisa surrendered, and Machiavelli returned to Florence at the height of his arc. On a second mission to France in 1510, he passed through Switzerland. His enthusiasm was aroused by the armed independence of the Swiss Confederation, and he made it his ideal for Italy. Returning from France, he saw the problem of his country. How could its separate principalities unite to protect Italy if a united nation like France should decide to absorb the whole peninsula? The supreme test of his militia came too soon. In 1512, Julius II, furious against Florence for having refused to join in expelling the French from Italy, ordered the armies of the Holy League to suppress the Republic and restore the Medici. And Machiavelli's militia, assigned to defend the Florentine line at Prato, broke and fled before the trained mercenaries of the League. Florence was taken, the Medici triumphed. Machiavelli lost both his reputation and his governmental post. He made every effort to appease the victors and might have succeeded. But two ardent youths, conspiring to re-establish the Republic, were detected. Among their papers was found a list of persons on whose support they had counted. It included Machiavelli. He was arrested and tortured with 4 turns of the rack, but no evidence of his complicity having been found, he was released. Fearing rearrest, he removed his wife and 4 children to the ancestral villa at San Casciano. There he spent all but the last of his remaining 15 years, fretting in hopeful poverty. But for this disaster, we should never have heard of him, for it was in those hungry years that he wrote books that moved the world. 2. The Author and the Man. It was a dreary isolation for one who had lived at the very core of Florentine politics. Occasionally he would ride into Florence to talk with old friends and explore any chance of re-employment. Several times he wrote to the Medici, but he received no reply. In a celebrated letter to his friend Vettori, then Florentine ambassador in Rome, he described his life and told how he came to write The Prince. Since my last misfortunes, I have led a quiet country life. I rise with the sun and go into one of the woods for a few hours to inspect yesterday's work. I pass some time with the woodcutters, who have always some troubles to tell me, either of their own or my neighbors. On leaving the wood, I go to a spring, and thence up to my bird-snaring enclosure, with a book under my arm, Dante, Petrarch, or one of the minor poets, such as Tibullus or Ovid. I read their amorous transports and the history of their loves, recalling my own to my mind, and time passes pleasantly in these meditations. Then I betake myself to the inn by the roadside, chat with passers-by, ask news of the places whence they come, hear various things, and note the varied tastes and diverse fancies of mankind. This carries me to the dinner hour, when, in the company of my brood, I swallow whatever fare this poor little place of mine, and my slender patrimony, can afford me. In the afternoon I go back to the inn. There I generally find the host, a butcher, a miller, and a couple of brickmakers. I mix with these boors the whole day, playing at crica and tric-trac, which games give rise to 1,000 quarrels and much exchange of bad language. And we generally wrangle over farthings, and our shouts can be heard in San Casciano town. Steeped in this degradation, my wits grow mouldy, and I vent my rage at the indignity of fate. At nightfall I return home and seek my writing-room, and divesting myself on its threshold of my rustic garments, stained with mud and mire, I assume courtly attire, and thus suitably clothed, I enter within the ancient courts of ancient men, by whom, being cordially welcomed, I am fed with the food that alone is mine, and for which I was born, and am not ashamed to hold discourse with them and inquire the motives of their actions. And these men in their humanity reply to me, and for the space of 4 hours I feel no weariness, remember no trouble, no longer fear poverty, no longer dread death. My whole being is absorbed in them. And since Dante says that there could be no science without retaining that which is heard, I have recorded that which I have acquired from the conversation of these worthies, and have composed a pamphlet, De Principatibus, in which I plunge as deeply as I can into cogitations upon this subject, discussing the nature of princedom, of how many species it consists, how these are to be acquired, how they are maintained, why they are lost. And if you ever cared for any of my scribbles, this one ought not to displease you, and it should be especially welcome to a new prince, for which reason I dedicate it to His Magnificence Giuliano. December 10th, 1513. Probably Machiavelli has here simplified the story. Apparently he began by writing his Discourses on the first 10 books of Livy, completing his commentary on only the first 3 books. He dedicated these Discorsi to Zanobi Buondelmonti and Cosimo Rucellai, saying, "I send you the worthiest gift I have to offer, inasmuch as it comprises all that I have learned from long experience and continuous study." He remarks that classic literature and law and medicine have been revived to enlighten modern writing and practice. He proposes likewise to resuscitate classic principles of government and apply them to contemporary politics. He does not derive his political philosophy from history, but selects from history incidents supporting the conclusions to which he has been led by his own experience and thought. He takes his examples almost entirely from Livy, sometimes in his haste basing arguments on legends, and occasionally helping himself to morsels from Polybius. As he proceeded with the discourses, he perceived that they would be too long, and too long delayed in their completion, to serve as a practical gift to one of the ruling Medici. This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 1. As he proceeded with the discourses, he perceived that they would be too long, and too long delayed in their completion, to serve as a practical gift to one of the ruling Medici. Therefore he interrupted the work to write a summary that would embody his conclusions. This would have a better chance of being read, and of bringing a fair return in the friendship of the powerful family that now, in 1513, ruled half of Italy. So he composed Il Principe, as he came to entitle the book, in a few months of that year. He planned to dedicate it to Giuliano de' Medici, then ruling Florence, but Giuliano died in 1516 before Machiavelli could make up his mind to send the book to him. So he rededicated it and sent it to Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, who made no acknowledgment of it. It circulated in manuscript and was surreptitiously copied. It was not printed till 1532, 5 years after the author's death. Thereafter it was among the most frequently reprinted books in any language. To his own description of himself, we can add only the anonymous portrait of him in the Uffizi gallery. It shows a slender figure with pale face, hollow cheeks, sharp dark eyes, thin lips tightly closed, obviously a man of thought rather than of action, and of keen intelligence rather than of amiable will. He could not be a good diplomat because he was too visibly subtle, nor a good statesman because he was too intense, grasping ideas fanatically as in the portrait he tightly clasps the gloves that affirm his semi-genteel rank. This man, who so often wrote like a cynic, whose lips so often curled into sarcasm, who plumed himself on such perfect mendacity that he could make people think he lied when he spoke the truth, was in his heart of hearts a flaming patriot, who made the salus populi the suprema lex, and subordinated all morality to the unification and redemption of Italy. There were many unlikable qualities in him. When Borgia was up, he idealized him. When Borgia was down, he followed the crowd and denounced the broken Caesar as a criminal and a rebel against Christ. When the Medici were out, he condemned them eloquently. When they were in, he licked their boots for a post. He not only visited brothels before and after marriage, but sent his friends detailed descriptions of his adventures there. Several of his letters are so coarse that not even his most voluminous and admiring biographer has dared to publish them. Nearing 50, Machiavelli writes, "Cupid's nets still enthrall me. Bad roads cannot exhaust my patience, nor dark nights daunt my courage. My whole mind is bent on love, for which I give Venus thanks." These things are forgivable, for man was not made for monogamy, but less pardonable, though quite in harmony with the custom of the times, is the complete absence from all of Machiavelli's considerable surviving correspondence of any word of tenderness, of any word, about his wife. Meanwhile, he turned his able pen to divers forms of composition, and rivaled the masters in each. In a treatise on the art of war, L'arte della guerra, 1520, he announced to states and generals from his ivory tower the laws of military power and success. A nation that has lost the martial virtues is doomed. An army requires not gold, but men. Gold alone will not procure good soldiers, but good soldiers will always procure gold. Gold will flow to the strong nation, but strength departs from the rich nation, for wealth makes for ease and decay. Consequently, an army must be kept busy. A little war now and then will keep the martial muscles and apparatus in trim. Cavalry is beautiful except when faced with sturdy pikes. the infantry must ever be regarded as the very nerve and foundation of an army. Mercenary armies are the shame and sloth and ruin of Italy. Each state should have a citizen militia constituted of men who would be fighting for their own country, their own lands. Trying his hand at fiction, Machiavelli wrote one of Italy's most popular novelle, Belfagor Arcidiavolo, bursting with satiric wit on the institution of marriage. Turning to drama, he composed the outstanding comedy of the Italian Renaissance stage, Mandragola. The prologue struck a new note, making a novel curtsy to critics. Should anyone seek to cow the author by evil speaking, I warn you that he too knows how to speak evil, and indeed excels in the art, and that he has no respect for anyone in Italy, though he bows and scrapes to those better dressed than himself. The play is an astounding revelation of Renaissance morals. The scene is laid in Florence. Callimaco, hearing an acquaintance praise the beauty of Lucrezia, wife of Nicias, decides, though he has never seen her, that he must seduce her if only to be able to sleep in peace. He is disturbed to learn that Lucrezia is as famous for her modesty as for her beauty, but he takes hope on being told that Nicias frets over her failure to conceive. He bribes a friend to introduce him to Nicias as a physician. He professes to have a potion that will make any woman fertile. But alas, the first man who lies with her after she has taken it will soon afterward die. He offers to undertake this mortal adventure, and Nicias, with the traditional kindness of characters to their authors, consents to be replaced. But Lucrezia is obstinately virtuous. She hesitates to commit both adultery and murder in one night. All is not lost. Her mother, lusting for progeny, bribes a friar to advise her in the confessional to go through with the plan. Lucrezia yields, drinks, lies with Callimaco, and becomes pregnant. The story ends with everybody happy. The friar purifies Lucrezia, Nicias rejoices in his vicarious parentage, and Callimaco can sleep. The play is excellent in structure, brilliant in dialogue, powerful in satire. What startles us is not the seductive theme, long hackneyed in classical comedy, nor even the merely physical interpretation of love, but the turn of the plot upon the readiness of a friar to counsel adultery for 25 ducats. And the fact that in 1520 the play was produced with great success before Leo X in Rome. The Pope was so pleased with it that he asked Cardinal Giulio de' Medici to give Machiavelli some employment as a writer. Giulio suggested a history of Florence, and offered 300 ducats, or about $3,750. The resultant Storie Fiorentine, from 1520 to 1525, was almost as decisive a revolution in historiography as The Prince in political philosophy. It is true that the book had vital defects. It was hastily inaccurate. It plagiarized substantial passages from previous historians. It was more interested in the strife of factions than in the development of institutions, and it totally ignored cultural history, as did nearly every historian before Voltaire. But it was the first major history written in Italian, and its Italian was clear, vigorous, and direct. It rejected the fables with which Florence had embellished her origins. It abandoned the usual chronicle year-by-year plan and gave instead a smooth-flowing and logical narrative. It dealt not merely with events but with causes and effects, and it forced upon the chaos of Florentine politics a clarifying analysis of conflicting families, classes, and interests. It carried the tale along on two unifying themes: that the popes had kept Italy divided to preserve the temporal independence of the papacy, and that the great advances of Italy had come under princes like Theodoric, Cosimo, and Lorenzo. That a book with such tendencies should have been written by a man seeking papal ducats, and that Pope Clement VII accepted its dedication without complaint, illustrates the courage of the author and the mental and financial liberality of the Pope. The history of Florence gave Machiavelli occupation for 5 years, but it did not satisfy his longing to swim again in the muddy stream of politics. When Francis I lost everything but honor and his skin at Pavia in 1525, and Clement VII found himself helpless against Charles V, Machiavelli sent letters to the Pope and to Guicciardini, explaining what could yet be done against the imminent Spanish-German conquest of Italy. And perhaps his suggestion that the Pope should arm, empower, and finance Giovanni delle Bande Nere might have delayed destiny a while. When Giovanni died, and the German horde advanced upon Florence as a rich and plunderable ally of the French, Machiavelli rushed to the city, and at Clement's request prepared a report on how the walls might be restored to make it defensible. On May 18, 1526, he was chosen by the Medicean government to head a board of 5 curators of the walls. The Germans, however, bypassed Florence and headed for Rome. When that city was sacked and Clement was a prisoner of the mob, the Republican party in Florence once more expelled the Medici and restored the Republic on May 16, 1527. Machiavelli rejoiced and hopefully applied for his old post as Secretary of the Ten for War. He was turned down on June 10, 1527. His dealings with the Medici had lost him the support of the Republicans. He did not long survive that blow. The vital spark of life and hope flickered out in him and left the flesh spiritless. He fell ill, suffering violent spasms of the stomach. Wife, children, and friends gathered round his bedside. He confessed to a priest and died 12 days after his rejection. He left his family in the utmost poverty, and the Italy that he had labored to unite was in ruins. He was buried in the church of Santa Croce, where a handsome monument, marked with the words Tanto nomini nullum par elogium, no eulogy would do justice to so great a name, bears witness that an Italy at last united has forgiven his sins and remembered his dream. 3. The Philosopher. Let us examine the Machiavellian philosophy as impartially as we can. Nowhere else shall we find so much independent and fearless thinking on ethics and politics. Machiavelli was justified in claiming that he had opened new routes on relatively untraveled seas. It is almost exclusively a political philosophy. There is no metaphysics here, no theology, no theism or atheism, no discussion of determinism or free will. And ethics itself is soon shoved aside as subordinate to, almost a tool of, politics. Politics he understands as the high art of creating, capturing, protecting, and strengthening a state. He is interested in states rather than in humanity. He sees individuals merely as members of a state. Except as they help to determine its destiny, he pays no attention to the parade of egos across the landscape of time. He wishes to know why states rise and fall, and how they can be made to defer as long as possible their inevitable decay. A philosophy of history, a science of government, are possible, he thinks, because human nature never changes. Wise men say, not without reason, that whoever wishes to foresee the future must consult the past, for human events ever resemble those of preceding times. This arises from the fact that they are produced by men who have been and ever will be animated by the same passions, and thus they must necessarily have the same results. I believe that the world has always been the same and has always contained as much good and evil, although variously distributed among the nations according to the times. Among the most instructive regularities of history are the phenomena of growth and decay in civilizations and states. Here Machiavelli meets a very complex problem with a very simple formula. Valor produces peace, peace, repose, repose, disorder, disorder, ruin. From disorder, order springs. From order, valor, and from this, glory and good fortune. Hence wise men have observed that the age of literary excellence is subsequent to that of distinction in arms, and that great warriors are produced before philosophers. In addition to the general factors in growth or decay may be the action and influence of leading individuals. So the excessive ambition of a ruler, blinding him to the inadequacy of his resources for his aims, may ruin his state by leading it into war with a stronger power. Fortune or chance also enters into the rise and fall of states. Fortune is the arbiter of one half our actions, but she still leaves us to direct the other half. The more valor, or virtu, a man has, the less will he be subject to fortune or yield to it. The history of a state follows general laws, determined by the natural wickedness of men. All men are by nature acquisitive, deceitful, pugnacious, cruel, and corrupt. Whoever wishes to found a state and give it laws must start with assuming that all men are bad, and ever ready to display their vicious nature whenever they find occasion for it. If their evil disposition remains concealed for a time, it must be attributed to some unknown reason. We must assume that it lacked occasion to show itself. But time does not fail to bring it to light. The wish to acquire is in truth very natural and common, and men always acquire when they can, and for this they will be praised, not blamed. This being so, men can be made good, that is, capable of living with order in a society, only by the application in sequence of force, deceit, and habit. This is the origin of a state, the organization of force through army and police, the establishment of rules and laws, and the gradual formation of habits for the maintenance of leadership and order in a human group. The more developed a state, the less force will have to be used or visible in it. Indoctrination and habit will suffice. For in the hands of a capable lawgiver or ruler, the people are as soft clay in the hands of a sculptor. The best means of habituating naturally wicked men to law and order is religion. Machiavelli, whom his admirer Paolo Jovio calls irrisor et atheos, a satirical atheist, writes enthusiastically about religious institutions. Although the founder of Rome was Romulus, yet the gods did not judge the laws of this prince sufficient, and therefore they inspired the Roman Senate to elect Numa Pompilius as his successor. Numa, finding a very savage people, and wishing to reduce them to civil obedience by the arts of peace, had recourse to religion as the most necessary and assured support of any civil society. And he established it upon such foundations that for many centuries there was nowhere more fear of the gods than in that republic, which greatly facilitated all the enterprises which the Senate or its great men attempted. Numa feigned that he held converse with a nymph who dictated to him all that he wished to persuade the people to. In truth, there never was any remarkable lawgiver who did not resort to divine authority, as otherwise his laws would not have been accepted by the people. For there are many good laws, the importance of which is known to the sagacious lawgiver, but the reasons for which are not sufficiently evident to enable him to persuade others to submit to them. And therefore do wise men, to remove this difficulty, resort to divine authority. The observance of religious institutions is the cause of the greatness of republics. Disregard of these institutions produces the ruin of states. For where the fear of God is wanting, there the country will be destroyed, unless it be sustained by fear of the prince, which may for a time supply the want of religion. But the lives of princes are short. Princes and republics who wish to maintain themselves must above all things preserve the purity of religious observances and treat them with proper reverence. Of all men who have been eulogized, those deserve it most who have been the authors and founders of religions. Next come such as have established republics or kingdoms. After these, the most celebrated are those who have commanded armies and have extended the possessions of their country. To these may be added literary men. Conversely, those men are doomed to infamy and universal execration who have destroyed religions, who have overturned republics and kingdoms, who are enemies of virtue or of letters. Having accepted religion in general, Machiavelli turns upon Christianity and excoriates it as having failed to make good citizens. It diverted too much attention to heaven and enfeebled men by preaching the feminine virtues. The Christian religion makes us hold of small account the love of this world and renders us more gentle. The ancients, on the contrary, found their highest delight in this world. Their religion benefited none but men crowned with worldly glory, such as leaders of armies and founders of republics. Whereas our religion has rather glorified meek and contemplative men than men of action. It has placed the supreme good in humility and poorness of spirit, and in contempt for worldly things, whereas the other placed it in greatness of mind, in bodily strength, and in all that gives men daring. Thus the world has fallen a prey to the wicked, who have found men readier for the sake of going to paradise to submit to blows rather than to resent them. Had the religion of Christianity been preserved according to the ordinances of its founder, the states and commonwealths of Christendom would have been far more united and happy than they are. Nor can there be greater proof of its decadence than the fact that the nearer people are to the Roman Church, the head of this religion, the less religious they are. And whoever examines the principles on which that religion is founded and sees how widely different from those principles its present practice and application are, will judge that her ruin or chastisement is near at hand. Possibly the Christian religion would have been entirely extinguished by its corruption, had not St. Francis and St. Dominic restored it to its original principles. To ensure a long existence to religious sects or republics, it is necessary frequently to bring them back to their original principles. We do not know whether these words were written before news had reached Italy of the Protestant Reformation. The rebellion of Machiavelli against Christianity is quite different from the rebellion of Voltaire, Diderot, Paine, Darwin, Spencer, Renan. These men rejected the theology of Christianity, but retained and admired the Christian moral code. This attitude continued till Nietzsche, and softened the conflict between religion and science. Machiavelli is not bothered by the incredibility of the dogmas. He takes that for granted, but accepts the theology with a good stomach on the ground that some system of supernatural belief is an indispensable support of social order. What he rejects most decisively in Christianity is its ethic, its conception of goodness as gentleness, humility, non-resistance, its love of peace and its denunciation of war, its assumption that states as well as citizens are bound by one moral code. For his part, he prefers the Roman ethic, based upon the principle that the safety of the people or state is the supreme law. Where it is an absolute question of the welfare of our country, we must admit of no considerations of justice or injustice, of mercy or cruelty, of praise or ignominy, but putting all else aside, we must adopt whatever course will save the nation's existence and liberty. Morality in general is a code of conduct given to the members of a society or state to maintain collective order, unity, and strength. The government of that state would fail in its duty if, in defending the state, it should allow itself to be restricted by the moral code that it must inculcate in its citizens. Hence, a diplomat is not bound by the moral code of his people. When the act accuses him, the result should excuse him. The end justifies the means. No good man will ever reproach another who endeavors to defend his country, whatever be his mode of doing so. Frauds, cruelties, and crimes committed in order to preserve one's country are honorable frauds, glorious crimes. So Romulus did right in killing his brother. The young government had to have unity, or it would be torn to pieces. There is no natural law, no right universally agreed upon. Politics, in the sense of statesmanship, must be held completely independent of morality. If we apply these considerations to the ethics of war, Machiavelli is sure that they make Christian pacifism ridiculous and treasonable. War violates practically all the commandments of Moses. It swears, lies, steals, kills, commits adultery by the thousands. Nevertheless, if it preserves the society or strengthens it, it is good. When a state ceases to expand, it begins to decay. When it loses the will to war, it is finished. Peace too long maintained is enervating and disruptive. An occasional war is a national tonic, restoring discipline, vigor, and unity. The Romans of the Republic kept themselves ever ready for war. When they saw that they would have trouble with another state, they did nothing to avoid the war, but sent an army to attack Philip V in Macedon and Antiochus III in Greece, rather than wait for them to bring the evils of war to Italy. Virtue to a Roman was not humility or gentleness or peace, but virility, manliness, courage with energy and intelligence. This is what Machiavelli means by virtu. From this point of view of a statesmanship quite freed of moral restraints, Machiavelli moves to meet what seems to him the basic problem of his time: to achieve for Italy the unity and strength indispensable to her collective liberty. He views with indignation the division, disorder, corruption, and weakness of his country. And here we find what in Petrarch's day was so rare: a man who loved his city not the less because he loved his country more. Who was responsible for keeping Italy so divided, and therefore so helpless against the foreigner? A nation can never be united and happy except when it obeys only one government, whether a republic or a monarchy, as is the case in France and Spain. And the one cause why Italy is not in the same condition is the Church. For having acquired and holding a temporal dominion, yet she has never had sufficient power or courage to enable her to seize the rest of the country and make herself sole sovereign of all Italy. We have a new idea here. Machiavelli condemns the Church not for protecting her temporal power, but for not having used all her resources to bring Italy under her political rule. So Machiavelli admired Caesar Borgia at Imola and Senigallia, because he thought he saw in that ruthless youth the conception and promise of a united Italy, and he was prepared to justify any means that the Borgias might use to accomplish this heroic consummation. When he turned against Caesar at Rome in 1503, it may have been through rage that his idol had allowed a cup of poison, as Machiavelli thought, to destroy the dream. From 2 centuries of disunity, Italy had fallen into such physical weakness and social decay that now, Machiavelli argued, only violent means could save her. Governments and people alike were corrupt. Sexual vice had come to replace military ardor and skill. As in the dying days of ancient Rome, the citizens had delegated to others, there to barbarians, here to mercenaries, the defense of their cities and their lands. But what did these mercenary bands, or their condottieri, care for the unity of Italy? They lived and thrived by its division. They had by mutual agreement made war a game almost as safe as politics. Their soldiers had inconvenient objections to being killed, and when they met foreign armies they took to their heels and brought Italy to slavery and contempt. Who, then, could make Italy one? How could it be done? Not by democratic suasion. Men in cities were too individualistic, too partisan, and too corrupt to accept union peaceably. It would have to be imposed upon them by all the methods of statecraft and war. Only a ruthless dictator could do it, one who would not let conscience make a coward of him, but would strike with an iron hand, letting his great aim justify all means. We are not sure that the prince was written in this mood. In the very year 1513 in which it was apparently begun, Machiavelli wrote to a friend that the idea of Italian union is laughable. Even if the heads of the states could agree, we have no soldiers but the Spaniards that are worth a farthing. Moreover, the people would never agree with the leaders. But in that same 1513, Leo X, young and rich and clever, had reached the papacy. Florence and Rome, so long enemies, were united under the Medici. When Machiavelli transferred the dedication of the book to Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, that state too had fallen to the Medici. The new duke was only 24 in 1516. He had shown ambition and courage. Machiavelli might forgivably look to this reckless spirit as one who, under the guidance and diplomacy of Leo and the instruction of Machiavelli, could accomplish what Caesar Borgia, under Alexander VI, had begun, could lead the Italian states, at least north of Naples and omitting proud Venice, into a federation strong enough to discourage foreign invasion. There is evidence that this was also Leo's hope. The dedication of the prince to the Medici, though probably aiming first of all to win employment for the author, could sincerely think of that family as the possible creators of Italian unity. The form of Il Principe was traditional. It followed the outline and method of 100 medieval treatises de regimine principum. But in content, what a revolution! No idealistic charge here to a prince to be a saint, no appeal to him to apply the Sermon on the Mount to the problems of a throne. On the contrary, it being my intention to write something that shall be useful to him who comprehends it, it appears to me more appropriate to follow up the real truth of a matter than the imagination of it. Many have pictured republics and principalities which, in fact, have never been known or seen, for how one lives is so far distant from how one ought to live, that he who neglects what is done for what ought to be done sooner effects his ruin than his preservation. A man who wishes to act entirely up to his professions of virtue soon meets with destruction amidst so much that is evil. Hence it is necessary for a prince who wishes to hold his own to know how to do wrong, and to make use of it or not according to necessity. The prince, therefore, must distinguish resolutely between morality and statesmanship, between his private conscience and the public good, and must be ready to do for the state what would be called wickedness in the relations of individuals. He must scorn half measures. Enemies who cannot be won over must be crushed. Contenders for his throne must be killed. He must have a strong army, for a statesman can speak no louder than his guns. He must keep his army in constant health, discipline, and equipment, and he must train himself for war by undertaking frequently the hardships and dangers of the hunt. At the same time, he must study the arts of diplomacy, for sometimes cunning and deceit achieve more than force, and less expensively. Treaties are not to be honored when they have become a detriment to the nation. A wise lord cannot, nor ought he, keep faith when such observance can be turned against him, and when the reasons that caused him to pledge it no longer exist. Some degree of public support is indispensable, but if a ruler must choose between being feared without love or being loved without fear, he must sacrifice the love. On the other hand, say the Discorsi, a multitude is more easily governed by humanity and gentleness than by haughtiness and cruelty. Titus, Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus, and Marcus Aurelius did not require the Praetorian Guard nor the legions to defend them, because they were protected by their own good conduct, the goodwill of the people, and the love of the Senate. To secure popular support, the prince should patronize art and learning, provide public spectacles and games, and honor the guilds, always, however, maintaining the majesty of his rank. He should not give the people liberty, but should comfort them as far as possible with the appearances of liberty. Subject cities, like Pisa and Arezzo in the case of Florence, must be dealt with vigorously, even cruelly, at the outset. Then, when obedience has been established, their submission may be made habitual by gentler means. Indiscriminate and prolonged cruelty is suicidal. The ruler should support religion, and should himself appear to be religious, whatever his private beliefs. Indeed, it is more important and profitable to the prince to seem to be virtuous than to be so. Though a prince need not possess all the virtues, to seem to have them is useful, as, for example, to seem merciful, loyal, humane, religious, and sincere. It is also useful to be so, but with a mind so flexible that if the need arise, he can be the contrary. He should be careful to let nothing fall from his lips that is not instinct with the 5 qualities mentioned, and must appear to those who see and hear him all compassion, all faith, all humanity, all religion, all integrity. One must color his conduct and be a great dissembler, and men are so simple, so absorbed in present necessities, that they are easily deceived. Everyone sees what you appear to be, few know what you are, and those few dare not oppose the opinion of the many. To these precepts Machiavelli adds examples. He notes the success of Alexander VI, and thinks it entirely due to marvelous lying. He admires Ferdinand the Catholic of Spain for always putting a religious front on his military enterprises. He praises the means, warlike courage and strategic skill, mingled with diplomatic craft, by which Francesco Sforza rose to the throne of Milan. But above all he holds up as his supreme and almost perfect exemplar, Caesar Borgia. When all the actions of the Duke are recalled, I do not know how to blame him, but rather it appears to me that I ought to offer him for imitation to all those who are raised to government. He was considered cruel. Nevertheless, his cruelty reconciled all the Romagna, unified it, and restored it to peace and loyalty. Having a lofty spirit and far-reaching aims, he could not have regulated his conduct otherwise, and only the shortening of the life of Alexander and his own sickness frustrated his designs. Therefore, he who considers it necessary to secure himself in his new principality, to gain friends, to overcome enemies by force or fraud, to make himself at once feared and loved by the people, to be followed and revered by the soldiers, to exterminate those who have power or reason to hurt him, to change the old order of things for new, to be severe and gracious, magnanimous and liberal, to destroy a disloyal soldiery and create new, to maintain friendship with kings and princes in such a way that they must help him with zeal and defend him with caution, cannot find a more lively example than the actions of this man. Machiavelli admired Borgia because he felt that his methods and character, had it not been for the simultaneous illness of Pope and son, would have gone far to unite Italy. Now, in concluding The Prince, he appeals to the young Duke Lorenzo, and through him to Leo and the Medici, to organize the union of the peninsula. He describes his countrymen as more enslaved than the Hebrews, more oppressed than the Persians, more scattered than the Athenians, without head, without order, beaten, despoiled, pillaged, and torn, and overrun by foreign powers. Italy, left as without life, waits for him who shall heal her wounds. She entreats God to send someone who shall deliver her from these wrong and alien insolencies. The situation is critical, but the opportunity is ripe. Italy is ready and willing to follow a banner if only someone will raise it. And who better than the Medici, the most famous family in Italy, and now heading the church? Who could express the love with which Italy would hail her liberator? With what thirst for revenge, what stubborn faith, what devotion, what tears? What door would be closed to him? Who would refuse him obedience? To all of us this barbarous dominion is a stench in the nostrils. Let therefore your illustrious house take up this charge, with that courage and hope with which all just enterprises are undertaken, so that under its standard our native country may be ennobled, and under its auspices may be verified those words of Petrarch. Manhood will take up arms against madness, and brief may the combat be, for the ancient valor is not yet dead in the veins of Italy. 4. Considerations. So the cry that Dante and Petrarch had sent up to alien emperors was here raised to the Medici. And indeed, had Leo lived longer and played less, Machiavelli might have seen the liberation begin. But the young Lorenzo died in 1519, Leo in 1521, and in 1527, the year of Machiavelli's death, Italy's subjection to a foreign power was complete. Liberation would have to wait 343 years, until Cavour would effect it by Machiavellian statesmanship. Philosophers have been well-nigh unanimous in condemning the prince, and statesmen in practicing its precepts. 1,000 books began to appear against it on the morrow of its publication in 1532. But Charles V studied it carefully, Catherine de' Medici brought it to France. Henry III and Henry IV of France had it with them at their death. Richelieu admired it. William of Orange kept it under his pillow, as if to memorize it by osmosis. Frederick the Great of Prussia wrote an anti-Machiavel as a prelude to outprincing the prince. To most rulers, of course, these precepts were no revelation, except as revealing injudiciously the secrets of their guild. Dreamers who thought to turn Machiavelli into a Jacobin fancied that he had written the prince not to express his own philosophy, but by sarcastic indirection to expose the ways and wiles of rulers. However, the discourses expound at greater length the same views. Francis Bacon ventured a condoning word. Our thanks are due to Machiavelli and similar writers who have openly and without dissimulation shown us what men are accustomed to do, not what they ought to do. Hegel's judgment was intelligent and generous. The prince has often been cast aside with horror as containing maxims of the most revolting tyranny. Yet it was Machiavelli's high sense of the necessity of constituting a state which caused him to lay down the principles on which alone states could be formed under the circumstances. The isolated lords and lordships had to be entirely suppressed, and though our idea of freedom is incompatible with the means which he proposes, including as these do the most reckless violence, all kinds of deception, murder, and the like, yet we must confess that the despots who had to be subdued were assailable in no other way. And Macaulay, in a famous essay, pictured the philosophy of Machiavelli as a natural reflex of an Italy brilliant and demoralized, and long since accustomed by her despots to the principles of the prince. Machiavelli represents the ultimate challenge of a revived paganism to a weakened Christianity. In his philosophy, religion becomes again, as in ancient Rome, the humble servant of a state which in effect is God. The only virtues honored are pagan Roman virtues: courage, endurance, self-reliance, intelligence. The only immortality is a fading fame. Perhaps Machiavelli exaggerated the enfeebling influence of Christianity. Had he forgotten the lusty wars of medieval history, the campaigns of Constantine, Belisarius, Charlemagne, the Templars, the Teutonic Knights, and Julius II of recent memory? The Christian morality emphasized the feminine virtues because men had the opposite qualities in ruinous abundance. Some antidote and counter-ideal had to be preached to the sadistic Romans of the amphitheater, to the rough barbarians entering Italy, to lawless peoples striving to subside into civilization. The virtues that Machiavelli scorned made for orderly and peaceful societies. Those that he admired, and like Nietzsche, because he lacked them, made for strong and warlike states and for dictators capable of murdering by the million to enforce conformity, and of incarnadining a planet to extend their rule. He confused the good of the ruler with the good of the nation. He thought too much of the preservation, seldom of the obligations, never of the corruption of power. He ignored the stimulating rivalry and cultural fertility of the Italian city-states. He cared little for the magnificent art of his time, or even for that of ancient Rome. He was lost in idolatry of the state. He helped to free the state from the church, but he shared in setting up for worship an atomistic nationalism not visibly superior to the medieval notion of states subject to an international morality represented by the Pope. Each ideal has broken down under the natural selfishness of men, and a candid Christian must admit that in preaching and practicing the principle that no faith need be kept with a heretic, as in violating the safe conduct of Hus at Constance and of Alfonso of Ferrara in Rome, the Church itself was playing a Machiavellian game fatal to her mission as a moral power. And yet there is something stimulating in Machiavelli's forthrightness. Reading him, we are brought face to face, as nowhere else so vividly, with a question that few philosophers had dared discuss. Is statesmanship bound by morality? We may come to at least one conclusion, that morality can exist only among the members of a society equipped to teach and enforce it, and that an interstate morality awaits the formation of an international organization dowered with the physical power and the public opinion to maintain an international law. Till then, the nations will be as beasts in the jungle, and whatever principles their governments may profess, their practice will be that of the prince. Looking back upon 2 centuries of intellectual revolt in Italy, from Petrarch to Machiavelli, we perceive that its essence and basis lay simply in lessened concern for another world, and a rising affirmation of life. Men were delighted to rediscover a pagan civilization whose citizens were not worried about original sin or a punitive hell, and in which the natural impulses were accepted as forgivable elements in a vibrant society. Asceticism, self-abnegation, and the sense of sin lost their hold, almost their meaning, in the upper strata of the Italian population. Monasteries languished for lack of novices, and monks and friars and popes themselves sought the joys of the earth rather than the stigmata of Christ. The bonds of tradition and authority relaxed. The massive fabric of the church weighed more lightly on the thoughts and purposes of men. Life became more extrovert, and though this often took the form of violence, it cleansed many souls of neurotic fears and disorders that had darkened the medieval mind. The unfettered intellect disported itself happily in every field but science. The exuberance of emancipation hardly comported, as yet, with the discipline of experiment and the patience of research. That would come in the constructive aftermath of liberation. Meanwhile, among the educated, the practices of piety made room for the worship of intellect and genius. The belief in immortality was commuted into the quest for enduring renown. Pagan ideals like fortune, fate, and nature encroached upon the Christian conception of God. For all this, a price had to be paid. The brilliant enfranchisement of the mind sapped the supernatural sanctions of morality, and no others were found to effectually replace them. The result was such a repudiation of inhibitions, such a release of impulse and desire, so gay a luxuriance of immorality, as history had not known since the Sophists had shattered the myths, freed the mind, and loosened the morals of ancient Greece. Chapter 20. The Moral Release, 1300 to 1534. 1. The Founts and Forms of Immorality. Nowhere are the prejudices of the historian so likely to mislead him as when he seeks to determine the moral level of an age, unless it be in the kindred inquiry into the decline of religious belief. In either case, the dramatic exception will strike his eye and turn it from the unrecorded average. His vision will be further blurred if he approaches the problem with a thesis to prove, as, for example, that religious doubt brings moral decay. And the records themselves are ambivalent, capable, according to the selective bias, of proving almost anything. The works of Aretino, the autobiography of Cellini, the correspondence of Machiavelli and Vettori can be stressed to convey the odor of disintegration. The letters of Isabella and Beatrice d'Este, of Elisabetta Gonzaga and Alessandro Strozzi can be quoted to paint a picture of sisterly tenderness and ideal family life. The reader will have to be on his guard. Many factors entered into the moral decline that accompanied the intellectual exaltation of the Renaissance. Probably the basic factor was the growth of wealth that resulted from Italy's strategic position on the routes of trade between Western Europe and the East, and from the flow of tithes and annats out of 1,000 Christian communities into Rome. Sin became more prevalent as more funds were provided to meet its costs. The spread of wealth weakened the ascetic ideal. Men and women came to resent an ethic that had been born of poverty and fear, and that now ran counter to both their impulses and their means. They heard with rising sympathy the view of Epicurus that life should be enjoyed, and that all pleasures are to be accounted innocent until proved guilty. The charms of woman triumphed over the prohibitions of theology. Perhaps next to wealth, the main source of immorality was the political unsettlement of the times. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Perhaps next to wealth, the main source of immorality was the political unsettlement of the times. The strife of factions, the frequency of war, the influx of foreign mercenaries, and later the invasion of Italy by foreign armies, recognizing no moral restraints on Italian soil, the repeated disruption of agriculture and trade by the ravages of war, the destruction of freedom by despots who replaced peaceful legitimacy with autocratic force. All these disordered Italian life and cracked the cake of custom that normally conserves morality. Men found themselves unmoored in a sea of violence. Neither state nor church seemed able to protect them. They protected themselves as best they could, by arms or craft. Lawlessness became the law. The despots, placed above the law and dedicated to a short but stirring life, indulged themselves in every pleasure, and their example was followed by the moneyed minority. In assessing the role of religious unbelief in releasing the natural immorality of mankind, We must begin by distinguishing the skepticism of the lettered few from the persistent piety of the many. Enlightenment is of minorities, and emancipation is individual. Minds are not freed en masse. A few skeptics might protest against false relics and bogus miracles and indulgences offering promissory notes for cash, but the people accepted them with awe and hope. In 1462, the scholar Pope Pius II and some cardinals went out to the Milvian Bridge to meet the head of the Apostle Andrew, which was arriving from Greece. And the scholar Cardinal Bessarion pronounced a solemn oration when the precious figment was deposited in St. Peter's. The people undertook pilgrimages to Loreto and Assisi, flocked to Rome in Jubilee years, made the Stations of the Cross from church to church, and mounted on their knees the Scala Santa, which they were told was the very stairway that Christ had climbed to the tribune of Pilate. Powerful characters might laugh at all this while their health was good, but rare was the Renaissance Italian who did not ask for the sacraments on his deathbed. Vitellozzo Vitelli, the rough condottiere who had fought Alexander VI and Caesar Borgia, begged a messenger to go to Rome and seek papal absolution for him before Caesar's handyman tightened the noose around his neck. Women especially worshipped Mary. Almost every village had a miracle-working icon of her. Now, circa 1524, the rosary became a favorite form of prayer. Every decent house had a crucifix and a holy picture or two, and before one or more of these in many homes a lamp was kept burning endlessly. Village squares and city streets might be adorned with a statue of Jesus or the Virgin, placed in a separate tabernacle or a niche in a wall. The festivals of the religious calendar were celebrated with a pomp and magnificence that gave the people thrilling interruptions to their toil. And every decade or so, the coronation of a pope offered processions and games that to antiquarians were called the spectacles of ancient Rome. Never was a religion more beautiful than when the artists of the Renaissance housed and carved its shrines, and painted its heroes and legends, and drama, music, poetry, and incense joined in the colorful, odorous, sumptuous worship of God. But this again is but one side of a scene too diverse and contradictory to be briefly described. In the cities, many of the churches were left relatively empty of men, and as now. As to the countryside, hear Archbishop Antonino of Florence describing the peasants of his diocese about 1430. In the churches themselves they sometimes dance and leap and sing with women. On holy days they spend little time on divine service or hearing the whole Mass, but most in games or taverns or contentions at the church doors. They blaspheme God and his saints on slender provocation. They are filled with lies and perjuries. They make no conscience of fornication, and of worse sins still. Very many of them do not confess even once a year. Far fewer are those who take communion. They do little to instruct their families in the manner of faithful folk. They use enchantments for themselves and their beasts. Of God or their own soul's health they think not at all. Their parish priests, caring not for the flock committed to them, but only for its wool and milk, do not instruct them through preaching and the confessional, or by private admonitions, but walk in the same error as their flocks, following their corrupt ways. We may reasonably conclude from the existence and natural deaths of such men as Pomponazzi and Machiavelli that a large section of the educated classes in the Italy of 1500 had lost faith in Catholic Christianity. And we may more precariously assume that even among the letterless, religion had lost some of its power to control the moral life. An increasing proportion of the population had ceased to believe in the divine origin of the moral code. Once the commandments appeared to be man-made and were shorn of their supernatural sanctions in heaven and hell, the code lost its terrors and its efficacy. Taboos fell away, and a calculus of expediency took their place. The sense of sin, the gloom of guilt, waned. Conscience was left comparatively free, and each man did what seemed to him convenient, even if not traditionally right. Men no longer wished to be good, but to be strong. Many private individuals took to themselves, long before Machiavelli, those privileges of force and fraud, that principle of the end justifying the means, which he conceded to the rulers of states. Perhaps his ethic was an afterimage of the morals he had seen around him. Platina attributed to Pius II the remark that even if the Christian faith had not been confirmed by miracles, it ought to be received because of its morality. But men did not reason so philosophically. They said simply, If there is no hell or heaven, we must enjoy ourselves here, and we may indulge our appetites without fear of punishment after death. Only a strong and intelligent public opinion could have taken the place of the lost supernatural sanctions, but neither the clergy nor the humanists nor the universities rose to this task. The humanists were as morally corrupt as the clergy they criticized. There were shining exceptions, scholars who found decency compatible with intellectual liberation: Ambrogio Traversari, Vittorino da Feltre, Marsilio Ficino, Aldus Manutius. But an impressively large minority of the men who resurrected Greek and Roman literature lived like pagans who had never heard of Christianity. Their mobility deracinated them. They passed from city to city seeking laurels and fees and sank no roots in stability. They were as fond of money as any moneylender or his wife. They were vain of their genius, their income, their features, their dress. They were coarse in their speech, ungenerous and disgraceful in their controversies, faithless in their friendships and transient in their loves. Ariosto, as we have noted, dared not trust his son to a humanist tutor for fear of moral contamination. Probably he found it unnecessary to forbid the boy to read Orlando Furioso, which was salted with melodious obscenity. Valla, Poggio, Beccadelli, Filelfo summarized in their loose lives one of the basic problems of ethics and civilization. Must a moral code, to function effectively, have supernatural sanctions, the belief in another life, or in the divine origin of the moral code? 2. The morals of the clergy. The Church might have sustained the supernatural sanctions provided by the Hebraic scriptures and the Christian tradition if her personnel had led lives of decency and devotion. But most of them accepted the bad as well as the good in the morals of the time, and reflected the antithetical facets of the laity. The parish priest was a simple ministrant, usually of slight education, but normally, Pace the good Antonino, leading an exemplary life. Ignored by the intelligentsia, but welcomed by the people. Among the bishops and abbots there were some high livers, but many good men, and perhaps half the College of Cardinals maintained a pious and Christian conduct that shamed the gay worldliness of their colleagues. All over Italy there were hospitals, orphan asylums, schools, almshouses, monti di pietà, loan offices, and other charitable institutions managed by the clergy. The Benedictine, Observantine, and Carthusian monks were honored for the relatively high moral level of their lives. Missionaries faced 1,000 dangers to spread the faith in heathen lands and among the pagans of Christendom. Mystics hid themselves away from the violence of the times and sought closer communion with God. Amid this devotion there was so much laxity of morals among the clergy that 1,000 testimonies could be adduced to prove it. The same Petrarch who remained faithful to Christianity to the end, and who drew a favorable picture of discipline and piety in the Carthusian monastery where his brother lived, repeatedly denounced the morals of the clergy in Avignon. From the Novelle of Boccaccio in the 14th century, through those of Masuccio in the 15th, to those of Bandello in the 16th, the loose lives of the Italian clergy form a recurrent theme of Italian literature. Boccaccio speaks of the lewd and filthy life of the clergy, in sins natural or sodomitical. Masuccio described the monks and friars as ministers of Satan, addicted to fornication, homosexualism, avarice, simony, and impiety, and professed to have found a higher moral level in the army than in the clergy. Aretino, familiar with all filth, railed at the errors of printers as rivaling in number the sins of the clergy. Truly, it would be easier to find Rome sober and chaste than a correct book. Poggio almost exhausts his vocabulary of vituperation in exposing the immorality, hypocrisy, cupidity, ignorance, and arrogance of monks and priests. And Folengo's Orlandino tells the same tale. Apparently the nuns, who today are angels and ministers of grace, shared in the revelry. They were especially lively in Venice, where monasteries and nunneries were sufficiently close to each other to allow their inmates now and then to share a bed. The archives of the Provveditori Sopra Monasteri contain 20 volumes of trials for the cohabitation of monks and nuns. Aretino speaks unquotably about the nuns of Venice, and Guicciardini, usually temperate, loses his poise in describing Rome. Of the court of Rome it is impossible to speak with sufficient severity, for it is a standing infamy, an example of all that is most vile and shameful in the world. These testimonies seem exaggerated and may be prejudiced, But here's St. Catherine of Siena. On whatever side you turn, whether to the secular clergy of priests and bishops, or to the religious orders, or to prelates small or great, old or young, you see nothing but offences, and all stink in my nostrils with a stench of mortal sin. Narrow, greedy, avaricious, they have abandoned the care of souls. Making a god of their belly, eating and drinking in disorderly feast, they fall thenceforthwith into filth, living in lasciviousness, feeding their children with the substance of the poor. They flee from choir service as from poison. Here again we must discount something, since no saint can be trusted to speak of human conduct without indignation. But we may accept the summing up of a candid Catholic historian. It is not surprising, when the highest ranks of the clergy were in such a state, that among the regular orders and secular priests, vice and irregularities of all sorts should have become more and more common. The salt of the earth had lost its savor. It was such priests as these that gave occasion to the more or less exaggerated descriptions of the clergy by Erasmus and Luther, who visited Rome during the reign of Julius II. But it is a mistake to suppose that the corruption of the clergy was worse in Rome than elsewhere. There is documentary evidence of the immorality of the priests in almost every town in the Italian peninsula. In many places, Venice for instance, matters were far worse than in Rome. No wonder, as contemporary writers sadly testify, the influence of the clergy had declined, and that in many places hardly any respect was shown for the priesthood. Their immorality was so gross that suggestions in favor of allowing priests to marry began to be heard. Many of the monasteries were in a deplorable condition. The three essential vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience were in some convents almost entirely disregarded. The discipline of many convents of nuns was equally lax. Less forgivable than irregularities of sex and festivities of diet were the activities of the Inquisition. But these remarkably declined in Italy during the 15th century. In 1440, Amadeo de' Landi, a mathematician, was tried on a charge of materialism, but was acquitted. In 1478, Galeotto Marcio was condemned to death for writing that any man who lived a good life would go to heaven, whatever his religion might be. But Pope Sixtus IV saved him. In 1497, the physician Gabriele da Salo was protected from the Inquisition by his patients, though he maintained that Christ was not God, but was the son of Joseph and Mary, conceived in the usual ridiculous way, that Christ's body was not in the consecrated wafer, and that his miracles had been performed not by divine power, but through the influence of the stars. So one myth drives out another. In 1500, Giorgio da Novara was burnt to death at Bologna, apparently for denying the divinity of Christ without having influential friends. In the same year, the Bishop of Aranda declared with impunity that there is neither heaven nor hell, and that indulgences were merely a means of raising funds. In 1510, when Ferdinand the Catholic tried to introduce the Inquisition into Naples, he met with such determined resistance from all classes of the population that he had to abandon the attempt. Amid the ecclesiastical decay, there were several centers of wholesome reform. Pius II deposed a general of the Dominicans and disciplined lax monasteries in Venice, Brescia, Florence, and Siena. In 1517, Sadoleto, Ghiberti, Carafa, and other churchmen founded the Oratory of the Divine Love as a center for pious men who desired some refuge from the pagan worldliness of Rome. In 1523, Carafa organized the Order of Theatines, in which secular priests lived under monastic rules of chastity, obedience, and poverty. Cardinal Carafa resigned all his benefices and distributed his property among the poor. So did St. Gaetano, another founder of the Theatines. These devotees, many of them men of noble lineage and great wealth, astonished Rome by strict adherence to their self-imposed rules and their fearless visits to victims of the plague. In 1533, Antonio Maria Zaccaria established at Milan a similar community of priests, first called the Regular Clerics of St. Paul, but soon to be known as Barnabites from the Church of St. Barnabas. Carafa drew up a helpful program of reform for the clergy of Venice, and Ghiberti essayed similar reforms in the Diocese of Verona from 1528 to 1531. Egidio Canizio reformed the Augustinian Eremites, and Gregorio Cortese effected a similar betterment among the Benedictines at Padua. The outstanding effort at monastic reform in this age was the foundation of the Capuchin order. Matteo di Bassi, a friar of the Franciscan Observantines at Montefalcone, thought that he saw St. Francis in a vision, and that he heard him say, "I wish my rule to be observed to the letter, to the letter, to the letter." Learning that St. Francis had worn a four-cornered painted hood, he adopted that headdress. Going to Rome, he secured from Clement VII in 1528 permission to establish a new branch of the Franciscans, distinguished by the cappuccio, or cowl, and by firm adherence to the final rule of St. Francis. They dressed in the coarsest cloth, went barefoot throughout the year, lived on bread, vegetables, fruit, and water, kept rigorous fasts, dwelt in narrow cells in poor cottages made of wood and loam, and never journeyed except on foot. The new order was not numerous, but it gave a stirring example and stimulus to the more widespread self-reform that came to the monastic and mendicant orders in the 16th and 17th centuries. Some of these reforms were undertaken in response to the Protestant Reformation. Many of them were of spontaneous generation and indicated a saving vitality in Christianity and the Church. 3. Sexual morality. Turning now to laic morals, and beginning with the relations of the sexes, we should remind ourselves at the outset that man is by nature polygamous, and that only the strongest moral sanctions, a helpful degree of poverty and hard work, and uninterrupted wifely supervision can induce him to monogamy. It is not clear that adultery was less popular in the Middle Ages than in the Renaissance, and as medieval adultery was tempered with chivalry, so in the Renaissance it was softened, in the lettered classes, by an idealization of the refinement and spiritual charms of the educated woman. Greater equality of the sexes in education and social standing made possible a new intellectual comradeship between men and women. In Mantua, Milan, Urbino, Ferrara, and Naples, life was graced and stirred by the prominence of attractive and cultivated women. Girls of good family were kept in relative seclusion from men not of their own household. They were sedulously instructed in the advantages of premarital chastity, sometimes with such success that we hear of a young woman drowning herself after being raped. She was doubtless exceptional, for a bishop proposed to raise a statue to her. In the Roman catacombs, a young gentlewoman strangled herself to avoid seduction. Her body was borne in triumph through the streets of Rome with a laurel crown on her head. Nevertheless, there must have been considerable premarital adventure. Otherwise it would be difficult to account for the extraordinary number of bastards to be found in any city of Renaissance Italy. Not to have bastards was a distinction. To have them was no serious disgrace. The man, on marrying, usually persuaded his wife to let his illegitimate progeny join the household and be brought up with her own children. To be a bastard was no great disability. The social stigma involved was almost negligible. Legitimation could be obtained by lubricating an ecclesiastical hand. In default of legitimate and competent heirs, bastard sons could succeed to an estate, even to a throne, as Ferrante I succeeded Alfonso I at Naples, and as Leonello d'Este succeeded Niccolo III at Ferrara. When Pius II came to Ferrara in 1459, he was received by 7 princes, all illegitimate. The rivalry of bastards with legitimate sons was a rich source of Renaissance violence. Half the novelle turn on seductions, and usually such stories were read or heard by women with only a momentary lowering of the eyes. Robert, Bishop of Aquino, toward the close of the 15th century, described the morals of the young men in his diocese as unashamedly corrupt. They explained to him, he tells us, that fornication was no sin, that chastity was an old-fashioned taboo, and that virginity was on the wane. Even incest had its devotees. As for homosexuality, it became almost an obligatory part of the Greek revival. The humanists wrote about it with a kind of scholarly affection, and Ariosto judged that they were all addicted to it. Politian, Filippo Strozzi, and the diarist Sanudo were reasonably suspected of it. Michelangelo, Julius II, and Clement VII were less convincingly charged with it. San Bernardino found so much of it in Naples that he threatened the city with the fate of Sodom and Gomorrah. Aretino described the aberration as quite popular in Rome, and he himself, between one mistress and another, asked the Duke of Mantua to send him an attractive boy. In 1455, the Venetian Council of Ten took official note how the abominable vice of sodomy multiplies in this city, and, to avert the wrath of God, it appointed 2 men in each quarter of Venice to put down the practice. The council noted that some men had taken to wearing feminine garb, and that some women were adopting male attire, and it called this a species of sodomy. In 1492, a noble and a priest convicted of homosexual acts were beheaded in the Piazzetta, and their bodies were publicly burned. These, of course, were exceptional cases from which we must not generalize, but we may assume that homosexuality was more than normally present in Renaissance Italy until the Counter-Reformation. We may say likewise of prostitution. According to Infessura, who liked to load his statistics against Papal Rome, there were 6,800 registered prostitutes in Rome in 1490, not counting clandestine practitioners, in a population of some 90,000. In Venice, the census of 1509 reported 11,654 prostitutes in a population of some 300,000. An enterprising printer published a catalogue of all the principal and most honored courtesans of Venice, their names, addresses, and fees. On the roads, they frequented taverns. In the cities, they were the favorite guests of young blades and fervent artists. Cellini recounts his night's lodging with a courtesan as an incident of no moment, and describes a dinner of artists, including Giulio Romano and himself, in which each man was required to bring a woman of low resistance. At a higher level, the banker Lorenzo Strozzi gave a banquet in 1519 to 14 persons, including 4 cardinals and 3 women of the demimonde. As wealth and refinement increased, a demand arose for courtesans with some education and social charm, and as in the Athens of Sophocles, hetairae rose to meet this demand, so in the Rome of the late 15th century, and in the Venice of the 16th, a class of cortigiane oneste, genteel courtesans, developed, who rivaled the finest ladies in dress, manners, culture, even in hebdomadal piety. While the simpler prostitutes, cortigiane di candela, practiced in brothels, these Roman hetairae lived in their own homes, entertained lavishly, read and wrote poetry, sang and played music, and joined in educated conversation. Some collected pictures and statuary, rare editions, and the latest books. Some maintained literary salons. To keep up with the humanists, many of them took classical names: Camilla, Polixena, Penthesilea, Faustina, Imperia, Tullia. One scandalous wit, in the pontificate of Alexander VI, wrote a series of epigrams, beginning with a number in praise of the Virgin or the saints, and then, without a blush, continuing with several in honor of the distinguished courtesans of his time. When one such, Faustina Mancina, died, half of Rome mourned her, and Michelangelo was one of many who wrote sonnets to her memory. The most renowned of these cortigiane oneste was Imperia de Cugnatis. Made rich by her patron Agostino Chigi, she adorned her home with luxurious furniture and choice art, and gathered about her a bevy of scholars, artists, poets, and churchmen. Even the pious Sadoletto sang her praise. Probably it was Imperia whom Raphael took as his model for the Sappho of his Parnassus. She died in the flower of her beauty at the age of 26 in 1511, and received honorable burial in the church of San Gregorio, with a marble tomb engraved in the finest lapidary style. And 100 poets lamented her in classic elegies. Her daughter killed herself rather than submit to seduction. Almost as renowned was Tullia d'Aragona, illegitimate daughter of the Cardinal of Aragon. Admired for her golden hair and sparkling eyes, her generosity and carelessness with money, her grace of carriage and charm of conversation, she was received in Naples, Rome, Florence, and Ferrara like a visiting princess. The Mantuan ambassador at Ferrara described her entry in an undiplomatic letter to Isabella d'Este in 1537. I have to record the arrival among us of a gentle lady, so modest in behavior, so fascinating in manners that we cannot help considering her something divine. She sings impromptu all kinds of airs and motets. There is not one lady in Ferrara, not even Vittoria Colonna, the Duchess of Pescara, who can stand comparison with Tullia. Moretto da Brescia painted a bewitching portrait of her, looking as innocent as a novice nun. She made the mistake of outliving her charms. She died in a wretched hut near the Tiber, and her total belongings at auction brought 12 crowns, or around $150. But in all her poverty she had kept her lute and harpsichord to the last. She left also a book that she had composed on the infinity of perfect love. Doubtless that title reflected the Renaissance fashion of talking and writing about platonic love. If a woman could not commit adultery, she might at least allow herself to arouse in a man a kind of poetic gallantry that made her the object of verses, courtesies, and dedications. The devotions of the troubadours, the Vita Nuova of Dante, and Plato's discourses on spiritual love had begotten in a few circles a fine sentiment of adoration toward woman, usually another man's wife. Most people paid no attention to the idea, preferring their love in a frankly sensual form. They might write sonnets, but their goal was coitus, and hardly once in 100 cases, despite the novelists, did they marry the object of their love. For marriage was an affair of property, and property could not be made dependent upon the passing whims of physical desire. Betrothals were arranged by family councils, and most young people accepted without effectual protest the mates so assigned to them. Girls could be betrothed at the age of 3, though marriage had to be delayed till 12. In the 15th century, a daughter unmarried at 15 was a family disgrace. In the 16th century, the age of disgrace was deferred to 17 to allow time for higher education. Men, who enjoyed all the privileges and facilities of promiscuity, could be lured into marriage only by brides bringing substantial dowries. In Savonarola's day, there were many marriageable girls who, for lack of dowries, had failed to find a husband. Florence established a kind of state dowry insurance, Monte delle Fanciulle, or Fund of the Maidens, from which marriage portions were given to girls that had paid small yearly premiums. In Siena, there were so many bachelors that the laws had to inflict legal disabilities upon them. In Lucca, a decree of 1454 debarred from public office all unmarried men between 20 and 50. "The times are not favorable to matrimony," wrote Alessandro Strozzi in 1455. Raphael painted 100 Madonnas, but would not take a wife, and this was the one thing in which Michelangelo agreed with him. Weddings themselves consumed enormous sums. Leonardo Bruni complained that his matrimonium had squandered his patrimonium. Kings and queens, princes and princesses spent $500,000 on a wedding while famine raged among the people. When Alfonso the Magnificent of Naples married, he set up tables for 30,000 diners on the shores of the bay. Lovelier was the reception that Urbino gave to Duke Guidobaldo when he brought from Mantua his bride Elisabetta Gonzaga. Ranged on a hill slope stood the ladies of the city, beautifully dressed. Before them their children carried olive branches. Mounted choristers in graceful formation sang a cantata that had been composed for the occasion, and an especially comely matron, impersonating a goddess, offered the new duchess the loyalty and affection of the people. After marriage, the woman usually kept her own name, so Lorenzo's wife continued to be called Donna Clarice Orsini. Sometimes, however, the wife might add her husband's name to her own, Maria Salviati de' Medici. In the medieval theory of marriage, it was expected that love would develop between man and wife through the varied partnerships of marriage in joy and sorrow, prosperity and adversity. And apparently the expectation was fulfilled in the majority of cases. No love of youth for maiden could be deeper or truer than that of Vittoria Colonna for the Marquis of Pescara, to whom she had been engaged from the age of 4. No loyalty could have been greater than that of Elisabetta Gonzaga, accompanying her crippled husband through all his misfortunes and exiles, and faithful to his memory till her death. Nevertheless, adultery was rampant. Since most marriages among the upper classes were diplomatic unions of economic or political interests, many husbands felt warranted in having a mistress, and the wife, though she might mourn, usually closed her eyes, or her lips, to the offense. Among the middle classes, some men assumed that adultery was a legitimate diversion. Machiavelli and his friends seem to have thought nothing of exchanging notes about their infidelities. When in such cases the wife avenged herself by imitation, the husband was as like as not to ignore it and wear his horns with grace. But the influx of Spaniards into Italy via Naples and Alexander VI and Charles V brought the Spanish point of honor into Italian life, and in the 16th century the husband felt called upon to punish his wife's adultery with death, while preserving his pristine privileges unimpaired. The husband might desert his wife and still prosper. The deserted wife had no remedy except to reclaim her dowry, return to her relatives, and live a lonely life. She was not allowed to marry again. She might enter a convent, but it would expect a donation of her dowry. In general, in the Latin countries, adultery is condoned as a substitute for divorce. 4. Renaissance man. The combination of intellectual enfranchisement and moral release produced the man of the Renaissance. He was not typical enough to merit that title. There were a dozen types of man in that age, as in any other. He was merely the most interesting, perhaps because he was exceptional. The Renaissance peasant was what peasants have always been until machinery made agriculture an industry. The Italian proletaire of 1500 was like those of Rome under the Caesars or Mussolini. Occupation makes the man. The Renaissance businessman was like his past and present peers. The Renaissance priest, however, was different from the medieval or modern priest. He believed less and enjoyed more. He could make love and war. Amid these types was an arresting mutation, a sport of the species and the time, the kind of man we think of when we recall the Renaissance, a type unique in history, except that Alcibiades, seeing him, would have felt reborn. The qualities of this type revolved about two foci, intellectual and moral audacity. A mind sharp, alert, versatile, open to every impression and idea, sensitive to beauty, eager for fame. It was a recklessly individualistic spirit, set on developing all its potential capacities. A proud spirit, scorning Christian humility, despising weakness and timidity, defying conventions, morals, taboos, popes, even, occasionally, God. In the city, such a man might lead a turbulent faction. In the state, an army. In the church, he would gather 100 benefices under his cassock and use his wealth to climb to power. In art, he was no longer an artisan working anonymously with others on a collective enterprise, as in the Middle Ages. He was a single and separate person who stamped his character upon his works, signed his name to his paintings, even, now and then, carved it on his statues, like Michelangelo on the Pietà. Whatever his achievements, this Renaissance man was always in motion and discontent, fretting at limits, longing to be a universal man, bold in conception, decisive in deed, eloquent in speech, skilled in art, acquainted with literature and philosophy, at home with women in the palace and with soldiers in the camp. His immorality was part of his individualism, his goal being the successful expression of his personality, and his environment imposing upon him no standards of restraint, either from the example of the clergy or from the terror of a supernatural creed. He allowed himself any means to his ends, and any pleasure on the way. Nonetheless, he had his own virtues. He was a realist and seldom talked nonsense except to a reluctant woman. He had good manners when he was not killing, and even then he preferred to kill with grace. He had energy, force of character, direction and unity of will. He accepted the old Roman conception of virtue as manliness, but added to it skill and intelligence. He was not needlessly cruel, and he excelled the Romans in his capacity for pity. He was vain, but that was part of his sense of beauty and form. His appreciation of the beautiful in woman and nature, in art and crime, was a mainspring of the Renaissance. He replaced the moral with the aesthetic sense. If his type had multiplied and prevailed, an irresponsible aristocracy of taste would have supplanted the aristocracies of birth or wealth. But again, he was only one of many kinds of Renaissance man. How different was the idealistic Pico, with his belief in the moral perfectibility of mankind, or the grim Savonarola, blind to beauty and absorbed in righteousness, or the gentle, gracious Raphael, scattering beauty about him with an open hand, or the demonic Michelangelo, haunted with the Last Judgment long before he painted it, or the melodious Politian, who thought there could be pity even in hell, or the honest Vittorino da Feltre, so successfully binding Zeno to Christ, or the second Giuliano de' Medici, so kindly just that his brother the Pope considered him unfit for government. We perceive, after every effort to abbreviate and formulate, that there was no man of the Renaissance. There were men agreeing only in one thing, that life had never been lived so intensely before. The Middle Ages had said, or had pretended to say, no to life. The Renaissance, with all its heart and soul and might, said yes. 5. Renaissance woman. The emergence of woman was one of the brightest phases of the period. Her status in European history has usually risen with wealth, though Periclean Greece, too near the Orient, was an exception. When hunger is no longer feared, the male quest turns to sex, and if man still despoils himself for gold, it is to lay it at a woman's feet, or before the children she has given him. If she resists him, he idealizes her. Usually she has the good sense to resist him, and to make him pay dearly for the boons whose contemplated splendor swells his veins. If, moreover, she adds graces of mind and character to her body's charms, she gives man the highest satisfaction he can find this side of glory, and in return he raises her to an almost queenly dominance in his life. We must not imagine that this was the pleasant role of the average woman in the Renaissance. It fell to a fortunate few, while the far greater number put off their bridal robes to carry domestic burdens and family headaches to their graves. Hear San Bernardino on the proper time for beating a wife. And I say to you, men, never beat your wives while they are great with child, for therein would lie great peril. I say not that you should never beat them, but choose your time. I know men who have more regard for a hen that lays a fresh egg daily than for their own wives. Sometimes the hen will break a pot or a cup, but the man will not beat her, for fear of losing the egg that is her fruit. How stark mad, then, are many that cannot suffer a word from their own lady who bears such fair fruit. For if she speak a word more than he thinks fit, forthwith he seizes a staff and begins to chastise her. And the hen, which cackles all day without ceasing, you suffer patiently for her egg's sake. A girl of good family was carefully trained for success in getting and keeping a prosperous mate. This was the major subject of her curriculum. Till a few weeks before marriage, she was kept in relative seclusion in a convent or in the home, and received from her tutors or nuns an education as thorough as that which came to all but the scholars among the men of her class. Usually she learned some Latin and became distantly acquainted with the leading figures of Greek and Roman history, literature, and philosophy. She practiced some form of music, and sometimes played at sculpture or painting. A few women became scholars and publicly debated problems of philosophy with men, like the learned Cassandra Fedeli of Venice, but this was highly exceptional. Several women wrote good verse, like Costanza Varano, Veronica Gambara, and Vittoria Colonna. But the educated woman of the Renaissance retained her femininity, her Christianity, and its moral code, and this gave her a union of culture and character that made her irresistible to the higher Renaissance man. For the lettered men of that age felt her attractiveness intensely, even to writing and reading books that analyzed her charms in scholarly detail. Agnolo Firenzuola, a Vallambrosan monk, composed a dialogue Sopra la bellezza delle donne, on the beauty of women, and carried off this difficult subject with a skill and erudition hardly becoming a monk. Beauty itself he defines after Plato and Aristotle as an orderly concord, a harmony inscrutably resulting from the composition, union, and commission of divers members, each of which shall itself be well proportioned and in a certain sense beautiful, but which, before they combine to make one body, shall be different and discrepant among themselves. He proceeds to examine with finesse every part of the feminine frame, laying down the standard of beauty for each. The hair should be thick, long, and blonde, a soft yellow nearing brown, the skin bright and clear, but not pale white, the eyes dark, large, and full, with touches of blue in a white iris. The nose must not be aquiline, for that is especially disconcerting in a woman. The mouth should be small, but the lips full, the chin round and dimpled, the neck round and rather long, but let not Adam's apple show. The shoulders should be broad, the bosom full, with a gentle fall and swell, the hands white and plump and soft, the legs long, the feet small. We perceive that Firenzuola had spent much time contemplating his subject, and had discovered an admirable new topic for philosophy. Not content with these gifts, Renaissance woman, like any other, dyed her hair, almost always to blonde, and added false locks to fill it out. Peasant women, having spent their beauty, cut off their tresses and hung them out for sale. Perfumes were a mania in 16th century Italy. Hair, hats, shirts, stockings, gloves, shoes, all had to be scented. Aretino thanks Duke Cosimo for perfuming the roll of money he had sent him. Some objects that date from that period have not yet lost their odor. A well-to-do woman's dressing table was a wilderness of cosmetics, usually in fancy containers of ivory, silver, or gold. Rouge was applied not only to the face but to the breasts, which in the larger cities were left mostly bare. Various preparations were used to remove blemishes, to polish the fingernails, to render the skin soft and smooth. Flowers were placed in the hair and on the dress. Pearls, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, agates, amethysts, beryls, topazes, or garnets adorned the fingers in rings, the arms in bracelets, the head in tiaras, and, after 1525, the ears in earrings. Besides which, jewelry might be studded into the headgear, the dress, the shoes, and the fan. Feminine dress, if we may judge from the portraits, was rich, heavy, and uncomfortable. Velvets, silks, and furs hung in massive folds from the shoulders, or, when the shoulders were bare, from fastenings over the breasts. Dresses were bound with a girdle at the waist and swept the floor behind the feet. The shoes of the well-to-do woman were high of both sole and heel to protect her feet from the filth of the streets. Nevertheless, the upper portion was often of delicate brocade. Handkerchiefs were now in use in the upper classes. They were made of fine linen, often striped with gold thread or fringed with lace. Petticoats and lingerie were trimmed with lace and embroidered with silk. Sometimes the dress reached up around the neck in a ruff stiffened with metal ribs, and occasionally rising above the head. The headdress of the woman took 100 forms: turbans, tiaras, kerchiefs or veils bound with pearls, hoods stiffly shaped with wire, caps like a boy's or a forester's. Frenchmen visiting Mantua were delightfully shocked to find the Marchioness Isabella wearing a fancy cap with jeweled feathers, and, beneath, shoulders and bosom bare almost to the nipples. Preachers complained about the amount of female bosom that invited the male eye. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 8, Side 1. Preachers complained about the amount of female bosom that invited the male eye. Now and then the flair for nudity went out of bounds, and Sacchetti observed of some women that if they took off their shoes they would be naked. Most women imprisoned themselves in corsets that could be tightened by turning a key, so that Petrarch pitied their bellies so cruelly squeezed that they suffer as much pain from vanity as the martyrs suffered for religion. Armed with all these weapons, the Renaissance woman of the upper classes raised her sex out of medieval bondage and monastic contempt to be almost the equal of man. She conversed on equal terms with him about literature and philosophy. She governed states with wisdom, like Isabella, or with all too masculine force, like Caterina Sforza. Sometimes, clad in armor, she followed her mate to the battlefield and bettered the instruction of his violence. She refused to leave the room when rough stories came up. She had a good stomach and could hear realistic language without losing her modesty or her charm. The Italian Renaissance is rich in women who made a high place for themselves by their intelligence or their virtue. Bianca Maria Visconti, who, in the absence of her husband, Francesco Sforza, governed Milan so capably that he used to say he had more confidence in her than in his whole army, and who at the same time was known for her piety, compassion, charity, and beauty of person. Or Emilia Pio, whose husband died in her youth, but who so cherished his memory that she was never known, through all her remaining years, to encourage the attentions of any man. Or Lucrezia Tornabuoni, mother and moulder of Lorenzo the Magnificent, or Elisabetta Gonzaga, or Beatrice d'Este, or the maligned and gentle Lucrezia Borgia, or the Caterina Cornaro, who made Asolo a school for poets, artists, and gentlemen, or Veronica Gambara, the poetess and saloniere of Correggio, or Vittoria Colonna, the untouched goddess of Michelangelo. Vittoria recaptured, without proud display, all the quiet virtue of a Roman heroine of the Republic, and combined with it the noblest features of Christianity. She had distinguished ancestry. Her father was Fabrizio Colonna, Grand Constable of the Kingdom of Naples. Her mother, Agnese de Montefeltro, was a daughter of Federigo, the scholarly Duke of Urbino. Betrothed in childhood to Ferrante Francesco d'Avalos, Marquis of Pescara, she married him at 19 in 1509. And the love that united them before and after marriage was a finer poem than any of the sonnets that they exchanged during his campaigns. At the Battle of Ravenna in 1512, he was wounded almost to death and was taken prisoner. He took advantage of his captivity to compose a book of loves, which he dedicated to his wife. Meanwhile, he had carried on a liaison with one of Isabella d'Este's maids of honor. After his release, he returned to Vittoria briefly, then sallied forth on one campaign after another, so that she seldom saw him again. He led the forces of Charles V at Pavia in 1525 and won a decisive victory. Offered the crown of Naples if he would join a conspiracy against the emperor, he thought it over for a while, then revealed the plot to Charles. When he died in November 1525, he had not seen his wife for 3 years. Ignorant of or ignoring his infidelities, she spent her 22 years of widowhood in works of charity, piety, and devotion to his memory. When she was urged to marry again, she replied,
My husband Ferdinand, who to you seems dead, is not dead to me. She lived in quiet retirement at Ischia, then in convents at Orvieto and Viterbo, then in semi-conventual privacy in Rome. There, while herself remaining apparently orthodox, she befriended several Italians who sympathized with the Reformation. For a time she was placed under the surveillance of the Inquisition, and to be her friend was to risk indictment for heresy. Michelangelo took the risk and developed for her an intense spiritual affection that never dared go beyond poetry. The educated women of the Renaissance emancipated themselves without any propaganda of emancipation, purely by their intelligence, character, and tact, and by the heightened sensitivity of men to their tangible and intangible charms. They influenced their time in every field: in politics by their ability to govern states for their absent husbands, in morals by their combination of freedom, good manners, and piety, in art by developing a matronly beauty which modeled 100 Madonnas, in literature by opening their homes and their smiles to poets and scholars. There were innumerable satires on women, as in every age, but for every bitter or sarcastic line there were litanies of devotion and praise. The Italian Renaissance, like the French Enlightenment, was bisexual. Women moved into every sphere of life. Men ceased to be coarse and crude, and were molded to finer manners and speech. And civilization, with all its laxity and violence, took on a grace and refinement such as it had not known in Europe for 1,000 years. 6. The home. The rising refinement showed itself in the form and life of the home. While the dwellings of the populace remained as before, unadorned whitewashed stucco or plaster walls, flagstone floors, an inner court usually with a well, and around the court 1 or 2 stories of rooms furnished with the simple necessaries of life, the palaces of the nobles and nouveaux riches took on a splendor and luxury again recalling imperial Rome. The wealth that in the Middle Ages had been concentrated on the cathedral now poured itself out into mansions equipped with such furniture, conveniences, delicacies, and ornaments as could hardly be found, north of the Alps, in the seats of princes and kings. The Villa Chigi and the Palazzo Massimi, both designed by Baldassare Peruzzi, enclosed a labyrinth of rooms, each ornate with columns and pilasters, or fretted cornice, or gilded coffered ceiling, or paintings on vault and walls, or sculptured chimney-pieces, or stucco carvings and arabesques, or floors of marble or tile. Every mansion had elegant beds, tables, chairs, chests, and cabinets built for a century and cut to please the eye. Its massive credenzas or buffets were loaded with silver plate and fancy pottery. It had soft and comfortable beds, fine carpets and handsome drapes, and linen abundant, enduring, and perfumed. Great fireplaces warmed the rooms, and lamps, torches, or chandeliers lighted them. All that was lacking in these palaces was children. For family limitation rises as the means for supporting children mount. The Church and the Scriptures bade men increase and multiply, but comfort counseled infertility. Even in the countryside, where children were economic assets, families of 6 children were rare. In the city, where children were liabilities, families were small, the richer the smaller, and many homes had no children at all. What lovely children Italian families could have appears in the Bambini and Putti of the artists, the Cantorie of Donatello and Luca della Robbia, and such scriptural portraits as the young St. John of Antonio Rossellino in the Washington National Gallery. The solidarity of the family, the mutual loyalty and love of parents and children, stand out all the more attractively amid the moral looseness of the times. The family was still an economic, moral, and geographical unit. Usually the debts of one defaulting member were paid by the rest, a marked exception to the individualism of the age. Rarely did any member marry or leave the state without the family's consent. Servants were free-born, free-spoken members of the family. Paternal authority was supreme and was obeyed in all crises, but normally the mother ruled the household. Maternal love was as fond in the princesses as in the paupers. Beatrice d'Este writes about her baby boy to her sister Isabella. I often wish that you could be here to see him, as I am quite sure that you would never be able to stop petting and kissing him. Most families of the middle class kept a register of births, marriages, deaths, and interesting events, interspersed here and there with intimate comments. In one such family record, Giovanni Rucellai, ancestor of the dramatist of the same name, wrote toward the end of his life, circa 1460, these proud words of a Florentine. I thank God that he has created me a rational and immortal being, in a Christian country, close to Rome, the center of the Christian faith, in Italy, the noblest country in Christendom, and in Florence, the most beautiful city of the whole world. I thank our Lord for an excellent mother, who, though only in her 20th year at the time of my father's death, refused all offers of marriage and devoted herself wholly to her children, and also for an equally excellent wife, who loved me truly and cared most faithfully for both household and children, who was spared to me for many years and whose death has been the greatest loss that ever has or could have befallen me. Recalling all these innumerable favors and benefits, I now in my old age desire to detach myself from all earthly things in order to devote my whole soul to giving praise and thanks to Thee, my Lord, the living source of my being. Two men, who were perhaps one, wrote about 1436 treatises on the family and its governance. Agnolo Pandolfini was probably the author of an eloquent Trattato del Governo della Famiglia. Leon Battista Alberti soon afterward composed a Trattato della Famiglia, whose third book, Economico, is so largely similar to the earlier treatise that some have thought the two works were different forms of one essay by Alberti. Perhaps they are both genuine, so alike because they both base themselves upon Xenophon's Economicus. Pandolfini's performance is the better. Like the Rucellai, he was a man of means, serving Florence as a diplomat and contributing generously to public causes. He wrote his treatise toward the end of a long life and cast it into the form of a dialogue with his three sons. They ask him should they seek public office. He advises against it, as necessitating acts of dishonesty, cruelty, and theft, and as exposing one to suspicion, envy, and abuse. The sources of a man's happiness lie not in public office or fame, but in his wife and children, his economic success, his good repute, and his friends. A man should marry a wife sufficiently younger than himself to submit to his instruction and molding, and he should teach her, in the early years of their marriage, the obligations of motherhood and the arts of household management. A prosperous life comes from the economical and orderly use of health, talent, time, and money. Of health through continence, exercise, and a moderate diet. Of talent through study and the formation of honest character by religion and example. Of time through shunning idleness, and of money through a careful accounting and balancing of income, expenditure, and savings. The wise man will invest first of all in a farm or estate, so arranged as to provide him and his family not only with a country residence, but with corn, wine, oil, fowl, wood, and as many as possible of the other necessities of life. It is well also to have a house in the city, so that the children may use the educational facilities there and learn some of the industrial arts. But the family should spend as much of the year as possible in the villa and the country. While every other possession causes work and danger, fear and disappointment, the villa brings a great and honorable advantage. The villa is always true and kind. In spring, the green trees and the song of the birds will make you joyful and hopeful. In autumn, a moderate exertion will bring forth 100-fold. All through the year, melancholy will be banished from you. The villa is the spot where good and honest men love to congregate. Hasten thither, and fly from the pride of the rich and the dishonor of evil men. To which one Giovanni Compano answered for 1,000,000 peasants, Had I not been born a rustic, I should readily have been touched with pleasure by these descriptions of rural happiness. However, having been a farmer, what to you are delights are to me a bore. 7. Public morality. Pandolfini was right in at least one judgment, that commercial and public morality was the least attractive side of Renaissance life. Then, as now, success, not virtue, was the standard by which men were judged. Even the righteous Pandolfino praised for wealth rather than for immortal life. Then, as now, men itched for money and stretched their consciences to grasp it. Kings and princes betrayed their allies and broke their most solemn pledges at the call of gold. Artists were no better. Many of them took advance payments, failed to finish or begin the work, but kept the money just the same. The papal court itself gave a high example of money lust. Here again the greatest historian of the papacy. A deep-rooted corruption had taken possession of nearly all the officials of the Curia.
The inordinate number of gratuities and exactions had passed all bounds. Moreover, on all sides, deeds were dishonestly manipulated and even falsified by the officials. No wonder that there arose from all parts of Christendom the loudest complaints about the corruption and financial extortions of the papal officials. It was even said that in Rome everything had its price. The Church still condemned all taking of interest as usury. Preachers inveighed against it. Cities, Piacenza for example, sometimes forbade it under pain of exclusion from the sacraments and from Christian burial. But the lending of money at interest went on because such loans were indispensable in an expanding commercial and industrial economy. Laws were passed prohibiting a higher rate than 20%, but we hear of cases where 30% was charged. Christians competed with Jews in money lending, and the town council of Verona complained that the Christians exacted harder terms than the Jews. Public resentment, however, fell chiefly upon the Jews, and occasionally led to outbreaks of anti-Semitic violence. The Franciscans met the problem for the most helpless borrowers by establishing, through gifts and legacies, monti di pietà, funds, literally heaps, of charity from which they made loans to the needy, at first without interest. The first of these was organized at Orvieto in 1463. Soon every major city had one. Their growth involved expenditures of administration, and the Fifth Lateran Council in 1515 granted the Franciscans the right to charge for each loan an amount necessary to cover the costs of management. Instructed by this experience, some theologians of the 16th century allowed a moderate interest on loans. Through the competition of the Monti di Pietà, and probably more through the increasing competence and rivalry of the professional bankers, the rate of interest fell rapidly during the 16th century. Industry became more ruthless with its size and with the disappearance of a personal relationship between employer and employed. Under feudalism, the serf enjoyed certain rights along with his burdensome dues. In sickness, economic depression, war, and old age, his lord was expected to take care of him. In the cities of Italy, the guilds performed something of this function for the better class of labor. But in general, the free laborer was free to starve when he could find no work. When he found it, he had to take it on the employer's terms, and these were hard. Every invention and improvement in production and finance added to profits, rarely to wages. Businessmen were as severe with one another as with their employees. We hear of their many tricks in competition, their deceptive contracts, their innumerable frauds. When they cooperated, it was to ruin their competitors in another town. However, there were instances of a fine sense of honor among many Italian merchants, and the Italian financiers had the best reputation in Europe for integrity. Social morality was a blend of violence and chastity. In the correspondence of the times, we find many evidences of a tender and kindly spirit. And the Italians could not compete with the Spaniards in ferocity or with the French soldiery in wholesale butchery. Yet no nation in Europe could match the endless, merciless slander that swept all around prominent persons in Rome. And who but the Italians of the Renaissance could have called Aretino divine? Private violence flourished. Family feuds were refreshed by the breakdown of custom and belief and the inadequate administration of the laws. Men took vengeance into their own hands, and families murdered one another for generations. At Ferrara, as late as 1537, dueling to the death was legal and practiced. Even boys were allowed to fight each other with knives in these legal lists. The strife of parties was bitterer than anywhere else in Europe. Crimes of violence were innumerable. Assassins could be bought almost as cheaply as indulgences. The palaces of Roman nobles swarmed with bravi, thugs ready to kill at a nod from their lords. Everyone had a dagger, and brewers of poison found many customers. At last the people of Rome could hardly believe in the natural death of any man of prominence or wealth. Important personages required that all food or drink served to them should first be tasted by another in their presence. Strange stories were told in Rome of a venenum aterminatum, a poison that took effect only after an interval long enough to cover up the trail of the poisoner. A man had to live on the alert in those days. Any evening, if he left the house, he might be ambushed and robbed, and be lucky not to be killed. Even in church he was not safe, and on the highways he had to be ready for brigands. The Renaissance mind, living amid these dangers, had to be sharp as an assassin's blade. Sometimes cruelty was collective and contagious. At Arezzo in 1502, a riot broke out against an oppressive Florentine commission. Hundreds of Florentines in Arezzo were slain in the streets,
Whole families were wiped out. One victim was stripped naked and hanged, and a lighted torch was thrust between his buttocks, whereupon the jolly crowd nicknamed the corpse Il Sodomita. Tales of violence, cruelty, and lust were as popular as superstition. The court of Ferrara, brilliant with poetry and art, was ghastly with princely crimes and royal punishments. The irresponsibility of despots like the Visconti and the Malatestas provided a model and stimulus for the amateur violence of the people. The morals of war worsened with time. In the early days of the Renaissance, almost all battles were modest engagements of mercenaries who fought without frenzy and knew when to stop. Victory was judged won as soon as a few men had fallen, and a live, ransomable prisoner was worth more than a dead enemy. As the condottieri became more powerful and armies larger and more costly, troops were allowed to plunder captured cities in lieu of regular pay. Resistance to plunder led to the massacre of the inhabitants, and ferocity grew at the smell of the blood it shed. Even so, the cruelty of the Italians in war was far exceeded by the invading Spanish and French. When the French took Capua in 1501, says Guicciardini, they committed great slaughter, and women of all ranks and qualities, even such as were consecrated to the service of God, fell a sacrifice to their lust or avarice. Many of these poor creatures were afterwards sold at Rome for a small price. Apparently to Christians. The enslavement of prisoners of war increased as the wars of the Renaissance progressed. There were instances of fine loyalty of man to man, of citizen to state, but by and large the development of cunning put a premium on deceit. Generals sold themselves to the highest bidder, and then in mid-campaign negotiated with the enemy for a higher price. Governments, too, changed sides in the middle of a war, and allies became foes by the scratch of a pen. Princes and popes violated safe conducts given by them. Governments consented to the secret assassination of their enemies in other states. Traitors could be found in any city or camp, instance Bernardino del Corte, who sold Lodovico's Castello to France, the Swiss and Italians who betrayed Lodovico to the French, Francesco Maria della Rovere, who kept his papal troops from going to the rescue of the Pope in 1527, Malatesta Baglioni, who sold out Florence in 1530. As religious belief declined, the notion of right and wrong was replaced in many minds by that of practicality. And as governments seldom enjoyed the authority of legitimation by time, the habit of obedience to law lapsed, and custom had to be supplanted by force. Against the tyranny of governments, the only recourse was tyrannicide. Corruption ran through every department of administration. In Siena, the Bureau of Finance had finally to be put into the hands of a saintly monk, since everybody else had embezzled. Except in Venice, the courts were notoriously venal. One of Zacchetti's stories tells of a judge who was bribed with the gift of an ox, but the opponent sent the judge a cow and a calf, and won his case. Justice was expensive. The poor had to get along without it, and found it cheaper to kill than to litigate. Law itself was making some progress, but chiefly in theory. At Padua and Bologna, Pisa and Perugia, there were famous jurists, Cino da Pistoia, Bartolus of Sassoferrato, Baldo degli Ubaldi, whose reinterpretation of Roman law dominated jurisprudence for 2 centuries. Nautical and commercial law expanded as foreign trade increased. Giovanni da Legnano opened a path for Grotius with a Tractatus de Bello in 1360, the earliest known work on the laws of war. But the practice of law was less excellent than its theory. Though police protection of life and property was taking form, especially in Florence, it could not keep abreast of crime. Lawyers abounded. Torture continued to be used in the examination of witnesses as well as of the accused. Punishments were barbarous. In Bologna, a convict might be suspended in a cage from one of the leaning towers and left to fester in the sun. In Siena, a condemned man was slowly torn to pieces with red-hot pincers while bound to a cart slowly moving through the streets. In Milan, under Petrarch's host, Giovanni Visconti, prisoners were subjected to piecemeal mutilation. Early in the 16th century, the custom began of condemning prisoners to pull the heavy oars of galleys. So the ships of Julius II were manned by galley slaves, chained by the leg. Against these barbarities, we may place the high development of organized charity. Every man who made a will left a sum to be distributed among the poor of his parish.
Since beggars were numberless, some churches provided the equivalent of modern soup kitchens. So the Church of Santa Maria in Camposanto at Rome fed 13 beggars daily and 2,000 on Mondays and Fridays. Hospitals, lazarettos, asylums for incurables, for the poor, for orphans, for destitute pilgrims, for reformed prostitutes were numerous in Renaissance as in medieval Italy. Pistoia and Viterbo were celebrated for the scope of their charities. At Mantua, Lodovico Gonzaga established the Ospedale Maggiore for the care of the poor and infirm, and gave it 3,000 ducats a year of governmental funds. At Venice, a society known as the Pellegrini, including in its membership Titian and the two Sansovini, provided mutual aid to its members, dowered poor girls, and practiced other charities. Florence in 1500 had 73 civic organizations devoted to works of charity. The Confraternità della Misericordia, founded in 1244 but allowed to decay, was restored in 1475. Its members were laymen who visited the sick, practiced other charities, and earned the love of the people by their courageous attendance upon victims of the plague. Their silent, black-robed processions are still among the most impressive sights of Florence. Venice had a similar Confraternità di San Rocco. Rome had a Sodality of the Dolorosa, now 504 years old. And Cardinal Giulio de' Medici founded in 1519 the Confraternità della Carità to take care of poor persons above the mendicant class and to provide decent burial for the destitute. The private charity of unrecorded millions lent some mitigation to the struggle of man against man, nature, and death. 8. Manners and Amusements. Amid violence and dishonesty and the boisterous life of university students and the rough humor and kindliness of peasant and proletaire, good manners grew as one of the arts of the Renaissance. Italy now led Europe in personal and social hygiene, dress, table manners, cooking, conversation, and recreations. And in all of these except dress, Florence claimed to lead Italy. Florence patriotically mourned the filth of other cities, and Italians made Tedesco, German, a synonym for coarseness of language and life. The old Roman habit of frequent bathing continued in the educated classes. The well-to-do displayed their finery and took the waters at various spas, and drank sulphurous streams as an annual penance to purge digestive sins. Male dress was as ornate as female, except for jewelry, tight sleeves and colored hose, and such wondrous baggy bonnets as Raphael caught on Castiglione. Hose ran up the legs to the loins, splitting men into prancing absurdities, but above the hips a man could be elegant in velvet tunic and silk frills and ruffles of lace. Even gloves and shoes sported wisps of lace. At a tournament given by Lorenzo de' Medici, his brother Giuliano wore garments costing 8,000 ducats. A revolution in table manners came in the 15th century with the increasing substitution of a fork for the fingers in carrying food to the mouth. Thomas Coriat, touring Italy about 1600, was struck by the novel custom, which, he wrote, is not used in any other country that I saw in my travels. And he shared in introducing the idea into England. Knives, forks, and spoons were of brass, sometimes of silver, which was lent out to neighbors preparing banquets. Meals were modest except on such outstanding occasions or at state functions. Then excess was compulsory. Spices, pepper, cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, juniper, ginger, etc., were used in abundance to flavor food and stimulate thirst. Hence every host offered his guests a variety of wines. The reign of garlic in Italy can be traced back to 1548, but doubtless had begun long before. There was very little drunkenness or gluttony. The Italians of the Renaissance, like the later French, were gourmets, not gourmands. When men ate apart from the women of their families, they might invite a courtesan or two, as Aretino did when he entertained Titian. More careful people would grace the meal with music, poetic improvisations, and educated conversation. The art of conversation, bel parlare, to speak with intelligence, urbanity, courtesy, clarity, and wit, was reinvented by the Renaissance. Greece and Rome had known it, and here and there in medieval Italy, as at the courts of Frederick II and Innocent III, it had been kept precariously alive. Now, in Lorenzo's Florence, in Elisabetta's Urbino, in Leo's Rome, it flourished again. Nobles and their ladies, poets and philosophers, generals and scholars, artists and musicians met in the companionship of minds, quoted famous authors, made an occasional obeisance to religion, graced their language with a light, fantastic touch, and basked in one another's audience. Such conversation was so admired that many essays and treatises were cast in dialogue form to appropriate its elegance. In the end, the game was carried to excess. Language and thought became too precious and refined. An enervating dilettantism softened manliness. Urbino became Rambouillet in France, and Molière attacked les précieux ridicules just in time to save the art of good converse for France. Despite the preciosity of the few, Italian speech enjoyed a freedom of subject and epithet that would not be allowed by social manners today. Since general conversation was rarely heard by unmarried women of good character, it was assumed that sex might be openly discussed. But beyond this, and even in the highest male circles, there was a looseness of sexual jest, a gay freedom in poetry, a coarse obscenity in drama that seemed to us now among the less presentable aspects of the Renaissance. Educated men could scribble lewd verses on statuary. The refined Bembo wrote in praise of Priapus. Youths competed in obscenity and profanity to prove their maturity. Men of all classes swore great oaths and curses, often involving blasphemy of the most sacred names in the Christian faith. And yet the phrases of courtesy had never been so flowery, forms of address had never been so gracious. Women kissed the hand of any intimate male friend on meeting or leaving him, and men kissed the hand of a woman. Presents were ever passing from friend to friend, and tact of word and deed reached a development that seemed unattainable in Northern Europe. Italian manuals of manners became favored texts beyond the Alps. The same was true of Italian handbooks of dancing, fencing, and other recreations. In recreation, as in conversation and profanity, Italy led the Christian world. On summer evenings, girls danced in the squares of Florence, and the most graceful won a silver garland. In the villages, young men and women danced on the green. In homes and at formal balls, women danced with women or men, and men with men or women. In any case, the aim was grace. In the Renaissance, the ballet flourished. The poetry of motion was added to the arts. Card-playing was even more popular than dancing. In the 15th century, it became a mania in all classes. Leo X was an addict. Often it involved gambling. Recall how Cardinal Raphael Riario won 14,000 ducats in 2 games with the son of Innocent VIII. Men gambled also with dice and sometimes loaded them. This too became a passion, which legislation vainly sought to moderate. In Venice, gambling ruined so many noble families that the Council of Ten twice forbade the sale of cards or dice, and called upon servants to report masters violating these ordinances. The Monte di Pietà, established by Savonarola in 1495, required of borrowers a pledge to avoid gambling at least till the loan had been paid. Sedate people brooded over chess and fondled expensive sets. Giacomo Loredano at Venice had chessmen valued at 5,000 ducats. Young men had their special games, mostly in the open air. The upper-class Italian was trained to ride, wield sword and lance, and tilt in tournaments. For such contests, the towns, on certain holidays, roped off space in a square, usually convenient to windows and balconies, whence the ladies could encourage their knights. As these combats proved insufficiently mortal, some rash youths, in the Roman Colosseum in 1332, introduced the bullfight, with a man on foot armed only with a spear. On that occasion, 18 knights, all of old Roman families, were killed, and only 11 bulls. Such contests were occasionally repeated in Rome and Siena, but never caught the Italian taste. Horse racing was more popular, and aroused the enthusiasm of Romans, Sienese, and Florentines alike. Hunting, falconry, foot races, boat regattas, tennis, and boxing rounded out the sports, and kept the Italians individually in form, while collectively the defense of the cities was left to mercenary aliens. All in all, it was a gay life despite its toils and risks, its natural and supernatural terrors. City folk had the pleasure of walking or riding out to the countryside, to the banks of the rivers or the shores of the sea. They cultivated flowers to adorn their homes and persons, and, by their villas, carved stately gardens into geometrical forms. The church was generous with holy days, and the state added holidays of its own. Water festivals were held on the Venetian lagoons, on the Arno at Venice, the Mincio at Mantua, the Ticino at Milan. Or on special days, great processions moved down the city streets, with floats and banners designed for the guilds by artists of international renown. Bands played, pretty girls sang and danced, dignitaries marched, and in the evening fireworks shot their evanescent wonder into the sky. On Holy Saturday in Florence, 3 flints brought from the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem lit a taper that lit a candle that, carried along a wire by a mechanical dove, reached and set off the fireworks in the carro, or emblematic car of state in the piazza before the cathedral. On Corpus Christi, the parade would be halted to hear a cantata sung by a choir of girls and boys, or see an episode of scriptural history or pagan mythology enacted by some confraternity. If a great dignitary came to town, he might be received with a trionfo, a procession arranged with chariots in the manner of a Roman triumph for a victorious general. When Leo X visited his beloved Florence in 1513, all the city turned out to watch his triumphal car, decorated and painted by Pontormo, pass under great arches that spanned the central street. 7 other chariots moved in that cavalcade, bearing impersonations of famous figures in Roman history. On the last, a naked boy, covered with gilt, represented the coming, with Leo, of the Golden Age. But the boy died shortly afterward from the effect of the gilt. At carnival time, the processional floats in Florence might symbolize some idea, like prudence, hope, fear, death, or the elements, the winds, the seasons, or tell in pantomime a story like Paris and Helen, or Bacchus and Ariadne, with songs appropriate to each scene. For such a masque, Lorenzo wrote his famous ode to youth and joy. On those carnival nights, everyone from urchins to cardinals wore masks, played pranks, and made love, with a freedom that revenged itself in advance for the restraints of Lent. In 1512, when Florence seemed still prosperous, but unsuspected misfortunes were only a few months away, Piero di Cosimo and Francesco Granacci designed for a carnival pageant a Masque of the Triumph of Death. An enormous triumphal car, drawn by black buffaloes, was covered with a black cloth on which were painted skeletons and white crosses. In the car stood a colossal figure of death with a scythe in his hand. Around him were tombs and lugubrious figures on whose black robes were painted white bones gleaming in the dark. And behind the car masked figures walked, whose black hoods were painted with death heads both in front and behind. From the tombs on the cars rose other figures, painted to seem only bones, and these skeletons chanted a song reminding men that all must die. Before and after the car came a cavalcade of decrepit horses, bearing the bodies of dead men. So, at the height of Carnival, Piero di Cosimo, echoing Savonarola, pronounced his judgment on the pleasures of Italy and his prophecy of the doom to come. 9. Drama. In such masques and carnival fetes, the Italian drama had one of its progenitors. For often some scene, usually from sacred history, would be performed on one of the floats or cars, or on temporary stages at points on the procession route. But the primary source of the Italian drama was the devozione, an episode of the Christian story acted by the members of any guild, sometimes by professional players belonging to a confraternity that made a business of presenting such spectacles. The texts of several devozioni have come down through time and show a surprising dramatic power. So the Virgin, finding Christ in Jerusalem and then again losing him, searches frantically for him, crying out, "O my so loving Son! O my Son, where have you gone? O my so gracious Son, through what gate have you gone? O my divine Son, you were so sorrowful when you left me. Tell me, for the love of God, where has my Son gone?" In the 15th century, especially in Florence, a more developed form of drama, the Sacra Rappresentazione, was played in the oratory of a guild, or in the refectory of a convent, or in the field or public square. The scenic arrangements for these performances were often complex and ingenious. Skies were simulated by vast awnings painted with stars. Clouds were represented by masses of wool suspended and swaying in the air. Angels were impersonated by boys supported aloft on metal frames concealed in waving draperies. The libretto was usually in poetic form, accompanied with music on the viol or the lute. Lorenzo de' Medici and the Pulci were among the poets who wrote words for such religious plays. Politian, in his Orfeo, adapted the form of the Sacra Rappresentazione to a pagan theme. Meanwhile, other components of Italian life were sharing in the birth of Italian drama. The farse, or farces, that had long been played by passing mummers in the medieval towns, contained the germ of Italian comedy. Some players excelled in improvising dialogue for simple scenarios or plots. This commedia dell'arte was a favorite vehicle of the Italian genius for satire and burlesque. In such farces, the traditional masks or characters of popular comedy took form and name: Pantalone, Arlecchino, Pulcinella, or Punchinello. The humanists played their part in the complex of factors leading to the drama by restoring the texts and arranging performances of ancient Roman comedies. 12 plays of Plautus were discovered in 1427 and served as an additional stimulus. At Venice, Ferrara, Mantua, Urbino, Siena, Rome, the comedies of Plautus and Terence were staged, and the old classic tradition soared over centuries to form again a secular theater. In 1486, the Menechmi of Plautus was for the first time presented in Italian, and the transition from ancient to Renaissance drama was fully prepared. Toward the end of the 15th century, the religious drama lost its hold on educated audiences in Italy. Pagan subjects increasingly replaced Christian themes, and when native dramatists like Bibbiena, Machiavelli, Ariosto, and Aretino wrote plays, it was in the ribald style of Plautus, a world away from the once-beloved stories of Mary and Christ. The old scenes of Roman comedy, all the superficial plots turning on mistaken sex or identity or rank, all the stock characters, including panders and prostitutes, with which Plautus had pleased the groundlings, all the old plebeian coarseness and rough play, reappeared in these Italian comedies. Despite the preservation of Seneca's plays and the recovery of the Greek drama, tragedy never acquired a standing on the Renaissance stage. Even the upper classes wished to be amused rather than deepened, and turned a cold eye upon Gian Trissino's Sofinisba of 1515 and Giovanni Rucellai's Rosamunda, which in the same year was performed in the Rucellai Gardens at Florence before Leo X. It was the misfortune of Italian comedy that it took form when Italian morals were at nadir, that such plays as Bibbiena's Calandra and Machiavelli's Mandragola could satisfy the tastes of the Italian upper classes, even at refined Urbino, and could be performed before popes without arousing protest, reveals again how intellectual freedom can comport with moral deterioration. When the Counter-Reformation came with the Council of Trent, in 1545 and following, the morals of clergy and laity were severely censored, and the comedy of the Renaissance was banished from the amusements of Italian society. 10. Music. It was a redeeming feature of Italian comedy that ballets, pantomimes, and concerts were presented as intermezzi between the acts. For next to love itself, music was the chief recreation and consolation of every class in Italy. Montaigne, traveling in Tuscany in 1581, was astounded to see peasants with lutes in their hands, and beside them shepherds reciting Ariosto by heart. But this, he adds, is what we may see in all of Italy. Renaissance painting has 1,000 representations of people playing music, from the looting angels at the Madonna's feet in so many coronations, and Melozzo's serenading seraphim, to the quiet exaltation of the man at the harpsichord in The Concert. And note the boy, whom we can hardly believe to be the painter himself, in the center of Sebastiano del Piombo's Three Ages of Man. The literature likewise conveys a picture of a people singing or playing music in their homes, at their work, on the street, in music academies, monasteries, nunneries, churches, in processions, masques, trionfi, and pageants, in religious or secular plays, in the lyric passages and interludes of dramas, in such outings as Boccaccio imagined in the Decameron. Rich men kept a variety of musical instruments in their homes and arranged private musicales. Women organized clubs for the study and performance of music. Italy is, mad about music. Folk song flourished at all times, and learned music periodically rejuvenated itself at that fount. Popular melodies were adapted for complex madrigals, for hymns, even for passages in music for the Mass. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette, Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. Folk song flourished at all times, and learned music periodically rejuvenated itself at that fount. Popular melodies were adapted for complex madrigals, for hymns, even for passages in music for the Mass. In Florence, says Cellini, people were wont to meet on the public streets of a summer night to sing and dance. Street singers, cantori di piazza, strummed their sad or merry notes on handsome lutes. People gathered to sing laudes, hymns of praise to the Virgin before her street or roadside shrines. And in Venice, mating songs rose to the moon from 100 gondolas, or throaty lovers hopefully serenaded hesitant lasses in the mystic shadows of labyrinthine canals. Almost every Italian could sing, and nearly as many could sing in simple vertical harmony. Hundreds of these popular part songs have come down to us under the picturesque name of frutole, little fruits. Usually short, usually amorous, arranged for a dominant soprano supported by tenor, alto, and bass. Whereas in previous centuries the tenor voice had held the melody and so derived its name, now in the 15th the air was carried by the soprano, so called because its music was written above the rest. This part did not need a female voice. As often as not it was sung by a boy, or by the falsetto of an adult male. Castrati did not appear in the papal choir till 1562. Among the educated classes, considerable knowledge of music was required. Castiglione demands of his courtier or gentleman some amateur proficiency in music, which not only doth make sweet the minds of men, but also many times doth wild beasts tame. Every person of culture was expected to read simple music at sight, accompany himself on some instrument, and take part in an impromptu musicale. Sometimes people joined in a ballata that involved a union of singing, dancing, and instrumental music. Universities after 1400 offered courses and degrees in music. There were hundreds of music academies. Vittorino da Feltre founded a school of music at Mantua about 1425. Our conservatories of music are called so because in Naples many orphanages, or conservatori, were used as music schools. Music was further spread by the adaptation of printing to musical notation. About 1476, Ulrich Hahn printed at Rome a complete missal with movable type for notes and lines. And in 1501, Ottaviano de Petrucci began at Venice the commercial printing of motets and frutole. At the courts, music was more prominent than any other art except those of personal adornment. Usually the ruler chose a favorite church, whose choir became the object of his care. He paid goodly sums to attract to it the finest available voices and instrumentalists from Italy, France, and Burgundy. He trained new singers from their childhood, as Federigo did at Urbino. And he expected the members of the choir to perform also for his state ceremonies and court festivals. Guillaume Dufay of Burgundy directed music at the court of the Malatestas in Rimini and Pesaro, and at the papal chapel in Rome for a quarter of a century, from 1419 to 1444. Galeazzo Maria Sforza, about 1460, organized 2 chapel choirs and brought to them from France Josquin des Prés, then the most famous composer in Western Europe. When Lodovico Sforza welcomed Leonardo to Milan, it was as a musician, and it is to be noted that Leonardo was accompanied in going from Florence to Milan by Atalante Migliorotti, a celebrated musician and maker of musical instruments. A still more famous maker of lyres, lutes, organs, and clavichords was Lorenzo Gusnasco of Pavia, who made Milan one of his homes. The court of Lodovico was flush with singers. Narciso, Testagrossa, Cordier of Flanders, and Cristoforo Romano, chastely loved by Beatrice. Pedro Maria of Spain conducted concerts in the palace and for the public, and Francino Gaffuri founded and taught in a famous private music school in Milan. Isabella d'Este was devoted to music, made it the chief theme of decoration in her inner sanctum, and herself played several instruments. When she ordered a clavichord from Lorenzo Gusnasco, she specified that the keyboard should respond to a light touch, for our hands are so delicate that we cannot play well if the keys are too stiff. At her court lived the leading lutenist of his day, Marchetto Cara and Bartolomeo Tromboncino, who composed such alluring madrigals that when he killed his unfaithful wife, no punishment was meted out to him, and the matter was passed over as a discord soon to be resolved. Finally, the cathedrals and the churches, the monasteries and the nunneries resounded with music. In Venice, Bologna, Naples, Milan, the nuns sang vespers so movingly that crowds flocked to hear them. Sixtus IV organized the famous Sistine Chapel choir. Julius II added in St. Peter's a Capella Julia, or Julian Chapel choir, which trained singers for the Sistine choir. This was the summit of the Latin world's musical art in the Renaissance. To it came the greatest singers from all Roman Catholic countries. Plain chant was still the letter of canon law in church music, but here and there the ars nova of France, a form of complex counterpoint, made its way into the Roman choirs and prepared for Palestrina and Victoria. Once it had been held undignified to have any other musical instrument than the organ accompany a church choir, but in the 16th century a variety of instruments were brought in to give church music some of the grace and adornment of secular performances. At St. Mark's in Venice, the Flemish master, Adrian VI of Bruges, presided over the choirs for 35 years and trained them to such performances as made Rome envious. At Florence, Antonio Squarcialupi organized a school of harmony, of which Lorenzo was a member. For a generation, Antonio reigned over the cathedral choir, and the great Duomo rang with music that stilled all philosophic doubt. Leon Battista Alberti was a doubter, but when the choir sang, he believed. All other modes of singing weary with repetition. Only religious music never palls. I know not how others are affected, but for myself, those hymns and psalms of the Church produce on me the very effect for which they were designed, soothing all disturbance of the soul and inspiring a certain ineffable languor, full of reverence toward God. What heart of man is so rude as not to be softened when he hears the rhythmic rise and fall of those voices, complete and true, in cadences so sweet and flexible? I assure you that I never listened to the Greek words Kyrie eleison, that call on God for aid against our human wretchedness, without weeping. Then, too, I ponder what power music brings with it to soften us and soothe. Despite all this popularity, music was the one art in which Italy lagged behind France during most of the Renaissance. Shorn of papal revenues by the flight of the popes to Avignon, and with the courts of the despots still culturally immature in the 14th century, Italy lacked then the means and the spirit for the higher grades of music. She produced lovely madrigals, a word of uncertain derivation, but these songs, modeled on those of the Provençal troubadours, were set to a musical frame of such strictly regulated polyphony that the form died of its own rigidity. The pride of Trecento music in Italy was Francesco Landini, organist of San Lorenzo in Florence. Though blind from his childhood, he became one of the finest and most loved musicians of his time, honored as an organist, lutenist, composer, poet, and philosopher. But even he took his lead from France. His 200 secular compositions applied to Italian lyrics the ars nova that had captured France a generation before. The new art was doubly new. It accepted binary rhythms as well as the triple time previously required in the music of the Church. And it devised a more complex and flexible musical notation. Pope John XXII, who hurled his thunderbolts in all directions, aimed one at the ars nova as fanciful and degenerate, and his prohibition had some effect in discouraging musical development in Italy. However, John XXII could not live forever, though at times it seemed possible. After his death at the age of 90 in 1334, the new art triumphed in the learned music of France, and shortly thereafter in Italy. At Avignon, French and Flemish singers and composers constituted the papal choir. When the papacy returned to Rome, it brought with it a large number of French, Flemish, and Dutch composers and singers. And for a century, these alien musicians and their successors dominated the music of Italy. As late as Sixtus IV, all the voices in the papal choir were from beyond the Alps. And a like foreign supremacy ruled in the music of the courts in the 15th century. When Squarcialupi died circa 1475, Lorenzo chose a Dutchman, Heinrich Isaac, to succeed him as organist in the cathedral at Florence. Heinrich wrote music for some of the Canti Carniceleschi and for Politician's lyrics, and he taught the future Leo X to love, even to compose, French songs. For a time, the chansons of France were sung in Italy, as once Italy had recited the lays of the troubadours. This invasion of Italy by French musicians, preceding by a century its invasion by French armies, produced toward 1520 a revolution in Italian music. For these men from the north, and the Italians whom they trained, were steeped in the Ars Nova, and applied it in setting to music the lyric poetry of Italy. In Petrarch, Ariosto, Sanazzaro, and Bembo, later in Tasso and Guarini, they found delectable verses crying out for music. Indeed, had not poetry always intended itself to be at least a recitative, if not a song? Petrarch's Canzoniere had already lured musicians. Now every line of it was set to music, some stanzas a dozen times or more. Petrarch is the most completely musicked poet in world literature. Or there were little lyrics of unknown authorship but simple and viable sentiment that touched the chords of every heart and invited the strings of every instrument. For example, one from the other, borrowing leaves and flowers, I saw fair maidens beneath summer trees, weaving bright garlands with low love ditties. Mid that sweet sisterhood, the loveliest turned her soft eyes to me and whispered, "Take." Love lost I stood, and not a word I spake. My heart she read, and her fair garland gave. Therefore I am her servant to the grave. To such verses the composers applied the full and complex music of the motet, polyphony in which all four parts, sung by 4 or 8 voices, were of equal value, instead of 3 parts subserving one. And all the complex subtlety of counterpoint and fugue wove the 4 independent rivulets of sound into a stream of harmony. So rose the Italian madrigal of the 16th century, one of the fairest flowers of Italian art. Whereas in Dante's time music had been a handmaid to poetry, now it became a full-fledged partner, not obscuring the words, not slurring the sentiment, but uniting them with the music that made them doubly stir the soul, while delighting with its technical skill the educated mind. Almost all the great composers of 16th century Italy, even Palestrina, turned their art now and then to the madrigal. Philippe Verdelot, a Frenchman living in Italy, and Costanza Festa, an Italian, contest the honor of having first developed the new form between 1520 and 1530. Soon after them came the Archidelt, a Fleming in Rome, mentioned by Rabelais. In Venice, Adrian VI relaxed from his duties as choirmaster at San Marco to compose the finest madrigals of his time. Usually the madrigal was sung without instrumental accompaniment. Musical instruments were innumerable, but only the organ dared compete with the human voice. Instrumental music slowly developed in the early 16th century out of music forms originally intended for dances or choruses. So the pavane, the saltarello, and the saraband graduated from dance accompaniments to instrumental pieces, alone or in suite. And the music for a madrigal, played without song, became the instrumental canzone, the distant progenitor of the sonata, and therefore of the symphony. The organ was already in the 14th century almost as highly developed as today. The pedal board appeared in Germany and the Low Countries in that age, and was soon adopted in France and Spain. Italy delayed acceptance of it till the 16th century. By that time, most large organs had 2 or 3 keyboards, with a variety of stops and couplers. Great church organs were themselves works of art, designed, carved, and painted by masters. The same love of form went into the making of other musical instruments. The lute, the favorite instrument of the home, was built of wood and ivory, shaped like a pear, pierced with sound holes in a graceful pattern, with a fingerboard divided by frets of silver or brass, and ending in a peg box turned at a right angle to the neck. A pretty woman plucking the strings of a lute held in her lap made a picture that went to the head of many a sensitive Italian. Harps, citherns, psalters, dulcimers, and guitars were also favorites with musical fingers. For those who preferred fiddling to plucking, there were viols of diverse sizes, including the tenor viola da braccio, held on the arm, and the bass viola da gamba, resting against the leg. The latter became the later violoncello, and the viol about 1540 became the violin. Wind instruments were less popular than the stringed. The Renaissance had the same objection that Alcibiades had raised to making music by puffing out the cheeks. Nevertheless, there were flutes and fifes, or pipes, bagpipes, trumpets, horns, flageolets, and the shawm, or oboe. Percussion instruments, drums, tabors, cymbals, tambourines, castanets, added their fury to the ensemble. All Renaissance musical instruments were of Oriental origin, except for the keyboard that was added to other instruments besides the organ to indirectly strike or pluck the strings. The oldest of these keyboard instruments was the clavichord, clavis meaning key, which appeared in the 12th century and had a sentimental resurrection in the days of Bach. Here the strings were struck with little brass tangents operated by the keys. In the 16th century it was displaced by the clavicembalo, or harpsichord, whose strings were plucked by points of quill or leather attached to wooden jacks that rose when the keys were depressed. The virginal was an English, the spinet an Italian, variant of the harpsichord. All these instruments were as yet subordinate to the voice, and the great virtuosos of the Renaissance were singers. But at the baptism of Alfonso of Ferrara in 1476, we hear of a feast in the Schifanoia Palace, at which a concert was given by 100 trumpeters, pipers, and tambourine players. In the 16th century, the Signory of Florence employed a regular band of musicians, of which Cellini was one. Performances by several instruments in concert were given in this period, but they were still for the aristocratic few. On the other hand, solo instrumental performances were almost fanatically popular. Men went to church not always to pray, but to hear a great organist like Squarcialupi or Orcagna. When Pietro Bono played the lute at the court of Borso in Ferrara, the souls of the listeners, we are told, flew out of this world into another. The great executants were the happy favorites of a day, who asked no fame of posterity, but received all their renown before their deaths. Musical theory lagged a generation behind practice. Performers innovated, professors denounced, then debated, then approved. Meanwhile, the principles of polyphony, counterpoint, and fugue were formulated for easier instruction and transmission. The great musical feature of the Renaissance was not theory, nor even technical advances. It was the increasing secularization of music. In the 16th century, it was no longer religious music that made the advances and experiments. It was the music of the madrigal and the courts. Side by side with philosophy and literature, and reflecting the pagan aspect of Renaissance art and the relaxation of morals, the music of 16th century Italy escaped from ecclesiastical control and sought inspiration in the poetry of love. The old conflict between religion and sex was resolved for a time in the triumph of Eros. The reign of the Virgin ended, the ascendancy of woman began, but under either rule, music was the handmaid of the queen. 11. Perspective. Were the morals of Renaissance Italy really worse than those of other lands or times? It is difficult to make comparisons, since all evidence is a selection. The age of Alcibiades in Athens displayed much of the immorality of the Renaissance in sexual relations and political chicanery. It, too, practiced abortion on a large scale and cultivated erudite courtesans. It, too, liberated simultaneously the intellect and the instincts. And, anticipating Machiavelli, sophists like Thrasybulus in Plato's Republic attacked morality as weakness. Perhaps, for in these matters we are limited to vague impressions, there was less private violence in classic Greece than in Renaissance Italy, and a bit less of corruption in religion and politics. During an entire century of Roman history, from Caesar to Nero, we find greater corruption in government and a worse breakdown of marriage than in the Renaissance. But even in that epoch there remained many stoic virtues in the Roman character. Caesar, with all his ambivalent capacity in bribery and love, was still the greatest general in a nation of generals. The individualism of the Renaissance was another side of its intellectual vivacity, but compares unfavorably, in morals and politics, with the communal spirit of the Middle Ages. Political deceit, treachery, and crime were probably as rife in France, Germany, and England in the 14th and 15th centuries as in Italy, but those countries had the wisdom not to produce a Machiavelli to expound and expose the principles of their statecraft. Manners, not morals, were coarser north of the Alps than below them, except for a small class in France, exemplified by the Chevalier Bayard and Gaston de Foix, which still retained the better side of chivalry. Given equal opportunity, the French were as adept at adultery as the Italians. Observe how readily they adopted syphilis. Note the sexual melee in the Fabliaux. Count the 24 mistresses of Duke Philip of Burgundy, and the Agnès Sorels and Diane de Poitiers of the French kings. Read Brantôme. Germany and England in the 14th and 15th centuries were too poor to rival Italy in immorality. Travelers from these countries were therefore astounded by the laxity of Italian life. Luther, visiting Italy in 1511, concluded that if there is a hell, then Rome is built upon it, and this I have heard in Rome itself. Everyone knows the shock judgment of Roger Ascham, the English scholar who visited Italy about 1550. I was once in Italy myself, but I thank God my abode there was but 9 days. And yet I saw in that little time in one city more liberty to sin than ever I heard tell in our noble city of London in 9 years. I saw it was there as free to sin, not only without all punishment, but also without any man's marking, as it is free in the city of London to choose without all blame whether a man lust to wear shoe or pantacle. And he quotes as an established proverb the saying, Inglese Italianato e un diavolo incarnato. An Englishman Italianate is a devil incarnate. We know the corruption of Italy better than that of Transalpine Europe because we know more about Italy, and because the Italian laity made little effort to conceal its immorality, and sometimes wrote books defending it. However, Machiavelli, who wrote such a book, reckoned Italy as more corrupt than all other countries. Next come the French and the Spaniards. He admired the Germans and the Swiss as still possessing many of the virile virtues of ancient Rome. We may diffidently conclude that Italy was more immoral because she was richer, weaker in government and the reign of law, and further advanced in that intellectual development which usually makes for a moral release. The Italians made some laudable efforts to check license. The vainest of these efforts were the sumptuary regulations that in nearly every state forbade extravagance or immodesty of dress. The vanity of men and women overrode with sly persistence the occasional assiduity of the law. The popes inveighed against immorality, but were in some cases swept along with the stream. Their attempts at reforming abuses in the church were nullified by the inertia or vested interests of the clergy. They themselves were rarely as wicked as passionate history once painted them, but they were more concerned to re-establish the political power of the papacy than to restore the moral integrity of the church. In our corrupt times, said Guicciardini, the goodness of a pontiff is commended when it does not surpass the wickedness of other men. Valiant attempts at reform were made by the great preachers of the time, men like St. Bernardino of Siena, Roberto da Lecce, San Giovanni da Capistrano, and Savonarola. Their sermons and their audiences were part of the color and character of the age. They denounced vice with a vivid detail that contributed to their popularity. They persuaded feudists to forswear revenge and live in peace. They induced governments to release insolvent debtors and let exiles return home. They brought hardened sinners back to long-neglected sacraments. Even these powerful preachers failed. The instincts, formed through 100,000 years of hunting and savagery, had re-emerged through the cracked shell of a morality that had lost the support of religious belief, of respected authority, and established law. The great church that had once ruled kings could no longer govern or cleanse itself. The destruction of political liberty in state after state had dulled the civic sense that had enfranchised and ennobled the medieval communes. Where there had been citizens, there were now only individuals. Excluded from government and flush with wealth, men turned to the pursuit of pleasure, and foreign invasion surprised them in siren arms. The city-states had for 2 centuries directed their forces, their subtlety, and their treachery against one another. It was now impossible for them to unite against a common foe. Preachers like Savonarola, rebuffed in all pleas for reform, called down the judgment of heaven upon Italy and predicted the destruction of Rome and the breakup of the Church. France, Spain, and Germany, weary of sending tribute to finance the wars of the Papal States and the luxuries of Italian life, looked with amazement and envy at a peninsula so shorn of will and power, so inviting in beauty and wealth. The birds of prey gathered to feast on Italy. Chapter 21. The Political Collapse, 1494 to 1534. 1. France discovers Italy, 1494 to 1495. Recall the situation of Italy in 1494. The city-states had grown through the rise of a middle class enriched by the development and management of commerce and industry. They had lost their communal freedom through the inability of semi-democratic governments to maintain order amid the feuds of families and the conflicts of classes. Their economy remained local in structure, even while their fleets and products reached out to distant ports. They competed with one another more bitterly than with foreign states. They offered no concerted resistance to the expansion of French, German, and Spanish commerce into regions once dominated by Italy. Though Italy gave birth to the man who rediscovered America, it was Spain that financed him. Trade followed in his wake, gold accompanied his return. The Atlantic nations flourished, and the Mediterranean ceased to be the favored home of the white man's economic life. Portugal was sending ships around Africa to India and China, avoiding Moslem hindrances in the Near and Middle East. Even the Germans were shipping through the mouths of the Rhine rather than over the Alps to Italy. Countries that had for a century bought Italian woolen products were now making their own. Nations that had paid interest to Italian bankers were nursing their own financiers. Tithes, annats, Peter's pence, indulgence payments, and pilgrims' coins were now the chief economic contribution of Transalpine Europe to Italy, and soon a third of Europe would divert that flow. In this generation, when the stored-up wealth of Italy raised her cities to their supreme brilliance and art, Italy was economically doomed. She was also politically doomed. While she remained divided into warring economies and states, the development of a national economy was compelling and financing in other European societies the transition from feudal principalities to the monarchical state. France unified herself under Louis XI, reducing her barons to courtiers and her burghers to patriots. Spain unified herself by wedding Ferdinand of Aragon to Isabella of Castile and conquering Granada, and cementing religious unity with blood. England unified herself under Henry VII, and though Germany was almost as fragmentary as Italy, it acknowledged one king and emperor, and occasionally gave him money and soldiers to make war upon one or another of the Italian states. England, France, Spain, and Germany raised national armies out of their own people, and their aristocracies provided cavalry and leadership. The Italian cities had small forces of mercenaries inspired only by plunder, led by purchasable condottieri, and prejudiced against sustaining mortal injuries. It needed only one engagement to reveal to Europe the defenselessness of Italy. Half the courts of Europe now seethed with diplomatic intrigue as to which should seize the plum. France claimed the first right, and with many reasons. John Galeazzo Visconti had given his daughter Valentina in marriage in 1387 to Louis, first Duke of Orleans, and as the price of this comforting connection with the royal family, had recognized her right, and the right of her male issue, to succeed to the Duchy of Milan in case his own direct male line should fail, which it did when Filippo Maria Visconti died in 1447. His son-in-law, Francesco Sforza, then took Milan by right of his wife Bianca, Filippo Maria's daughter. But Charles, Duke of Orleans, claimed Milan as Valentina's son, denounced the Sforzas as usurpers, and proclaimed his resolve, when opportunity should offer, to appropriate the Italian principality. Moreover, said the French, Charles, Duke of Anjou, had received the kingdom of Naples from Pope Urban IV in 1266 as reward for defending the papacy against the Hohenstaufen kings. Joanna II had bequeathed the kingdom to René of Anjou in 1435. Alfonso I of Aragon had claimed it through her temporary adoption of him as her son, and had by force established the House of Aragon on the Neapolitan throne. René tried and failed to recapture the kingdom. His legal right to it passed at his death to Louis XI, King of France. And in 1482 Sixtus IV, at odds with Naples, invited Louis to come and conquer Naples, which, said the Pope, belongs to him. About this time Venice, hard-pressed in war by a league of Italian states, called in desperation to Louis to attack either Naples or Milan, preferably both. Louis was busy unifying France, but his son Charles VIII inherited his claim to Naples, listened to the Angevin Neapolitan exiles at his court, noted that the crown of Naples was joined to that of Sicily, which carried with it the crown of Jerusalem. He conceived or was sold the grandiose idea of capturing Naples and Sicily, getting himself crowned King of Jerusalem, and then leading a crusade against the Turks. In 1489, Innocent VIII, quarreling with Naples, offered the kingdom to Charles if he would come and take it. Alexander VI, in 1494, forbade Charles on pain of excommunication to cross the Alps. But Alexander's enemy, Cardinal Giuliano della Rovere, who later as Julius II would war to drive the French from Italy, came to Charles at Lyons and urged him to invade Italy and depose Alexander. Savonarola added another invitation, hoping that Charles would depose Piero de' Medici in Florence and Alexander in Rome. And many Florentines accepted the friar's lead. Finally, Lodovico of Milan, fearing attack from Naples, offered Charles unimpeded passage through the territory of Milan whenever Charles should undertake a campaign against Naples. So encouraged by half of Italy, Charles prepared to invade. To protect his flanks, he ceded Artois and Franche-Comté to Maximilian of Austria, and Roussillon and Cerdagne to Ferdinand of Spain, and paid a large sum to Henry VII for renouncing English claims on Brittany. In March 1494, he assembled his army at Lyons, 18,000 cavalry, 22,000 infantry. A fleet was sent to keep Genoa safe for France. On September 8th, it recaptured Rapallo from a Neapolitan force that had landed there, and the unrestrained bloodiness of this first encounter shocked an Italy accustomed to reasonable slaughter. In that month, Charles and his army crossed the Alps and paused at Asti. Lodovico of Milan and Ercole of Ferrara went there to meet him, and Lodovico lent him funds. Charles disrupted the schedule by getting smallpox. Recovering, he led his troops through the Milanese into Tuscany. The Florentine frontier fortresses at Sarzana and Pietrasanta might have resisted him, but Piero de' Medici came in person to surrender them, along with Pisa and Livorno. On November 7th, Charles and half his army paraded through Florence. The populace admired the unprecedented cavalcade, grumbled at petty thefts by the soldiery, but noted with relief that they refrained from rape. In December, Charles moved on toward Rome. We have already looked at the meeting of king and pope from Alexander's point of view. Charles behaved with moderation. He asked only a free passage through Latium for his army, the custody of the papal prisoner Gem, who might be used as a pretender and ally in a campaign against the Turks, and Caesar Borgia's company as a hostage. Alexander agreed. The army marched south. On January 25, 1495, Borgia soon escaped, and Alexander was free to reform the lines of his diplomacy. On February 22nd, Charles entered Naples in unresisted triumph, beneath a canopy of cloth of gold, borne by 4 Neapolitan nobles, and acclaimed by the cheers of the populace. He showed his appreciation by reducing taxes and pardoning those who had opposed his coming, and at the request of the barons who ruled the hinterland, he recognized the institution of slavery. Thinking himself secure, he relaxed to enjoy the climate and scenery. He wrote enthusiastically to the Duke of Bourbon, describing the gardens amid which he now lived, lacking only an eave to be paradise. He marveled at the architecture, sculpture, and painting in the city, and planned to take a selection of Italian artists with him to France. Meanwhile, he dispatched to France a shipment of stolen art. Naples so charmed him that he forgot about Jerusalem and his crusade. While he dallied in Naples and his army enjoyed the women of the streets and the stews and caught or spread the French disease, trouble was organizing behind him. The Neapolitan nobles, instead of being rewarded for helping depose their king, were in many cases deprived of their estates for the benefit of former Angevin possessors, or to pay Charles's debts to his servitors. All state offices were given to Frenchmen, and nothing could be obtained from them except by bribes offensively exceeding Neapolitan custom. The occupying army added insult to injury by their open contempt of the Italian people. In a few months, the French had worn out their welcome and earned a hatred that waited in fierce patience for a chance to expel the invaders. On March 31st, 1495, the resilient Alexander, the repentant Lodovico, the angry Ferdinand, the jealous Maximilian, the cautious Senate of Venice joined in a league for the united defense of Italy. King Charles, parading through Naples with a scepter in one hand and a ball, presumably the globe, in the other, took a month to realize that the new alliance was raising an army against him. On May 21st, he left Naples in charge of his cousin the Count of Montpensier and led half his army northward. At Fornovo, on the river Taro in the territory of Parma, his 10,000 troops found their passage blocked by an allied army of 40,000 men led by Gianfrancesco Gonzaga, Marquis of Mantua. There, on July 5th, 1495, came the first real test of French versus Italian arms and tactics. Gonzaga, though he himself fought bravely, mismanaged his forces so that only half of them took part.
The Italians were not mentally prepared to fight warriors who gave no quarter, and many of them fled. The Chevalier de Bayard, a lad of 20, offered his men an inspiring example of reckless courage, and even the king fought valiantly. The battle was indecisive. Both sides claimed victory. The French lost their baggage train, but remained masters of the field, and during the night they marched unimpeded to Asti, where Louis, 3rd Duke of Orléans, awaited them with reinforcements. In October, Charles, with damaged repute but a whole skin, was back in France. The territorial results of the invasion were slight. Gonzalo, the great captain, drove the French out of Naples and Calabria, and restored the Aragonese dynasty in the person of Federico III in 1496. The indirect results of the invasion were endless. It proved the superiority of a national army to mercenary troops. The Swiss mercenaries were a temporary exception. Armed with pikes 18 feet long and formed in solid battalions that presented a discouraging hedgehog to advancing cavalry, they were destined to many victories. But soon at Marignano in 1515, the invincibility of this revived Macedonian phalanx would be ended by improved artillery. It was probably in this war that cannon were first placed on carriages that allowed them to be readily manipulated for direction and range. These carriages were drawn by horses, not, as hitherto in Italy, by oxen. And the French brought into action, says Guicciardini, such a number of field pieces and battering cannon as Italy had never seen before. The French knights, descendants of Froissart's heroes, fought magnificently at Fornovo, but the knights too would soon yield to cannon. In the Middle Ages, the arts of defense had outrun the means of attack and had discouraged war. Now attack was gaining on defense, and war became bloodier. The wars of Italy had heretofore hardly engaged the people, and had afflicted their fields rather than their lives. Now they were to see all Italy ravaged and incarnadined. The Swiss learned in this year of war how fertile were the plains of Lombardy. They would hereafter invade them repeatedly. The French learned that Italy was divided into fragments that awaited a conqueror. Charles VIII lost himself in amours, and almost ceased to think of Naples, but his cousin and heir was of sterner stuff. Louis XII would try again. 2. The attack renewed, 1496 to 1505. Maximilian, king of the Romans, that is, of the Germans, provided an interlude. He fretted at the thought that his great enemy, France, should be strengthened, and outflank him by capturing Italy. He had heard how rich and fair and weak that land was, not yet a country, but only a peninsula. He too had claims on Italy. Technically, the cities of Lombardy were still imperial fiefs, and he, head of the Holy Roman Empire, might legally give them to whomever he wished. Indeed, had not Lodovico bribed him with florins and another Bianca to confer upon him the Duchy of Milan? Moreover, many Italians invited him. Both Lodovico and Venice were appealing to him in 1496 to enter Italy and help them resist a threatened repetition of the French assault. Maximilian came with a handful of troops. Venetian subtlety persuaded him to attack Livorno, the final outlet of Florence on the Mediterranean, and so weaken a Florence still allied with France and always competing with Venice. Maximilian's campaign failed through inadequate coordination and support, and he returned to Germany only slightly a wiser man in December of 1496. In 1498, the Duke of Orléans became Louis XII. As the grandson of Valentino Visconti, he had not forgotten the claims of his family to Milan, and as a cousin of Charles VIII, he inherited the claims of the Anjous to Naples. On the day of his coronation, he assumed, among others, the titles of Duke of Milan, King of Naples and Sicily, and Emperor of Jerusalem. To clear his path, he renewed a treaty of peace with England and concluded another with Spain. By promising her Cremona and the lands east of the Adda, he lured Venice into signing an alliance with him for the purpose of making war in common upon the Duke of Milan, Lodovico Sforza, and against everyone save the Lord Pope of Rome, for the purpose of restoring to the most Christian king the Duchy of Milan as his rightful and olden patrimony. A month later, in March 1499, he made an agreement with the Swiss cantons to supply him with soldiers in return for an annual subsidy of 20,000 florins. In May, he brought Alexander VI into the alliance by giving to Caesar Borgia, a French bride of royal blood, the Duchy of Valentinois, and a pledge of aid in reconquering the Papal States for the papacy. Lodovico felt helpless against such a coalition. He fled to Austria. In 3 weeks his duchy disappeared into the realms of Venice and France. On October 6, 1499, Louis entered Milan in triumph, welcomed by nearly all Italy, except Naples. Indeed, all Italy but Venice and Naples was now under French domination or influence. Mantua, Ferrara, and Bologna hastened to submit. Florence clung to her alliance with France as her only protection against Caesar Borgia. Ferdinand of Spain, though so closely kin to the Aragonese dynasty in Naples, entered into a secret compact at Granada on November 11, 1500, with the representatives of Louis for the joint conquest of all Italy south of the Papal States. Alexander VI, needing French aid in reconquering these states, cooperated by issuing a bull that deposed Federigo III of Naples and confirmed the partition of the kingdom between France and Spain. In July 1501, a French army under the Scot Stuart d'Aubigny, Caesar Borgia, and Lodovico's traitorous favorite Francesco di San Severino, marched through Italy to Capua, took and plundered it, and advanced upon Naples. Federigo, abandoned by all, yielded the city to the French in return for a comfortable refuge and annuity in France. Meanwhile, El Gran Capitan, Gonzalo de Cordoba, won Calabria and Apulia for Ferdinand and Isabella. And Federigo's son Ferrante, who surrendered Taranto after being promised his liberty by Gonzalo, was sent as a prisoner to Spain on Ferdinand's demand. When the Spanish army came into contact with the French on the borders between Apulia and the Abruzzi, disputes arose over the boundary line between the two thefts. And to Alexander's relief, Spain and France went to war over the exact division of the spoils in July 1502. "If the Lord had not put discord between France and Spain," said the Pope to the Venetian ambassador, "where should we be?" For a time, the fortunes of the new war favored the French. D'Aubigny's forces overran almost all southern Italy, and Gonzalo shut up his troops in the fortified town of Barletta. There, a medieval incident brightened a dismal war on February 13, 1503. Angered by the comment of a French officer that the Italians were an effeminate and dastardly people, the commander of an Italian regiment in the Spanish army challenged 13 Frenchmen to fight 13 Italians. It was agreed, the war was interrupted, and the hostile armies stood as spectators while the 26 combatants fought until all 13 Frenchmen had been disabled by wounds and taken prisoner. Gonzalo, with the Spanish chivalry that often rivaled Spanish cruelty, paid from his own pocket the ransoms of the prisoners and sent them back to their army. The incident restored the morale of the great captain's troops. They issued from Barletta, defeated and dispersed the besiegers, and defeated the French again at Cerignola. On May 16, 1503, Gonzalo entered Naples unresisted and was acclaimed by the populace, which can always be relied upon to applaud the victor. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1, The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. On May 16, 1503, Gonzalo entered Naples unresisted and was acclaimed by the populace, which can always be relied upon to applaud the victor. Louis XII sent another army against Gonzalo. He met it on the banks of the Garigliano, and routed it on December 29, 1503. In that rout, Piero de' Medici, fleeing with the French, was drowned. Gonzalo now laid siege to Gaeta, the last stronghold of the French in southern Italy. He offered them generous terms, which they soon accepted on January 1, 1504. And the fidelity with which he kept to these terms after the French had been disarmed led them, struck by so great a violation of precedents, to call him Le Gentil Capitaine. By the Treaty of Blois in 1505, Louis saved a bit of face by assigning his Neapolitan rights to his relative Germaine de Foix, who was, however, to marry the widowed Ferdinand and bring Naples to him as her dowry. The crowns of Naples and Sicily were added to those already on Ferdinand's insatiable head, and thereafter, until 1707, the kingdom of Naples remained an appanage of Spain. 3. The League of Cambrai, 1508 to 1516. Italy was now half foreign. Southern Italy was Spain's. Northwestern Italy from Genoa through Milan to the outskirts of Cremona was in the power of France. The minor principalities accepted French influence. Only Venice and the papacy were comparatively independent, and they were intermittently at war for the cities of the Romagna. Venice longed for additional mainland markets and resources to replace those lost to the Turks or threatened by Atlantic routes to India. She took advantage of Alexander's death and Caesar Borgia's illness to seize Faenza, Ravenna, and Rimini. Julius II proposed to recapture them. In 1504, he persuaded Louis and Maximilian to stop their unchristian quarreling and join him in attacking Venice and dividing among them the Venetian possessions on the mainland. Maximilian's spirit was willing, but his treasury was weak, and nothing came of the plot. Julius kept on trying. On December 10, 1508, a grand conspiracy was hatched against Venice at Cambrai. The Emperor Maximilian joined it because Venice had taken from imperial control Gorizia, Trieste, Pordenone, and Fiume, because Venice ignored his imperial rights in Verona and Padua, and because Venice had refused him and his little army free passage toward Rome for the papal coronation upon which he had set his heart. Louis XII joined the League because disputes had arisen between France and Venice as to the division of northern Italy. Ferdinand of Spain joined it because Venice insisted on retaining Brindisi, Otranto, and other Apulian ports, which for centuries had been part of the Kingdom of Naples, but had been seized by Venice during Naples's troubles in 1495. Julius joined the League in 1509 because Venice not only refused to evacuate the Romagna, but made no secret of her ambition to acquire Ferrara, an acknowledged papal fief. The European powers now planned to absorb all the mainland holdings of Venice. Spain would recover her cities on the Adriatic, the Pope would regain the Romagna, Maximilian would get Padua, Vicenza, Treviso, Friuli, and Verona. Louis would receive Bergamo, Brescia, Crema, Cremona, and the valley of the Adda River. Had the plan succeeded, Italy would have ceased to exist. France and Germany would have reached down to the Po, Spain almost up to the Tiber. The Papal States would have been hemmed in helplessly, and the Venetian bulwark against the Turks would have been destroyed. In this crisis, no Italian state offered Venice aid. She had provoked almost all of them by her rapacity. Indeed, Ferrara, reasonably suspicious of her, joined the League. The noble Gonzalo, rudely retired by Ferdinand, offered his services as general to Venice. The Senate dared not accept, for its sole hope of survival lay in detaching one ally after another from the League. Venice deserved sympathy now only because she stood alone against overwhelming power, and because her loyal rich and her conscripted poor alike fought with incredible pertinacity to a Pyrrhic victory. The Senate offered to restore Faenza and Rimini to the papacy, but the angry Julius responded with a blast of excommunication and sent his troops to recapture the Romagna cities, while the French advance compelled Venice to concentrate her forces in Lombardy. At Agnadello, the French defeated the Venetians in one of the bloodiest battles of the Renaissance, on May 4, 1509. 6,000 men died there on that day. The desperate Signory recalled its remaining troops to Venice, allowed the French to occupy all Lombardy, evacuated Apulia and the Romagna, confessed to Verona, Vicenza, and Padua that she could no longer defend them, and gave them full freedom to surrender to the emperor or resist him as they chose. Maximilian came down with the largest army, some 36,000 men, yet seen in those parts, and laid siege to Padua. The surrounding peasantry made all the trouble they could for his men. The Paduans fought with a bravery that attested the good government they had enjoyed under Venice. Maximilian, impatient and always pinched for funds, left in disgust for the Tyrol. Julius suddenly ordered his troops to withdraw from the siege. Padua and Vicenza voluntarily returned to Venetian control. Louis XII, having obtained his share of the spoils, disbanded his army. Julius had by this time realized that the full victory of the League would be a defeat for the papacy, since it would leave the popes at the mercy of northern powers, among whom the Reformation was already beginning to find voice. When Venice again offered him all that he could ask, he, vowing that he would ne'er consent, consented in 1510. Having reclaimed what he considered to be the just property of the Church, he was free to turn the fury of his spirit against the French, who, controlling both Lombardy and Tuscany, were now unpleasant neighbors of the Papal States. At Mirandola, he vowed never to shave till he had driven the French from Italy. So grew the majestic beard of Raphael's portrait. Now the Pope gave to Italy, too late, a stirring motto, Fuori il barbari, out with the barbarians. In October 1511, he formed a League of Holy Union with Venice and Spain. Soon he won to it Switzerland and England. By the end of January 1512, Venice had recaptured Brescia and Bergamo with the joyful cooperation of the inhabitants. France kept most of her troops at home to meet possible invasion from England and Spain. One French force remained in Italy under the command of a dashing and courtly youth of 22 years. Resenting inaction, Gaston de Foix led this army first to the relief of besieged Bologna, then to defeat the Venetians at Isola della Scala, then to retake Brescia, finally to win a brilliant but costly victory at Ravenna on April 11, 1512. Nearly 20,000 corpses fertilized that battlefield, and Gaston himself, fighting in the front, received mortal wounds. Julius repaired with negotiation what had been lost by arms. He persuaded Maximilian to sign a truce with Venice, to join the Union against France, and to recall the 4,000 German troops that had been part of the French army. On his urging, the Swiss marched down into Lombardy with 20,000 men. The French forces, decimated by victory and the loss of their German contingent, fell back before a converging mass of Swiss, Venetian, and Spanish soldiery, and retreated to the Alps, leaving ineffectual garrisons in Brescia, Cremona, Milan, and Genoa. Out of apparently complete disaster, the Holy Union had in 2 months after the Battle of Ravenna, through papal diplomacy, driven the French from Italian soil, and Julius was hailed as the liberator of Italy. At the Congress of Mantua in August 1512, the victors divided the spoils. On the insistence of Julius, Milan was given to Massimiliano Sforza, Lodovico's son. Switzerland received Lugano and the territory at the head of Lago Maggiore. Florence was forced to restore the Medici. The Pope regained all the papal states won by the Borgias, and besides acquired Parma, Piacenza, Modena, and Reggio. Only Ferrara still eluded the pontifical grasp. But Julius left many problems to his successor. He had not really driven out the foreigners. The Swiss held Milan as a guard for Sforza. The emperor claimed Vicenza and Verona as his reward, and Ferdinand the Catholic, wiliest bargainer of them all, had consolidated the power of Spain in southern Italy. Only French power seemed finished in Italy. Louis XII sent another army to take Milan, but it was defeated by the Swiss at Novara with the loss of 8,000 Frenchmen on June 6, 1513. When Louis died in 1515, nothing remained of his once extensive Italian empire, except a precarious foothold at Genoa. But Francis I proposed to recapture it all. Moreover, Brantome assures us, he had heard that Signora Clerice of Milan was the most beautiful woman in Italy, and he desired her consumingly. In August 1515, he led over a new Alpine pass 40,000 men, the largest army yet seen in these campaigns. The Swiss came out to meet it. At Marignano, a few miles from Milan, a furious battle raged for 2 days, on September 13th and 14th, 1515. Francis himself fought like a Roland and was knighted on the spot by the Chevalier de Bayard. The Swiss left 13,000 dead on the field. They and Sforza abandoned Milan, and the city became again a French prize. The counselors of Leo X, vacillating, asked Machiavelli's advice. He warned against neutrality between king and emperor, on the ground that the papacy would be as helpless before the victor as if it had taken part. And he recommended an entente with France as the lesser of two evils. Leo so ordered, and on December 11, 1515, Francis and the Pope met at Bologna to arrange terms of concord. The Swiss signed a similar peace with France. The Spaniards retired to Naples. The emperor, foiled again, surrendered Verona to Venice. So ended in 1516 the wars of the League of Cambrai, in which the partners had changed as in a dance, and the last condition of affairs was essentially as the first, and nothing had been decided except that Italy was to be the battlefield on which the great powers would fight duel after duel for the mastery of Europe. The papacy yielded Parma and Piacenza to France. Venice re-won her possessions in northern Italy, but financially was exhausted. Italy was devastated, but art and literature continued to flourish, whether by the stimulus of tragic events or by the impetus of a prosperous past. The worst was yet to come. 4. Leo and Europe, 1513 to 1521. The conference at Bologna pitted prestige and diplomacy against audacity and power. The handsome young king, magnificent in gold-braided cloak and Zibeline furs, came with victory in his plumes and armies at his back, eager to swallow all Italy, merely keeping the Pope as a policeman, against which Leo had nothing but the glamour of his office and the subtlety of a Medici.
If Leo thereafter played king against emperor and veered from side to side elusively and simultaneously signed treaties with each against the other, we must not be too righteous about it. He had no other weapons to wield, and he had the heritage of the Church to protect. His opponents also used those weapons, in addition to brandishing regiments and artillery. The secret agreements made at this meeting have remained secret to this day. Apparently, Francis tried to bring Leo into an alliance with him against Spain. Leo asked for time to think it over, diplomacy's way of saying no. It was contrary to the age-long policy of the Church to let the Papal States be hemmed in by one power on both north and south. The one definite result of the Concordat of 1516 was the repeal of the pragmatic sanction of Bourges. This sanction of 1438 had asserted the superior authority of a general council over that of the popes, and had given the French king the right to appoint to all major ecclesiastical offices in France. Francis consented to annul the sanction, provided the royal power of nomination remained. Leo agreed. It might seem a defeat for the Pope, but in so agreeing, Leo was only accepting a custom centuries old in France. And without so planning it, he was marrying church and state in France in a way that left the French monarchy no fiscal reasons for supporting the Reformation. Meanwhile, he ended the long conflict between France and the papacy over the relative power of councils and popes. The conference concluded by the French leaders begging forgiveness of Leo for having warred against his predecessor. "Holy Father," said Francis, "you must not be surprised that we were such enemies to Julius II, since he was always the greatest enemy to us, insomuch that in our times we have not met with a more formidable adversary. For he was in fact a most excellent commander, and would have made a much better general than a pope." Leo gave all these doughty penitents absolution and benediction, and they ended by almost kissing his feet away. Francis returned to France under a halo of glory, and for a time contented himself with Venus and Mercury. When Ferdinand II died in 1516, the French king planned again the conquest of Naples, perhaps as a glorious means of checking the excess population of France. Nevertheless, he signed a treaty of peace with Ferdinand's grandson Charles I, the new king of Aragon, Castile, Naples, and Sicily. But when Maximilian died in 1519, and his grandson Charles was put forward to succeed him as head of the Holy Roman Empire, Francis thought himself fitter to be emperor than the 19-year-old king of Spain, and actively sought election. Leo was again in a dangerous position. He would have preferred to support Francis, for he foresaw that the union of Naples, Spain, Germany, Austria, and the Netherlands under one head would give that ruler such preponderance of territory, wealth, and men as would destroy the balance of power that had hitherto protected the Papal States. And yet the election of Charles over papal opposition would alienate the new emperor precisely when his aid was vitally needed to suppress the Protestant revolt. Leo hesitated too long to make his influence felt. Charles I was chosen emperor and became Charles V. Still playing balance of power, the Pope offered Francis an alliance. When the king in turn hesitated, Leo abruptly signed an agreement with Charles on May 8, 1521. The young emperor offered him almost everything: the return of Parma and Piacenza, aid against Ferrara and Luther, the reconquest of Milan for the Sforza family, and the protection of the Papal States and Florence from any attack. In September 1521, the duel was renewed. "My cousin Francis and I," said the emperor, "are in perfect accord. He wants Milan, and so do I." The French forces in Italy were led by Odet de Foix, Vicomte de Lautrec. Francis had appointed him at the solicitation of Lautrec's sister, who was for the moment the king's mistress. Louise of Savoy, the king's mother, resented the appointment and secretly diverted to other uses the money provided for Lautrec's army by Francis. And the Swiss in that army deserted for lack of pay. As a strong papal imperial force, ably commanded by Prospero Colonna, the Marquis of Pescara, and the historian Guicciardini, approached Milan, the Ghibelline supporters of the empire there raised a successful revolt of the overtaxed populace. Lautrec withdrew from the city into Venetian territory. The troops of Charles and Leo took Milan almost bloodlessly. Francesco Maria Sforza, another son of Lodovico, became Duke of Milan as an imperial vassal. And Leo could die, on December 1st, 1521, in the unction of victory. 5. Adrian VI, 1522 to 1523. His successor was an anomaly in Renaissance Rome, a pope who was resolved at all costs to be a Christian.
Born of lowly folk in Utrecht in 1459, Adrian VI imbibed piety and scholarship from the Brothers of the Common Life at Deventer, scholastic philosophy and theology at Louvain. At 34, he was chancellor of that university. At 47, he was appointed tutor of the future Charles V. In 1515, he was sent on a mission to Spain, and so impressed Ferdinand with his administrative ability and moral integrity that he was made Bishop of Tortosa. After Ferdinand's death, Adrian helped Cardinal Jimenez to govern Spain in the absence of Charles. In 1520, he became regent of Castile. Through all this progress, he remained modest in everything but certainty, lived simply, and pursued heretics with a zeal that endeared him to the people. The repute of his virtues reached Rome, and Leo made him a cardinal. In the conclave that met after Leo's death, his name was put forward as a candidate for the papacy, apparently without his knowledge, and probably through the influence of Charles V. On January 2, 1522, for the first time since 1378, a non-Italian, for the first time since 1161, a Teuton, was chosen pope. How could the Romans, who had hardly heard of Adrian, forgive such an affront? The populace denounced the cardinals as madmen, as betrayers of Christ's blood. Pamphleteers demanded to know why the Vatican had been surrendered to German fury. Aretino composed a masterpiece of vituperation, termed the cardinals filthy rabble, and prayed that they might be buried alive. Pasquino's statue was covered with lampoons. The cardinals feared to show themselves in public. They ascribed the election to the Holy Ghost, who, they said, had so inspired them. Many cardinals left Rome, fearing both the contumely of the people and the acts of ecclesiastical reform. For his part, Adrian calmly completed his unfinished business in Spain and notified the Curia that he could not reach Rome before August. Unaware of the splendor of the Vatican, he wrote to a Roman friend asking that a modest house and garden be rented for his residence. When at last he reached the city, which he had never seen before, his pale ascetic face and lean frame awed observers into some reverence. But when he spoke, and it appeared that he knew no Italian and talked Latin with a guttural accent all the world away from Italian melody and grace, Rome fumed and despaired. Adrian felt himself a prisoner in the Vatican and pronounced it fit for the successors of Constantine rather than of Peter. He discontinued all further decoration of the Vatican chambers. The followers of Raphael who had been working there were dismissed. He sent away all but 4 of the 100 grooms that Leo had kept for his stable. He reduced his personal servants to 2, both Dutch, and bade them bring his household expenses down to 1 ducat, or $12.50 a day. He was horrified by the looseness of sex and tongue and pen in Rome, and agreed with Lorenzo and Luther that the capital of Christianity was a sink of iniquity. He cared nothing for the ancient art that the cardinals showed him. He denounced the statuary as relics of idolatry and walled up the Belvedere Palace, which contained Europe's first collection of classical sculpture. He had a mind to wall up the humanists, too, and the poets, who seemed to him to live and write like pagans who had banished Christ. When Francesco Berni, in one of his bitterest capitoli, satirized him as a Dutch barbarian incapable of understanding the refinements of Italian art, literature, and life, Adrian threatened to have the whole tribe of satirists doused in the Tiber. To lead the Church back from Leo to Christ became the devout passion of Adrian's pontificate. He set himself with blunt directness to reform such ecclesiastical abuses as he could reach. He suppressed superfluous offices with sometimes inconsiderate and indiscriminate vigor. He canceled the contracts that Leo had signed to pay annuities to those who had bought church offices. 2,550 persons who had purchased these as an investment lost, so to speak, both principal and interest. Rome resounded with their cries that they had been defrauded, and one of the victims tried to kill the Pope. Relatives who came to Adrian for sinecures were told to go back and earn an honest living. He put an end to simony and nepotism, scored the venality of the Curia, enacted severe penalties for bribery or embezzlement, and punished guilty cardinals with the same treatment as the humblest clerk. He bade bishops and cardinals go back to their sees and read them lessons on the morality that he expected of them. The ill repute of Rome, he told them, was the talk of Europe. He would not accuse the cardinals themselves of vice, but he charged them with allowing vice to go unpunished in their palaces. He asked them to put an end to their luxuries and to content themselves with a maximum income of 6,000 ducats, or $75,000 a year. All ecclesiastical Rome, wrote the Venetian ambassador, is beside itself with terror, seeing what the Pope has done in the space of 8 days.
But the 8 days were not enough, nor the brief 13 months of Adrian's active pontificate. Vice hid its face for a while, but survived. Reforms irked 1,000 officials and met with a sullen resistance and the hope for Adrian's early death. The Pope mourned to see how little one could do to better men. "How much does a man's efficiency," he often said, "depend upon the age in which his work is cast?" And he remarked wistfully to his old friend Heze, "Dietrich, how much better it went with us when we were living quietly in Louvain." Amid these domestic tribulations, he faced as honorably as he could the critical problems of foreign policy. He restored Urbino to Francesco Maria della Rovere and left Alfonso undisturbed in Ferrara. Ousted dictators took advantage of the Pacific Pope and again seized power in Perugia, Rimini, and other papal states. Adrian appealed to Charles and Francis to make peace, or at least accept a truce, and to join in repelling the Turks, who were preparing to attack Rhodes. Instead, Charles signed with Henry VIII of England the Treaty of Windsor on June 19, 1522, which pledged them to make a concerted assault upon France. On December 21st, the Turks took Rhodes, the last Christian stronghold in the eastern Mediterranean, and it was rumored that they were planning to land in Apulia and conquer disorganized Italy. When Turkish spies were captured in Rome, the trepidation mounted to a point that recalled the city's fear of invasion after Hannibal's victory at Cannae in 216 B.C. To quite fill Adrian's cup of gall, Cardinal Francesco Soderini, his chief minister and confidant, and a principal agent in his negotiations for a European peace, plotted with Francis a French attack upon Sicily. When Adrian discovered the plot and learned that Francis was massing troops on the border of Italy, he abandoned neutrality and leagued the papacy with Charles V. Then, broken in body and spirit, he fell sick and died on September 14, 1523. His will left his property to the poor, and his last instructions were that he should be given a quiet and inexpensive funeral. Rome greeted his death with more joy than if the city had been saved from capture by the Turks. Some believed that he had been poisoned for art's sake, and a wag attached to the door of the Pope's physician an inscription, Liberatori Patriae, SPQR, expressing the gratitude of the Senate and people of Rome to the liberator of the fatherland. The dead pontiff was blackened by 100 satires. He was accused of greed, drunkenness, and the grossest immorality, and every act of his career was transformed into wickedness by malice and ridicule. Now the surviving freedom of the press in Rome prepared by its excesses its own unmourned demise. It was a pity that Adrian could not understand the Renaissance, but it was a greater crime and folly that the Renaissance could not tolerate a Christian pope. 6. Clement VII, the first phase. The conclave that met on October 1st, 1523, fought for 7 weeks over the selection of Adrian's successor, and finally named a man who, by universal opinion, was the happiest possible choice. Giulio de' Medici was the illegitimate son of that amiable Giuliano who had fallen a victim to the Pazzi conspiracy, and of a mistress, Fioretta, who soon disappeared from history. Lorenzo took the boy into his family and had him brought up with his sons. These included Leo, who as Pope dispensed Giulio from the canonical impediment of bastardy, made him Archbishop of Florence, then a cardinal, then the able administrator of Rome and the chief minister of his pontificate. Now 45, Clement was tall and handsome, rich and learned, well-mannered and of moral life, an admirer and patron of literature, learning, music, and art. Rome greeted his elevation with joy as the return of Leo's golden age. Bembo prophesied that Clement VII would be the best and wisest ruler that the Church had ever known. He began most graciously. He distributed among the cardinals all the benefices that he had enjoyed, entailing a yearly revenue of 60,000 ducats. He won the hearts and dedications of scholars and scribes by drawing them into his service or supporting them with gifts. He dealt out justice justly, gave audience freely, bestowed charity with less than leonine but with wiser generosity, and charmed all by his courtesy to every person and class. No pope ever began so well or ended so miserably. The task of steering a safe course between Francis and Charles in a war almost to the death, while the Turks were overrunning Hungary and 1/3 of Europe was in full revolt against the Church, proved too much for Clement's abilities, as for Leo's too. The magnificent portrait of Clement in his early pontificate by Sebastiano del Piombo is deceptive. He did not show in his actions the hard resolution that there seems limned in his face.
and even in that picture a certain weak weariness shows in the tired eyelids drooping upon sullen eyes. Clement made irresolution a policy. He carried thought to excess and mistook it as a substitute for action instead of its guide. He could find 100 reasons for a decision and 100 against it. It was as if Buridan's ass sat on the papal throne. Berni satirized him in bitter lines prophetic of posterity's judgment. A papacy composed of compliment, debate, consideration, complaisance, of furthermore, then, but, yes, well, perchance, haply, and such like terms inconsequent. Of feet of lead, of tame neutrality, to speak plain truth, you shall live to see Pope Adrian sainted through this papacy. He took as his chief counselors Gian Matteo Ghiberti, who favored France, and Nicolaus von Schönberg, who favored the Empire. He allowed his mind to be torn in two between them. And when he decided for France, only a few weeks before the French disaster at Pavia, he brought down upon his head and his city all the wiles and forces of Charles, and all the fury of a half-Protestant army unleashed upon Rome. It was Clement's excuse that he feared the power of an emperor holding both Lombardy and Naples, and he hoped, by siding with Francis, to secure a French veto on Charles's troublesome idea of a general council to adjudicate the affairs of the Church. When Francis came down over the Alps with a new army of 26,000 French, Italians, Swiss, and Germans, seized Milan and besieged Pavia, Clement, while giving Charles assurances of loyalty and friendship, secretly signed an alliance with Francis on December 12, 1524, brought Florence and Venice into it, and reluctantly gave triumphant Francis permission to levy troops in the Papal States and to send an army through Papal territory against Naples. Charles never forgave the deception. "I shall go into Italy," he vowed, "and revenge myself on those who have injured me, especially on that poltroon, the Pope. Some day, perhaps Martin Luther will become a man of weight." At that moment, some men thought that Luther would be made Pope, and several of the emperor's entourage advised him to contest the election of Clement on the ground of illegitimate birth. Charles sent a German army under Georg von Frundsberg and the Marquis of Pescara to attack the French outside Pavia. Poor tactics nullified the French artillery, while the hand firearms of the Spanish made a mockery of Swiss pikes. The French army was almost annihilated in one of the most decisive battles of history, on February 24th and 25th, 1525. Francis behaved gallantly. While his troops retreated, he plunged forward into the enemy's ranks, making royal slaughter. His horse was killed under him, but he kept on fighting. At last, thoroughly exhausted, he could resist no more, and was taken prisoner along with several of his captains. From a tent among the victors, he wrote to his mother the message so often half-quoted, "All is lost save honor, and my skin, which is safe." Charles, who was at this time in Spain, ordered him sent as a prisoner to a castle near Madrid. Milan reverted to the emperor. All Italy felt itself at his mercy, and one Italian state after another presented him with diverse bribes for permission to remain in existence. Clement, fearful of invasion by the imperial army and of revolution against the Medici in Florence, abandoned his French alliance and signed a treaty on April 1st, 1525, with Charles de Lannoy, viceroy of Naples for Charles, pledging Pope and Emperor to mutual aid. The Emperor would protect the Medici in Florence and accept Francesco Maria Sforza as imperial vicar in Milan. The Pope would pay Charles, for past affronts and future services, 100,000 ducats, or $1.25 million, which were badly needed for the imperial troops. Shortly afterward, Clement connived at a plot by Girolamo Moroni to free Milan from the emperor. The Marquis of Pescara revealed it to Charles, and Moroni was jailed. Charles treated captive Francis with feline procrastination. After softening him with almost 11 months of courteous imprisonment, he agreed to free him on the impossible conditions that the king should surrender all French rights, actual or alleged, to Genoa, Milan, Naples, Flanders, Artois, Tournai, Burgundy, and Navarre, that Francis should supply Charles with ships and troops for an expedition against Rome or the Turks, that Francis should marry Charles's sister Eleonora, and that the king should surrender his eldest sons, Francis 10 and Henry 9 years old, to Charles as hostages for the fulfillment of these terms. By the Treaty of Madrid on January 14, 1526, Francis agreed to all these conditions with solemn oaths and mental reservations. On March 17th, he was allowed to return to France, leaving his sons in his place as prisoners. Arriving in France, he announced that he had no intention of honoring promises made under duress. Clement, with the support of canonical law, absolved him from his oaths, and on May 22nd, Francis, Clement, Venice, Florence, and Francesco Maria Sforza signed the League of Cognac, pledging them to restore Asti and Genoa to France, to give Milan to Sforza as a French fief, to return to each Italian state all its pre-war possessions, to ransom French prisoners for 2 million crowns, and to bestow Naples upon an Italian prince who would pay a yearly tribute of 75,000 ducats to the King of France. The emperor was cordially invited to sign this agreement. If he refused, the new league proposed to war upon him until he and all his forces were driven from Italy. Charles denounced the league as violating Francis's sacred oaths, as well as the treaty that Clement had signed with Lannoy. Unable to go to Italy himself at this time, he commissioned Hugo de Moncada to win back Clement by diplomacy, and that failing, to stir up against the Pope a revolution of the Colonna and the Roman populace. Moncada performed his mission nicely. He brought Clement into an amicable agreement with the Colonna, persuaded the Pope to disband the troops that were guarding him, and allowed the Colonna to continue organizing a conspiracy to capture Rome. While Christendom so exercised itself in treachery and war, the Turks under Suleiman the Magnificent overwhelmed the Hungarians at Mohacs on August 29, 1526, and captured Budapest on September 10th. Clement, alarmed lest Europe should become not merely Protestant but Mohammedan, announced to the cardinals that he was thinking of going to Barcelona in person to plead with Charles to make peace with Francis and join forces against the Turks. Charles at that time was equipping a fleet whose purpose, it was said in Rome, was to invade Italy and depose the Pope. On September 20th, the Colonna entered Rome with 5,000 men, and overriding feeble resistance, plundered the Vatican, St. Peter's, and the neighboring Borgo Vecchio, while Clement fled to Castel Sant'Angelo. The papal palace was completely stripped, including Raphael's tapestries and the Pope's tiara. Sacred vessels, treasured relics, and costly papal vestments were stolen. An hilarious soldier went about in the white robe and red cap of the Pope, distributing papal benedictions with mock solemnity. On the following day, Moncada restored to Clement the papal tiara, assured him that the emperor had only the best intentions toward the papacy, and compelled the frightened Pope to sign an armistice with the empire for 4 months and to pardon the Colonna. Moncada had hardly retired to Naples when Clement raised a new papal force of 7,000 troops. At the end of October, he ordered it to march against the Colonna strongholds. At the same time, he appealed to Francis I and Henry VIII for aid. Francis sent dilatory excuses. Henry, absorbed in the difficult task of begetting a son, sent nothing. Another papal army in the north was kept inactive by the apparently treacherous Fabianism of Francesco Maria della Rovere, Duke of Urbino, who could not forget that Leo X had ousted him from his duchy, and was not especially grateful that Adrian and Clement had let him return and stay. A braver leader was with that army, young Giovanni de' Medici, handsome son of Caterina Sforza, heir of her dauntless spirit, and called Giovanni delle Bande Nere, because he and his troops had worn black bands of mourning when Leo died. Giovanni was all for action against Milan, but Francesco Maria overruled him. 7. The Sack of Rome, 1527. Charles, still remaining in Spain and moving his pawns with magic remote control, commissioned his agents to raise a new army. They approached the Tyrolese condottiere, Georg von Frundsberg, already famous for the exploits of the Landsknechte, German mercenaries, who fought under his lead. Charles could offer little money, but his agents promised rich plunder in Italy. Frundsberg was still nominally a Catholic, but he strongly sympathized with Luther, and hated Clement as a traitor to the empire. He pawned his castle, his other possessions, even the adornments of his wife. With the 38,000 gulden so obtained, he collected some 10,000 men, eager for adventure and pillage, and not averse to breaking a lance over a papal head. Some of them, it was said, carried a noose to hang the Pope. In November 1526, this impromptu army crossed the mountains and descended toward Brescia. Alfonso of Ferrara repaid the papacy for its many efforts to depose him by sending Frundsberg 4 of his mightiest cannon. Near Brescia, Giovanni delle Bande Nere was shot in a skirmish with the invaders. He died at Mantua on November 30th, aged 28. No one remained to hinder the Duke of Urbino from doing nothing. Frundsberg's rabble crossed the Po as Giovanni died, and ravaged the fertile fields of Lombardy so effectively that 3 years later English ambassadors described that terrain as the most pitiable country that ever was in Christendom. In Milan, the imperial commander was now Charles, Duke of Bourbon. Created Constable of France for bravery at Marignano, he had turned against Francis when the king's mother, as he felt, had cheated him of his proper lands. He went over to the emperor, shared in defeating Francis at Pavia, and was made Duke of Milan. Now, to raise and pay another army for Charles, he taxed the Milanese literally to death. He wrote to the emperor that he had drained the city of its blood. His soldiers, quartered upon the inhabitants, so abused them with theft, brutality, and rape that many Milanese hanged themselves or threw themselves from high places into the streets. Early in February 1527, Bourbon led his army out of Milan and united it with Frundsberg's near Piacenza. The conglomerate horde, now numbering nearly 22,000 men, moved east along the Via Emilia, avoiding the fortified cities but pillaging as it went and leaving the countryside empty behind it. When it became clear to Clement that he had no sufficient forces with which to stop these invaders, he appealed to Lannoy to arrange a truce. The viceroy came up from Naples and drew up terms for a truce of 8 months. Clement and the Colonna ceased their war and exchanged their conquests, and the Pope provided 60,000 ducats with which to bribe Frundsberg's army to stay out of the Papal States. Then, nearing the end of his funds, and supposing that Frundsberg and Bourbon would honor an agreement signed by the imperial viceroy, Clement reduced his Roman army to 300 men. But Bourbon's brigands shrieked with fury when they heard the terms of the truce. For 4 months they had endured 1,000 hardships only in the hope of plundering Rome. Most of them were now in rags, many were shoeless, all were hungry, none was paid. They refused to be bought off with a miserable 60,000 ducats, of which they knew only a small part would trickle down to them. Fearing that Bourbon would sign the truce, they besieged his tent, crying, "Pay! Pay!" He hid himself elsewhere, and they plundered his tent. Frundsberg tried to calm them, but was stricken with apoplexy in the course of his appeal. He played no further part in the campaign and died a year later. Bourbon took command, but only by agreeing to march on Rome. On March 29th, he sent messages to Lannoy and Clement that he could not hold back his men, and that the truce was, perforce, at an end. Now at last Rome realized that it was the intended and helpless prey. On Holy Thursday, April 8th, when Clement was giving his blessing to a crowd of 10,000 persons before St. Peter's, a fanatic clad only in a leather apron mounted the statue of St. Paul and shouted to the Pope, "Thou bastard of Sodom, for thy sins Rome shall be destroyed. Repent and turn thee. If thou wilt not believe me, in 14 days thou shalt see." On Easter Eve, this wild eremite, Bartolomeo Carozzi, called Brandano, went through the streets crying, "Rome, do penance! They shall deal with thee as God dealt with Sodom and Gomorrah." Bourbon, perhaps hoping to satisfy his men with the enlarged sum, sent to Clement a demand for 240,000 ducats. Clement replied that he could not possibly raise such a ransom. The horde marched to Florence, but the Duke of Urbino, Guicciardini, and the Marquis of Saluzzo had brought in enough troops to man its fortifications effectively. The horde turned away baffled and took the road to Rome. Clement, finding no salvation in truce, rejoined the League of Cognac against Charles and implored the help of France. He appealed to the rich men of Rome to contribute to a fund for defense. They responded gingerly and suggested that a better plan would be to sell red hats. Clement had not hitherto sold appointments to the College of Cardinals, but when Bourbon's army reached Viterbo, only 42 miles from Rome, he yielded and sold 6 nominations. Before the nominees could pay, the Pope could see from the windows of the Vatican the hungry swarm advancing across the Neronian fields. He had now some 4,000 soldiers to protect Rome from an attacking host of 20,000 men. On May 6th, Bourbon's multitude approached the walls under cover of fog. They were repelled by a fusillade. Bourbon himself was hit and died almost instantly. But the assailants could not be deterred from repeated attack. Their alternatives were to capture Rome or starve. They found a weakly defended position. They broke through it and poured into the city. The Roman militia and the Swiss guards fought bravely but were annihilated. Clement, most of the resident cardinals, and hundreds of officials fled to Sant'Angelo, whence Cellini and others tried to stop the invasion with artillery fire. But the swarm entered from a confusing variety of directions. Some were hidden by the fog, others so mingled with fugitives that the castle cannon could not strike them without killing the demoralized populace. Soon the invaders had the city at their mercy. As they rushed on through the streets, they killed indiscriminately any man, woman, or child that crossed their path. Their bloodthirst aroused, they entered the hospital and orphanage of Santo Spirito and slaughtered nearly all the patients. They marched into St. Peter's and slew the people who had sought sanctuary there. They pillaged every church and monastery they could find and turned some into stables. Hundreds of priests, monks, bishops, and archbishops were killed. St. Peter's and the Vatican were rifled from top to bottom, and horses were tethered in Raphael's stanze. Every dwelling in Rome was plundered, and many were burned, with two exceptions: the Cancelleria, occupied by Cardinal Colonna, and the Palazzo Colonna, in which Isabella d'Este and some rich merchants had sought asylum. These paid 50,000 ducats to leaders of the mob for freedom from attack, and then took 2,000 refugees within their walls. Every palace paid ransoms for protection, only to face later attacks from other packs and pay ransom again. In most houses, all the occupants were required to ransom their lives at a stated price. If they did not pay, they were tortured. Thousands were killed. Children were flung from high windows to pry parental savings from secrecy. Some streets were littered with dead. The millionaire Domenico Massimi saw his sons slain, his daughter raped, his house burned, and then was himself murdered. In the whole city, says one account, there was not a soul above 3 years of age who had not to purchase his safety. Of the victorious mob, half were Germans, of whom most had been convinced that the popes and cardinals were thieves, and that the wealth of the church in Rome was a theft from the nations and a scandal to the world. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 2. Of the victorious mob, half were Germans, of whom most had been convinced that the popes and cardinals were thieves, and that the wealth of the church in Rome was a theft from the nations and a scandal to the world. To reduce this scandal, they seized all movable ecclesiastical valuables, including sacred vessels and works of art, and carried them off for melting or ransom or sale. Relics, however, they left scattered on the floor. One soldier dressed himself as a pope, others put on cardinals' hats and kissed his feet. A crowd at the Vatican proclaimed Luther pope. The Lutherans among the invaders took a special delight in robbing cardinals, exacting high ransoms from them as the price of their lives, and teaching them new rituals. Some cardinals, says Guicciardini, were set upon scrubby beasts, riding with their faces backward in the habits and ensigns of their dignity, and were led about all Rome with the greatest derision and contempt. Some, unable to raise all the ransom demanded, were so tortured that they died there and then, or within a few days. One cardinal was lowered into a grave and was told that he would be buried alive unless ransom were brought within a stated time. It came at the last moment. Spanish and German cardinals, who thought themselves safe from their own countrymen, were treated like the rest. Nuns and respectable women were violated in situ, or were carried off to promiscuous brutality in the various shelters of the horde. Women were assaulted before the eyes of their husbands or fathers. Many young women, despondent after being raped, drowned themselves in the Tiber. The destruction of books, archives, and art was immense. Philibert, Prince of Orange, who had succeeded to the quasi-command of the undisciplined horde, saved the Vatican Library by making it his headquarters, but many monastic and private libraries went up in flames, and many precious manuscripts disappeared. The University of Rome was ransacked, and its staff was scattered. The scholar Colocci saw his house burned to the ground with his collections of manuscripts and art. Baldus, a professor, saw his newly written commentary on Pliny used to light a campfire for the pillagers. The poet Moroni lost his poems, but was comparatively fortunate. The poet Paolo Bombazzi was killed. The scholar Cristoforo Marcello was tortured by having one fingernail after another pulled out. The scholars Francesco Fortuno and Juan Valdés slew themselves in despair. The artists Perino del Vaga, Marcantonio Raimondi, and many others were tortured and robbed of all that they had. The school of Raphael was finally dispersed. The number of deaths cannot be calculated. 2,000 corpses were thrown into the Tiber from the Vatican side of Rome. 9,800 dead were buried. There were unquestionably many more fatalities. A low estimate places the thefts at over 1 million ducats, the ransoms at 3 million. Clement judged the total loss at 10 million ducats, or $125 million. The sack lasted 8 days, while Clement looked on from the towers of Sant'Angelo. He cried out to God like tortured Job, "Why didst thou take me out of the womb? Would that I had been consumed, that no eye had seen me." He ceased to shave and never shaved again. He remained a prisoner in the castle from May 6th to December 7th, 1527, hoping that rescue would come from the army of the Duke of Urbino, or from Francis I, or Henry VIII. Charles, still in Spain, was glad to hear that Rome had been taken, but was shocked when he heard of the savagery of the sack. He disclaimed responsibility for the excesses, but took full advantage of the Pope's helplessness. On June 6th, his representatives, possibly without his knowledge, compelled Clement to sign a humiliating peace. The Pope agreed to pay over to them and the imperialist army 400,000 ducats, to surrender to Charles the cities of Piacenza, Parma, and Modena, and the castles of Ostia, Civitavecchia, Civita Castellana, and Sant'Angelo itself. He was to remain a prisoner there until the first 150,000 ducats had been delivered, and was then to be removed to Gaeta or Naples until Charles should determine what to do with him. All those in Sant'Angelo were allowed to depart except Clement and the 13 cardinals who had accompanied him. Spanish and German soldiers were put in charge of the castle, and kept the Pope nearly always confined in a narrow apartment. "They have not left him 10 scudi worth of property," wrote Guicciardini on June 21st. All the silver and gold that he had salvaged in his flight was surrendered to his captors, to make up 100,000 ducats of his ransom. In the meantime, Alfonso of Ferrara seized Reggio and Modena, to which Ferrara had age-long rights, and Venice took Ravenna. Florence expelled the Medici a 3rd time and proclaimed Jesus Christ King of the new Republic. The whole edifice of the papacy, material and spiritual, seemed to be collapsing into a tragic ruin that awoke the pity even of those who felt that some punishment was deserved by the infidelities of Clement, the sins of the papacy, the greed and corruption of the Curia, the luxury of the hierarchy, and the iniquity of Rome. Sadoleto, peaceful in Carpentras, heard with horror of Rome's fall, and mourned the passing of those halcyon days when Bembo and Castiglione and Isabella, and 100 scholars and poets and patrons, had made the wicked city the home and summit of the thought and art of the age. And Erasmus wrote to Sadoleto, "Rome was not alone the shrine of the Christian faith, the nurse of noble souls and the abode of the muses, but the mother of nations. To how many was she not dearer and sweeter and more precious than their own land? In truth, this is not the ruin of one city, but of the whole world." 8. Charles Triumphant, 1527 to 1530. Plague had visited Rome in 1522 and had reduced its population to 55,000. Murder, suicide, and flight must have reduced it below 40,000 in 1527. Now, in July of that year, plague came back in the full heat of summer, and joined with famine and the continued presence of the ravaging horde, to make Rome a city of horror, terror, and desolation. Churches and streets were littered anew with corpses. Many of these were left to rot in the sun. The stench was so strong that the jailers and prisoners fled from the castle parapets to their rooms. Even there many died of the infection, among them some servants of the Pope. The impartial plague struck the invaders, too. 2,500 Germans in Rome died by July 22, 1527, and malaria, syphilis, and malnutrition cut the horde in half. The opponents of Charles began seriously to think of rescuing the Pope. Henry VIII, fearing that an imprisoned pontiff might not grant him a divorce from Catherine of Aragon, sent Cardinal Wolsey to France to confer with Francis on measures to liberate Clement. Early in August, the two kings offered Charles peace and 2 million ducats on condition that the Pope and the French princes should be freed, and that the Papal States should be restored to the Church. Charles refused. By the Treaty of Amiens, on August 18th, Henry and Francis pledged themselves to war against Charles. Soon Venice and Florence joined this new league. French forces captured Genoa and Pavia, and sacked the latter city almost as thoroughly as the imperialist army had sacked Rome. Mantua and Ferrara, dreading the present French more than the distant Charles, now joined the league. Nevertheless, Lautrec, the French commander, unable to pay his troops, dared not march upon Rome. The emperor, hoping to restore his grace in Catholic Christendom and to cool the ardor of the growing league, agreed to release the Pope, on condition that Clement should give no aid to the league, should at once pay the imperialist army in Rome 112,000 ducats, and should give hostages for his good behavior. Clement raised the money by selling red hats and by granting the emperor 1/10 of ecclesiastical revenues in the kingdom of Naples. On December 7th, after 7 months of confinement, Clement left Sant'Angelo, and disguised as a servant, made his way humbly out of Rome to Orvieto, apparently a broken man. At Orvieto he was lodged in a dilapidated palace whose roof had caved in, whose walls were bare and cracked, whose floors admitted 100 drafts. English ambassadors visiting him to get Henry a divorce found him huddled in bed, his pale, emaciated face half lost in a long and unkempt beard. He spent the winter there, and then moved to Viterbo. On February 17th, the imperialist horde, having received from Clement all that he could pay, and fearing further decimation by disease, evacuated Rome and moved south to Naples. Lautrec now brought his army down with hope of besieging Naples, but his own troops were thinned out by malaria, he himself died, and his disordered forces retreated to the north on August 29, 1528. Losing all hope of aid from the League, Clement offered his full surrender to Charles, and on October 6th he was allowed to re-enter Rome. 4/5 of the houses had been abandoned, thousands of buildings were in ruins. Men were amazed to see what 9 months of invasion had done to the capital of Christendom. Charles seems to have thought for a while of deposing Clement, annexing the Papal States to the Kingdom of Naples, making Rome the seat of his empire, and reducing the Pope to his primeval role as Bishop of Rome and subject to the Emperor. But this would drive Charles into the arms of the Lutherans in Germany, would court civil war in Spain, and would arouse France, England, Poland, and Hungary to resist him with their full and united power. He abandoned the scheme and turned to the idea of making the papacy his dependent ally and spiritual aid in dividing Italy between them. By the Treaty of Barcelona on June 29, 1529, he made substantial concessions to the Pope. The principalities taken from the Church were to be restored. The Medici relatives of the Pope were to be re-established in Florence by diplomacy or force. Even Ferrara was now promised to the Pope. In return, the Pope agreed to give Charles the formal investiture of Naples, to allow the imperial armies free passage through the Papal States, and to meet the Emperor at Bologna in the following year to settle between them the peace and organization of Italy. Shortly thereafter, Margaret, aunt of Charles and regent of the Netherlands, met with Louise of Savoy, mother of Francis, and, with the aid of various ambassadors and legates, formulated the Treaty of Cambrai on August 3, 1529, between Emperor and King. Charles released the French princes for a ransom of 1,200,000 ducats. Francis renounced for France all claims to Italy, Flanders, Artois, Arras, and Tournai. The allies of France and Italy were left to the mercy of the Emperor. Charles and Clement met at Bologna on November 5, 1529, each now convinced that he needed the other. Strange to say, this was Charles's first visit to Italy. He had conquered it before seeing it. When he knelt before the Pope at Bologna and kissed the foot of the man whom he had dragged in the dust, it was the first time that these two figures, the one representing the Church in decline, the other the rising and here victorious modern state, had ever seen each other. Clement swallowed all pride, forgave all offenses. He had to. He could no longer look to France. Charles had irresistible armies in both southern and northern Italy. Florence could not be recovered for the Medici without imperial troops. The aid of the empire was needed against Luther in Germany, against Suleiman in the east. Charles was generous and prudent. He kept essentially to the terms of the Barcelona agreement made when he was not so unchallengeably strong. He forced Venice to restore all that she had taken from the Papal States. He allowed Francesco Maria Sforza, on paying a large indemnity, to keep ruined Milan under imperial watching, and he persuaded Clement to allow the cowardly or faithless Francesco Maria della Rovere to keep Urbino. He forgave Alfonso his recent association with France and rewarded him for aiding the march on Rome by letting him retain his duchy as a papal fief and giving him Modena and Reggio as imperial fiefs. In return, Alfonso paid the Pope 100,000 badly needed ducats. To consolidate these settlements, Charles summoned all the principalities to join in a union of Italy for common defense against foreign attack, except by Charles. That unity for which Dante had pled to the Emperor Henry VII and Petrarch to the Emperor Charles IV was now achieved through united subjection to a foreign power. Clement blessed it all and crowned Charles Emperor with the Iron Crown of Lombardy and the Imperial Papal Crown of the Holy Roman Empire, February 22nd to 24th, 1530. The alliance of Pope and Emperor was sealed with Florentine blood. Resolved to restore his family to power, Clement paid 70,000 ducats to Philibert, Prince of Orange, who had kept him prisoner, to organize an army and overturn the republic of rich men that had been set up there in 1527. Philibert sent on this mission 20,000 German and Spanish troops, many of whom had shared in the sack of Rome. In December 1529, this force occupied Pistoia and Prato and laid siege to Florence. To expose the assailants to Florentine artillery, the resolute burghers destroyed every house, garden, and wall for a mile around the city fortifications. And Michelangelo left his sculpture of the Medici tombs to build or rebuild the ramparts and forts. The siege continued mercilessly for 8 months. Food became so scarce in Florence that cats and rats brought some $12.50 apiece. Churches surrendered their vessels, citizens their plate, women their jewelry, to be transformed into money for provisions or arms. Patriotic monks like Fra Benedetto da Foiano kept up the spirit of the people with fiery sermons. A courageous Florentine, Francesco Ferrucci, escaped from the city, organized a force of 3,000 men, and attacked the besiegers. He was defeated with the loss of 2,000 of his soldiers. He himself was captured and brought before Fabrizio Marimaldi, a Calabrian who commanded the imperial cavalry. Marimaldi had Ferrucci held helpless before him, while he repeatedly drove a poignard into him until the hero died. Meanwhile, the general whom Florence had hired to lead its defense, Malatesta Barioni, entered into a treacherous agreement with the besiegers. He let them into the city and turned his guns upon the Florentines. Starving and disorganized, the Republic surrendered on August 12, 1530. Alessandro de' Medici became Duke of Florence and disgraced his family by his rapacity and cruelty. Hundreds of those who had fought for the Republic were tortured, exiled, or slain. Fra Benedetto was sent to Clement, who ordered him imprisoned in Sant'Angelo. There, said an uncertain report, the monk was starved to death. The signory was disbanded. The Palazzo della Signoria now began to be called Palazzo Vecchio, and the great 11-ton bell, La Vacca, the cow, that had from the lovely tower called so many generations to Parlamento, was taken down and broken to pieces, in order, said a contemporary diarist, that we should no more hear the sweet sound of liberty. 9. Clement VII and the Arts. The Pope's treatment of Florence confirmed the degeneration of the Medici. His efforts to restore Rome revealed a spark of the administrative genius and aesthetic appreciation that had made the family great. Sebastiano del Piombo, who had portrayed him in maturity, painted him now as an old man, somber, deep-eyed, white-bearded, giving benediction. Apparently suffering had chastened and in some measure strengthened him. He took vigorous action to protect Italy from the Turkish fleets that now commanded the eastern Mediterranean. He fortified Ancona, Ascoli, and Fano, and paid the costs by persuading the consistory of June 21, 1532, over the opposition of the cardinals, to impose a levy of 50% upon the incomes of the Italian clergy, including the cardinals. Partly by selling ecclesiastical offices, he raised funds to rebuild the property of the Church, to restore the University of Rome, and to resume the patronage of scholarship and art. He took measures to ensure a proper supply of grain, despite the raids of Barbary pirates upon shipping near Sicily. In a remarkably short time, Rome was functioning again as the capital of the Western world. The city was still rich in artists. Caradossa had come from Milan, Cellini from Florence, to raise the art of the goldsmith to its Renaissance zenith. They and many more were kept busy making gold roses and swords of honor as papal gifts, vessels for the altars, silver staffs for church authorities and processions, seals for cardinals, tiaras and rings for the popes. Valerio Belli of Vicenza made for Clement a magnificent casket of rock crystal, engraved with scenes from the life of Christ. This, now one of the most precious objects in the Pitti Palace, was presented to Francis I at the marriage of his son to Catherine de' Medici. The decoration of the Vatican stanze had been resumed in 1526. The greatest painting of Clement's pontificate was done in the Hall of Constantine. There Giulio Romano pictured the apparition of the cross and the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. Francesco Penni painted the baptism of Constantine, and Raffaello del Colle portrayed Rome presented to Pope Sylvester by Constantine. After Michelangelo, and now that Giulio Romano had migrated to Mantua, the ablest painter in Rome was Sebastiano Luciano, who acquired his sobriquet del Piombo when he was appointed keeper and designer of the papal seals in 1531. Born in Venice, circa 1485, he had the luck to be taught by Gian Bellini, Giorgione, and Cima. One of his earliest and finest pictures, The Three Ages of Man, shows him as a delectable youth between two famous foreign composers then in Venice, Jacob Obrecht and Philippe Verdelot. For the Church of San Giovanni Crisostomo, he painted, or finished for Giorgione, a vivid representation of that saint in the fever of composition. And about the same time, in 1510, he copied Giorgione's most voluptuous manner in a Venus and Adonis, whose generous women seemed to belong to a golden age before the birth of sin. Probably in Venice also, Sebastiano painted his renowned Portrait of a Lady, long ascribed to Raphael as La Fornarina. In 1511, Agostino Chigi invited Sebastiano to come to Rome and help adorn the Villa Chigi. There the young artist met Raphael, and for a time imitated his style of pagan ornament. In return, he taught Raphael the Venetian secrets of warm coloring. Soon Sebastiano became a devoted friend of Michelangelo, imbibed the Titan's muscular conception of man, and announced the aim of wedding Venetian color to Michelangelesque design. He had a chance to do this when Cardinal Giulio de' Medici asked him for a picture. Sebastiano chose as his subject the raising of Lazarus, in deliberate competition with the Transfiguration that Raphael was painting at that time in 1518. Critics did not unanimously contradict his judgment that he had equaled Leo's favorite. He might have progressed further had he not been too readily content with his excellence. A passion for leisure kept him this side of genius. He was a jovial fellow who could not see why one should wear himself out, either for superfluous gold or for such a will-o'-the-wisp as posthumous fame. After he had received his sinecure in the Vatican from his patron-made Pope, he confined himself for the most part to portraits, in which few painters have surpassed him. Baldassare Peruzzi was more ambitious and made his sonorous name ring for a generation across the mountains of Italy. He was the son of a weaver. Artists are mostly of lowly stock. The middle classes seek utility first, hoping to have time for beauty in their senility. Aristocrats, though they nourish art, prefer the art of life to the life of art. Born in Siena in 1481, Baldassare learned painting under Sodoma and Pinturicchio, and soon went off to Rome. Apparently it was he who painted the ceiling of the Stanza dell'Odoro in the Vatican, and Raphael thought the work good enough to leave much of it unchanged. Meanwhile, like Bramante, he fell in love with the classic ruins, measured the ground plans of the ancient temples and palaces, and studied the diverse forms and arrangements of columns and capitals. He became a specialist in the application of perspective to architecture. When Agostino Chigi decided to build the Villa Chigi, Peruzzi was invited to design it in 1508. The banker was pleased with the result, the stately crowning of a Renaissance facade with classic moldings and cornices. And finding that Peruzzi could also paint, he gave the young artist freedom to decorate several rooms of the interior in competition with Sebastiano del Piombo and Raphael. In the entrance hall and the loggia, Baldassare pictured Venus combing her hair, Leda and her swan, Europa and her bull, Danae and her golden shower, Ganymede and his eagle, and other scenes calculated to raise the tired moneylender from the prose of his days to the poetry of his dreams. Peruzzi set off his frescoes with borders painted in such tricks of perspective that Titian thought them to be veritable reliefs in stone. In the hall of the upper floor, Baldassare made illusory architecture with his brush. Cornices sustained by pictured caryatids, friezes supported by pictured pilasters, mimic windows opening upon pictured fields. Peruzzi had fallen in love with architecture and made painting its handmaid, obeying all the builder's rules, but spiritless. Let us make an exception here for the biblical scenes that he painted in a semi-dome of Santa Maria della Pace in 1517, where Raphael had painted Sibyls 3 years before. Baldassare's frescoes stood the comparison well, for these are his finest paintings, while Raphael's there were not his best. Leo X must have been impressed by Peruzzi's versatility, for he appointed him to succeed Raphael as chief architect at St. Peter's in 1520, and engaged him to paint the scenery for Bibbieni's comedy La Calandra in 1521. All that remains of Peruzzi's work on San Pietro is the ground plan that he drew. Symonds pronounced it by far the most beautiful and interesting of those laid down for St. Peter's. Leo's death and the accession of a pope allergic to art drove Peruzzi back to Siena, then to Bologna. There he designed the lovely Palazzo Albergati and made a model for the never-finished facade of San Petronio. He hurried back to Rome when Clement VII reopened the Paradise of the Arts and resumed his work at St. Peter's. He was still there when the imperial mob sacked Rome. He suffered special tribulations, says Vasari, because he was grave and noble of aspect, and they thought him some great prelate in disguise. They held him for a lordly ransom, but when he proved his lowly status by painting a masterly portrait, they contented themselves with taking from him all but the shirt on his back and let him go. He made his way to Siena and arrived there almost naked. The Sienese government, proud to recapture its prodigal son, engaged him to design fortifications, and the church of Fonte Giusta commissioned him to paint a mural which was acclaimed by generous critics as his chef-d'oeuvre, a sibyl announcing to a frightened Augustus the coming birth of Christ. But Peruzzi's greatest success was the Palazzo Massimi delle Colonne, which he designed on his return to Rome in 1530. The Massimi claimed descent and derived their name from Fabius Maximus, who had earned immortality by idling. They took their surname from the columned porch of their previous dwelling, which had been destroyed in the sack. It was Peruzzi's good fortune that the curved irregularity of the site forbade the usual dreary rectangular plan. He chose an oval form with a Renaissance facade and a Doric portico, and while keeping the exterior simple, he gave the interior all the ornament and splendor of a Roman palace of imperial days, with Greek refinements of proportion and decoration. Despite his multiform ability, Peruzzi died poor, not having had the heart to haggle with popes, cardinals, and bankers for fees commensurate with his skill. When Pope Paul III heard that he was dying, he bethought himself that only Peruzzi and Michelangelo remained to raise St. Peter's from walls to dome. He sent the artist 100 crowns, or about $1,250. Baldassare thanked him and died nevertheless at the age of 54 in 1535. Vasari, after suggesting that a rival had poisoned him, relates that all the painters, sculptors, and architects in Rome followed his body to the grave. 10. Michelangelo and Clement VII, 1520 to 1534. It is one of the credits in Clement's account that through all his own misfortunes he bore with kindly patience the moods and revolts of Michelangelo, plied him with commissions, and accorded him all the privileges of genius. "When Buonarroti comes to see me," he said, "I always take a seat and bid him be seated, feeling sure that he will do so without leave." Even before becoming pope, he proposed in 1519 what proved to be the artist's culminating sculptural assignment: to add to the Church of San Lorenzo in Florence a new sacristy as a mausoleum for famous Medici, to design their tombs and to adorn these with appropriate statuary. Confident in the Titan's versatility, Clement also asked him to draw up architectural plans for the Laurentian Library, strong and spacious enough to safely house the literary collections of the Medici family. The stately stairway and pillared vestibule of this Biblioteca Laurentiana were completed, from 1526 to 1527, under Angelo's supervision. The remainder of the building was later put up by Vasari and others from Buonarroti's designs. The Nuova Sagrestia was hardly an architectural masterpiece. It was planned as a simple quadrangle, divided with pilasters and surmounted by a modest dome. Its prime function was to receive statuary in the recesses left in the walls. This Medici chapel was finished in 1524, and in 1525 Angelo began work on the tombs. Clement wrote to him in the latter year a gently impatient letter. "Thou knowest that popes have no long life, and we cannot yearn more than we do to behold the chapel with the tombs of our kinsmen, or at any rate to hear that it is finished. And likewise as regards the library. Wherefore we recommend both to thy diligence. Meanwhile we will betake us, in accord with your words, to a wholesome patience, praying God that he may put it into thy heart to push the whole enterprise forward together. Fear not that either commissions or rewards shall fail thee while we live. Farewell, with God's blessing and ours, Giulio." There were to be 6 tombs, for Lorenzo the Magnificent, his assassinated brother Giuliano, Leo X, Clement VII, the younger Giuliano, too good to govern a state, who died in 1516, and the younger Lorenzo, Duke of Urbino, who died in 1519. Only the tombs of the last 2 were completed, and even these not quite. Nevertheless, they are the apogee of Renaissance sculpture, as the Sistine Chapel is the summit of Renaissance painting, and St. Peter's Dome is the architectural pinnacle of the Renaissance. The tombs showed the dead men in the prime of life, with no attempt to reproduce their real forms or features. Giuliano in the garb of a Roman commander, Lorenzo as Il Penseroso, the thinker. When some incautious observer remarked this lack of realism, Michelangelo answered with words that revealed his sublime confidence in his artistic immortality. Who will care 1,000 years hence whether these are their features or not? Reclining on the sarcophagus of Giuliano are two nude figures. At the right, a man allegedly symbolizing day. At the left, a woman supposedly representing night. Similar recumbent figures on the tomb of Lorenzo have been named Twilight and Dawn. These interpretations are hypothetical, perhaps fanciful. Probably the sculptor's aim was merely to carve again his secret fetish, the human body, in all the splendor of male strength and all the comely contours of the female form. As usual, he succeeded better with the male. The unfinished figure of Twilight, slowly surrendering an active and exhausting day to night, matches the noblest gods of the Parthenon. War intervened upon art. When Rome fell to the Landsknechte in 1527, Clement could no longer play patron, and Michelangelo's papal pension of 50 crowns, or $625 a month, ceased. Meanwhile, Florence enjoyed 2 years of Republican liberty. When Clement made up with Charles, and the German-Spanish army was dispatched to overthrow the Republic and reinstall the Medici, Florence appointed Angelo, on April 6, 1529, to a committee of 9, Nove di Militia, for the defense of the city. The Medicean artist became, by the hazard of circumstance, the anti-Medicean engineer feverishly engaged in designing and building forts and walls. But as these works proceeded, Michelangelo became more and more convinced that the city could not be successfully defended. What single town, divided as Florence then was in heart and loyalties, could withstand the artillery and excommunications of empire and papacy combined? On September 21, 1529, in a mood of panic, he fled from Florence, hoping to escape to France and its amiable king. Finding his way blocked by German-held terrain, he took temporary refuge in Ferrara, then in Venice. Thence he sent a message to his friend Battista della Palla, art agent of Francis I in Florence. Would he join Angelo in flight to France? Battista refused to leave the post that had been assigned to him in the defense of the city. Instead, he wrote to Angelo a stirring appeal to return to his duty, warning him that otherwise the government would confiscate his property, leaving his impecunious relatives destitute. About November 20th, the artist was back at his work on the Florentine fortifications. According to Vasari, he found time, even in those excited months, to continue work secretly on the tombs of the Medici, and also to paint, for Alfonso of Ferrara, the least characteristic of his works, Leda and the Swan. It was a strange product for a man so slightly sexual and so generally Puritan, and perhaps it came from a temporarily disordered mind. It showed the Swan copulating with Leda. Alfonso was something of a lecher between wars, but apparently he had not chosen the subject. The messenger whom he sent to secure the promised work expressed disappointment when he saw it, saying, "This is a mere trifle," and made no effort to secure it for the Duke. Angelo gave the picture to his servant, Antonio Mini, who took it with him to France, where it passed into the collection of the omnivorous Francis I. It remained at Fontainebleau until the reign of Louis XIII, when a high official ordered it destroyed because of its indecency. How far this order was carried out and what was the later history of this original is unknown. A copy remains in the vaults of the London National Gallery. When Florence fell to the returning Medici, Battista della Palla and other Republican leaders were put to death. Michelangelo hid himself for 2 months in the house of a friend, expecting at any moment a like fate. But Clement thought him worth more alive than dead. The Pope wrote to his ruling relatives in Florence, bidding them seek out the artist, treat him with courtesy, and offer him the renewal of his pension if he would resume work on the tombs. Michael agreed. But again, as with the mausoleum of Julius, the mind of pontiff and artist had conceived more than the hand could execute, and the Pope could not live long enough to see the enterprise through. When Clement died in 1534, Michelangelo, fearful that Alessandro de' Medici would do him harm now that his protector was gone, took the first opportunity to slip off to Rome. A profound and somber sadness marks the tombs, and the solemn Madonna de' Medici that Angelo also carved for the sacristy. Historians fond of democracy, and exaggerating its scope in Florence, have generally assumed that the recumbent figures symbolize a city mourning its forced surrender to tyranny. But this interpretation is probably fanciful. After all, they had been designed while the Medici ruled Florence reasonably well. They had been carved for a Medici pope unfailingly kind to Angelo, and by an artist indebted to Medici from his youth. It is not clear that he intended to condemn the family whose tombs he was preparing, and his representations of Giuliano and Lorenzo have nothing derogatory about them. No, these figures express something deeper than the love of liberty by the rich few to rule the poor unhindered by a Medici house usually popular with the people. They express rather Michelangelo's weariness with life, the fatigue of a man all nerves and titanic uncompassable dreams, who found himself buffeted by 1,000 tribulations, harassed in almost every enterprise by the dull recalcitrance of matter, the obtuseness of power, and the called-in loans of borrowed time. Angelo had enjoyed but few of life's delights. He had no friends on a par with his mind. Woman seemed to him only a smooth anatomy threatening peace, and even his most majestic triumphs were the issues of exhausting toil and pain, the unfinishable symphonies of melancholy meditation and inescapable defeat. But when Florence had fallen to her worst tyrants, and terror ruled where once Lorenzo had governed happily, the artist who had carved a criticism of life, and no mere theory of government in the marbles of the Medici shrine, felt that those melancholy figures expressed as well the glory gone of the city that had nursed the Renaissance. On the unveiling of the statue of Night, the poet Giambattista Strozzi wrote a quatrain of literary exposition. The night thou seest here, posed gracefully in active slumber, was by an angel wrought, out of this stone. Sleeping with life she's fraught. Wake her, incredulous wight, she'll speak to thee. Michelangelo pardoned the complimentary pun on his name, but rejected the interpretation. He gave his own in 4 lines that are the most revealing in his poetry. Dear is my sleep, but more to be mere stone, so long as ruin and dishonor reign. To see naught, to feel naught, is my great gain. Then wake me not, speak in an undertone. 11. The End of an Age, 1528 to 1534. Clement did not die until he had made one more reversal of policy and had crowned his disasters by losing England for the Church in 1531. The spread of the Lutheran revolt in Germany had created for Charles V difficulties and dangers that might, he hoped, be eased by a general council. He urged this upon the Pope and was angered by repeated excuses and delays. Irritated in turn by the Emperor's award of Reggio and Modena to Ferrara, Clement veered again toward France. He accepted a proposal of Francis that Caterina de' Medici should marry the king's second son Henry, and he signed secret articles binding himself to help Francis recover Milan and Genoa in 1531. At a second conference in Bologna in 1532 between Pope and Emperor, Charles again proposed a general council at which Catholics and Protestants might meet and find some formula of reconciliation. He was again rebuffed. He suggested a marriage of Catherine with Francesco Maria Sforza, imperial vicar in Milan. He found that the proposal came too late. Catherine was already sold. On October 12, 1533, Clement met Francis at Marseille and there married his niece to Henry, Duke of Orleans. It was a prime defect of the Medici as popes that they thought of themselves as a royal dynasty and sometimes rated the glory of their family above the fate of Italy or the Church. Clement tried to persuade Francis to make peace with Charles. Francis refused, and had the audacity to ask papal acquiescence to a temporary alliance of France with the Protestants and the Turks against the Emperor. Clement thought that this was going a bit too far. Under the circumstances, says Pastor, it must be considered fortunate for the Church that the Pope's days were numbered. He had already lived too long. At his accession, Henry VIII was still defensor fidei, defender of the Orthodox faith against Luther, and the Protestant revolt had as yet proposed no vital doctrinal changes, but only such ecclesiastical reforms as the Council of Trent would legislate for the Church in the next generation. At Clement's death, on September 25, 1534, England, Denmark, Sweden, half of Germany, part of Switzerland, had definitely broken away from the Church, and Italy had submitted to a Spanish domination fatal to the free thought and life that had, for good or evil, marked the Renaissance. It was beyond doubt the most disastrous pontificate in the history of the Church. Everyone had rejoiced at Clement's accession. Everyone rejoiced at his death, and the rabble of Rome repeatedly defiled his tomb. Book 6, Finale, 1534 to 1576. Chapter 22, Sunset in Venice, 1534 to 1576. 1. Venice Reborn. It is something of a mystery that this age of thraldom and decline for the rest of Italy was for Venice a golden age. She had suffered severely from the wars of the League of Cambrai. She had lost many of her eastern possessions to the Turks. Her trade with the eastern Mediterranean was repeatedly disturbed with war and piracy. Her commerce with India was passing to Portugal. Why, then, could she support in this period architects like Sansovino and Palladio, writers like Aretino, painters like Titian, Tintoretto, and Veronese? In this same age, Andrea Gabrielli played the organ and led the choirs at San Marco and wrote madrigals that sounded through Italy. Music was a pampered passion of rich and poor. The palaces on the Grand Canal were rivaled in interior luxury and art only by those of bankers and cardinals in Rome. 100 poets recited their verses in booths and taverns and public squares. A dozen companies of players performed comedies. Permanent theaters were built, and Vittoria Piissimi, La Bella Maga d'Amore, the lovely sorceress of love, was the toast of the city as an actress, singer, and dancer, as women replaced boys in female parts, and the reign of divas began. Only the lamest explanation of the mystery will be given here. Though deeply injured by war, Venice had never been invaded. Her homes and shops remained intact. She had recovered her mainland possessions and included populous cities like Padua, Vicenza, and Verona among her tributaries in education, economy, and genius. Colombo and Cornaro at Padua, Palladio at Vicenza, Veronese from Verona. She still dominated large areas of trade in and near the Adriatic. Her leading families had still unspent treasures of nursed and inherited wealth. Old industries continued to flourish and found new markets in Christendom. It was now, for example, that Venetian glass reached its tenuous crystalline perfection. The Venetian leadership in luxury products was maintained, and in this age, Venetian lace first acquired fame. Despite religious censorship, Venice still gave asylum to political refugees and to intellectual refugees like Aretino, who fumigated his hilarious ribaldries with periodical contributions to the literature of piety. Toward the end of this period, Venice twice demonstrated her civic vigor and resilience. In 1571, she took a leading part, with Spain and the papacy, in equipping the armada of 200 vessels that destroyed a Turkish fleet of 224 ships off Lepanto in the Gulf of Corinth. That victory, which may have saved Western Europe for Christendom, was celebrated by Venice with 3 days of mad rejoicing. The region of the Rialto was hung with cloths of turquoise or gold. Every window made the canals colorful with flags or tapestries. A great triumphal arch rose at the Rialto Bridge, and paintings by the Bellini, Giorgione, Titian, and Michelangelo were displayed in the streets. The subsequent carnival was the wildest that Venice had ever known, setting the pace for many later carnivals. Everyone masked and frolicked, laying a moratorium upon morality, and clowns like Pantalone and Zani, that is Johnny, gave their names to a dozen languages. And then, in 1574 and 1577, tragic fires in the ducal palace gutted several rooms. Paintings by Gentile da Fabriano, the Bellini, the Vivarini, Titian, Pordenone, Tintoretto, and Veronese were destroyed. In 2 days, the labor and art of a century disappeared. The spirit of the Republic shone out in the rapidity and resolution with which the damaged interiors were restored. Giovanni da Ponte was commissioned to rebuild the chambers on their former lines. Cristoforo Sorte designed in 29 divisions the marvelous ceiling of the Sala del Maggior Consiglio. And the walls were painted by Tintoretto, Veronese, Palma Giovanni, and Francesco Bassano. In other rooms, the Collegio, or meeting place of the Doge and his council, the Anticollegio, or antechamber, the Sala dei Pregadi, or Senate Hall, ceilings and doors and windows were designed by the greatest architects of the age: Jacopo Sansovino, Palladio, Antonio Scarpagnino, Alessandro Vittoria. Jacopo d'Antonio di Jacopo Tatti was by birth, in 1486, a Florentine. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. Jacopo d'Antonio di Jacopo Tatti was by birth, in 1486, a Florentine. He went very reluctantly to school, says Vasari, but took eagerly to drawing. His mother encouraged this disposition. His father, who had hoped to make a merchant of him, was overruled. So Jacopo went to serve as apprentice to the sculptor Andrea Contucci di Monte San Savino, who loved the lad so well and taught him so conscientiously that Jacopo came to look upon him as a father and adopted Andrea's cognomen, Sansovino, as his own. The youth had also the good fortune to make a friend of Andrea del Sarto,
and perhaps learned from him the secrets of graceful and animated design. While in Florence, the young sculptor carved the Bacchus, now in the Bargello, famous for its perfect balance, and for the skill with which arm, hand, and vase, lightly poised on the fingertips, were cut from one piece of marble. Everyone, except Michelangelo, was kind to Andrea and helped him up the hill to excellence. Giuliano da Sangallo took him to Rome and gave him lodging. Bramante commissioned him to make a wax copy of the Laocoon. It was so well done that it was cast in bronze for Cardinal Grimani. Perhaps through Bramante's influence, Andrea turned from sculpture to architecture and soon received lucrative commissions. He was in Rome when the sack came, and, like many other artists, he lost all his possessions. He made his way to Venice, thinking to go to France, but the Doge Andrea Gritti begged him instead to strengthen the pillars and cupolas of St. Mark's. His work so pleased the Senate that he was made state architect in 1529. For 6 years he labored to improve the Piazza San Marco, banishing the butchers' shops that had sullied the Piazzetta, opening new streets, and helping to make St. Mark's Square the spacious delight that it is today. In 1536 he built the Zecca, or Mint, and began his most celebrated building, the Libreria Vecchia, facing the Palace of the Doges. He designed the facade with a stately double portico of Doric and Ionic columns, handsome cornices and balconies, and decorative statuary. Some have rated this old library the most beautiful profane edifice in Italy, but the multiplication of columns is excessive, and the structure can hardly compare with the Palace of the Doges. In any case, the procurators liked it, raised Sansovino's salary, and exempted him from war taxes. In 1544, one of the main arches collapsed and the vault crashed down. Sansovino was thrown into jail and heavily fined, but Aretino and Titian persuaded the procurators to release and pardon him. The arch and vault were repaired, and the building was successfully completed in 1553. Meanwhile, in 1540, Sansovino had designed the pretty Loggetta, or vestibule for police, on the eastern side of the Campanile, and had adorned it with bronze and terracotta sculptures. In St. Mark's he cast bronze doors for a sacristy, and took occasion to portray among the reliefs not only Aretino, but Titian and himself. The three men had now become firm friends, enviously known in Venetian art circles as the Triumvirate. Many an evening they spent together, talking shop, or entertaining such beauty as could be engaged for the time. Jacopo rivaled Aretino in popularity with women, and Titian in longevity. He remained strong and healthy, and, we are assured, enjoyed perfect eyesight till his 84th year. For 50 years he never consulted a physician. During summers he lived almost entirely on fruit. When Paul III invited him to succeed Antonio da Sangallo as chief architect at St. Peter's, he refused, saying that he would not exchange his life in a republic for service under an absolute ruler. Ercole II of Ferrara and Duke Cosimo of Florence in vain offered him large stipends to take up residence at their courts. He died peacefully in 1570, in the 85th year of his age. In that year appeared an epoch-making work, 4 books of architecture, by Andrea Palladio, who gave his name to a style that endured here and there into our own time. Like so many others, Andrea went to Rome and was thrilled by the ruined grandeur of the Forum. He came to love those broken columns and capitals as the finest conceptions that architecture had ever reached. He almost memorized Vitruvius, and his own book strove to restore to Renaissance building all those principles which, he thought, had created the glory of classic Rome. It seemed to him that the finest architecture would avoid all ornament that did not spring spontaneously from the constructive style itself. It would pledge itself to a strict proportion, connection, and congruity of the parts in an organic whole. It would be classically noble and strong, as chaste as a Vestal Virgin, and as dignified as an emperor. His first major work was his best, and is one of the outstanding structures of secular Italy. Around the Palazzo della Ragione, or town hall of his native Vicenza, he built, beginning in 1549, magnificent and powerful arcades, transforming an undistinguished Gothic core into a Basilica Palladiana that might vie with the Basilica Julia of the Roman Forum itself. A tier of arches sustaining Doric columns and pilasters, a massive architrave, a railing and balcony elegantly carved, a second tier of arches, on Ionic columns, a classic cornice and railing, and above each spandrel, a statue rising to oversee the city and give it an exemplar of greatness. "I do not question," he wrote in his book 21 years later, "but that this fabric may be compared with the ancient edifices and be looked upon as one of the most noble and beautiful buildings erected since the time of the ancients." If he had confined his challenge to civic buildings, the boast might stand. Palladio became the hero of Vicenza, which felt that he had surpassed Sansovino's Libreria Vecchia. Rich men plied him with commissions for palaces and villas, ecclesiastics for churches. Before he died in 1580, he had transformed his city almost into an ancient Roman municipality. He built a loggia for the city administration, a pretty museum, a splendid Teatro Olimpico. Venice called him, and there he designed two of her finest churches, San Giorgio Maggiore and the Redentore. Even before his death, he had become a powerful influence in Italy. Early in the 17th century, Inigo Jones brought the Palladian style into England. It spread through Western Europe and came to America. Perhaps it was a misfortune. It never really captured the dignity of Roman architecture. It confused its facades with a plethora of columns, capitals, cornices, moldings, and statuary. The details detract from the simple lines and clarity of a classic edifice. And by reverting so humbly to an ancient style, Palladio forgot that a living art should express its own epoch and mood, not those of another age. That is why, when we think of the Renaissance, we do not call to mind its architecture, nor even its sculpture, but above all its painting, which bore lightly the traditions of Alexandria and Rome, freed itself from cramping and uncongenial Byzantine molds, and made itself the authentic voice and color of the time. 2. Aretino, 1492 to 1556. To make sure that 1492 would be memorable, Pietro Aretino, scourge of princes and prince of blackmailers, came into the world on Good Friday of that year. His father was a poor shoemaker of Arezzo, known to us only as Luca. Like many other Italians, Pietro received in time the name of his birthplace and became Aretino. His enemies insisted that his mother was a prostitute. He denied it and claimed that his mother was a pretty girl named Tita, who posed as a Madonna for painters, but in a careless moment conceived Pietro while in the arms of a casual but noble lover, Luigi Bacci. Aretino did not mind being a bastard, having such distinguished company in that class, and Luigi's legitimate sons, when Pietro became famous, did not mind his calling them brothers. But his father was Luca. Having attained the maturity of 12 years, he set out to make his fortune. He found work as a bookbinder's assistant in Perugia, and there he studied art sufficiently to become in later years an excellent critic and connoisseur. He himself did some painting. In the chief square of Perugia was a holy picture, fondly reverenced by the people, showing Magdalene fervent at the feet of Christ. One night Aretino painted a lute in the arms of the Magdalene, changing her prayer into a serenade. When the city seethed with anger at the prank, Pietro slipped out of Perugia and examined Italy. He earned his bread as a servant in Rome, as a street singer in Vicenza, as an innkeeper in Bologna. He served a term in the galleys, became a hired man in a monastery, was discharged for lechery, and returned to Rome in 1516. There he labored as a lackey for Agostino Chigi. The banker was not unkindly, but Aretino had discovered his own peculiar genius and fretted under servantry. He wrote a bitter satire describing a scullion's life. Cleaning privies, polishing chamber pots, performing lewd offices for cooks and stewards who soon see to it that he is all pricked out and embroidered with the French disease. He showed his poems to some of Chigi's guests, and word went around that this Pietro was the sharpest and wittiest satirist in Rome. His pieces began to circulate. Pope Leo enjoyed them, sent for the author, laughed at his rough, frank humor, and added him to the papal staff as a cross between poet and jester. For 3 years, Pietro ate well. Suddenly, Leo died, and Aretino was afloat again. As the conclave dallied in choosing a successor, he wrote satires on the electors and the candidates, affixed the sheets to the statue of Pasquino, and poked fun at so many dignitaries that soon he had hardly a friend in the city. When Adrian VI was elected and began a most unwelcome campaign of reform, Pietro fled to Florence, then to Mantua in 1523, where Federigo took him on as court poet at a moderate salary. When the death of Adrian answered Rome's prayers and a rich Medici sat again on the throne of thrones, Pietro, like 1,000 other poets, artists, rascals, and rakes, hurried back to the capital. Almost at once he ended his welcome there. Giulio Romano had painted 20 pictures describing various erotic attitudes. Marcantonio Raimondi made engravings for them. For each engraving, says Vasari, Messer Pietro Aretino wrote an extremely lewd sonnet, so that I cannot say which is worse, the drawings or the words. The pictures and sonnets went the rounds of the intelligentsia. They reached Pope Clement's datary, Ghiberti, who was known to be hostile to Aretino. Pietro heard of it and took again to the road. At Pavia he charmed Francis I, who was on the verge of losing everything but honor. And now, by putting a different point on his pen, he turned a somersault that made Rome gasp. He wrote 3 laudatory poems, one about Clement, one about Ghiberti, one about Federigo. The Marquis said a good word for him to the Pope. Ghiberti relented. Clement sent for Aretino and made him a pensioned Knight of Rhodes. Francesco Berni, his only rival among the satirists, described him at this period. He walks through Rome dressed like a duke. He takes part in all the wild doings of the lords. He pays his way with insults couched in tricked-up words. He talks well, and he knows every libelous anecdote in the city. The Estes and the Gonzagas walk arm in arm with him and listen to his prattle. He treats them with respect and is haughty to everyone else. He lives on what they give him. His gifts as a satirist make people afraid of him, and he revels in hearing himself called a cynical, impudent slanderer. All that he needed was a fixed pension. He got one by dedicating to the Pope a second-rate poem. Aretino would not have questioned any of this. As if to illustrate it, he asked the Mantuan ambassador to solicit for him from Federigo 2 pairs of shirts worked with gold, 2 pairs worked in silk, together with 2 golden caps. When these took too much time in coming, he threatened to annihilate the Marquis with a diatribe. The ambassador warned Federigo, "Your Excellency knows his tongue, therefore I will say no more." Soon 4 shirts worked in gold arrived, and 4 of silk, and 2 gold caps, and 2 silk hats. Aretino, wrote the ambassador, is satisfied. Pietro could now really dress like a duke. This second period of Roman prosperity was ended by a cloak-and-dagger romance. Aretino composed an insulting sonnet on a young woman employed in the datary's kitchen. Another of Ghiberti's household, Achille della Volta, attacked Aretino in the street at 2 o'clock in the morning in 1525, stabbed him twice in the chest and so severely in the right hand that 2 fingers had to be cut off. The wounds were not mortal. Aretino healed rapidly. He demanded the arrest of Achille, but neither Clement nor his datary intervened. Pietro suspected the datary of planning to have him murdered, and he decided that the time had come for another Italian tour. He moved to Mantua and resumed his service with Federigo in 1525. A year later, hearing that Giovanni delle Bandenere was marshalling a force to check Frundsberg's invasion, a secret atom of nobility stirred in him. He rode 100 miles to join Giovanni at Lodi. All the ink in his veins tingled at the thought that he, the poor poet, might become a man of action, might even carve out for himself a principality and be himself a prince, and no mere literary menial of a prince. And indeed, the young commander, as generous as Don Quixote, promised to make him a marquis at least. But brave Giovanni was killed, and Aretino, putting aside the helmet he had received, returned to Mantua and his pen. He composed now a mock judizio, or almanac, for 1527, predicting absurd or evil fates for those he disliked. Furious against Clement for giving Giovanni delle Bandenere inadequate and vacillating support, Aretino included the Pope among the victims of his satire. Clement expressed surprise that Federigo should harbor so irreverent an enemy of the papacy. Federigo gave Aretino 100 crowns and advised him to get out of the papal reach. "I will go to Venice," said Pietro. "Only in Venice does justice hold the scales with an even balance." He arrived in March 1527 and took a house on the Grand Canal. He was fascinated by the views across the lagoon and by the teeming traffic of what he called the fairest highway in the world. "I have determined," he wrote, "to live in Venice forever." He addressed a letter of lordly compliments to the Doge Andrea Gritti, praising the majestic beauty of Venice, the justice of her laws, the security of her people, the asylum she offered to political and intellectual refugees. And he added magnificently, "I, who have stricken terror into kings, give myself to you, fathers of your people." The Doge took him at his own estimate, assured him of protection, assigned him a pension, and interceded for him with the Pope. Though invitations were to come to Aretino from several foreign courts, he remained a loyal resident of Venice throughout his remaining 29 years. The furniture and art that he gathered into his new home attested the power of his pen, for they were given or made possible by the generosity or timidity of his patrons.
Tintoretto himself painted the ceiling of Pietro's private apartments. Soon the walls shone with pictures by Titian, Sebastiano del Piombo, Giulio Romano, Bronzino, Vasari. There were statues by Jacopo Sansovino and Alessandro Vittoria. A rich ebony casket contained the letters received by Aretino from princes, prelates, captains, artists, poets, musicians, and noble dames. Later he would publish these letters in 2 volumes totaling 875 closely printed pages. There were carved chests and chairs, and a walnut bed fit for Pietro's now ample form. Amid that art and luxury, Aretino lived and dressed literally like a lord, dispersing charity to the neighborhood poor, entertaining a host of friends, and a succession of mistresses. Where did he get the means to support so lavish a life? Partly from the sale of his writings to publishers, partly from gifts and pensions sent him by men and women who feared his scorn and sought his praise. The satires, poems, letters, and plays that rushed from his pen were bought by the most alert or important people in Italy, all eager to see what he had to say about personalities and events, and delighting in his blasts at the corruption, hypocrisy, oppression, and immorality of the times. Ariosto inserted into the 1532 edition of Orlando Furioso 2 lines that added 2 titles to Pietro's name. Ecco il flagello dei principi, il divin Pietro Aretino. Behold the scourge of princes, the divine Pietro Aretino. Soon it became the fashion to speak of the coarsest and most scurrilous major writer of the age as divine. His renown was continental. His satires were at once translated into French. A bookseller on the Rue Saint-Jacques in Paris made a fortune retailing them. They were welcomed in England, Poland, Hungary. Aretino and Machiavelli, said a contemporary, were the only Italian authors read in Germany. In Rome, where his favorite victims lived, his writings were sold out on the day of their publication. If we may take his own estimate, his receipts from various publications amounted to 1,000 crowns, or about $12,500 a year. Moreover, in 18 years, the alchemy of my pen has drawn over 25,000 gold crowns from the entrails of various princes. Kings, emperors, dukes, popes, cardinals, sultans, pirates were among his tributaries. Charles V gave him a collar worth 300 crowns, Philip II another worth 400, Francis I a still more costly chain. Francis and Charles competed for his favor with promises of fat pensions. Francis promised more than he gave. I adored him, said Aretino, but never to get money from the stirring of his liberality is enough to cool the furnaces of Murano, the suburb where the glass industry of Venice was concentrated. A knighthood was offered him without income. He refused it, remarking that a knighthood without revenue is like a wall without forbidden signs. Everybody commits nuisances there. So Pietro pledged his pen to Charles and served him with unwonted fidelity. He was invited to meet the emperor at Padua. On reaching that city, he was hailed by a crowd like a modern celebrity. Charles, out of all those present, chose Aretino to ride beside him through the city and told him, "Every gentleman in Spain knows all your writings. They read everything of yours as fast as it is printed." That night, at a state banquet, the son of the shoemaker sat at the emperor's right hand. Charles invited him to Spain. Pietro refused, having discovered Venice. Sitting beside the conqueror of Italy, Aretino was the first example of what was later called the power of the press. Nothing like his influence would appear again in literature until Voltaire. His satires hardly hold our attention today, for their force lay mostly in pointed allusion to local events too tied to the time to have lasting significance. They were popular because it is hard for us not to enjoy the excoriation of others, because they exposed real abuses and courageously attacked the great and powerful, and because they brought all the resources of the language of the streets to the uses of literature and gainful literary homicide. Aretino exploited the human interest in sex and sin by writing ragionamenti, conversations, among prostitutes about the secrets and practices of nuns, wives, and courtesans. The title page announced the book as The Dialogues of Nana and Antonio, composed by the divine Aretino for his pet monkey Capriccio and for the correction of the 3 states of women, given to the printer in this month of April 1533 in the illustrious city of Venice. Aretino here anticipates the rollicking ribaldry and epithetic frenzy of Rabelais. He revels in 4-letter words and achieves some startling phrases. I'd wager my soul against a pistachio nut. and he indites such lovely descriptions as that of the pretty wife of 17, the finest little piece of flesh that I think I ever saw, who, married to a man of 60, took to sleepwalking as a way of jousting with the lances of the night. The conclusions to which the dialogues come is that courtesans are the most praiseworthy of the three classes of women, for the wives and nuns are faithless to their vows, while the courtesans live up to their professions and give an honest night's labor for their pay. Italy was not shocked. It laughed with delight. Now, too, Aretino composed the most popular of his plays, La Cortigiana, The Courtesan. Like most Italian comedies of the Renaissance, it followed the Plautine tradition of servants making fools of their masters, arranging intrigues for them, serving as their panders and their brains. But Aretino added something of his own: his burlesque and bawdy humor, his intimacy with prostitutes, his hatred of courts, above all of the papal court, and his uninhibited transcript of life as he had seen it in the brothels and palaces of Rome. He laid bare the hypocrisies, time-serving, humiliations, flatteries required of the courtier, and in a famous line he defined slander as telling the truth. It was his pithy apologia for his life. In another Aretino comedy, Talanta, the title character is again a prostitute, and the story turns on the tricks she plays upon her four lovers, and her ways of squeezing money out of their agitation. Another play, Ipocrita, was an Italian Tartuffe. Indeed, Molière is a French continuation of the Aretine comedies, deodorized and improved. In the same year that produced these idols of the stews, Aretino composed a long series of religious works: The Humanity of Christ, the 7 Penitential Psalms, the Life of the Virgin Mary, the Life of the Virgin Catherine, the Life of St. Thomas, Lord of Aquino, etc. They were largely compounded of fiction, and Pietro confessed that they were poetical lies, but they won him the plaudits of the pious, even of the virtuous Vittoria Colonna. In some quarters he was regarded as a pillar of the church. There was talk of making him a cardinal. It was probably his letters that sustained his fame as well as his fortune. Many of these were eulogies addressed to the eulogized, or to persons near them. They were frankly intended to elicit gifts, pensions, or other favors. Sometimes they specified what was to be given and when. Aretino printed these letters almost as soon as he wrote them. This was necessary to their extractive power. Italy snapped them up because they provided an indirect intimacy with famous men and women, and because they were written with an originality, vivacity, and force unequaled by any other writer of the day. Aretino had style without seeking it. He laughed at the bembos who polished their stanzas into perfect lifelessness. He ended the humanist idolatry of Latin, of correctness, and grace. Pretending to be ignorant of literature, he felt free from cramping exemplars. He accepted in his writing one overruling rule: to announce spontaneously, in direct and simple language, his experience and criticism of life and the needs of his wardrobe and larder. Amid the mountain of hypocritical rubbish of these letters, some diamonds can be found: tender epistles to a favorite ailing harlot, lusty accounts of his domestic history, a sunset described in a letter to Titian almost as brilliantly as Titian or Turner could paint it, and a letter to Michelangelo suggesting, for the Last Judgment, a design much more appropriate than that which the artist used. Aretino's understanding and appreciation of art were among the better qualities of his character. His most intimate male friends were Titian and Sansovino. Together they had many a feast, usually graced with feminine company, usually venal. And there, when the talk turned on art, Aretino could hold his own. His letters sang the praises of Titian to a host of possible patrons, and won Vicelli several lucrative commissions, in which Pietro may have shared. It was Aretino who persuaded the Doge, the Emperor, and the Pope to sit to Titian for portraits. Titian painted Aretino twice, and each time made a masterpiece of mountainous and vulgar vitality. Sansovino, pretending to carve an apostle, placed the old satyr's head on a sacristy door in St. Mark's, and perhaps Michelangelo, in the Last Judgment, portrayed him as St. Bartholomew. He was both better and worse than he was painted. He had almost every vice and was accused of sodomy. His hypocrisy made his own Ipocrita seem by comparison sincere. His language, when he set his mind to it, could be a cloaca maxima of filth. He could be brutal and unmanly as when he gloated over the fallen Clement, but he had the grace to write later, "I am ashamed that in censuring him I did so in the depth of his afflictions."
He was physically an unabashed coward, but he had the courage to denounce powerful persons and highly cherished abuses. His most visible virtue was generosity. He gave to his friends and the poor a large part of what he received in pensions, earnings, gifts, and bribes. He waived royalties on his published letters so that they might be sold more cheaply and acquire wider fame and higher value. He was annually near bankruptcy with Christmas giving. Giovanni delle Bandenere said to Guicciardini, "I yield to no man in generosity, unless it be to Messer Pietro, when he has means." He helped his friends to sell their pictures and, as in the case of Sansovino, to get release from jail. "Everybody comes to me," he wrote, "as if I were a custodian of the royal treasury. Let a poor girl be confined, and my house pays the expenses. Let anyone be put into prison, and the cost falls upon me. Soldiers without equipment, strangers down on their luck, stray cavaliers without number, come to my house to refit." If at times he had 22 women in his house, it was not that they constituted his harem. Some were nursing unexpected infants and found a refuge under his roof. We note that a bishop sent him shoes for one of these women. Many of the women whom he used or succored loved and honored him. 6 favorite courtesans proudly called themselves Aretines. He had whatever virtue is implied by abundant animal spirits. In private, he was a good-natured animal who had never learned a moral code. He thought, with some excuse in those times, that no person of any consequence had any real moral code. He told Vasari that he had never seen a maiden whose features did not betray a touch of sensuality. His own sensuality was gross, but to his friends it appeared to be merely the spontaneous exuberance of life. Hundreds of people found him lovable. Princes and priests delighted in his conversation. He had no education, but he seemed to know everybody and everything. He became human in his love for Giovanni delle Bandenere, for Caterina and the 2 children she bore him, and for frail, consumptive, gracious, faithless Pierina Riccia. She came into his household as the 14-year-old wife of his secretary. They lived with him, and he played father to her. Soon he loved her with a consuming and solicitous paternal affection. He reformed his morals, kept of his mistresses only Caterina and their babe Adria. Then, just as he was simmering down to respectability, a Venetian nobleman whose wife he had charmed accused him in court of blasphemy and sodomy. He denied the charges, but dared not face the exposures and chances of trial. Conviction would have meant long imprisonment or death. He fled from his house and hid for weeks with friends. They persuaded the court to dismiss the charges. Aretino returned to his home in triumph, cheered by crowds on both sides of the Grand Canal. But he was heartbroken to find in Pierina's eyes that she thought him guilty. Then Pierina's husband deserted her. When she came to Pietro for consolation, he made her his mistress. She developed tuberculosis and for 13 months was near death. He nursed her with anxious tenderness and brought her back to health. At the height of his devotion, she left him for a younger lover. He tried to convince himself that it was better so, but from that day his spirit was broken, and old age advanced upon him triumphantly. He grew fat, but never ceased to vaunt his sexual powers. He frequented brothels and became more and more religious. He who in his youth had laughed at resurrections as nonsense, which only the rabble takes seriously. In 1554 he went to Rome, hoping to be crowned with a red hat, but Julius III could only make him a Knight of St. Peter. In that year he was evicted from the Casa Aretino for failure to pay his rent. He took more modest quarters away from the Grand Canal. 2 years later he died of apoplexy, aged 64. He had confessed some fraction of his sins and had received the Eucharist and extreme unction, and he was buried in the church of San Luca as if he had not been the very paragon and apostle of lechery. A wit composed for him a possible epitaph. Here lies the Tuscan poet Aretino, who evil spoke of everyone but God, giving as his excuse, "I never knew him." 3. Titian and the Kings, 1530 to 1576. In 1530 at Bologna, Aretino introduced Titian to Charles V. The emperor, absorbed in reorganizing Italy, sat impatiently for a portrait and paid the astonished artist a single ducat. Federigo of Mantua, calling Titian the best painter now living, added out of his own pocket a princely 150 ducats to the fee. Gradually the Duke brought Charles to his own point of view.
In 1532, artist and emperor met again. During the next 16 years, Titian painted a dazzling sequence of imperial portraits. Charles in full armor, from 1532, now lost. Charles in brocaded coat, embroidered doublet, white breeches, stockings, and shoes, and black cap with an inappropriate white feather, possibly from 1533. Charles with the Empress Isabella, from 1538. Charles in shining armor on a prancing steed at the Battle of Mühlberg, from 1548, a glory of color and pride. Charles in somber black, seated meditative on a balcony, from 1548. It is a credit to painter and king that these portraits make no attempt to idealize their subject, except in costume. They show Charles's unprepossessing features, his bad skin, his gloomy spirit, and a certain capacity for cruelty, and yet they reveal the emperor, a man of burdens and authority, a cold, hard mind that had brought half of Western Europe under its rule. He could be kind, nevertheless, and atone handsomely for his initial miserliness. In 1533 he sent Titian a patent making him a Count Palatine and a Knight of the Golden Spur, and from that year Titian was officially court painter to the most powerful monarch in Christendom. Meanwhile, presumably through Federigo, Titian had entered into correspondence with Francesco Maria della Rovere, Duke of Urbino, who had married Eleonora Gonzaga, Federigo's sister and Isabella's daughter. Since Francesco was now commander-in-chief of the Venetian armies, he and his duchess were frequently in Venice. There Titian painted their portraits, a man 9/10 male, for Titian liked its sheen, a woman pale and resigned after many illnesses. For them, Titian painted on wood a Magdalene attractive only for the remarkable variations of light and hue that the artist gave to her auburn hair. And again for them a lovely portrait in green and brown, known only as La Bella, and now in the Pitti Gallery. For Federigo's successor, Duke Guidobaldo II, Titian made one of art's most perfect nudes, the Venus of Urbino, from circa 1538. Titian, we are told, had put some finishing touches on Giorgione's Sleeping Venus. Now he imitated that masterpiece in all but the accompaniments and the features. Here the face lacks the guileless peace of Giorgione's version, and instead of a quiet landscape we see a rich interior of green curtain, brown drape, and red couch, while two maids search for robes gorgeous enough to fitly clothe the lady's golden flesh. From Duke and Emperor, Titian passed on to paint the Pope. Paul III was also imperial, a man of virile character and subtle craft, with a face that recorded 2 generations of history. Here was a better opportunity for Titian than he had found in the uncommunicative emperor. At Bologna in 1535, Paul faced bravely the realism of Titian's portraiture. Aged 67, tired but indomitable, he sat in his flowing papal robes, the long head and large beard bent over a once powerful frame, the ring of authority conspicuous on his aristocratic hand. This and Raphael's Julius II contest the distinction of being the finest, deepest portrait of the Italian Renaissance. In 1545, the Pope invited Titian, himself now 68, to Rome. The artist was lodged in the Belvedere and received all the honors of the city. Vasari acted as his cicerone in showing him the wonders of classic and Renaissance Rome. Even Michelangelo welcomed him, and in a moment of courtesy concealed from him an opinion expressed to friends that Titian would have been a greater painter had he learned to draw. There Titian painted Paul again, older, more bent, more harassed than before, between 2 obsequious grandsons who were soon to rebel against the Pope. This, too, was among Titian's profoundest works. For one of these grandsons, Ottavio Farnese, he painted the voluptuous Danae of the Naples Museum. After 8 months in Rome, he traveled slowly back via Florence to Venice in 1546, hoping to spend his remaining days there in rest and peace. But a year later, the emperor urgently called him over the Alps to Augsburg. There he stayed 9 months, making 2 of the imperial portraits listed above, and immortalizing slim Spanish grandees and mountainous Teutons like the Elector Johann Friedrich of Saxony. On a second visit to Augsburg in 1550, Titian met the future Philip II of Spain and made several pictures of him. One of these, in the Prado, is among the master portraits of the Renaissance. Lovelier still is the likeness that he painted of Charles's Portuguese wife, the Empress Isabella. She had died in 1539, but the emperor, 4 years later, gave Titian a middling representation of her by an obscure artist and asked him to change it into a work of finished art.
The result may not resemble the Empress, but even as an imaginary portrait, this Isabella of Portugal must rank high among Titian's pictures. A refined and melancholy face, a most royal costume, a book of prayers to console her premonition of an early death, a distant landscape providing overtones of green and brown and blue. Titian many times over earned his noble rank. After his return from Augsburg in 1552, Titian felt that he had traveled enough. He was 75 and doubtless thought that he had not much longer to live. Perhaps his busyness made for his longevity. Absorbed in painting after painting, he forgot to die. In a long succession of religious pictures from 1522 to 1570, he gave his own colorful and dramatic rendering of the Christian creed and story from Adam to Christ. He commemorated with powerful images the apostles and the saints. The best and most unpleasant of these is the martyrdom of St. Lawrence from 1558. The saint is being roasted on a gridiron by Roman soldiers and slaves, who add to his discomfort with hot irons and flagellation. These religious pictures do not move us as deeply as the similar works of the Florentines. They excel in anatomy, but give no sense of piety. One look at the athletic figures of Christ and the apostles makes it clear that Titian's interest was purely technical, that he was thinking of splendid bodies, not of ascetic saints. In the interval between the Bellini and Titian, Christianity, while still proposing topics, had lost its spiritual hold on Venetian art. That sensual element which is one requisite of pictorial or plastic art remained strong in Titian for almost a century. He repeated his Farnese Danae in several variations, and made many a Venus for defenders of the faith. Philip II of Spain was his best customer for these mythologies. The royal apartments in Madrid were adorned with a Danae, Venus and Adonis, Perseus and Andromeda, Jason and Medea, Actaeon and Diana, the Rape of Europa, Tarquin and Lucretia, Diana and Callisto, and Jupiter and Antiope, also known as the Venus of Pardo. And all but the last of these were painted by Titian after 1553, when he was 76 or more. It is encouraging to find the master's imagination creating in his 80s female nudes as perfect as those that he had portrayed in his prime. The Dianas, with their upswept auburn hair, are of the type that Veronese was using, blonde Venuses almost lovelier than any Aphrodite of the Greeks. Perhaps the same lady, grown ampler, appears in Venus with the Mirror, circa 1555, now in Washington. She is again the Venus who clings to Adonis in the Prado picture, struggling to woo him from his dogs. Not even in Correggio is there so frankly sensual a riot of feminine flesh. And there are still other Venuses scattered in the galleries, but once peopling Titian's brain. The Venus Anadyomene, from circa 1520 of Bridgewater House, standing in the bath and modestly concealed below the knees. The Venus and Cupid, from circa 1545 of the Uffizi, a Germanic blonde with impeccable hands. The clothed Venus of the Education of Cupid, from circa 1565 in the Borghese Gallery. The Prado Venus with the organ player, from circa 1545, who cannot keep his mind on his music. And a Venus with the lute player, from 1560 in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It must be said, however, that the women in these pictures are but part of their charm. Titian is interested in nature as well as women, and paints on several of these canvases splendid landscapes that are sometimes as lovely as the goddess herself. Greater and deeper than these mythological pictures are the portraits. If the Venuses display a sense of form that never grew dull, the portraits reveal in Titian an ability to seize and convey human character with a force of art unequaled, in their total gallery, by the combined portraits of any other hand. What could be finer than the anonymous Man with the Glove, from circa 1520 in the Louvre, whose gloved left hand and delicate white ruff about the neck harmonize so well with the sensitive spirit mirrored in the eyes? Cardinal Ippolito de' Medici, from 1533 in the Pitti, is a less searching portrayal, and yet in the face are the subtlety, the artistic sense, the love of power that mark the Medici. The Francis I, from circa 1538 in the Louvre, made the French king's features famous, sending over the world in 100,000 reproductions the feathered hat and jolly eye and rapier nose and handsome beard and scarlet shirt of the man who lost Italy but won Leonardo and Cellini and 100 women. Titian's official post required him to paint portraits of various doges. Nearly all these portraits are lost. 3 masterly figures remain: Niccolo Marcello, who died before Titian's birth; an ugly face and a gorgeous robe; Antonio Grimani, in the picture of Faith in the Doge's palace, an ascetic face and a gorgeous robe; and Andrea Gritti, a less gorgeous robe, but a powerful face, concentrating in itself all the resolute majesty of Venice. In an opposite vein is the delicate Clarice Strozzi, which Aretino praised too fully. The portraits of Aretino, in the Pitti Gallery at Florence and in the Frick collection in New York, are merciless evocations of a fascinating scoundrel by his dearest friend. Tenderer is Titian's commemoration of Bembo, the poet-lover, by this time, in 1542, become a cardinal. Among the greatest portraits in Titian's gallery is the jurist Ippolito Riminaldi, from 1542, once known as the Duke of Norfolk. Disheveled brown hair, high forehead, scanty mustache and beard, firm lips, fine nose, piercing glance. We begin to understand Italy and Venice better when we see that they had such men in whom fine bodies and fine clothes were but the outward form of strong wills ready for any challenge, and penetrating minds alert to every facet of experience and art. Titian's most interesting portraits were of himself. He pictured himself several times, finally at 89. Standing before his autoritratto in the Prado, we see a face lined and yet cleaned by the flow of countless days. A skull cap not quite enclosing the white hair, a red beard almost covering the face, a large nose breathing power, blue eyes a little somber, seeing death closer than it really was, the hand grasping a brush, the great artistic passion not yet spent. This, not the doges, not the senators, not the merchants, was the lord of Venice for half a century, giving immortality to transient aristocrats and kings, and raising his adopted city to a place beside Florence and Rome in the history of the Renaissance. He was a rich man now, though the memory of early insecurity made him acquisitive to the end. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 2. He was a rich man now, though the memory of early insecurity made him acquisitive to the end. Venice exempted him from certain taxes out of regard for his rare excellence. He wore elegant clothing and lived in a comfortable home with a spacious garden that overlooked the lagoon. We picture him there entertaining poets, artists, blue bloods, cardinals, and kings. The mistress whom he had married in 1525, after having 2 sons by her, died in 1530, and he resumed the baccalaureate liberty that he had enjoyed for almost half a century before. His daughter Lavinia was a joy and pride, and he made fond portraits of her, even in her matronly amplitude. But she too died a few years after his marriage. One son, Pomponio, became a worthless wastrel, saddening the old man's heart. The other, Orazio, painted some lost pictures, and probably shared in the works ascribed to his father's final years. Perhaps another of Titian's pupils, Domenico Theotokopoulos, El Greco, helped him then, though there is no sign of it in Titian's buxom figures and joyous scenes. Far into old age he painted almost every day, and found in his art his only secure happiness. There he knew that he was master, that all the world acclaimed him, and that his hand had not lost its cunning, nor his eye its keenness. Even his intellect, as well as his imagination, seemed to keep its power to the end. Some purchasers complained that these final paintings were sent to them unfinished. Even so, they were miracles. Probably no other painter, excepting Raphael, ever possessed such technical facility, such control of color and texture, such wizardry of variegated light. His faults were those of rapid execution, sometimes careless drawing. Most of his preliminary designs were tentative. Yet when he cared to take the time, he could produce such a marvel as the pen drawing of Medoro and Angelica in the Musée Bonnat at Bayonne. In portraiture he had to work rapidly, for his subjects were too impatient and occupied to give him long or frequent sittings. Therefore he made a quick sketch and painted from that, perhaps putting more into the subject's face and head than was really there. In paintings other than portraits he gave too much prominence to physical features and seldom caught the spiritual essence. In depth of insight and feeling he could not match Leonardo or Michelangelo. But how healthy his art is compared with theirs. No abnormal introverted broodings, no volcanic grumblings at the nature of the world and man.
Titian took the world as he found it, took men as he found them, took women when he found them, and enjoyed them all. He was a frank pagan who contemplated the architecture of woman with delight through 90 years. Even his virgins are healthy, happy, and nubile. The poverty, grief, and insecurity of life found little room in Titian's art. Except for a few martyrdoms and crucifixions, all is beauty and joy. He grew old while painting and lived a quarter-century after the normal span of life. In his 88th year he traveled to Brescia and accepted an arduous commission to paint a ceiling in the palace of the Commune. Vasari, visiting him in his 90th year, found him at work, brush in hand. At 91 he painted a portrait of Jacopo da Strada, now in Vienna, brilliant with color, strong with character. But now at last his hand began to tremble, his eyes grew weak, and he felt that the time had come for piety. In 1576, aged 99, he agreed to paint a burial of Christ for the Church of the Frari in exchange for a burial place there, where already 2 of his greatest works were hung. He did not finish it, and he fell a year short of living out a century. In that year, plague broke out in Venice. On each day, 200 died. A fourth of the population succumbed to the pestilence. Titian himself died during the plague, probably not of it, but from old age, on August 26, 1576. The government set aside its prohibition of public gatherings in order to give him a state funeral. He was buried in Santa Maria Gloriosa de Frari, as he had wished. It was the end of a magnificent life and a wondrous age. 4. Tintoretto, 1518 to 1594. It was not quite the end, for a power and spirit almost as great had still 18 years to live, and had still to paint his Paradise. Jacopo Robusti was the son of a dyer, hence the diminutive nickname by which the whimsical Italians have sent him down to history. He became indeed a tintor, as a great colorist, but his family name fitted him well enough, for only a robust soul could have survived the long struggle that Jacopo had to fight for recognition. Almost the first notice we have of him is that he was apprenticed to Titian at an unknown age and was dismissed after a few days. Carlo Ridolfi, writing a century later, recounts the incident from the point of view of Tintoretto's descendants. When Titian came home and entered the place where his students were, he saw some papers sticking out from a desk, and seeing certain figures drawn on them, he asked who had done them. Jacopo said timidly that they were by his hand. Thereupon Titian, foreseeing from such beginnings that the lad would become a very able man and would bring him some trouble in art, impatiently, as soon as he had gone upstairs and laid aside his mantle, bade Girolamo Dante, his chief pupil, to immediately forbid Jacopo the house. So a little tinge of jealousy works in human hearts. We should like to reject this story, but Aretino, Titian's bosom friend, alludes to the incident in a letter of 1549. The dismissal is a fact. The interpretation is problematic. It is hard to believe that Titian, who was already a painter to kings when Jacopo was only a lad of 12, could be jealous of so hypothetical a competitor, or that he could see the future Tintoretto in the drawings of a student just admitted to his school. It is possible that the drawings offended Titian by their carelessness rather than by their excellence. Careless drawing remained a fault in Tintoretto through many years. Jacopo throughout his life expressed great admiration for Titian, treasured a picture that Titian had given him, and put upon the wall of his studio a constant reminder of what he aspired to achieve in painting: the design of Michelangelo and the color of Titian. According to Ridolfi and tradition, Jacopo had no instruction after leaving Titian, but taught himself by assiduous copying and experiment. He dissected bodies to learn anatomy. He observed almost every object in his experience with predatory eagerness, resolved to capture it in full detail in one or another of his paintings. He made models in wax, wood, or cardboard, dressed them and drew them from every angle to find ways of portraying 3 dimensions in 2. He had casts made and sent to him of ancient marbles in Florence and Rome, and of Michelangelo's statuary. He set up these casts in his studio and painted images of them in divers shadows and lights. He was fascinated by the variations produced in the appearance of objects by changes in the quantity, character, and incidence of light. He made 100 pictures by lamp or candle illumination. He grew too fond of dim backgrounds and heavy shadows. He became a specialist in picturing the play of light and shade upon hands and face and drapes, buildings and landscapes and clouds. He left no pebble unturned in his struggle for excellence. Nevertheless, there was an impatient haste and lack of finish in his work, possibly a penalty of self-instruction, which deferred the public recognition of his art. For years after reaching manhood, he had to solicit opportunities. He painted furniture, frescoed house fronts, begged builders to get him decorative jobs at low fees, and tried to sell his pictures by displaying them in St. Mark's Square. Everybody wanted Titian, and Titian and Aretino saw to it that nobody of extractable substance should get anyone but Titian, or if Titian was busy, Bonifacio Veronese. Jacopo must have resented Aretino's pictorial pandering, but later, when the great scourge came to him for a portrait, the artist pulled an impressive pistol from his pocket, pretended to measure with it Aretino's majestic dimensions, and enjoyed the mighty blackmailer's fright. Thereafter, Pietro's pen was polite to Tintoretto. When Jacopo noted the vast unpainted walls, 50 feet high, of the choir in the church of the Madonna dell'Orto, he offered to cover their nakedness with frescoes for a total fee of 100 ducats, or about $1,250, whereupon the Venetian painters complained that he was injuring the trade by underselling art. But Tintoretto was resolved to paint. He was 30 before his first triumph came. The Scuola di San Marco opened a competition for a painting of St. Mark delivering a slave. The story was in Jacopo de Voragine's Golden Legend. A Provençal servant had promised St. Mark to make a pilgrimage to his grave in Alexandria. His master refused him permission to go, but he went nevertheless. When he returned, the master ordered his eyes to be gouged out, but the iron points pressed upon them failed to penetrate their surface. The master ordered the slave's limbs to be broken, but the iron rods failed to make any impression upon them. The master, recognizing the intervention of St. Mark, pardoned the slave. Tintoretto's picture told the tale with magnificent color, convincing realism, and dramatic intensity. The evangelist, clinging to his gospel, descends from heaven to rescue his devotee, who is about to be beheaded by a Moor, while a score of diverse figures look excitedly on. Jacopo seized every opportunity the story gave him, to limn powerful male and graceful female figures, to study the action of light upon oriental velvets, silks, and turbans, to bathe the scene in colors learned from Giorgione and Titian. The directors of the Scuola were a bit frightened by the fleshly realism of the painting. They debated whether to place it on their walls. The impetuous Tintoretto proudly snatched it from their hands and took it home. They came and begged him to return it. He let them wait a chastening while, then yielded it. Aretino sent him a word of praise, and career was now open to his talent. Soon commissions came in multitude. A dozen churches solicited him, a dozen lords, half a dozen princes and states. For these he told again in 100 paintings the mighty epic of the Christian cosmology, theology, and eschatology, from the creation to the Last Judgment. He was not a religious man. Few artists were in this 16th century Venice, half molded in soul and dominions by the heretical or Islamic East. Art was his religion, to which he sacrificed night and day. But what finer subjects could a painter fancy than the legends of Adam and Eve, and the story of Mary and her babe, and the tragedy of the God-man crucified, and the sufferings and marvels of the saints, and the awful climax of all history in the summoning of the quick and the dead to the judgment seat of Christ? The best of this long series is the Presentation, circa 1556, which Tintoretto painted for the church of Madonna dell'Orto. The Temple of Jerusalem pictured in classic splendor, a timid little Mary welcomed by the high priest with outstretched arms and beard, a woman drawn with the majesty of Phidias, pointing Mary out to her daughter, other women and their children vividly realized, a prophet preaching enigmatic prophecies, beggars and cripples half naked crouching on the temple steps. This is a picture rivaling the best of Titian, one of the grand paintings of the Renaissance. Tintoretto's success was confirmed when in 1564 the Scuola di San Rocco, or the Confraternity of St. Roch, named him to decorate their albergo, or assembly rooms. To choose a painter for the vast wall surfaces, the directors invited artists to submit drawings for a picture to fit into a ceiling oval, showing St. Roch in glory. While Paolo Veronese, Andrea Schiavone, and others made sketches, Tintoretto painted a finished picture, flaming with color and alive with action, had the canvas secretly pasted in the assigned place and covered, and on the day when the others presented their drawings, had this painting uncovered, to the consternation of judges and competitors. He excused this unorthodox strategy on the ground that he could work best in this impulsive way instead of following a cartoon. The other artists cried foul. Tintoretto withdrew from the contest, but left the painting as a gift to the fraternity. The Scuola finally accepted it, made Tintoretto a member, gave him a salary of 100 ducats a year for life,
and required of him in return to paint for them 3 pictures per year. In the next 18 years, from 1564 to 1581, he placed 56 scenes upon the albergo walls. The rooms were poorly lighted. Tintoretto had to work in semi-darkness. He worked rapidly, laying on his colors coarsely, as to be seen from 20 feet below. These paintings became the most famous one-man exhibition in Venetian history, and later artists came to study them almost as students in Florence went to study Masaccio. Rain and damp attacked the pictures through the years, but they are still impressive in their scope and power. 20 or 30 years ago, wrote Ruskin 100 years ago, they were taken down to be restored, but the man to whom the task was committed providentially died, and only one of them was spoiled. In this astonishing museum, Tintoretto told the Christian story once more, but as it had never been painted before, with an audacious realism that took the episodes out of the world of ideal sentiment and placed them in such natural surroundings that legend seemed transformed into the most indubitable history. The capacity to see, to note every detail of a scene, to feel these details as giving life, to dash them onto the wall with a stroke or two of the brush, like the water visible through the laurel roots in the Magdalene, these were sparks of Tintoretto's fire. He devoted the lower floor of the albergo to Mary, her humble surprise in the Annunciation, her modest grace in the Visitation, her simple awe at the precious Oriental gifts in the Adoration of the Magi, her slow procession on donkey-back across a peaceful landscape in the flight into Egypt, safe from that massacre of the innocents, which provides the most powerful picture in this group. On the walls of the main upper room, Tintoretto recounted events in the life of Christ, the baptism by John, the temptation by Satan, the miracles, the Last Supper. This last was so unconventionally realistic that Ruskin called it the worst I know of Tintoretto. Christ at the farther end, the apostles absorbed in eating or conversing, servants bustling about with food, a dog inquiring when he too may eat. In an inner room of the upper story, Tintoretto painted 2 of his greatest paintings. Christ before Pilate shows an unforgettable figure clad in a white robe as if in a shroud, standing quietly in weariness and resignation, and yet in dignity, before a Pilate trying to wash away the guilt of yielding to the bloodlust of a mob. And last of all, judged by Tintoretto to be his best work, the Crucifixion, challenging and surpassing Michelangelo's Last Judgment in power and range of composition, in artistry of execution, 40 feet of wall and 80 figures with horses, mountains, towers, trees, all with incredible fidelity to detail. Christ in visualized agony of body and soul, one robber being forced down upon a prostrate cross and resisting to the last, another, a titan of strength and desperation, being raised to his death by rough soldiers too angry at his weight to have a mind for pity. Women huddled in terrified groups, spectators crowding eager to watch men suffer and die, and in the distance a lowering sky offering no answer to the human tragedy but thunder and lightning and an indifferent rain. Here Tintoretto has reached his zenith and equaled the best. To all these masterpieces in the albergo, Tintoretto added 8 pictures for the church of the same fraternity, chiefly concerning St. Roch himself. One of these paintings stands out, if only through its terribilità, the Pool of Bethesda. The artist takes his text from the 5th chapter of the 4th Gospel. A crowd of invalids used to lie there, the blind, the lame, and folk with shriveled limbs, waiting for a chance to bathe in the healing pool. Tintoretto sees not the miraculous healing of the cripple, but the variously diseased or stricken multitude, and he draws them unflinchingly as he sees them, in their malformations, their rags and filth, their hope and despair. It is a scene as from Dante's Inferno or Zola's Lourdes. The same man who could so rage, with his art against the ills that flesh is heir to, responded eagerly to the splendors of the flesh in the beauty of its health, and almost rivaled Titian and Correggio in portraying nudes. Though we might have expected his turbulent spirit and swift brush to fail in conveying the ancient sense of beauty and repose, we find scattered over Europe such delectable figures as the Danae of the Lyon Museum, dressed in jewelry, the Leda and Swan of the Uffizi, the Venus and Vulcan of the Munich Pinakothek, the Dresden Deliverance of Arsinoe, the Mercury and Graces, and Bacchus and Ariadne of the Doge's Palace. Symonds thought this last, if not the greatest, at any rate the most beautiful oil painting in existence. And yet more perfect is the London Gallery's Origin of the Milky Way, from Cupid's pressure upon Juno's breasts, as good an explanation as any. The Louvre, the Prado, Vienna, and the Washington Gallery have Susanna and the Elders in 4 Tintoretto versions. The Prado has a roomful of sensuous Tintorettos, a young Venetian woman drawing her robe aside to reveal her bosom. Even in the Battle of the Turks and Christians, 2 distracting breasts appear amid the gleam of arms. And in the Verona Museum is a concert of 9 women musicians, 3 of them bare to the waist, as if ears could hear when eyes had so much to see. These pictures are not the best of Tintoretto. His forte was in the massive representation of virile life and heroic death. But they show that he, too, like Giorgione and Titian, could turn a perilous curve with a steady hand. And in all his nudes there is no immodesty. There is a healthy sensualism. These gods and goddesses take nudity as natural, and are not conscious of it. It is divine of them to greet the sun, all face, whole bodily, and not be harassed and jailed with buttons and laces and bows. After avoiding marriage for nearly 40 years, Tintoretto took to wife Faustina de Vescovi, who found him so disorderly and helpless that she achieved happiness in mothering him. She gave him 8 children, 3 of whom became pardonable painters. They lived in a modest house not far from the church of Madonna dell'Orto, and the artist seldom wandered from that vicinity except to paint in a Venetian church, palace, or fraternity. Consequently, he can be appreciated in his variety and power only in the city of his birth. The Duke of Mantua offered him a place at his court. He refused. He was happy only in his studio, where he worked literally night and day. He was a good husband and father, but cared nothing for the social pleasures. He was almost as solitary, independent, moody, melancholy, nervous, vehement, and proud as the Michelangelo whom he ever worshipped and ever strove to surpass. There was no peace in his soul or his works. Like Angelo, he honored strength of body and mind and spirit above surface beauty. His virgins are often as unprepossessing as the Doni Madonna. He has left us his own portrait, now in the Louvre, painted when he was 72. It could have been the head and face of Angelo himself. A strong and somber face, profound and wondering, and bearing the marks of 100 storms. His own was his best portrait, but he painted some others that attest the depth of his insight and the integrity of his art. For there, too, he remained a realist, and no man dared sit for him who hoped to deceive posterity. Many a Venetian worthy has come down to us through Tintoretto's brush: doges, senators, procurators, 3 provveditori of the mint, 6 treasurers. Above all, in this group, Jacopo Soranzo, one of the great portraits in Venetian art. Here, too, are Sansovino, the architect, and Cornaro, the centenarian. Surpassed in Tintoretto's gallery of portraits only by the Soranzo are anonymous pictures of the man in a cuirass, now in the Prado, the portrait of an old man at Brescia, the portrait of a man at the Hermitage in Leningrad, and a Moor in the Morgan Library in New York. In 1574, Tintoretto disguised himself as an attendant of Doge Alvise Mocenigo, secured entry to the Venetian flagship Bucentaur, and clandestinely made a pastel sketch of Henry III of France. Later, in the corner of a chamber where Henry gave audience to notables, Tintoretto perfected the portrait. Henry liked it so much that he offered a knighthood to the artist, who begged to be excused. His acquaintance with the Venetian aristocracy had begun about 1556, when, with Veronese, he received a commission to paint canvases in the ducal palace. In the Sala del Maggior Consiglio, he pictured the coronation of Frederick Barbarossa, and Barbarossa excommunicated by Alexander III. In the Sala del Scrutinio, he covered an entire wall with the Last Judgment. These so pleased the Senate that it chose him in 1572 to commemorate the great victory at Lepanto. All 4 of these paintings were destroyed in the fire of 1577. In 1574, the Senate engaged Tintoretto to decorate the Anticollegio, or antechamber. Here the artist inspired the Solons with Mercury and the Graces, Ariadne and Bacchus, the Forge of Vulcan, and Mars pursued by Minerva. In the Sala dei Pregadi, or Senate Hall, Tintoretto painted from 1574 to 1585 a series of spacious panels celebrating the doges of his time, pictured against the background of the majestic square. St. Mark's and its sparkling cupolas, or the clock tower, or the campanile, or the stately facade of the Libreria Vecchia, or the radiant arcades of the Doge's palace, or the misty or sunny vistas of the Grand Canal. Then, crowning this sequence to the taste of the proud government, he painted on the ceiling a triumphal picture of Venice, Queen of the Seas, robed in splendor as a dogaressa, surrounded by circles of admiring divinities, and receiving from Tritons and Nereids the gifts of the waters,
corals, shells, and pearls. After the Great Fire, the undiscourageable Senate called upon Tintoretto to redeem the ruined walls with pictures that would drown all memory of the loss. In the Hall of Scrutiny he painted a tremendous battle scene, the capture of Zara. On a wall of the great council chamber, he pictured the Emperor Frederick Barbarossa receiving envoys from the Pope and the Doge, and on the ceiling a masterpiece, the Doge Niccolo da Ponte receiving the homage of conquered cities. When in 1586 the Senate decided to cover the old fresco by Guariento on the east wall of the council chamber, they judged Tintoretto, then 68, to be too old for the task. They divided the assignment and the space between Paolo Veronese, then 58, and Francesco Bassano, 37. But Veronese died in 1588 before the work was actually begun. Tintoretto offered to take his place and proposed to cover the entire wall with one picture, the Glory of Paradise. The Senate agreed, and the old man, aided by his son Domenico and his daughter Marietta, laid out in the nearby Scuola della Misericordia the canvas sections that were to compose the picture. Many preliminary sketches were made. One, itself a chef-d'oeuvre, is in the Louvre. When all was set in place in 1590 and Domenico had painted and concealed the seams, it constituted the largest oil painting that had yet been seen, 72 feet long by 23 feet high. The crowds that flocked to see it agreed with Ruskin that it was the culminating achievement of Venetian painting, the most wonderful piece of pure, manly, and masterly oil painting in the world. The Senate offered Tintoretto so great a fee that he returned part of it, again to the scandal of his fellow artists. Time has had its way with this paradise, and today, when one enters the hall of the Great Council and turns back to the wall behind the Doge's throne, he does not find the picture that Tintoretto left there, but a painting so darkened by the smoke and damp of centuries that of the 500 figures that filled it, only a minority can now be made out distinctly by the eye. Circle within circle the figures vibrate, the simple blessed, the virgins, the confessors of the faith, the martyrs, the evangelists, the apostles, the angels, the archangels, all co-centered around Mary and her Son, as if these two, in some fitting recognition of woman as well as man, had become the real deities of Latin Christendom. And beyond the 100 figures that can be seen, Tintoretto makes us feel countless hundreds more. After all, even if only a few are chosen of the many called, there must have come to paradise in 16 Christian centuries quite a happy host. And Tintoretto set himself to show their goodly number and their bliss. He did not deaden heaven with Dantesque solemnity. It was conceived as a place of joy, and only the radiantly happy were admitted there. It was the old artist's exorcism of his own misanthropy. He had reason to be sad, for in the very year of the great picture's unveiling, his beloved daughter Marietta had died. Her skill in painting and music had been among the chief delights of his old age. And now that she was gone, he seemed to think of nothing so much as of seeing her in another life. He went more frequently than before to Madonna dell'Orto, Our Lady of the Garden, and there spent hours in meditation and prayer, at last a humble man. He still painted and produced in these concluding years a series on St. Catherine for the church of her name. But in his 77th year a stomach ailment gave him such pain that he could no longer sleep. He made his will, bade goodbye to his wife and children and friends, and died on May 31st, 1594. Madonna dell'Orto received his remains. If, after boating through Venice to stand face to face in every corner of the city with this Michelangelo of the lagoons, we try to clear our conception of his art, the first impression is one of size and multitude, of enormous walls, pullulating with human and animal forms, in 1,000 degrees of beauty or ugliness, in a carnal confusion that has only this excuse, that it is life. This man who shunned and hated crowds saw them everywhere and reproduced them with fierce veracity. He seems to have taken little interest in individuals. If he painted portraits, it was frankly to earn a fee. He saw humanity in the gross, interpreted life and history in terms of masses of human beings, struggling, competing, loving, enjoying, suffering, virile and comely, diseased and crippled, saved or damned. He covered canvases of awesome immensity, because only such expanses gave him scope to picture what he saw. While never completely mastering, as Titian did, the technique of pictorial art, he worked out for himself the method of these gigantic paintings, and to him above all is due the grandeur of the rooms in the Palace of the Doges. Therefore we must not ask of him any finesse of finishing. He is crude, rough, hurried, and sometimes creates a scene with a splash of the brush. His real fault is not this coarseness of surface, for even a coarse surface may illuminate significance, But the theatrical violence of the episodes he chooses, the unhealthy turbulence of his moods, the gloom in which he bathes the life he shows, and the tiresome repetition of his crowds. He was infatuated with number, as Michelangelo with forms and Rubens with flesh. And yet even in these multitudes, what a wealth of meaningful detail, what accuracy and insight of observation, what inexhaustible individualization of the parts, what courageous realism, where before there had only been imagination and sentiment. Our final feeling in the presence of these pictures is one of affirmative response. This is art in the grand style. Other artists have painted beauty like Raphael, or strength like Michelangelo, or the depths of the soul like Rembrandt. But here in these cosmic canvases, as in the roar of a city, or in mute masses at prayer, or in the troubled and affectionate intimacies of 1,000 homes, is humanity. No other artist has ever seen it so large or pictured it so completely. Sometimes, silent before those fading walls in the Palace of the Doges or in the Confraternity of St. Roch, the canvases of better artists fall from our memory, and we feel that if he could have finished like a jeweler after so conceiving like a giant, the little Dyer would have been the greatest painter of them all. 5. Veronese, 1528 to 1588. Let us honor in passing some stars of the second magnitude. They, too, were part of the luminosity of Venice. Andrea Meldola was a Slavonian and received the name Schiavone. He studied with Titian and made a pretty Galatea on a chest in the Castello of Milan. In a Jupiter and Antiope in Leningrad and a presentation of the Virgin in Venice, he essayed a larger form and produced canvases of brilliant coloring. Artists praised him, patrons ignored him, and Andrea had to carry his bearded dignity in rags. Paris Bordone was the son of a saddler and the grandson of a shoemaker, but in the admirable democracy of genius, which appears in every rank, he made his way almost to the top in a Venice teeming with talent. Coming from Treviso to study under Titian, he matured so rapidly that at the age of 38 he was invited to Paris by Francis I. He turned out some excellent religious pictures, like the Baptism of Christ in Washington, and the Holy Family in Milan, and reached his high point in The Fisherman Presenting St. Mark's Ring to the Doge in Venice. But the painting that has ferried him over the years is his Venus and Eros in the Uffizi, a stout blonde who uses a fine robe to reveal her breasts, while Cupid clamors for her attention. Jacopo da Ponte, called Il Bassano from his birthplace, reached a modest fame and fortune when Titian bought his Animals Going into the Ark. He painted some good portraits, for example, The Bearded Man in Chicago, and managed to live to the age of 82 without leaving behind him any pictured humans not clothed from head to foot. About 1553 there came from Verona to Venice a youth of 25, Paolo Cagliari, of a type contrasting sharply with Tintoretto, tranquil, friendly, sociable, self-critical, and only occasionally passionate. Like Tintoretto and nearly all educated Italians, he loved and practiced music. He was generous and honorable, never offended a rival, never disappointed a patron. Venice called him Il Veronese, and so the world knows him, though he adopted Venice as his home and one of his loves. He had many teachers in Verona, including his uncle Antonio Badile, who later gave him a daughter to wife. He was influenced by Giovanni Carota and Brusasorci. But these factors in the development of his style soon faded in the warm brilliance of Venetian art and life. He never ceased to wonder at the changing skies, playing their colors upon the Grand Canal. He marveled at the palaces and their tremulous reflections in the sea. He envied the aristocratic world of secure incomes and artistic friendships and gracious manners and garments of silk and velvet almost more tempting to the touch than the beautiful women they enclosed. He wished himself an aristocrat. He dressed like one in lace and furs, and imitated the high code of honor that he ascribed to the Venetian upper class. He hardly ever painted poor people, or poverty, or tragedy. His aim was to put this bright and fortunate world of the Venetian rich upon immortal canvas, and make it fairer and finer than wealth without art could ever be. The lords and ladies, the bishops and abbots, the doges and senators, took to him fondly, and soon he was working on a dozen commissions. As early as 1553, when he was only 25, he was asked to paint a ceiling for the Council of Ten in the Ducal Palace. There, likening the council to Jove, he pictured Jupiter overthrowing the vices, now in the Louvre. It was not especially successful. The heavy figures cavorted precariously in the air. Paolo had not quite caught the spirit of Venice. But 2 years later he found himself and touched mastery in painting the Triumph of Mordecai on the ceiling of San Sebastiano. The face and figure of the Jewish hero were forcefully rendered, and the horses breathe reality. Titian himself may have been impressed, for when the procurators of St. Mark's charged him to organize the decoration of the Libreria Vecchia with pictured medallions, he allotted 3 to Veronese, 1 each to other artists and himself. The procurators offered a golden chain for the best medallion. Paolo won it with the representation of music in the form of 3 young women, one playing a lute, another singing, a third intent upon her viola da gamba, and a Cupid at a harpsichord and Pan puffing at his pipes. In some later pictures, Veronese portrays himself wearing his golden chain. Having acquired high repute for decorative painting, Paolo now received a lucrative assignment. The rich and lordly Barbaro family built in 1560 a luxurious villa at Macer, near that same Asolo where Caterina Cornaro played queen and Bembo played with platonic love. The Barbari chose none but leading artists to make this the finest pleasure house of the Renaissance. Andrea Palladio to design it, Alessandro Vittoria to ornament it with sculptured stucco, Veronese to fresco the ceilings and walls, spandrels and lunettes with scenes from pagan and Christian mythology. On the vault of the central dome he pictured Olympus, the gods who knew all the joys of life but never grew old and never died. Amid ethereal scenes, the impish artist introduced a hunter, a monkey, and a dog so perfect in its form and alert vitality as to be fit to be a hound of heaven. On one wall a painted page looked across a distance at a painted maid, and she at him, and for an immortal moment they too fed on ambrosia. It was such a pleasure palace as only the more refined taste of Kublai Khan's Chinese could have surpassed. Inevitably, in this archipelago of Eros, Paolo received commissions to paint nudes. They were not his forte. He preferred rich, soft raiment covering semi-Rubensian forms, topped with comely, characterless faces, crowned with upswept coiffures of golden hair. The Mars and Venus now in the Metropolitan Museum of Art shows a fat and ungainly goddess with an unshapely dropsical leg. But she is lovely in the Venus and Adonis of the Prado, outshone only by the dog at her feet. Without a dog, Paolo could not paint. The finest of Veronese's mythologies is the Rape of Europa in the Palace of the Doges. A landscape of dark trees, winged putti dropping garlands, Europa, the Phoenician princess, seating herself gaily upon the amorous bull, who licks one of her pretty feet, and turns out to be none other than Jupiter in a novel masquerade. The lucky Casanova of the skies here showed divine taste, for Europa, half-robed in queenly array, is Veronese's most successful synthesis of feminine perfection, worth leaving heaven for. The distant background continues the story by showing the bull carrying Europa across the sea to Crete, where, says a pretty legend, she gave her name to a continent. Paolo himself took his time before surrendering to woman. He gathered samples till he was 38. Then he married Elena Badile. She bore him 2 sons, Carlo and Gabriele. He trained both to be painters, and predicted, with more fondness than foresight, Carletto mi vincerà. Charlie will surpass me. Like Correggio, he bought a farm at Sant'Angelo di Treviso, and spent most of his married years there, managing his finances thriftily, and seldom straying from the Veneto. He was at 40 in 1568 the most sought-for painter in Italy, with invitations coming even from foreign lands. When Philip II asked him to decorate the Escorial, he appreciated the compliment, but resisted the lure. Like his predecessors, he was called upon to paint the sacred story for churches and worshippers. After 1,000 Madonnas, we find everything fresh and attractive in the Madonna of the Cucino family, now in Dresden. The handsome black-bearded donors, the disconcertingly natural children, and the white-shawled figure of Fate, a woman of such majestic beauty as even Venetian art seldom equaled. The marriage at Cana, now in the Louvre, was just the scene that Veronese liked to paint. Roman architecture for a background, a dog or two in the foreground, and 100 persons in 100 attitudes. He drew them all as if every one were to be a major portrait, and placed among them Titian, Tintoretto, Bassano, and himself, each playing a stringed instrument. Paolo, unlike Tintoretto, cared nothing for realism. Instead of making his feasters such men and women as a small Judean town might furnish, he made the host a Venetian millionaire, gave him a palace worthy of Augustus, and guests and dogs of pedigree, and provided the tables with delicate food and miraculous wine. If one should judge from Veronese, Christ had many a feast amid his tribulations. In the Louvre we see him dining in the house of Simon the Pharisee, with Magdalene washing his feet, and splendid female figures moving about among Corinthian columns. In Turin he sups in the house of Simon the Leper, and in the Venice Academy he dines in the house of Levi. But then again in Veronese's gallery we see Christ fainting under the weight of the cross in Dresden, and crucified against a lowering sky, with the towers of Jerusalem dim in the distance below, in the Louvre. The end of the great drama is subdued, simple pilgrims supping with Christ at Emmaus, with charming children fondling the inevitable dog. Greater than these illustrations of the New Testament are Veronese's pictures from the lives and legends of the saints. St. Helena, robed in beauty, believing that she sees angels transporting the cross. St. Anthony, tortured by a muscular youth and an angelic female. St. Jerome in the wilderness, comforted by his books. St. George, ecstatically welcoming martyrdom. St. Anthony of Padua, preaching to the fishes, a magnificent vista of sea and sky. St. Francis, receiving the stigmata. St. Menace, brilliant in armor, and martyred. St. Catherine of Alexandria, mystically married to the infant Christ. St. Sebastian, flying the standard of faith and hope as he is led to martyrdom. St. Justina, facing martyrdom with double jeopardy, in the Uffizi and in her church at Padua. All these are pictures not to be compared with the best of Titian or Tintoretto, but still meriting the name of masterpieces. Perhaps finer than any of these is the family of Darius before Alexander, in London, with a somber queen and a lovely princess kneeling at the feet of the handsome and generous conqueror. As Paolo had begun his Venetian career with painting in the ducal palace, so he ended it with grand murals there, fit to thrill every patriotic Venetian soul. After the fires of 1574 and 1577, the decoration of the rebuilt interiors was assigned chiefly to Tintoretto and Veronese, and the theme was to be Venice herself, undaunted by fire or war, Turks or Portuguese. In the Sala del Collegio, or audience chamber, Paolo and his assistants painted on the carved and gilded ceiling 11 allegorical pictures of extraordinary elegance. Meekness with her lamb, Dialectics looking through a web of her own making, and Venice, a queen in ermine, with the Lion of St. Mark lying quietly at her feet and receiving honors from justice and peace. In a great oval in the ceiling of the Sala del Maggior Concilio, he painted the triumph of Venice, picturing the incomparable city as a goddess enthroned among pagan deities, receiving a crown of glory from the sky. At her feet, the leading lords and ladies of the city and some tributary Moors, and below these, prancing warriors ready for her defense and pages holding hounds in leash. This was the zenith of Veronese. In 1586 he was chosen to replace Guariento's faded fresco, The Coronation of the Virgin, in that same hall of the Great Council. His sketch was made and approved, and he was preparing to paint the canvas when he was stricken with fever. Venice was shocked to learn, in April 1588, that the still young painter of her glories was dead. The fathers at San Sebastiano begged for his remains, and Paolo was buried there, beneath the pictures by which he had made that church a home of his religious art. Time has reversed the judgment of his contemporaries and ranks him below his robust contemporary. Technically, he surpassed Tintoretto. In draftsmanship, composition, and color, he was the culmination of Venetian painting. His crowded pictures are not confused. His scenes and episodes are clear, his backgrounds bright. Tintoretto seems a prince of darkness beside this idolater of light. Veronese was also the greatest decorative painter of the Italian Renaissance, ever ready to conceive some delightful turn or surprise of color and form, like the man suddenly stepping out from behind a curtain half drawn across a classic portal in a fresco at the Villa Macer. This book is continued on Cassette 11, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 11, Side 1. Veronese was also the greatest decorative painter of the Italian Renaissance, ever ready to conceive some delightful turn or surprise of color and form, like the man suddenly stepping out from behind a curtain half drawn across a classic portal in a fresco at the Villa Macer. But he was too joyously intent upon surface melodies to hear the subtle overtones, tragic discords, and deeper harmonies that make the greatest paintings great. His eye was too quick, his art too eager to picture all that it saw, and more that it merely imagined. Turks at the baptism of Christ, Teutons in the house of Levi, Venetians at Emmaus, dogs everywhere. He must have loved dogs, he made so many of them. He wanted to portray the brightest aspects of the world, and did so with unmatched radiance. He pictured Venice in a sunset glow of the joy of life. In his world, there are only handsome nobles, stately matrons, bewitching princesses, voluptuous blondes, and every second picture is a feast. All the art world knows the story, how the officers of the Inquisition, pursuant to a decree of the Council of Trent that all erroneous teaching must be avoided in art, summoned Veronese before them in 1573 and demanded to know why he had introduced so many irreverent irrelevancies into the feast in the house of Levi. Parrots, dwarfs, Germans, buffoons, halberdiers. Paolo replied boldly that his commission was to ornament the picture as seemed good to me. It was big and with room for many figures. Whenever an empty space in a picture needs filling up, I put in figures as the fancy takes me, partly to balance the composition and also, doubtless, to feast the observant eye. The Inquisition ordered him to amend the painting at his own cost, which he did. That inquest marked the passage in Venetian art from the Renaissance to the Counter-Reformation. Veronese had no distinguished disciples, but his influence overleaped generations to share in molding the art of Italy, Flanders, and France. Tiepolo recaptured his decorative flair after a long intermission. Rubens studied him carefully, learned the secrets of Paolo's coloring, and inflated Veronese's plump females to Flemish amplitude. Nicolas Poussin and Claude Lorraine found in him a guide to the use of architectural ornament in their landscapes, and Charles Lebrun followed Veronese in designing vast murals. To Veronese and Correggio, the painters of 18th century France looked for inspiration in their idols of fêtes champêtres and aristocratic lovers playing at Arcadia. Here stemmed Watteau and Fragonard. Here rose the rosy nudes of Boucher, the gracious children and women conceived by Greuze. Here, perhaps, Turner found something of the sunshine with which he illuminated London. So, in Veronese's blaze of color, ended the golden age of the Adriatic queen. Art could hardly go further in the direction that it had followed from Giorgione to Veronese. Technical perfection had been reached, the heights had been scaled. Now there would be a slow descent until, in the 18th century, Tiepolo would rival Veronese in decorative painting, and Goldoni would be the Aristophanes of Venice in a last burst of splendor before the Republic's death. 6. Perspective. As we look back across the heyday of Venetian art and diffidently seek to assess its role in our heritage, we may say at once that only Florence and Rome rivaled it in excellence, splendor, and scope. It is true that the Venetian painters, even Titian, probed less deeply than the Florentines into the secret hopes and feelings, the despairs and tragedies of men, that often they loved the raiment and the flesh too keenly to reach the soul. Ruskin was right. After the Bellini, and excepting Lotto, real religion fades from Venetian art. The Venetians could not help it if the collapse of the Crusades, the triumph and spread of Islam, the deterioration of the papacy at Avignon and in the Papal Schism, the secularization of the papacy under Sixtus IV and Alexander VI, and finally the secession of Germany and England from the Roman Church, had weakened the faith even of the faithful, and had left many vigorous spirits no better philosophy than to eat and drink and mate and disappear. But never elsewhere had Christian art and pagan art lived in such contented harmony. The same brush that painted a virgin painted a Venus next, and no one effectively complained. Nor was it a sybaritic art or life of luxury and ease. The artists worked themselves to exhaustion, and the people whom they portrayed were often men who fought battles and governed states, or women who ruled such men. The Venetian painters were too enamored of color to match the careful draftsmanship of the Florentine masters, but they were good draftsmen nonetheless. A Frenchman once said that l'été c'est un coloriste, l'hiver c'est un dessinateur. Summer is a colorist, winter is a designer. The leafless trees reveal pure line. But those lines are still there under the green of spring, the brown of summer, and autumn's gold. Beneath the glory of color in Giorgione, Titian, Tintoretto, and Veronese, there is line, but it is absorbed by the color, as the structural form of a symphony is concealed by its flow. Venetian art and literature sang the glory of Venice even as her economy sank to ruin in a Mediterranean dominated at one end by the Turks and deserted at the other by a Europe seeking American gold. And perhaps the artists and poets were justified. No vicissitudes of trade or war could extinguish the proud memory of a marvelous century, 1480 to 1580, during which the Mocenigo and Priuli and Loredani had made and saved imperial Venice, and the Lombardi and Leopardi had adorned her with statuary, and Sansovino and Palladio had crowned her waters with churches and palaces, and the Bellini and Giorgione and Titian and Tintoretto and Veronese had lifted her to the art leadership of Italy, and Bembo had sung impeccable songs, and Minucius had poured forth to all who cared the literary heritage of Greece and Rome, and the irredeemable, irrepressible Mephistophelian scourge of princes had sat enthroned on the Grand Canal, judging and milking the world. Chapter 23, the last chapter, The Waning of the Renaissance, 1534 to 1576. 1. The Decline of Italy. The wars of invasion were not yet at an end, but they had already changed the face and character of Italy. The northern provinces had been so devastated that English envoys advised Henry VIII to leave them to Charles as a punishment. Genoa had been pillaged, Milan had been taxed to death, Venice had been subdued by the League of Cambrai and the opening of new trade routes. Rome, and Pavia had suffered sack, Florence had been starved and financially bled, Pisa had half destroyed herself in her struggle for freedom, Siena was exhausted with revolutions. Ferrara had impoverished herself in her long contest with the popes and had dishonored herself by abetting the irresponsible attack upon Rome. The kingdom of Naples, like Lombardy, had been ravaged and plundered by foreign armies and had long languished under alien dynasties. Sicily was already the nursery of brigands. The only consolation of Italy was that its conquest by Charles V had probably saved it from spoliation by the Turks. By the settlement of Bologna in 1530, the control of Italy passed to Spain, with two exceptions. Cautious Venice retained her independence, and the chastened papacy was confirmed in its sovereignty over the states of the Church. Naples, Sicily, Sardinia, and Milan became Spanish dependencies, ruled by Spanish viceroys. Savoy and Mantua, Ferrara and Urbino, which had usually supported or connived with Charles, were allowed to keep their indigenous dukes subject to their good behavior. Genoa and Siena retained their republican forms, but as Spanish protectorates. Florence was compelled to accept another line of Medici rulers, who survived by cooperating with Spain. The victory of Charles marked another triumph of the modern state over the Church. What Philip IV of France had begun in 1303 was completed by Charles and Luther in Germany, by Francis I in France, by Henry VIII in England, and all in Clement's pontificate. The powers of northern Europe had not only discovered the weakness of Italy, they had lost their fear of the papacy. The humiliation of Clement injured the respect that the Transalpine populations had felt for the popes, and prepared them mentally for their secession from Catholic authority. In some ways, the Spanish hegemony was a boon to Italy. It put an end for a time to the wars of the Italian states against one another, and after 1559 it ended, till 1796, the battles of foreign powers on Italian soil. It gave the people some continuity of political order, and quieted the fierce individualism that had made and unmade the Renaissance. Those who craved order accepted the subjugation with relief. Those who cherished freedom mourned. But soon the costs and penalties of peace by subjection damaged the economy and broke the spirit of Italy. The high taxes levied by the viceroys to sustain their pomp and soldiery, the severity of their laws, the state monopolies in grain and other necessaries, discouraged industry and commerce, and the native princes, competing in vain luxury, followed the same policy of taxing to frustration the economic activity that supported them. Shipping declined to a point where the surviving galleys could no longer protect themselves from Berber pirates, who raided ships and coasts and carried Italians off to serve Moslem dignitaries as slaves. Almost as irksome were the foreign troops quartered on Italian homes, openly despising a once unrivaled people and civilization, and contributing more than their share to the sexual laxity of the age. Another misfortune befell Italy, more enduringly disastrous than the devastations of war and the subjection to Spain. The rounding of the Cape of Good Hope in 1488 and the opening of an all-water route to India in 1498 provided a cheaper means of transport between the Atlantic nations and Central Asia and the Far East than the troublesome route across the Alps to Genoa or Venice, thence to Alexandria, overland to the Red Sea, and again by ship to India. Moreover, the control of the eastern Mediterranean by the Turks made that route hazardous, subject to tribute, piracy, and war. and this was still more true of the route via Constantinople and the Black Sea. After 1498, Venetian and Genoese trade and Florentine finance declined. As early as 1502, the Portuguese bought so much of the available pepper in India that the Egyptian-Venetian merchants there found little left for export. The price of pepper rose 1/3 in a year on the Rialto, while in Lisbon it could be had for half the price that merchants had to charge in Venice. The German traders began to desert their fondaco in the Grand Canal and transfer their buying to Portugal. Venetian statesmanship almost solved the problem in 1504 by proposing to the Mameluke government of Egypt a united enterprise to restore the old canal system between the Nile Delta and the Red Sea. But the Turkish conquest of Egypt in 1517 blocked the plan. In that year, Luther pinned his rebel theses to the door of a Wittenberg church. The Reformation was both a cause and a result of the economic decline of Italy. It was a cause insofar as it diminished the movement of pilgrims and ecclesiastical revenues from the northern nations into Rome. It was an effect insomuch as the replacement of the Mediterranean-Egyptian route to India by the all-water route and the development of European commerce with America enriched the Atlantic countries while helping to impoverish Italy. German trade moved more and more down the Rhine to North Sea outlets, less and less over the mountains to Italy. Germany became commercially independent of Italy. A northward drift and pull of power wrenched Germany from the Italian web of trade and religion and gave Germany the will and strength to stand alone. The discovery of America had even more lasting effects upon Italy than the new route to India. Gradually, the Mediterranean nations declined, left on a siding in the movement of men and goods. The Atlantic nations came to the fore, enriched with American trade in gold. This was a greater revolution in commercial routes than any that history had recorded since Greece, by her victory at Troy, had opened to her vessels the Black Sea route to Central Asia. It would be equaled and surpassed only by the airplane transformation of trade routes in the second half of the 20th century. The final factor in the fading of the Renaissance was the Counter-Reformation. To Italy's own political disorder and moral decay, to her subjugation and desolation by foreign powers, to her loss of trade to the Atlantic nations, to her forfeiture of revenue in the Reformation, was now added a detrimental but natural change in the mood and conduct of the Church. The unformulated, perhaps unconscious, gentleman's agreement by which the Church, while rich and apparently secure, had permitted considerable freedom of thought in the intellectual classes, provided these made no attempt to disturb the faith of the people, to whom that faith was the vital poetry, discipline, and consolation of life, was ended by the German Reformation, the English secession, and the Spanish hegemony. When the people themselves began to reject the doctrines and authority of the Church, and the Reformation made converts even in Italy, the whole structure of Catholicism was threatened in its foundations, and the Church, considering herself a state, and behaving like any state imperiled in its very existence, reacted from tolerance and liberalism to a frightened conservatism that laid severe restraints upon thought, inquiry, publication, and speech. The Spanish domination affected religion as well as politics. It shared in transforming the lenient Catholicism of the Renaissance into the rigid orthodoxy of the Church after the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563. The popes who followed Clement VII took over the Spanish system of uniting church and state in strict control of religious and intellectual life. Just as a Spaniard had been instrumental in establishing the Inquisition when, in the 13th century, the Albigensian revolt had vitally challenged the Church in southern France, and new religious orders had then been founded to serve the Church and renew the fervor of the Christian faith, so now in the 16th century the rigor of the Spanish Inquisition was imported into Italy, and a Spaniard founded the Jesuits in 1534, that remarkable Society of Jesus, which would not only accept the old conventual vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, but would go forth into the world to spread the Orthodox faith and to fight, everywhere in Christendom, against religious heresy or revolt. The intensity of religious debate in the age of the Reformation, the Calvinist intolerance, the mutual persecutions in England, encouraged a corresponding dogmatism in Italy. The urbane Catholicism of Erasmus gave place to the militant orthodoxy of Ignatius Loyola. Liberalism is a luxury of security and peace. That censorship of publications which had begun under Pope Sixtus IV was extended by the establishment of the Index Librorum Prohibitorum in 1559, and the Congregation of the Index in 1571. Printing facilitated censorship. It was easier to watch public printers than private copyists. So in Venice, which had been so hospitable to intellectual and political refugees, the state itself, feeling that religious division would damage social unity and order, instituted in 1527 a censorship of the press, and joined with the Church in suppressing Protestant publications. Italians here and there resisted these policies. The Roman populace, on the death of Paul IV in 1559, cast his statue into the Tiber and burned the headquarters of the Inquisition to the ground. But such resistance was sporadic, unorganized, and ineffectual. Authoritarianism triumphed, and a somber pessimism and resignation fell upon the spirit of the once joyous and exuberant Italian people. Even the dark Spanish dress, black cap, black doublet, black hose, black shoes, became the fashion in once colorful Italy, as if the people had put on mourning for glory departed and liberty dead. Some moral advance accompanied the intellectual retreat. The conduct of the clergy improved, now that competitive faiths put them on their mettle, and the popes and the Council of Trent reformed many ecclesiastical abuses. Whether a similar movement occurred in the morals of the laity is hard to determine. Apparently, it is as easy to gather instances of sexual irregularity, illegitimacy, incest, obscene literature, political corruption, robbery, and brutal crime in the Italy of 1534 to 1576 as before. The autobiography of Benvenuto Cellini indicates that fornication, adultery, brigandage, and murder tempered the orthodoxy of the age. Criminal law remained as severe as before. Torture was frequently applied to innocent witnesses as well as to the accused, and murderers still had their flesh torn away by red-hot pincers before being hanged. The restoration of slavery as a major economic institution belongs to this period. When Pope Paul III opened war upon England in 1535, he decreed that any English soldiers captured might lawfully be enslaved. About 1550, the custom developed of using slaves and convicts to row the galleys of trade and war. Nevertheless, the popes of this period were men of relatively high morals in their personal life. Paul III was the greatest of them, that same Alessandro Farnese who had obtained the cardinalate through the effect of his sister's golden hair upon the spirits of Alexander VI. It is true that Paul had begotten 2 bastards, but this had been accepted custom in his youth, and Guicciardini could still describe him as a man adorned with learning and of unspotted character. He had been trained as a humanist by Pomponius Letus. His letters rivaled those of Erasmus in the classic elegance of their Latin. He was an accomplished conversationalist, and surrounded himself with capable and distinguished men. However, he was elected probably less for his talents and virtues than for his age and infirmities. He was 66, and the cardinals could reasonably rely upon him to die soon and give them another chance to make bargains and receive more lucrative benefices. He held them at bay for 15 years. For Rome, his pontificate was among the happiest in the history of the city. Under his direction, Latino Manetti, his Maestro delle Strade, drained, leveled, and widened streets, opened up many new public squares, replaced slum houses with handsome dwellings, and so improved one avenue, the Corso, that it became the Champs-Élysées of Rome. As a diplomat, Paul's greatest feat was to persuade Charles V and Francis I to a 10-year truce in 1538. He almost achieved the greater aim, a reconciliation of the Church with the Protestants of Germany, but his efforts came too late. He had the courage, so lacking in Clement VII, to call a general council. Under his presidency and with his approval, the Council of Trent restated the Orthodox faith, reformed many ecclesiastical abuses, restored discipline and morality among the clergy, and shared with the Jesuits in saving the Latin nations for the Roman Church. Paul's tragic failure was his nepotism. He gave Camerino to his grandson Ottavio, and he invested his son Pierluigi with Piacenza and Parma. Pierluigi was assassinated by discontented citizens, and Ottavio joined in a conspiracy against his grandfather. Paul lost his love of life and died 2 years later of a heart stroke at 83 in 1549. He was mourned by the Romans as no other pope since Pius II a century before. 2. Science and philosophy. In those sciences that did not affect theology, Italy continued to make such moderate progress as could come from a nation predominantly disposed to art and literature, and in reaction against an intellect that had discarded conscience. Baroli, Eustachio, and Falloppio, whose names are embedded in the terminology of modern anatomy, date from this brief age. Niccolo Tartaglia found a way to solve cubic equations. He confided his method to Jerome Cardan, Geronimo Cardano, who published it as his own in 1545. Tartaglia challenged him to an algebraic duel in which each was to propose 31 problems to be solved by the other. Cardan accepted, but disdainfully delegated one of his pupils to solve Tartaglia's problems. The pupil failed, Tartaglia succeeded, but Cardan wrote a strange and fascinating autobiography which has kept his head above the lethe of time. It begins with the startling candor that characterizes it to the end. Although various abortive medicines, as I have heard, were tried in vain, I was born on September 24, 1501. Since Jupiter was in the ascendant and Venus ruled the horoscope, I was not maimed save in the genitals, so that from my 21st to my 31st year I was unable to lie with women. And many a time I lamented my fate, envying all other men their good fortune. This was only one of his disabilities. He stuttered, suffered all his life from hoarseness and catarrh of the throat, frequently from indigestion, palpitation of the heart, rupture, colic, dysentery, hemorrhoids, gout, itching skin, a cancerous growth on the left nipple, the plague, tertian fever, and an annual period of sleeplessness lasting about 80 days. In 1536 I was overtaken with an extraordinary discharge of urine, and although for nearly 40 years I've been afflicted with this trouble, giving from 60 to 100 ounces in a single day, I live well. Endowed with all this clinical experience, he became a successful physician, cured himself of almost everything except vanity, achieved the reputation of being the most sought-for physician in Italy, and was called as far afield as Scotland to cure an incurable bishop, whom he cured. At 34 he gave public lectures in Milan on mathematics, and at 35 on medicine. In 1545, borrowing a title from Raymond Lully, he published a book, Ars Magna, wherein he made substantial contributions to algebra, which still speaks of Cardan's rule for solving cubic equations. He was apparently the first to perceive that quadratic equations might have negative roots. With Tartaglia, and long before Descartes, he considered the application of algebra to geometry. In De Subtilitate Rerum in 1551, he discussed painting and color. In De Rerum Varietate in 1557, he summarized the physical knowledge of his time. Both of these books owed much to Leonardo's unpublished manuscripts. Amid sickness, travels, and devastating tribulations, he wrote 230 books, of which 138 have been printed. Some he had the courage to burn. He taught medicine in the universities of Pavia and Bologna, but so mingled his science with occultism and braggadocio that he forfeited the respect of his colleagues. He devoted a large volume to the relations between the planets and the human face. He was as expert and absurd as Freud in interpreting dreams, and as firm a believer in guardian angels as Fra Angelico. Yet he named, as the 10 greatest intellects in history, men not overwhelmingly Christian: Archimedes, Aristotle, Euclid, Apollonius of Perga, Archytas of Tarentum, Al-Khwarizmi, Al-Kindi, Gebir, Duns Scotus, and Richard Swineshead. All scientists except Duns. Cardan made 100 enemies, invited 1,000 calumnies, married miserably, and fought unsuccessfully to save his eldest son from being executed for poisoning an unfaithful wife. In 1570 he moved to Rome. He was arrested there for debt or heresy or both, but Gregory XIII released and pensioned him. At 74 he wrote De Vita Propria Liber, a book of my own life, one of 3 remarkable autobiographies composed in this period in Italy. With almost the garrulousness and fidelity of Montaigne, he analyzes himself: body, mind, character, habits, likes and dislikes, virtues and vices, honors and dishonors, errors and prophecies, illnesses, eccentricities, and dreams. He accuses himself of obstinacy, bitterness, unsociability, hasty judgment, pugnacity, cheating at gambling, vengefulness, and mentions the debaucheries of the Sardanapalian life I led in the year when I was rector of the University of Padua. He lists things in which I feel that I have failed, especially the proper rearing of his sons. But he lists also 73 books that mention him, tells of his many successful cures and predictions, and his invincibility in debate. He bemoans the persecutions to which he was subjected and the hazards that beset me on account of my unorthodox views. He asks himself, what animal do I find more treacherous, vile, and deceitful than man? And offers no reply. But he records many things that give him happiness, including change, food, drink, sailing, music, puppies, cats, continence, and sleep. Of all ends that man may attain, none seems more worthy or more pleasing than the recognition of truth. His favorite pursuit was medicine, in which he achieved many surprising cures. Medicine was the only science that made any significant progress in this period of Italy's decline. The greatest scientists of the age spent many years in Italy as students and teachers. Copernicus from 1496 to 1506, Vesalius from 1537 to 1546. But we must not steal them from Poland and Flanders to further honor Italy. Realdo Colombo, who succeeded Vesalius as professor of anatomy at Padua, expounded the pulmonary circulation of the blood in De Re Anatomica in 1558, probably unaware that Servetus had proposed the same theory 12 years before. Colombo practiced the dissection of human cadavers at Padua and Rome, apparently without ecclesiastical opposition. He seems also to have vivisected dogs. Gabriele Fallopio, a pupil of Vesalius, discovered and described the semicircular canals and the chorda tympani of the ear, and the tubes, now named after him, that bear the ova from the ovaries to the uterus. Bartolomeo Eustachio described and gave his name to the eustachian tube of the ear and the eustachian valve of the heart. To him also we owe the discovery of the abducens nerve, the suprarenal bodies, and the thoracic duct. Constanzo Varoli studied the pons varolii, a mass of nerves on the undersurface of the brain. We have no figures as to the effects of medicine on human longevity in the Renaissance. Varoli died at 32, Fallopio at 40, Colombo at 43, Eustachio at 50. On the other hand, Michelangelo lived to 89, Titian to 99, Luigi Cornaro to approximately a century. Born at Venice in 1467 or earlier, Luigi was rich enough to indulge in every luxury of food, drink, and love. These excesses caused me to fall a prey to various ailments, such as pains in the stomach, frequent pains in the side, symptoms of gout, a low fever that was almost continuous, and an unquenchable thirst. This evil condition left me nothing to hope for except that death should terminate my troubles. When he was 40, his physicians abandoned all medicaments and advised him that his only hope of recovery lay in a temperate and orderly life. I was not to partake of any foods, either solid or liquid, save such as are prescribed for invalids, and of these in small quantities only. He was allowed to eat meat and drink wine, but always in moderation, and he soon reduced his total daily intake to 12 ounces of food and 14 of wine. Within a year, he tells us, I found myself entirely cured of all my complaints. I grew most healthy, and have remained so from that time to this. That is, the age of 83. He found that this order and moderation of physical habits made for similar qualities and health of mind and character. His brain remained constantly in a clear condition. Melancholy, hatred, and the other passions left him. Even his aesthetic sense was sharpened, and all lovely things seemed to him now more beautiful than ever before. He spent a quiet and comfortable old age at Padua, undertook and financed public works, and wrote at 83 his autobiographical Discorsi della Vita Sobria. Tintoretto has pictured him for us in a delectable portrait. Bald head but ruddy face, eyes clear and penetrating, wrinkles spelling benevolence, white beard thinned with years, hands still revealing so near to death an aristocratic youth. His octogenarian vivacity encourages us as he rallies those who thought life after 70 to be a meaningless valetudinarian procrastination. Let them come and see and wonder at my good health, how I mount on horseback without help, how I run upstairs and uphill, how cheerful, amusing, and contented I am, how free from care and disagreeable thoughts. Peace and joy never quit me. All my senses, thank God, are in the best condition, including the sense of taste. For I enjoy more the simple food that I now take in moderation than all the delicacies that I ate in my years of disorder. When I come home, I see before me not 1 or 2, but 11 grandchildren. I take delight in hearing them sing and play on different musical instruments. I sing myself and find my voice better, clearer, and louder than ever. My life, therefore, is alive, not dead, nor would I exchange my old age for the youth of such as live in the service of their passions. At 86, full of health and strength, he wrote a second discourse, expressing his joy at the conversion of several friends to his way of life. At 91, he added a third essay and told how, I constantly write and with my own hand 8 hours a day, and in addition to this I walk and sing for many other hours. for I feel when I leave the table that I must sing. Oh, how beautiful and sonorous my voice has become." At 92 he composed a loving exhortation to all mankind to follow the orderly and temperate life. He looked forward to completing a century, and to an easy death through the gradual diminution of his senses, feelings, and vital spirits. He died peacefully in 1566. Some say at 99, others at 103 or 4. His wife, we are told, obeyed his precepts, lived to nearly a century, and died in perfect ease of body and security of soul. We must not expect to find a major philosopher in so small a span of space and time. Jacopo Aconzio, an Italian Protestant, in the treatise De Metodo in 1558, prepared part of the way for Descartes, and in De Stratagematibus Satanae of 1565, he had the audacity to suggest that all Christianity might be reduced to a few doctrines held by all Christians, and not including the idea of the Trinity. Mario Nizzoli made a path for Francis Bacon by inveighing against the continued reign of Aristotle in philosophy, appealing for direct observation against deductive reasoning, and denouncing logic as the art of proving the false to be true. Bernardino Telesio of Cosenza, in De Rerum Natura of 1565 to 1586, joined Nizzoli and Pierre La Ramée in the spreading revolt against the authority of Aristotle, and called for empirical science. Nature must be explained in her own terms through the experience of our senses. What we see, said Telesio, is a matter acted upon by two forces: heat coming from the sky, cold rising from the earth, heat producing expansion and motion, cold producing contraction and rest. In the conflict of these two principles lies the inner essence of all physical phenomena. These phenomena proceed according to natural causes and inherent laws, without the intervention of deity. Nature, however, is not inert. There is a soul in things as well as in man. Tommaso Campanella, Giordano Bruno, and Francis Bacon would all take something from these ideas. Some measure of liberalism must have survived in the Church to let Telesio die a natural death in 1588. 12 years later, the Inquisition would burn Bruno at the stake. 3. Literature. The great age of Italian scholarship was now ended. France took the torch when Julius Caesar Scaliger migrated from Verona to Agen in 1526. Note the effect of war upon the book trade. In the last decade of the 15th century, Florence published 179 books, Milan 228, Rome 460, Venice 1,491. In the first decade of the 16th century, Florence published 47, Milan 99, Rome 41, Venice 536. The academies founded for classical scholarship, the Platonic Academy at Florence, the Roman Academy of Pomponius Letus, the Neacademia at Venice, the Neapolitan Academy of Pontanus, died out in this period. The study of pagan philosophy was frowned upon except in a scholastified Aristotle. And Latin gave place to Italian as the language of literature. New academies sprang up, chiefly devoted to literary and linguistic criticism, and serving as central exchanges of ears for the poets of the town. So Florence had the Della Croce Academy in 1572, and the Umidi. Venice had the Pellegrini, Padua the Eretei, and each new society took a sillier name. These academies encouraged talent and stifled genius. Poets struggled to obey the rules laid down by the purists, and inspiration fled to airier haunts. Michelangelo belonged to no literary academy, and though he, like the rest, indulged his muse in trite conceits and forced his fire into cold Petrarchian molds, his sonnets, rough in form but warm in feeling and thought, are the best Italian poetry of the time. Luigi Alemanni fled from Florence to France and composed a poem on agriculture, La Coltivazione, which did not fall far short of Virgil's Georgics in combining tillage with poetry. Bernardo Tasso rehearsed in the misfortunes of his life the vicissitudes of his famous son Torquato. His lyrics are among the choicest artificialities of the age. His epic, Amadigi, versified with heavy seriousness the chivalric romance, Amadis de Gaul. The Italian public, missing in it Ariosto's leavening humor, gave it a quiet burial. The novella or short story had remained popular ever since the Decameron had given it a classic form. Written in simple language and usually describing dramatic incidents or intimate scenes of Italian life, the novelle were welcomed by all ranks. Often they were read aloud to avid listeners, none more avid than the letterless, so that their audience was all Italy. We may marvel today at the broad tolerance of Renaissance women who heard these tales without reported blushing. Love, seduction, violence, adventure, humor, sentiment, descriptions of scenery provided the material of the stories, and every class furnished types and characters. Almost every city had a skilled practitioner of the form. At Salerno, Tommaso de Guardati, known as Masuccio, published in 1476 his Novellino, 50 stories illustrating the generosity of princes, the incontinence of women, the vices of monks, and the hypocrisy of mankind. Less polished than Boccaccio's novelettes, they often surpassed them in sincerity, power, and eloquence. At Siena, the novella took on a highly sensuous quality, filling its pages with tales of unlicensed love. Florence had 4 famous novellieri. Franco Zacchetti, friend and imitator of Boccaccio, outwinded him by writing 300 novelle, whose vulgarity and obscenity made them almost universally popular. Agnolo Firenzuolo devoted many of his stories to satirizing the sins of the clergy. He described the goings-on in a dissolute convent, exposed the arts by which confessors induced pious women to leave legacies to monasteries, and himself became a monk of the Vallambrosan order. Anton Francesco Grazzini, known to Italy as Il Lasca, the Roach, excelled in comic stories, featuring the prankster Piluca, but he could also season his dish with sex and blood, as when a husband, finding his wife in adultery with his son, cuts off their hands and feet, cuts out their eyes and tongues, and lets them bleed to death on their bed of love. Anton Francesco Doni, a Servite monk and priest, was expelled from the cloister of the Annunciation in 1540, apparently for sodomy. At Piacenza he joined a club of profligates devoted to Priapus. In Venice he became a devoted enemy of Aretino, against whom he wrote a pamphlet ominously entitled Earthquake of Doni the Florentine, with the ruin of the great Colossus and bestial Antichrist of our age, meanwhile composing novelle noted for their pungent humor and style. The best of the novellieri was Matteo Bandello, whose life spanned half a continent and most of a century, from 1480 to 1562. Born near Tortona, he was soon entered into the Dominican order, whose general was his uncle. He grew up in the monastery of Santa Maria delle Grazie in Milan. He was presumably there when Leonardo painted the Last Supper in the refectory, and when Beatrice d'Este was buried in the adjoining church. He lived at Mantua for 6 years as tutor in the ruling family, carried on a flirtation with Lucrezia Gonzaga, and saw Isabella fight with all her arts the coming of old age. Returning to Milan, he actively supported the French against the Spanish-German forces in Italy. After the French disaster at Pavia, his house was burned and his library was almost totally destroyed, including a Latin dictionary which he had almost completed. He fled to France, served Cesare Fregoso, general of the Dominicans, well, and was made Bishop of Agen in 1550. In his leisure hours he gathered together the 214 stories that he had written during the years, gave them their finished literary form, covered their mild indecency with his episcopal absolution, and had them printed in 3 volumes at Lucca in 1554 and a 4th at Lyon in 1573. As in the other novellieri, so in Bandello the plots turn mostly on love or violence, or the morals of friars, monks, and priests. A sweet lass revenges herself upon a faithless lover by tearing him to pieces with pincers. A husband forces his adulterous wife to strangle her lover with her own hands. A convent abandoned to debauchery is described with tolerant good humor. Some of Bandello's stories provided material for exciting dramas, as when Webster took from one of them the plot for the Duchess of Malfi. Bandello tells with feeling and skill the romance of Romeo Montecchio and Giulietta Cappelletti, and vividly conveys the passion of their love. Shall we sample him at his most romantic? Romeo, not daring to inquire who the damsel was, applied himself to feed his eyes on her lovely sight, and minutely considering all her movements, drank the sweet amorous poison, marvelously commending her every part and gesture. He was seated in a corner wherein, when dancing was toward, all passed before him. Giulietta, for so was the damsel called, was the daughter of the master of the house and giver of the feast, and she likewise, not knowing Romeo, but seeing withal that he was the handsomest and sprightliest youth that might be found, was marvelously pleased with his sight, and softly and furtively eyeing him a while askance, felt I know not what sweetness at heart, which all to flooded her with exceeding delight. Wherefore she would have fain have had him join the dance, so she might the better see him and hear him speak. Her seeming as much delight should issue from his speech as she still drank in at his eyes, what while she gazed on him, But he sat all alone and showed no wish to dance. All his study was to ogle the fair damsel, and she thought of nothing but to look upon him, and so they viewed each other on such wise that, their eyes betimes encountering, and the flashing rays of the one and the other's glances mingling, they lightly perceived that they eyed each other amorously, or by token that, whensoever their eyes met, both filled the air with amorous sighs, and it seemed they desired for the nonce no other what than to discover one to other by speech their newborn flame. The climax in Bandello is subtler than in Shakespeare. Instead of Romeo dying before Juliet emerges from her coma, she awakes before Romeo feels the effect of the poison he has drunk in despair at her apparent death. In his joy at her recovery, he forgets the poison, and the lovers have a few moments of delirious joy. When the poison wreaks its force and Romeo dies, Juliet stabs herself with his sword. 4. Twilight in Florence, 1534 to 1574. It is easier to rule a state in its decline than in its youth. Diminished vitality almost welcomes subjugation. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 11, Side 2. It is easier to rule a state in its decline than in its youth. Diminished vitality almost welcomes subjugation. Florence, beaten down again by the Medici in 1530, submitted wearily to domination by Clement VII. It rejoiced when the coarse tyrant Alessandro de' Medici was slain by his remote relative Lorenzino in 1537. And instead of seizing the opportunity to re-establish the Republic, it accepted a second Cosimo in hopes that he might show the wisdom and statesmanship of the first. The direct line of Cosimo Pater Patriae was now legally extinct. The younger Cosimo was descended from his older namesake's brother Lorenzo, 1395 to 1440. Guicciardini maneuvered the new ruler, then 18, into lordship in the hope of being the power behind the throne. But he forgot that the young Medici was the son of Giovanni delle Bande Nere and the grandson of Caterina Sforza, and therefore had at least 2 generations of iron in his blood. Cosimo took the reins in his own hands and held them firmly for 27 years. His character and government mingled evil and good. He was as severe and cruel as unsentimental policy might dictate. He did not bother, like earlier Medici, to maintain republican forms and facade. He arranged a system of espionage that entered every family and used parish priests as spies. He enforced unanimity of professed religious belief and cooperated with the Inquisition. He was greedy of wealth and power, exploited the state monopoly of grain, taxed his subjects avidly, overthrew the semi-republic of Siena to make that city, like Arezzo and Pisa, part of his dominions, and persuaded Pope Pius V to give him the title of Grand Duke of Tuscany, this in 1569. In partial compensation for the absolutism of his rule, he organized efficient administration, a reliable army and police, a competent and incorruptible judiciary. He lived simply, avoided costly ceremony and display, managed finances stringently, and left a full treasury to his son and heir. The order and safety that were now maintained on streets and highways revived the commerce and industry that had ailed under repeated revolutions. Cosimo brought in new manufacturers, as of coral and glass. He invited and protected Portuguese Jews as a stimulus to industrial development. He enlarged Livorno, or Leghorn, as a busy port. He had the marshes of the Maremma drained in an effort to free that region, and nearby Siena, from malaria. Under his conscientious despotism, Siena, like Florence, became more prosperous than ever before. He used part of his levied wealth to support literature and art without extravagance and with discrimination. He raised the Accademia degli Umidi to an official position as the Accademia Fiorentina, and commissioned it to set norms for proper Tuscan usage. He befriended Vasari and Cellini, tried hard to win Michelangelo back to Florence, and founded, under his absent presidency, an Arte del Disegno, or Academy of Design. He established at Pisa, in 1544, a school of botany second only to Padua's in age and excellence. Doubtless Cosimo would have argued that he could not have accomplished this good had he not begun with a little evil and an iron fist. At 45, this Iron Duke was already worn out with the strains of power and family tragedies. Within a few months, in 1562, his wife and 2 of his sons died from malarial fever caught during his efforts to drain the Maremma swamps. A year later, he lost a daughter. In 1564, he resigned the actual government to his son Francesco. He tried to console himself with amours, but found more boredom in promiscuity than in marriage. He died in 1574, aged 55. He had lived up to the best and the worst in his ancestry. Though Florence no longer produced Leonardos or Michelangelos, and had no artists to compare in this period with the urbane and universal Titian, the volcanic Tintoretto, or the festal Veronese, she experienced under her second Cosimo as vigorous a revival as could be expected from a generation that had grown up amid frustrated revolt and unsuccessful war. Even so, Cellini judged the artists employed by Cosimo to be a band the like of which is not to be found at present in the world, which is a typically Florentine understatement of Venetian art. Benvenuto thought the Duke a patron with more taste than generosity, but perhaps this able governor considered economic reconstruction and political order more vital than the artistic decoration of his court. Vasari described Cosimo as loving and favoring all artists, and indeed all men of genius. It was Cosimo who financed at Chiusi, Arezzo, and elsewhere the excavations that revealed a remarkable Etruscan culture, and unearthed the famous Etruscan bronze statues of the Chimera, the Orator, and Minerva. He brought back as many as he could locate of the art treasures looted from the Medici Palace in 1494 and 1527, added his own collections to them, and housed the total in that palace fortress that Luca Pitti had begun 100 years before. Cosimo had this monstrous edifice enlarged by Bartolomeo Amanati and made it his official dwelling in 1553. Amanati and Vasari were in Florence the leading architects of the age. It was Amanati who laid out for Cosimo the famous Boboli Gardens behind the Pitti Palace and spanned the Arno with the beautiful Santa Trinita Bridge from 1567 to 1570, destroyed in the Second World War. He was also a painter and sculptor of quality. He won sculptural competitions from Cellini and Giovanni da Bologna and carved the Juno that adorns the Bargello court. In his old age he apologized for having made many pagan figures. The pagan Renaissance had now, in 1560, run its course, and Christianity was regaining its hold on the Italian mind. Cosimo made Baccio Bandinelli his favorite sculptor, to the horror of Cellini. One of Cosimo's recreations was in hearing Cellini berate Bandinelli. Baccio was popular with himself. He proclaimed his intention to surpass Michelangelo and was so critical of other artists that one of the gentlest, Andrea Sansovino, tried to kill him. Nearly everybody hated him, but his many commissions in Florence and Rome suggest that his talent was better than his character. When Leo X wished to duplicate the complex Laocoon group of the Belvedere as a gift to Francis I, Cardinal Bibbiena asked Bandinelli to undertake the assignment. Baccio promised to make a copy superior to the original. To the general dismay, he almost succeeded. Clement VII was so pleased with the result that he sent authentic antiques to Francis and kept Baccio's copy for the Medici Palace in Florence, whence it passed to the Uffizi Gallery. For Clement and Alessandro de' Medici, Bandinelli carved a gigantic group, Hercules and Cacus, which was set up on the porch of the Palazzo Vecchio beside Michelangelo's David. Cellini did not like it. If your Hercules had his hair cropped, he told Bandinelli in Cosimo's presence, he would not have skull enough to hold his brains. His heavy shoulders remind one of the two baskets of a donkey's pack saddle. His chest and muscles are copied not from nature, but from a bag of bad melons. Clement, however, thought the Hercules a masterpiece and rewarded the sculptor with a substantial property in addition to the promised fee. Baccio repaid the compliment by giving the name Clement to a bastard born to him soon after the Pope's death. His last work was a tomb prepared by him for himself and his father. As soon as it was finished, he occupied it. In 1560, probably he would have greater renown today had he not been invidiously immortalized by two artists who could write as well as design, Vasari and Cellini. Giovanni da Bologna was a more genial competitor. Born at Douai, he made his way in youth to Rome in 1561, resolved to be a sculptor. After a year of study there, he brought a clay sample of his work to the aged Michelangelo. The old sculptor took it in his hands, pressed it here and there with his worn fingers and heavy thumbs, and in a few moments molded it to greater significance. Giovanni never forgot that visit. Throughout the remainder of his 84 years, he labored with unrelaxing ambition to equal the Titan. He started back to Flanders, but a Florentine nobleman advised him to study the art collected in Florence, and for 3 years maintained him in his palace. There were so many Italian artists in or near the city that it took the Fleming 5 years to win acceptance for his work. Then Francesco, son of Duke Cosimo, bought his Venus. He entered a competition to design a fountain for the Piazza della Signoria. Cosimo judged him too young for so responsible an assignment, but his model was rated best by many artists, and probably it won him an invitation to build a much larger fountain in Bologna. After that, Giovanni was brought back to Florence as official sculptor for the Medici, and never lacked commissions. When he went to Rome again, Vasari introduced him to the Pope as the Prince of the Sculptors of Florence. In 1583 he modeled a group, now in the Loggia dei Lanzi, and named an afterthought the Rape of the Sabines. A hero, virile and muscular, holds in his grasp a ravishing woman whose soft form is realistically compressed against his supporting hand, and whose back is the loveliest in the bronze sculpture of the Renaissance. The sculptors surpassed the painters in Cosimo's galaxy and regard. Ridolfo Ghirlandaio strove but failed to maintain his father's excellence. We may sample him from his portrait of Lucrezia su Maria in Washington. Francesco Ubertini, nicknamed Il Bacchiacca, liked to paint historical scenes in great detail on a small scale. Jacopo Carucci, called Pontormo from his birthplace, had every advantage and a good start. He received instruction from Leonardo, Piero di Cosimo, and Andrea del Sarto. And at 19 in 1513 he stirred the art world with a painting, now lost, that aroused the admiration of Michelangelo and was pronounced by Vasari the finest fresco ever seen till then. But soon afterward, to the disgust of the Italians, Pontormo fell in love with the engravings of Dürer, abandoned the smooth lines and harmonies of the Italian style, preferred crude and heavy Germanic forms, and pictured men and women in poses of physical or mental disturbance. In frescoes at the Certosa outside Florence, Pontormo painted in this Teutonic style scenes from the Passion of Christ. Vasari resented this imitation. Was not Pontormo aware that Germans and Flemings come to learn the Italian style, which he made such an effort to shake off as if it were bad? Even so, Vasari confessed the power of these frescoes. Pontormo further complicated his art by developing phobias. He never allowed death to be mentioned in his presence. He avoided feasts and crowds, lest he be crushed to death. Though himself kind and gentle, he distrusted nearly everyone except his beloved pupil Bronzino. More and more he courted solitude until he formed the habit of sleeping in an upper-story room reachable only by a ladder which he pulled up after him. On his final assignment, to fresco the main chapel of San Lorenzo, he worked for 11 years in isolation, boarding up the chapel and allowing none but himself to enter. He died in 1556 before finishing the task. And when the frescoes were unveiled, it was seen that the figures were badly disproportioned, the faces excited or melancholy. Let us remember him by a work of his saner maturity, the lovely portrait of Ugolino Martelli, now in Washington. Soft feathered hat, pensive eyes, luminous raiment, immaculate hands. Agnolo di Cosimo di Mariano, named Bronzino, distinguished himself by a remarkable series of portraits, chiefly of the Medici. The Medici Palace contains a gallery of them, from Cosimo Pater Patriae to Duke Cosimo, and if we may judge from the pouchy face of his Leo X, they were often truthful. The best of them is of Giovanni della Bandenere in the Uffizi, a veritable Napoleon before Bonaparte, handsome, proud, and breathing fire. Probably Duke Cosimo's favorite artist was the man to whom this and every book on the Italian Renaissance owes half its life, Giorgio Vasari. The family into which he was born at Arezzo already included several artists. He was distantly related to Luca Signorelli, and he has told us how the old painter, seeing Giorgio's boyhood drawings, encouraged him in studying design. In one of those innumerable acts of magnanimous and clairvoyant patronage that should be considered in judging the morals of the Renaissance, Cardinal Passerini, who had been appointed guardian of Ippolito and Alessandro de' Medici, took Giorgio to Florence, and there the lad of 12 shared the studies of the young heirs to wealth and power. He became a pupil of Andrea del Sarto and Michelangelo, and to the end of his life he revered Buonarroti, broken nose and all, as a god. When the Medici were expelled from Florence in 1527, Giorgio returned to Arezzo. At 18, his father having died of plague, he found himself the chief support of his 3 sisters and 2 young brothers. Again kindness rescued him. His former fellow-pupil, Ippolito de' Medici, invited him to Rome, where for 3 years Vasari sedulously studied ancient and Renaissance art. And in 1530 Alessandro, master of Florence after another restoration, called him to live and paint in the Palazzo Medici. There he made portraits of the family, including Lorenzo the Magnificent in a somber study, and the vivacious young Caterina, posing and opposing at whim, as if already conscious that she would be Queen of France. When Alessandro was assassinated, Vasari wandered for some time patronless. His paintings are rudely dealt with by modern critics, but they must have earned him some repute, for at Mantua he was housed by Giulio Romano, and at Venice Aretino was his burly chaperone. Wherever he went, he carefully studied the local art, talked with artists or their descendants, collected drawings, and made notes. Back in Rome, he painted for Bindo Altoviti a deposition from the cross, which, he tells us, had the good fortune not to displease the greatest sculptor, painter, and architect that ever lived in our time. It was this Michelangelo who introduced him to the second Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, and it was this cultivated prelate who, in 1546, suggested to Vasari that he should compose for the guidance of posterity the lives of the artists who had so distinguished the Italy of the preceding 200 years. While busily serving as painter and architect in Rome, Rimini, Ravenna, Arezzo, and Florence, Giorgio devoted part of his time to the unremunerative labor of the lives, moved by love for these our artists. In 1550 he published the first edition of these Vite dei più eccellenti pittori, scultori ed architetti italiani, with an eloquent dedication to Duke Cosimo. From 1555 to 1572 he was Cosimo's chief artist. He remodeled the interior of the Palazzo Vecchio and decorated many of its walls with paintings more immense than magnificent. He raised the vast administration building known from its governmental offices as the Uffizi, and now one of the great art galleries of the world. He led in completing the Laurentian Library and constructed the enclosed corridor that enabled Cosimo to pass under cover from the Palazzo Vecchio and the Uffizi across the Ponte Vecchio to the new ducal residence in the Pitti Palace. In 1567 he spent several months in travel and research, and a year later he brought out a new and much enlarged edition of the Lives. He died in Florence in 1574 and was buried with his ancestors in Arezzo. He was not a great artist, but he was a good man, an industrious investigator, and, barring a few bites at Bandinelli, a generous as well as intelligent critic. In simple, racy, almost colloquial Tuscan, and occasionally with the vividness of the novelle, he gave us one of the most interesting books of all time, from which 1,000 other volumes have been cribbed. It is rich in inaccuracies, anachronisms, and contradictions, but richer still in fascinating information and judicious interpretation. It did for the artists of Renaissance Italy what Plutarch had done for the martial or civic heroes of Greece and Rome. It will remain for centuries to come one of the classics of the world's literature. 5. Benvenuto Cellini, 1500 to 1571. There was in this age at the court of Cosimo a man who united in his character all the violence and sensitivity, all the mad pursuit of beauty in life and art, all the exhilarating pride of health, skill, or power that distinguished the Renaissance, who, moreover, possessed the spontaneous capacity to pour forth his thoughts and feelings, vicissitudes and accomplishments, in one of the most engaging and unforgettable of all autobiographies. Benvenuto was not, no one man could be, completely typical of the Renaissance genius. He lacked the piety of Angelico, the craft of Machiavelli, the modesty of Castiglione, the blithe suavity of Raphael. And surely not all Italian artists of the time took the law into their own hands as Benvenuto did. Yet, as we read his turbulent narrative, we feel that his book, more than any other, more even than Vasari's Lives, takes us behind the scenes and into the heart of the Renaissance. He begins disarmingly. All men, of whatsoever quality they be, who have done anything of excellence, or which may properly resemble excellence, ought, if they are persons of truth and honesty, to describe their life with their own hand. But they ought not to attempt so fine an enterprise till they have passed the age of 40. This duty occurs to my own mind, now that I am traveling beyond the term of 58 years, and am in Florence, the city of my birth. He is proud that he was born humble, and made his family famous. At the same time, he assures us that he was descended from a captain of Julius Caesar. In a work like this, he warns us, there will always be found occasion for natural bragging. He was called Benvenuto, welcome, because his parents expected a girl, and were pleasantly surprised. His grandfather, probably violating all of Cornaro's precepts, lived 100 years. Cellini, inheriting his vitality, crowded as many into 71. His father was an engineer, a worker in ivory, and a devotee of the flute. His fond hope was that Benvenuto would become a professional flutist and play in the band at the Medici court. In later years he seems to have derived more pleasure from hearing that his son had become a flutist in Pope Clement's private orchestra than from the goldsmithery by which the youth was earning florins and fame. But Benvenuto was enamored of beautiful forms rather than of melodious sounds. He saw some of the work of Michelangelo and caught the fever of art. He studied the cartoon for the Battle of Pisa and was so impressed by it that even the Sistine Chapel ceiling seemed to him less marvelous. Against his father's pleading, he apprenticed himself to a goldsmith, but in filial compromise he continued to practice the hated flute. In Filippino Lippi's house he found a book of drawings representing the art antiquities of Rome. He burned with desire to see those renowned exemplars with his own eyes, and often he talked with his friends about going to the capital. One day he and a young woodcarver, Giambattista Tasso, walking aimlessly and talking passionately, found themselves at the gate of San Piero Gattolini. Benvenuto remarked that he felt himself already halfway from Florence to Rome. On a mutual dare they walked on, mile after mile, until they reached Siena, 33 miles away. There John's feet rebelled. Cellini had money enough to hire a horse. The two youths rode the one animal, and, singing and laughing, we traveled the whole way to Rome. I had just 19 years then, and so had the century. In Rome he found work as a goldsmith, studied the ancient remains, and earned enough to send his father consolatory sums. But the doting father pled so earnestly for his return that after 2 years Benvenuto went back to Florence. He had hardly domiciled himself there when he stabbed a youth in a quarrel. Thinking he had killed him, he fled again to Rome in 1521. He pored over Michelangelo's paintings in the Sistine Chapel, Raphael's in the Villa Chigi, and the Vatican. He noted all interesting forms and lines in men and women, metals and foliage. Soon he was the best goldsmith in Rome. Clement took to him first as a flutist, then discovered his excellence in design. Cellini made such handsome coins for him that the Pope appointed him stamp master of the papal mint, that is, designer of currency for the papal states. Each cardinal had a seal, sometimes as large as the head of a 12-year-old child, which was used to impress the wax that sealed a letter. Some such seals were worth 100 crowns, or about $1,250. Cellini engraved seals and coins, cut and set gems, modeled medallions, enameled cameos, made 100 varieties of objects in silver and gold. These various departments of art, he writes, are very different from one another, so that a man who excels in one of them, if he undertakes another, hardly ever achieves the same success. Whereas I strove with all my power to become equally versed in all of them, and in the proper place I shall demonstrate that I attained my object. Benvenuto brags on almost every page, but with such consistency and ardor that at last we come to believe him. He speaks of his fine physiognomy and bodily symmetry, and we cannot deny it. Nature bestowed on me a temperament so happy and of such excellent parts that I was freely able to accomplish whatever it pleased me to take in hand. Among these pleasant objects was a girl of great beauty and grace whom I used as a model. I used frequently to pass the night with her. After indulgence in sexual pleasure, my slumber is sometimes very deep. From one such slumber he woke to find himself host of the French disease. In 50 days he was cured, and took another mistress. We glimpse the lawlessness of Italian city life in the 16th century when we note with what easy conscience Cellini overrode the commandments of church and state. Apparently the policing of Rome was lax and fragmentary. A man of strong instincts could be, sometimes had to be, a law unto himself. When provoked, Benvenuto felt a fever which would have been my death had I not resolved to give it vent. When offended, I thought I ought to act as well as intone my misereres. He fell into 100 quarrels, and, he assures us, was in the right in all but one. He stuck a dagger into the neck of one offender, and with such matador precision that the man fell dead. In another case, I stabbed him just beneath the ear. I gave him only 2 blows, for he fell stone dead at the second. I had not meant to kill him, but, as the saying goes, knocks are not dealt out by measure. His theology was as independent as his morality. Since he was always right, but once, He felt that God must be on his side, giving more power to his arm. He prayed to God for aid in his murders, and gave him due credit for his success. However, when God failed to answer his prayers to help him find his lost love Angelica, he turned to devils for supplementary aid. A Sicilian sorcerer took him to the deserted Colosseum at night, drew a magic circle on the ground, lit a fire, sprinkled perfumes on the flames, and with Hebrew, Greek, and Latin invocations summoned demons to appear. Benvenuto was sure that hundreds of phantoms rose before him, and that they predicted his early reunion with Angelica. He returned to his house and spent the rest of the night seeing devils. When the imperial army sacked Rome, Cellini fled to the Castel Sant'Angelo and served as a gunner. It was one of his shots, he avers, that killed the Duke of Bourbon. And it was his expert marksmanship that kept the besiegers at a distance from the castle, so saving the Pope, the cardinals, and Benvenuto. We do not know how true this is, but we have it on the same authority that when Clement returned to Rome, he made Cellini a mace-bearer with a salary of 200 crowns, or about $2,500 a year, and said, "Were I but a wealthy emperor, I would give Benvenuto as much land as my eyes could survey. Yet, being now but a needy bankrupt, I will at any rate give him bread enough to satisfy his need." Paul III continued Clement's patronage. Probably exaggerating to his heart's delight, Cellini quotes Paul as saying, to one who protested his lenience with the artist, "Know then that men like Benvenuto, unique in their profession, stand above the law, and how far more, then, he who received the provocation I have heard of." But Paul's son Pierluigi, as reckless a rascal as Benvenuto himself, turned the Pope against the artist. Even Cellini's arts proved inadequate to overcome such influence, and in 1537 he abandoned his shop in Rome and made for France. On the way he was handsomely entertained by Bembo at Padua, made a small portrait of him, and was in return presented with horses for himself and his two companions. They mounted and descended the Grison, and rode through Zurich, Lausanne, Geneva, and Lyon to Paris. There too Benvenuto found enemies. Giovanni de Rossi, Florentine painter, wanted no more rivals for the king's money. He put difficulties in the way of the newcomer, and when at last Cellini got to Francis, he found him inextricably tangled in war. Ill and homesick, he climbed back over the Alps, made a pilgrimage to Loreto, and crossed the Apennines to Rome. To his dismay, he found himself accused by Pierluigi of having embezzled papal jewelry. He was flung into the same castello that he had helped to save, and suffered months of imprisonment. He escaped, but broke a leg in the process. Captured, he was confined in an underground dungeon for 2 years. He was released at the request of Francis I, who now urgently solicited his services in France. Once more he clambered over the Alps in 1540. He found king and court at Fontano Bailio, that is, Fontainebleau, was warmly welcomed, and was assigned a castle in Paris for his workshop and home. When its occupants refused to leave, he expelled them by force. The French did not like his manners or his language, and Madame d'Etampes, the king's mistress, resented Cellini's lack of courtesy to her high estate. When she heard how he had thrown out of the castle windows the furniture of the tenants whom he had dispossessed, she warned Francis that devil will sack Paris one of these days. The merry monarch enjoyed the story, forgave Cellini's violence for his artistry, and paid him 700 crowns a year, or about $8,750, 500 more for the expenses of his trip from Rome, and promised an additional sum for each work of art that Cellini should produce for him. Benvenuto was proud to learn that these were the same terms that had been given to Leonardo 24 years before. One of the dispossessed tenants sued him in court on a charge of stealing some effects. The court decided against Cellini. He reversed the judgment in his own striking way. "When I perceived that my cause had been unjustly lost, I had recourse for my defense to a great dagger which I carried, for I have always taken pleasure in keeping fine weapons. The first man I attacked was the plaintiff who had sued me, and one evening I wounded him in the legs and arms so severely, taking care, however, not to kill him, that I deprived him of the use of both his legs." Apparently the plaintiff dared not press the matter further, and Cellini could turn his energies to other outlets. He had in his Paris studio A poor young girl, Caterina. I keep her principally for my art's sake, since I cannot do without a model, but being a man also, I have used her for my pleasure. However, Caterina, with yielding largesse, slept also with his helper, Pagolo Micheri. Benvenuto, learning of it, beat her till he was exhausted. His servant Roberta reproved him for punishing so violently so ordinary an incident. Did he not know that there's not a husband in France without horns? The next day he modelled from Caterina again, during which occurred some amorous diversions, and at last, on the same hour as on the previous day, she irritated me to such a pitch that I gave her the same drubbing. So we went on for several days, repeating the same round. Meanwhile, I completed my work in a style which did me the greatest credit. Another model, Jeanne, presented him with a daughter. He settled a dowry on the mother, and from that time I had nothing more to do with her. The child was later smothered by its nurse. Francis bore patiently with all this lawlessness, but finally Benvenuto had so many enemies in Paris that he begged the king's permission to visit Italy. Consent was not given, but Cellini took French leave, and, after an arduous trip, found himself in his native Florence in 1545. There he showed a better side of his nature, contributing materially to the support of his sister and her 6 daughters. He found Cosimo less open-handed than Francis. He made the usual enemies, but he cast a good portrait bust of the Duke, now in the Bargello, and produced for him his most celebrated work, the Perseus that still stands in the Loggia dei Lanzi. He tells a vivid story of the casting. His anxieties, toil, and exposure to heat and cold culminated in a severe fever that compelled him to take to his bed just when the furnace that he had designed especially for this work was melting the metal, and this proved insufficient to fill the gigantic mold. The labor of months was about to be spoiled when Cellini rose from his bed and threw into the furnace a block of tin and 200 pewter vessels. These proved enough. The casting was a complete success, and when the work was exposed to public view in 1554, it was praised as highly as any statue made in Florence since Michelangelo's David. Even Bandinelli said a good word for it. From this climax, the story descends to prosaic pages of haggling with the Duke about the fee for the Perseus. Benvenuto was long on expectations, Cosimo was short of funds. The narrative abruptly ends at 1562. It does not mention the fact, otherwise fairly well established, that in 1556 Benvenuto was twice imprisoned, apparently on charges of criminal immorality. In these late years, Cellini composed a treatise on the goldsmith's art, Trattato dell'Oreficeria. Having sown wild oats for half a century, he married in 1564, and had 2 legitimate children to add to 1 illegitimate child begotten in France and 5 generated in Florence after his return. Of his works, usually small enough to be readily movable, only a few can now be located and identified. The Treasury of St. Peter's has an ornate silver candelabrum attributed to Cellini. The Bargello preserves his Narcissus and his Ganymede, both in marble and both excellent. The Pitti has a salver and a pitcher in silver. The Louvre has his fine medallion of Bembo and a lovely bronze relief called the Nymph of Fontainebleau. Vienna claims the salt cellar made for Francis I. The Gardner collection in Boston has his bust of Altoviti. His large crucifixion is in the Escorial. These scattered specimens hardly equip us to judge Cellini as an artist. They seem too slight for his fame, and even the Perseus, violent and overwrought, inclines to the Baroque. Yet Clement VII, we have it on Benvenuto's word, rated him as the greatest artist in his craft who was ever born. And an extant letter of Michelangelo to Cellini reads, "I have known you all these years as the greatest goldsmith of whom the world has ever heard." We may conclude that Cellini was a genius and a ruffian, a master craftsman and a murderer, whose spirited autobiography outshines his silver and golden cameos, and reconciles us to the morals of our time. 6. Lesser Lights. This age of decline for Italy was a resurrection for Savoy. As a lad of 8, Emmanuel Philibert might have seen the French invade and conquer the duchy in 1536. At 25, he inherited its crown, but not its soil. At 29, he played a leading part in the victory of the Spanish and the English over the French at Saint-Quentin in 1557. and 2 years later France surrendered to him his ruined country and bankrupt throne. His regeneration of Savoy and Piedmont was a masterpiece of statesmanship. The alpine slopes of his duchy were the haunts of Vaudois heretics, who were progressively transforming Catholic churches into whitewashed conventicles of Calvinist worship. Pope Pius IV offered him a year's ecclesiastical revenues to suppress the sect. Emmanuel took some drastic measures, but when these resulted in large-scale emigration, he turned to a policy of tolerance, checked the ardor of the Inquisition, and gave asylum to Huguenot refugees. He founded a new university at Turin and financed the compilation of an encyclopedia, Teatro Universale di tutte le scienze. He was always courteous and repeatedly unfaithful to his wife, Margaret of Valois, who gave him wise counsel and diplomatic aid, and who presided over the bright social and intellectual life of Turin. When Emmanuel died in 1580, his duchy was one of the best-governed lands in Europe. From his line in the 19th century would come the kings of United Italy. Meanwhile, Andrea Doria, who in the late wars had passed from the French to the Spanish side with timely treachery, maintained his leadership in Genoa. The bankers there had helped to finance the campaigns of Charles V, who repaid them by leaving undisturbed their domination of the city. Not as badly hurt as Venice by the movement of commerce out of the Mediterranean into the Atlantic, Genoa became again a great port and strategic citadel. Galeazzo Alessi of Perugia, a pupil of Michelangelo, built sumptuous churches and palaces in Genoa. Vasari described the Via Balbi as the most splendid street in Italy. When Francesco Maria Sforza, last of his line as rulers, died in 1535, Charles V appointed an imperial vicar to govern Milan. Subjection brought peace, and the ancient city prospered once more. Alessi built there the handsome Palazzo Marino, and Leone Leoni, engraver in the Milan Mint, rivaled Cellini in the miniature plastic arts, but found no Cellini to publish his excellence. The most distinguished Milanese of the age was San Carlo Borromeo, who reenacted at the close of the Renaissance the role played by St. Ambrose in the decline of antiquity. He came of a rich patrician family. His uncle, Pius IV, made him a cardinal at 21 and Archbishop of Milan at 22 in 1560. He was probably at that time the richest prelate in Christendom, but he renounced all his benefices except the archbishopric, gave the proceeds to charity, and consumed himself in almost fanatical devotion to the Church. He founded the Order of Oblates of St. Ambrose, brought the Jesuits into Milan, and vigorously supported all movements for ecclesiastical reform that remained loyal to Catholicism. Accustomed to wealth and power, he insisted on the full medieval jurisdiction of his episcopal court, took into his hands much of the work of maintaining law and order, filled his archiepiscopal dungeons with criminals and heretics, and for 24 years was the real ruler of the city. Literature and art suffered under his passion for conformity and morality, but Pellegrino Tibaldi, architect and painter, flourished under his patronage and designed the grandiose choir of the great cathedral. All the cardinal's severity was forgiven when, in the plague of 1576, while most notables fled, he stayed at his post and comforted the sick and bereaved with tireless visits, vigils, and prayers. At Cernobbio, on Lake Como, Cardinal Tolomeo Gallio, perhaps not sure of another heaven, built the Villa d'Este in 1568. At Brescia, Giambattista Moroni, pupil of Moretto, painted some portraits worthy to stand beside most of Titian's. In Cremona, Vincenzo Campi carried on the family tradition of painting less than immortal pictures. At Ferrara, Ercole II compromised the long quarrel of his state with the papacy by paying Paul III 180,000 ducats and pledging 7,000 ducats tribute per year. Alfonso II gave the city another era of prosperity from 1558 to 1597, which culminated in the Gerusalemme Liberata of Torquato Tasso and the Pastor Fido of Giovanni Guarini. Girolamo de' Carpi learned the art of painting from Garofalo, but, Vasari says, spent too much time on love and the lute, and married too soon, to indulge himself in the self-centeredness of genius. Piacenza and Parma rose to excited prominence in this age. Though they had for centuries belonged to Milan, and that duchy was now a dependency of Charles V, Pope Paul III claimed the two cities as papal fiefs, and invested his son Pierluigi Farnese with them in 1545. Not quite 2 years later, the new duke was assassinated at Piacenza by a revolt of nobles reconciled to his lechery, but resenting his monopoly of power and plums. Paul rightly ascribed the initiative in the conspiracy to Ferrante Gonzaga, then ruling Milan as vicar for Charles, and noted that imperial troops, providentially at hand, at once took possession of Piacenza for the emperor, this in 1547. Soon after Paul's death, Julius III appointed Pier Luigi's son Ottavio Duke of Parma, and as Ottavio was also Charles's son-in-law, he was allowed to rule Parma till his death in 1586. No decline was visible in Bologna. Here, Vignola designed the Portico dei Banchi for a group of traders. Antonio Morandi added to the university an archiginnasio famous for its noble cortile. And Sebastiano Serlio wrote an architectural treatise that rivaled Palladio's in influence. In 1563, Pope Pius IV commissioned Tommaso Laretti of Palermo to set up a fountain in the Piazza di San Petronio. The sculptural part of the undertaking was offered to a young Flemish artist, who now came from Florence and perhaps received his name from the city in which he produced his greatest work. Giovanni da Bologna, or John Bologna, molded 9 figures for the immense Fontana di Nettuno. At the summit of the group he raised a gigantic god of the waters, naked and strong. On the corners of the basin he cast in bronze 4 happy children in a game with leaping dolphins. At the feet of Neptune he placed 4 graceful maidens, squeezing streams of water from their breasts. Bologna sent John back to Florence with florins and praise, and did not grudge the 70,000 florins, or $875,000, that it had spent on the magnificent fountain. The spirit of civic art was still alive in Italy. As we take our parting look at Renaissance Rome, we are struck by the rapidity of her recovery from the disaster of 1527. Clement VII had shown more skill in remedying the ruin than in preventing it. His surrender to Charles had saved the Papal States, and their revenues helped the papacy to finance the restoration of church discipline and the partial reconstruction of Rome. The full effect of the Reformation in reduced income was not yet felt in the papal treasury, and under Paul III, the spirit and splendor of the Renaissance seemed for a moment revived. Some arts were dying, others were being born or changing form. This book is continued on Cassette 12, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 12, Side 1. Some arts were dying, others were being born or changing form. Giulio Clovio, a Croatian domiciled with Cardinal Farnese, was almost the last of the great illuminators of manuscripts. But in 1567, Claudio Monteverdi was born at Cremona. Soon, opera and oratorio would be added to the arts, and the polyphonic masses of Palestrina were already celebrating the reinvigoration of the church. The great age of Italian painting was ending. Perino del Vaga and Giovanni da Udine, epigonae of Raphael, turned the art toward decoration. Sculpture was becoming Baroque. Raffaello da Montelupo and Giovanni da Montorsoli exaggerated the exaggerations of their master Michelangelo and produced statues with limbs contorted into original but bizarre and ungainly poses. Architecture was now the most flourishing of the arts. The Farnese Palace and gardens on the Palatine were improved by Michelangelo in 1547 and completed by Giacomo della Porta in 1580. Antonio da Sangallo the Younger designed the Pauline Chapel of the Vatican in 1540. In the Sala Regia, leading to the Pauline and Sistine chapels, Pope Paul III had the marble floor and paneling designed by this Sangallo, the walls frescoed by Vasari and the Zuccari brothers, the ceiling beautifully carved in stucco by Daniele da Volterra and Perino del Vaga. The papal apartments in Sant'Angelo were embellished with frescoes and carvings by Perino, Giulio Romano, and Giovanni da Udine. The second Cardinal Ippolito d'Este, built near Tivoli in 1549, the earlier of 2 famous villas d'Este.
Piero Ligorio prepared the plans, the Tuccari decorated the casino, and the terraced gardens still attest the fine taste and reckless wealth of the Renaissance cardinals. The most popular architect in or about Rome in this age was Giacomo Barozzi da Vignola. Coming from Bologna to study the classic ruins, he formed his style by marrying the Pantheon of Agrippa to the Basilica of Julius Caesar, seeking to combine cupola and arches, columns and pediments. And, like Palladio, he wrote a book to propagate his principles. He achieved his first triumph at Caprarola, near Viterbo, by designing for Cardinal Farnese another vast and luxurious Palazzo Farnese, this from 1547 to 1549. And 10 years later he built a third at Piacenza. But his most influential work was done at Rome, in the Villa di Papa Giulio for Pope Julius III, the Porta del Popolo, and the Church of the Gesù, from 1568 to 1575. In this famous edifice, built for the rising Jesuits, Vignola designed a nave of impressive breadth and height and converted the aisles into chapels. Later architects would make this church the first clear manifestation of the Baroque style, curved or contorted forms surfeited with ornament. In 1564, Vignola succeeded Michelangelo as chief architect at St. Peter's and shared in the honor of raising the great dome that Angelo had designed. 7. Michelangelo, the last phase, 1534 to 1564. Through all these years, Michelangelo had survived as an unruly ghost from another age. He was 59 when Clement died, but no one seemed to think that he had earned the right to rest. Paul III and Francesco Maria of Urbino fought over his living body. The Duke, as executor for Julius II, clamored for completion of his uncle's tomb and flourished a contract long since signed by Angelo. But the imperious pontiff would not hear of it. "For 30 years," said Paul to Buonarroti, "I have wanted you to enter my service. And now that I am pope, will you disappoint me? That contract shall be torn up, and I'll have you work for me come what may." The Duke protested, but finally settled for a much smaller mausoleum than Julius had dreamed of. The knowledge that the tomb was an abortion shared in darkening the Titan's later years. In 1535, the triumphant pope issued a brief appointing Michelangelo chief architect, sculptor, and painter at the Vatican, and proclaiming his eminence in each field. The artist was made a member of the papal household and was given a life pension of 12,000 crowns, or about $15,000 a year. Clement VII, shortly before his death, had asked him to paint a fresco of the Last Judgment behind the altar of the Sistine Chapel. Paul proposed that this commission should now be carried out. Michael was reluctant. He wanted to carve, not paint. He was happier with hammer and chisel than with the brush. The very size of the wall to be painted, 66 by 33 feet, might have given him pause. Nevertheless, in September 1535, aged 60, he began his most famous picture. Perhaps the repeated frustrations of his life, the maimed mausoleum of Julius, the destruction of his statue of that pope at Bologna, the unfinished facade of San Lorenzo, the unfinished Medici tombs, had accumulated in him a bitterness that poured itself into this commission of divine wrath. Memories of Savonarola may have come back to him across 40 years, those dire prophecies of doom, those denunciations of human wickedness, clerical corruption, Medicean tyranny, intellectual pride, and pagan joys, those blasts of hellfire searing the soul of Florence. Now the dead martyr would speak again from the most intimate altar in Christendom. The somber artist whom Leonardo had called learned in Dante would soak himself anew in the brine of the Inferno and put its horrors on the wall where for generations to come future popes might have that inescapable judgment before them as they read the Mass. And meanwhile, in this citadel of a religion that had till lately scorned and maligned the human body, he would be a sculptor even with the brush, and would paint that body in 100 conditions and attitudes, in the contortions and grimaces of agony, in the drowsy, then excited resurrection of the dead, in inflated angels blowing the fateful summons, in a Christ still showing his wounds, yet strong enough with his titanic shoulders and Herculean arms to hurl into hell those who had thought themselves superior to the commandments of God. The sculptor in him ruined the painting. This stern Puritan, who day by day became more religious, insisted on carving in color massive and muscular bodies until the angels that art and poetry had conceived as happy children, gracious youths, or lithesome girls became in his hands athletes racing through the skies. And damned and saved alike were worthy of salvation if only because they were made in the image and likeness of God. And even Christ himself, in his majestic anger, became an incarnation of the Adam of the Sistine ceiling, a God made in the image and likeness of man. There is too much flesh here. There are too many arms and legs, biceps and swelling calves to lift the spirit to contemplate the wages of sin. Even the lecherous Aretino thought these pullulating nudes were a bit out of place. Everyone knows how Paul III's master of ceremonies, Biagio da Cesena, complained that such a celebration of the human form would more fitly adorn a wine shop than the chapel of the popes. How Michelangelo avenged himself by painting Biagio among the damned, and how Paul, when Biagio begged him to order the erasure of the portrait, replied with excellent humor and theology that not even a pope can release a soul from hell. Yielding to protests like Biagio's, Paul IV bade Daniele da Volterra paint breeches on the more glaring parts, whereupon Rome called the poor artist Il Braghettone, the breeches tailor. The noblest figure in the dark panorama is completely clothed. Mary, whose raiment is the master's last triumph in the painting of drapery, and whose look of horror and mercy is the one redeeming element in this apotheosis of human ferocity. After 6 years of labor, the picture was unveiled for the Christmas celebration of 1541. A Rome now entering upon a religious reaction against the Renaissance accepted the Last Judgment as good theology and great art. Vasari pronounced it the most wonderful of all paintings. Artists admired the anatomy and were not offended by the muscular exaggerations, the bizarre attitudes, the carnal excess. On the contrary, many painters imitated these mannerisms of the master and formed the Mannerist school that began the decadence of Italian art. Even laymen marveled at the foreshortenings, which gave parts of the picture the semblance of relief, and the acute sense of perspective that made the lower figures 2 meters in height, the middle figures 3, the upper figures 4. We who view the fresco today cannot judge it fairly. It has been injured by Daniele's tailoring, a further draping of some figures in 1762, and the dust and candle smoke and natural darkening of 4 centuries. After some months of rest, Michelangelo began in 1542 work on 2 frescoes in the chapel that Antonio da San Gallo had built in the Vatican for Paul III. One represented the martyrdom of St. Peter, the other the conversion of St. Paul. Here again the aging artist lost himself in violent exaggerations of the human form. He was 75 when he completed these pictures, and he told Vasari that he painted them against his will and with great effort and fatigue. He did not feel too old for sculpture. Indeed, he said, the hammer and chisel kept him in health. Even during the painting of the Last Judgment, he had sought refuge and consolation now and then with the marbles in his studio. In 1539 he carved his stern and powerful Brutus, now in the Bargello, worthy of the greatest Roman portrait sculpture. Perhaps he meant it to sanction the recent tyrannicide of Alessandro de' Medici in Florence, and to serve as a reminder to future despots. 11 years later, in a tenderer mood, he carved the Pietà that stands behind the high altar of the Florentine cathedral. He hoped to make this his own sepulchral monument, and he worked on it feverishly, often continuing his labor on it at night by the light of a candle fixed in his cap. But an over-furious blow of the hammer so injured the statue that he abandoned it as irrevocably spoiled. His servant Antonio Mini begged it as a gift, received it, and sold it to a Florentine. It is an astonishing product for a man of 75 years. The body of the dead Christ is represented without exaggeration. The figure of Mary, unfinished, is tenderness petrified, and the noble face of the hooded Nicodemus could well portray, as some have thought, Michelangelo himself, who now so often meditated on the Passion of Christ. His religion was essentially medieval, darkened with mysticism, prophecy, and the thought of death and hell. He did not share the skepticism of Leonardo or the blithe indifference of Raphael. His favorite books were the Bible and Dante. Toward the end of his life, his poetry turned more and more on religion. Now hath my life across a stormy sea, like a frail bark, reached that wide port where all are bidden, ere the final judgment fall, of good and evil deeds to pay the fee. Now know I well how that fond fantasy, which made my soul the worshipper and thrall of earthly art, is vain. How criminal is that which all men seek so willingly. These amorous thoughts, which were so lightly dressed, what are they when the double death is nigh? The one I know for sure, the other dread. Painting nor sculpture now can lull to rest my soul, that turns to his great love on high, whose arms to clasp us on the cross are spread. The old poet reproached himself for having composed in past years some sonnets to love, but these were apparently poetic exercises rather than passions of the flesh. The sincerest sonnets in Michelangelo's Rime are addressed to an elderly widow or a handsome youth. Tommaso Cavalieri was a Roman noble who played at painting. He came to Angelo circa 1532 for instruction, and bewitched his teacher with the beauty of his face and form, the grace of his carriage and manners. Michael fell in love with him and wrote to him sonnets of such frank admiration that some have been led to place Michelangelo with Leonardo among the famous homosexuals of history. Such fond expressions of man to man were common in the Renaissance, even among assiduous heterosexuals. Their extreme language was part of the poetic and epistolary ritual of the time. We can draw no conclusions from them. We note, however, that, outside of poetry, Michelangelo seems to have been indifferent to women until he met Vittoria Colonna. His friendship with her began about 1542, when she was 50 and he was 67. A woman of 50 can easily stir the embers of a sexagenarian, but Vittoria had no mind for it. She felt herself still bound to the Marquis of Pescara, now 17 years dead. "Our friendship is stable," she wrote to Michelangelo, "and our affection very sure. It is tied with a Christian knot." She sent him 143 sonnets, good but negligible. He replied in sonnets warm with admiration and devotion, but tarnished with literary conceits. When they met, they talked about art and religion, and perhaps she confessed to him her sympathy with the men who were trying to reform the church. Her influence upon him was profound. All the finest spiritual elements of life seemed gathered up in her piety, kindness, and fidelity. Something of his pessimism cleared away when she walked and talked with him, and he prayed that he might never again be the man he had been before they met. He was with her when she died in 1547. For a long time thereafter he remained down-stricken as if deranged, and he reproached himself for not having kissed her face as well as her hand in those last moments. It was shortly before her death that he assumed his last and greatest responsibility in art. When Antonio da San Gallo passed away in 1546, Paul III asked Michelangelo to undertake the completion of St. Peter's. The weary artist protested again that he was a sculptor, not an architect. Perhaps he had not forgotten his failure with the facade of San Lorenzo. The Pope insisted, and Angelo yielded with infinite regret. But, Vasari adds, I believe His Holiness was inspired by God. For this culminating task of his career, the artist refused additional remuneration, though the Pope repeatedly pressed it upon him. He set to work with an energy hardly to be expected of a man in his 72nd year. As if St. Peter's were not burden enough, he took upon himself in the same year 2 other major enterprises. To the Palazzo Farnese he added a 3rd story, a cornice acclaimed by all for its beauty, and the 2 upper tiers of a court that Vasari judged the finest cortile in Europe. He designed a spacious flight of steps to the top of the Capitoline Hill, and placed on the summit the ancient equestrian statue of Marcus Aurelius. Later, aged 88, he began to erect at the farther end of this plateau the Palazzo del Senatore, with its lordly double staircase, and he drew up plans for the Palazzo dei Conservatori at one side of the Senate Hall, and the Museo Capitolino at the other. Even he could not live long enough to carry out all these plans, but the structures were completed on his designs by Tommaso Cavalieri, Vignola, and Giacomo della Porta. When Paul III died in 1549, some doubt arose whether his successor, Julius III, would continue Angelo as architect-in-chief at St. Peter's. Michael had rejected Antonio da Sangallo's plan as making for so dark a church that, he said, it would have been dangerous to public morals. The dead man's friends persuaded two cardinals to warn the Pope that Buonarroti was spoiling the edifice. Julius supported Angelo, but under a later pontiff, Paul IV, for popes came and went in quick succession in Michelangelo's life, the Sangallo faction returned to the attack, alleging that the artist, now 81, was in his second childhood, was tearing down more than he built up, and was planning quite impossible things at San Pietro. Time and again, Michael thought of resigning and accepting the repeated invitations of Duke Cosimo to resume residence in Florence, but he had conceived the dome and would not leave his post until that conception was on the way to realization. In 1557, after years of thought on the problem, he constructed in clay a small model for the massive cupola, whose width and weight were the perilous ponderables of the enterprise. Another year was spent in making a large model in wood and drawing up plans for construction and support. The dome was to be 138 feet in diameter and 151 feet in its own height, with its apex 334 feet from the ground. It was to rest on a corniced base upheld by 4 gigantic arches at the transept crossing of the church. A lantern, or open-faced smaller cupola, was to rise 69 feet above the main dome, and the cross was to reach 32 feet higher still as the pinnacle of the whole majestic edifice, 435 feet in total height. The comparable dome that Brunellesco had raised over the Cathedral of Florence, and whose beauty Michelangelo modestly pronounced unsurpassable, measured 138.5 feet in width, 133 in its own height, 300 from ground to apex, 351 with its lantern. These two domes were the most audacious undertakings in the history of Renaissance architecture. Pius IV succeeded Paul IV in 1569. Once again, the enemies of the aging Titan sought to replace him. Worn out with a long war of dispute and recrimination, he submitted his resignation in 1560. The Pope refused to accept it, and Michelangelo continued as chief architect of St. Peter's till his death. Then it became clear that his critics had not been wholly in the wrong. Just as in sculpture he often attacked the marble block with no other preparation than an idea in his head, so in architecture he seldom put his plans upon paper, rarely confided them even to his friends, but merely made blueprints for each part of the edifice as the time approached to build it. When he died, he left no definite plans or models for any portion except the dome. Consequently, his successors were free to adopt their own ideas. They changed his, and Bramante's, basic conception of a Greek cross to a Latin cross by elongating the eastern arm of the church and fronting it with a high facade that made the cupola invisible on that side, except from a quarter of a mile away. The only part of the building that is Angelo's is the cupola, which was erected from his plans, with no substantial change, by Giacomo della Porta in 1588. It is unquestionably the noblest architectural site in Rome. Rising in stately curves from drum to lantern, it crowns with majesty the immense pile underneath, and gives to classic columns, pilasters, architraves, and pediments a comprehensive unity rivaling in splendor any known structure of the ancient world. Here again Christianity sought a reconciliation with antiquity. The temple of the worship of Christ placed the dome of the Pantheon, 142 feet wide by 142 feet in total height, upon the Basilica of Constantine, as Bramante had vowed to do, and dared to raise classic columns to a lofty stature unparalleled in the records of antiquity. Michelangelo continued to work till his 89th year. In 1563, at the request of Pius IV, he transformed a part of the baths of Diocletian into the church and convent of Santa Maria degli Angeli. He designed the Porta Pia, one of the city gates. He made for the Florentines in Rome a model for a church. Vasari, perhaps too enthusiastic about his old teacher and friend, pronounced the proposed building as beautiful as ever man beheld. But Florentine funds in Rome ran short, and the edifice was never built. At last the Titan's incredible energy failed. About his 73rd year he had begun to suffer from stone. He seems to have found some palliative in medicine or mineral waters, but, he said, I put more faith in prayers than in medicines. 12 years later he wrote to a nephew, As regards my condition, I am ill with all the troubles that are wont to afflict old men. The stone prevents me from passing water. My loins and back are so stiff that I often cannot climb upstairs. Yet till his 90th year he went out in all weathers. He took the approach of death with religious resignation and philosophical good humor. I am so old, he remarked to Vasari, that death often pulls me by the cape and bids me go with him. A famous bronze relief by Daniele da Volterra shows a face lined with pain and haggard with age. In February 1564 he grew weaker day by day and spent most of the time sleeping in his old armchair. He made no will, but merely left his soul to God, his body to the earth, and his goods to his nearest relations. He died on February 18, 1564, aged 89. His body was taken to Florence and was buried in the church of Santa Croce, with ceremonies that lasted several days. Vasari devotedly designed for him a sumptuous tomb. It was the judgment of some contemporaries, and has been the judgment of time, that despite a multitude of defects, he was the greatest artist who ever lived. He exemplified fully the definition given by Ruskin of the greatest artist, as he who has embodied in the sum of his works the greatest number of the greatest ideas. That is, ideas that exercise and exalt the highest faculties of the mind. He was, to begin with, a master draftsman, whose drawings were among the most treasured gifts and thefts of his friends. We can see some of these drawings today in the Casa Buonarroti at Florence, or in the Cabinet des Dessins of the Louvre. Sketches for the Façade of San Lorenzo, or for the Last Judgment, a lovely study for a Sibyl, a St. Anne almost as subtly conceived as Leonardo's, and the strange drawing he made of Vittoria Colonna dead, with mystic countenance and wasted breasts. In one of the conversations reported by Francisco de Holanda, he reduced all arts to design. The science of design, or of fine drawing, is the source and very essence of painting, sculpture, architecture, and of every form of representation, as well, too, as of all the sciences. He who has made himself a master in this art possesses a great treasure. All the works of the human brain and hand are either design itself or a branch of that art. As a painter, he remained a draftsman, far less interested in color than in line, seeking above all to draw an expressive form, to fix in art some human attitude, or to convey through a design a philosophy of life. The hand was that of Phidias or Apelles, the voice was Jeremiah's or Dante's. On one of his passages between Florence and Rome, he must have stopped at Orvieto and studied the nudes that Signorelli had painted there. These, and the frescoes of Giotto and Masaccio, gave some hints to a style that was nevertheless unlike anything else that history has preserved. Far beyond and above the others, even beyond Leonardo, Raphael, and Titian, he brought to his art, and brought out in his art, nobility. He did not dally with decoration or triviality. He cared nothing for prettiness, landscapes, architectural backgrounds, arabesques. He let his subject stand out stark and unadorned. His mind was caught by a high vision, to which he gave form, as well as the hand could, in the shape of sibyls, prophets, saints, heroes, and gods. His art used the human body as its medium, but those human forms were to him the tortured embodiments of his hopes and terrors, his confused philosophy, and his smoldering religious faith. Sculpture was his favorite and characteristic art, because it is the preeminent art of form. He never colored his statues, feeling that form was enough. Even bronze had too much color for him, and he confined his sculpture to marble. Whatever he painted or built was sculptural, even to St. Peter's dome. He failed as an architect, barring that sublime cupola, because he could hardly conceive a building except in terms and proportions of the human body, and could barely suffer it to be more than a receptacle of statuary. He wanted to cover all surfaces, instead of making surfaces an element of form. Sculpture was a fever with him. The marble, he thought, obdurately hid a secret, which he was resolved to extricate, but the secret was in himself and was too intimate for full revelation. Donatello helped him a little, Della Quercia more, the Greeks less, in the struggle to give the inner vision outward form. He agreed with the Greeks in devoting most of his art to the body, leaving the faces generalized and almost stereotyped, as in the female figures on the Medici tombs. But he never achieved, his temper would not let him care for, the unimpassioned repose of Greek statuary before the Hellenistic age. He had no use for a form that did not express feeling. He lacked the classic restraint and sense of proportion. He made shoulders too broad for the head, trunks too mighty for the limbs, and limbs knotted with muscles, as if all men and gods were wrestlers taught with strife. It must be admitted that in these dramatic exaggerations of effort and emotion, the art of the Mannerists and the Baroque was born. Michelangelo did not found a school as Raphael did, but he trained some distinguished artists and wielded pervasive influence. This book is concluded on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now.
The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, Part 2, by Will Durant. Concluded. Michelangelo did not found a school as Raphael did, but he trained some distinguished artists and wielded pervasive influence. One pupil, Guglielmo della Porta, designed for Paul III in St. Peter's a mausoleum that could almost bear comparison with the tombs of the Medici. But generally, the successors of Angelo in sculpture and painting imitated his excesses without redeeming them with his depth of thought and feeling and his technical mastery. Usually, a supreme artist is the culmination of a tradition, method, style, and historical mood. His very superiority fulfills and exhausts a line of development, so that after him must come a period of helpless imitation and decline. Then slowly a new mood and tradition grow. A new conception, ideal, or technique struggles through 100 bizarre experiments to find another discipline, some original and freshly revealing form. The last word must be one of humility. We middling mortals, even while presuming to sit in judgment upon the gods, must not fail to recognize their divinity. We need not be ashamed to worship heroes if our sense of discrimination is not left outside their shrines. We honor Michelangelo because, through a long and tortured life, he continued to create and produced in each main field a masterpiece. We see these works torn, so to speak, out of his flesh and blood, out of his mind and heart, leaving him for a time weakened with birth. We see them taking form through 100,000 strokes of hammer and chisel, pencil and brush. One after another, like an immortal population, they take their place among the lasting shapes of beauty or significance. We cannot know what God is, nor understand a universe so mingled of apparent evil and good, of suffering and loveliness, destruction and sublimity. But in the presence of a mother tending her child, or of a genius giving order to chaos, meaning to matter, nobility to form or thought, we feel as close as we shall ever be to the life and mind and law that constitute the unintelligible intelligence of the world. ENVOI. It has been a profound and grateful experience to study so many of the phases and personalities of these rich and vibrant centuries. How endless was the wealth of this Renaissance, which even in its waning produced men like Tintoretto and Veronese, Aretino and Vasari, Paul III and Palestrina, Sansovino and Palladio, Duke Cosimo and Cellini, and such art as the rooms of the Ducal Palace and St. Peter's Dome. What frightening vitality there must have been in those Renaissance Italians, living amid violence, seduction, superstition, and war, yet eagerly alive to every form of beauty and artistry, and pouring forth, as if all Italy had been a volcano, the hot lava of their passions and their art, their architecture and assassinations, their their sculpture and liaisons, their painting and brigandage, their Madonnas and grotesques, their hymns and macaronic verse, their obscenities and piety, their profanity and prayers. Has there ever been elsewhere such depth and intensity of yea-saying life? To this day we feel the lifting breath of that afflatus, and our museums overflow with the spared surplus of that inspired and frenzied age. It is difficult to judge it calmly, and we grudgingly rehearse the charges that have been brought against it. First of all, the Renaissance, limiting that term to Italy, was based materially upon the economic exploitation of the simple many by the clever few. The wealth of papal Rome came from the pious pennies of 1,000,000 European homes. The splendor of Florence was the transmuted sweat of lowly proletaires who worked long hours, had no political rights, and were better off than medieval serfs only in sharing in the proud glory of civic art and the exciting stimulus of city life. Politically, the Renaissance was the replacement of republican communes with mercantile oligarchies and military dictatorships. Morally, it was a pagan revolt that sapped the theological supports of the moral code and left human instincts grossly free to use as they pleased the new wealth of commerce and industry. Unchecked by censorship from a church herself secularized and martial, the state declared itself above morality in government, diplomacy, and war. Renaissance art, the indictment continues, was beautiful, but seldom sublime. It excelled Gothic art in detail, but fell short of it in grandeur, unity, and total effect. It rarely reached Greek perfection or Roman majesty. It was the voice of an aristocracy of wealth that divorced the artist from the artisan, uprooted him from the people, and made him dependent upon upstart princes and rich men. It lost its soul to a dead antiquity and enslaved architecture and sculpture to ancient and alien forms. What an absurdity it was to put false Greco-Roman fronts upon Gothic churches, as Alberti did in Florence and Rimini. Perhaps the whole classical revival in art was a grievous mistake. A style once dead cannot properly be revitalized unless the civilization that it expressed can be restored. The vigor and health of the style lie in its harmony with the life and culture of its time. There was, in the great age of Greek and Roman art, a stoic restraint idealized by Greek thought and often realized in Roman character. But that restraint was quite foreign to the Renaissance spirit of freedom, passion, turbulence, and excess. What could be more contrary to the Italian temper in the 15th and 16th centuries than the flat roof and ceiling, the regular rectangular facade, the dreary rows of identical windows that stigmatized the Renaissance palace? When Italian architecture tired of this monotony and artificial classicism, it let itself go like a Venetian merchant robed for Titian in excessive ornament and splendor, and fell from the classic into the Baroque. Corruptio optimi pessima. Neither could classic sculpture express the Renaissance, for restraint is essential to sculpture. The enduring medium does not fitly embody a contortion or an agony that by its nature must be brief. Sculpture is motion immobilized, passion spent or controlled, beauty or form preserved from time by metal congealed or lasting stone. Perhaps for this reason the greatest sculptures of the Renaissance are mostly tombs or pietas, in which restless man has at last achieved tranquility. Donatello, try as he might to be classic, remained striving, aspiring, Gothic. Michelangelo was a law to himself, a titan imprisoned in his temperament, struggling through slaves and captives to find aesthetic peace, but ever too lawless and excited for repose. The recovered classic heritage was a burden as well as a boon. It enriched the modern soul with noble exemplars, but it almost smothered that youthful spirit, just come of age, under a falling multitude of columns, capitals, architraves, and pediments. Perhaps this resurrected antiquity, this idolatry of proportion and symmetry, even in gardens, halted the growth of a native and congenial art, precisely as the revival of Latin by the humanists impeded the development of literature in the vernacular. Renaissance painting succeeded in expressing the color and passion of the time and brought the art to a technical refinement never surpassed. But it too had its faults. Its stress was on sensuous beauty, on lordly raiment and rosy flesh. Even its religious pictures were a voluptuous sentimentality, more intent upon corporeal forms than upon spiritual significance. And many a medieval crucifix reaches deeper into the soul than the demure virgins of Renaissance art. Flemish and Dutch artists dared to picture unattractive faces and homely dress, and to seek behind these simple features the secrets of character and the elements of life. How superficial the nudes of Venice, even the Madonnas of Raphael, seem beside the Van Eyck's Adoration of the Lamb. Raphael's Julius II is unexcelled, but is there anything in the 100 self-portraits by Italian artists that can compare with Rembrandt's honest mirrorings of himself? The popularity of portraiture in the 16th century suggests the rise of the nouveau riche and their hunger to see themselves in the glass of fame. The Renaissance was a brilliant age, but through all its manifestations runs a strain of show and insincerity, a flaunting of costly costumes, a hollow fabric of precarious power, unsupported by inner strength, and ready to fall into ruins at the touch of a merciless rabble, or at the distant cry of an obscure and angry monk. Well, what shall we say to this harsh indictment of an epoch that we have loved with all the enthusiasm of youth? We shall not try to refute that indictment. Though it is weighted with unfair comparisons, much of it is true. Refutations never convince, and to pit one half-truth against its opposite is vain, unless the two can be merged into a larger and juster view. Of course, the Renaissance culture was an aristocratic superstructure raised upon the backs of the laboring poor. But, alas, what culture has not been? Doubtless much of the literature and art could hardly have arisen without some concentration of wealth. Even for righteous writers, unseen toilers mine the earth, grow food, weave garments, and make ink. We shall not defend the despots. Some of them deserved a Borgian garroting. Many of them wasted in vain luxury the revenues drawn from their people. But neither shall we apologize for Cosimo and his grandson Lorenzo, whom the Florentines obviously preferred to a chaotic plutocracy. As for the moral laxity, it was the price of intellectual liberation, and heavy as the price was, that liberation is the invaluable birthright of the modern world, the very breath of our spirits today. The devoted scholarship that resurrected classic letters and philosophy was chiefly the work of Italy. There the first modern literature arose, out of that resurrection and that liberation, and though no Italian writer of the age could match Erasmus or Shakespeare, Erasmus himself yearned for the clear, free air of Renaissance Italy, and the England of Elizabeth owed to Italy, to Englishmen Italianate, the seeds of its flowering. Ariosto and Sannazaro were the models and progenitors of Spencer and Sidney, and Machiavelli and Castiglione were powerful influences in Elizabethan and Jacobean England. It is not certain that Bacon and Descartes could have done their work had not Pomponazzi and Machiavelli, Telesio and Bruno paved the way with their sweat and blood. Yes, Renaissance architecture is depressingly horizontal, always excepting the lordly cupolas that rise over Florence and Rome. The Gothic style, ecstatically vertical, reflected a religion that pictured our terrestrial life as an exile for the soul, and placed its hopes and gods in the sky. Classic architecture expressed a religion that lodged its deities in trees and streams and in the earth, and rarely higher than a mountain in Thessaly. It did not look upward to find divinity. That classic style, so cool and calm, could not fitly represent the turbulent Renaissance, but neither could it be allowed to die. Rightly, a generous emulation preserved its monuments and transmitted its ideals and principles to be a part, a sharer but not a dictator, of our building art today. Italy could not equal Greek or Gothic architecture, nor Greek sculpture, nor perhaps the noblest flights of Gothic sculpture at Chartres and Reims. But it could produce an artist whose Medici tombs were worthy of Phidias, and his Pietà of Praxiteles. For Renaissance painting there shall be no word of apology. It is still the high point of that art in history. Spain approached that zenith in the halcyon days of Velázquez, Murillo, Ribera, Zurbarán, and El Greco. Flanders and Holland came not quite so close in Rubens and Rembrandt. Chinese and Japanese painters scale heights of their own, and at times their pictures impress us as especially profound, if only because they see man in a large perspective. Yet their cold contemplative philosophy or decorative elegance is outweighed by the richer range of complexity and power, and the warm vitality of color in the pictorial art of the Florentines, of Raphael and Correggio and the Venetians. Indeed, Renaissance painting was a sensual art, though it produced some of the greatest religious paintings and, as on the Sistine ceiling, some of the most spiritual and sublime. But that sensuality was a wholesome reaction. The body had been vilified long enough. Woman had borne through ungracious centuries the abuse of a harsh asceticism. It was good that life should reaffirm and art enhance the loveliness of healthy human forms. The Renaissance had tired of original sin, breast-beating, and mythical post-mortem terrors. It turned its back upon death and its face to life, and long before Schiller and Beethoven, it sang an exhilarating, incomparable ode to joy. The Renaissance, by recalling classic culture, ended the 1,000-year rule of the Oriental mind in Europe. From Italy, by 100 routes, the good news of the great liberation passed over mountains and seas to France, Germany, Flanders, Holland, and England. Scholars like Alejandro and Scaliger, artists like Leonardo, Del Sarto, Primaticcio, Cellini, and Bordone took the Renaissance to France. Italian painters, sculptors, architects took it to Pest, Krakow, Warsaw. Michelozzo carried it to Cyprus. Gentile Bellini ventured with it to Istanbul. From Italy, Collett and Linacre brought it back with them to England, Agricola and Reuchlin to Germany. The flow of ideas, morals, and arts continued to run northward from Italy for a century. From 1500 to 1600, all Western Europe acknowledged her as the mother and nurse of the new civilization of science and art and the humanities. Even the idea of the gentleman and the aristocratic conception of life and government came up from the south to mold the manners and states of the north. So the 16th century, when the Renaissance declined in Italy, was an age of exuberant germination in France, England, Germany, Flanders, and Spain. For a time, the tensions of Reformation and Counter-Reformation, the debates of theology and the wars of religion, overlaid and overwhelmed the influence of the Renaissance. Men fought through a bloody century for the freedom to believe and worship as they pleased, or as pleased their kings, and the voice of reason seemed stilled by the clash of militant faiths. But it was not altogether silent. Even in that unhappy desolation, men like Erasmus, Bacon, and Descartes echoed it bravely, gave it fresh and stronger utterance. Spinoza found for it a majestic formulation, and in the 18th century the spirit of the Italian Renaissance was reborn in the French Enlightenment. From Voltaire and Gibbon to Goethe and Heine, to Hugo and Flaubert, to Taine and Anatole France, the strain was carried on, through revolution and counter-revolution, through advance and reaction, somehow surviving war and patiently ennobling peace. Everywhere today in Europe and the Americas there are urbane and lusty spirits, comrades in the country of the mind, who feed and live on this legacy of mental freedom, aesthetic sensitivity, friendly and sympathetic understanding, forgiving life its tragedies, embracing its joys of sense, mind, and soul, and hearing ever in their hearts, amid hymns of hate and above the cannon's roar, the song of the Renaissance. Thank you, friend reader. This concludes the reading of The Story of Civilization, Volume 5, The Renaissance, by Will Durant. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include The Age of Faith and Our Oriental Heritage. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, Please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. This audiobook may be purchased by you and donated to your local library for your friends and neighbors to enjoy. Such a donation qualifies as a write-off for tax purposes. Books on Tape Incorporated produces many new unabridged audiobook titles each month. Please call our friendly operators toll-free at 1-800-88-BOOKS for information about our service, or to set up a library donation, or to speed your next title to you without delay.
We hope you enjoyed this reading. Please continue listening to sample another Books on Tape bestseller.
The Influence of Sea Power Upon History by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This recording of the full-length reading of The Influence of Sea Power Upon History by Alfred Thayer Mahan was produced in 1995 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. This book is read by Jonathan Rees. The Influence of Sea Power Upon History by Alfred Thayer Mahan. This book consists of 14 chapters and is 482 pages long. Preface. The definite object proposed in this work is an examination of the general history of Europe and America, with particular reference to the effect of sea power upon the course of that history. Historians generally have been unfamiliar with the conditions of the sea, having as to it neither special interest nor special knowledge, and the profound determining influence of maritime strength upon great issues has consequently been overlooked. This is even more true of particular occasions than of the general tendency of sea power. It is easy to say in a general way that the use and control of the sea is and has been a great factor in the history of the world. It is more troublesome to seek out and show its exact bearing at a particular juncture. Yet, unless this is done, the acknowledgment of general importance remains vague and unsubstantial, not resting, as it should, upon a collection of special instances in which the precise effect has been made clear by an analysis of the conditions at the given moments. A curious exemplification of this tendency to slight the bearing of maritime power upon events may be drawn from two writers of that English nation which more than any other has owed its greatness to the sea. Twice, says Arnold in his History of Rome, has there been witnessed the struggle of the highest individual genius against the resources and institutions of a great nation, and in both cases the nation was victorious. For 17 years Hannibal strove against Rome. For 16 years Napoleon strove against England. The efforts of the first ended in Zama, those of the second in Waterloo. Sir Edward Creasy, quoting this, adds, "One point, however, of the similitude between the two wars has scarcely been adequately dwelt on. That is, the remarkable parallel between the Roman general who finally defeated the great Carthaginian and the English general who gave the last deadly overthrow to the French emperor. Scipio and Wellington both held for many years commands of high importance, but distant from the main theaters of warfare. The same country was the scene of the principal military career of each. It was in Spain that Scipio, like Wellington, successively encountered and overthrew nearly all the subordinate generals of the enemy before being opposed to the chief champion and conqueror himself. Both Scipio and Wellington restored their countrymen's confidence in arms when shaken by a series of reverses, and each of them closed a long and perilous war by a complete and overwhelming defeat of the chosen leader and the chosen veterans of the foe. Neither of these Englishmen mentions the yet more striking coincidence that in both cases the mastery of the sea rested with the victor. The Roman control of the water forced Hannibal to that long, perilous march through Gaul, in which more than half his veteran troops wasted away. It enabled the elder Scipio, while sending his army from the Rhone on to Spain to intercept Hannibal's communications, to return in person and face the invader at the Trebia. Throughout the war the legions passed by water, unmolested and unwearied, between Spain, which was Hannibal's base, and Italy. While the issue of the decisive battle of the Metaurus, hinging as it did upon the interior position of the Roman armies with reference to the forces of Hasdrubal and Hannibal, was ultimately due to the fact that the younger brother could not bring his succoring reinforcements by sea, but only by the land route through Gaul. Hence, at the critical moment, the two Carthaginian armies were separated by the length of Italy, and one was destroyed by the combined action of the Roman generals. On the other hand, naval historians have troubled themselves little about the connection between general history and their own particular topic, limiting themselves generally to the duty of simple chroniclers of naval occurrences. This is less true of the French than of the English, the genius and training of the former people leading them to more careful inquiry into the causes of particular results and the mutual relation of events. There is not, however, within the knowledge of the author, any work that professes the particular object here sought, namely, an estimate of the effect of sea power upon the course of history and the prosperity of nations. As other histories deal with the wars, politics, social and economical conditions of countries, touching upon maritime matters only incidentally and generally unsympathetically, so the present work aims at putting maritime interests in the foreground, without divorcing them, however, from their surroundings of cause and effect in general history, but seeking to show how they modified the latter and were modified by them. The period embraced is from 1660, when the sailing ship era, with its distinctive features, had fairly begun, to 1783, the end of the American Revolution. While the thread of general history upon which the successive maritime events is strung is intentionally slight, the effort has been to present a clear as well as accurate outline. Writing as a naval officer in full sympathy with his profession, the author has not hesitated to digress freely on questions of naval policy, strategy, and tactics. But as technical language has been avoided, it is hoped that these matters, simply presented, will be found of interest to the unprofessional reader. A. T. Mahan, December 1889. Introductory. The history of sea power is largely, though by no means solely, a narrative of contests between nations, of mutual rivalries, of violence frequently culminating in war. The profound influence of sea commerce upon the wealth and strength of countries was clearly seen long before the true principles which governed its growth and prosperity were detected. To secure to one's own people a disproportionate share of such benefits, every effort was made to exclude others, either by the peaceful legislative methods of monopoly or prohibitory regulations, or, when these failed, by direct violence. The clash of interests, the angry feelings roused by conflicting attempts thus to appropriate the larger share, if not the whole, of the advantages of commerce, and of distant, unsettled commercial regions, led to wars. On the other hand, wars arising from other causes have been greatly modified in their conduct and issue by the control of the sea. Therefore, the history of sea power, while embracing in its broad sweep all that tends to make a people great upon the sea or by the sea, is largely a military history. And it is in this aspect that it will be mainly, though not exclusively, regarded in the following pages. A study of the military history of the past, such as this, is enjoined by great military leaders as essential to correct ideas and to the skillful conduct of war in the future. The Influence of Sea Power upon History, by Alfred Thayer Mahan.
This concludes our program on this cassette. Please call Books on Tape Incorporated for information about it or any title we have recorded. Please wind the cassette forward to its end so it will be in order for the next listener. Thank you.